I officially announce that the Weapons Research and Development Division of Stark Industries is hereby shut down. The announcement echoed from the television in the spacious living room of Tony Stark's seaside villa. The news report was replaying one of the most shocking decisions in recent corporate history. Lin Feng, lounging on the plush sofa, watched the broadcast with a small smirk. He shook his head slightly but also exhaled in relief. Despite his intervention in Tony Stark's escape, the core storyline remained unchanged. Tony had still shut down the weapons division, just as he had in the original timeline. A few days ago, Lin Feng had been just another ordinary man on Earth. While casually watching a clip from the Avengers, he had dozed off to the rhythmic sound of Tony Stark hammering metal in his cave workshop. When he woke up, he found himself in that very cave, transported into the Marvel Universe at the pivotal moment of Tony's imprisonment. Then came the system. It had granted him his first mission: assist Tony Stark in building the Iron Man suit and escape the cave. The reward? A prepayment of 10% of Superman's abilities from the Man of Steel version. With newfound superhuman strength, Lin Feng had ensured their escape. In return, he gained Tony's gratitude and, more importantly, his trust. Since he lacked legal documentation, a place to stay, or any real identity in this world, Tony had arranged for him to temporarily live in his extravagant Malibu villa. Lin Feng clicked off the television and rubbed his chin. It had been a while since Tony's rescue, time to move forward with his second mission. His gaze flickered as he pulled up his system panel, anticipation stirring in his chest. Just reading the word Superman behind the next reward was enough to set his heart racing. Novice Mission 1, Free Tony Stark. White heavy check mark, completed. Reward, 10% of Superman's physical attributes, Man of Steel version. Novice Mission 2, Fly into outer space and absorb yellow sun radiation in any way. Reward, full Superman abilities, Man of Steel version. Note: the system will permanently bind to the host upon completion of both missions. Failure to complete within 1 month will result in automatic unbinding. The rewards were mouth-watering. Super strength, super speed, indestructible endurance. Heat vision, freeze breath flight, the full arsenal of Superman's abilities. Just 10% had already made Lin Feng feel invincible. The thought of having everything made his blood boil with excitement. But first, he had to reach space. Back in his original world, this would have been impossible. Space travel was reserved for astronauts and billionaires. But here? In Marvel? With Stark Industries' advanced technology and Tony's near-limitless wealth, it was doable. Lin Feng had no intention of finding out what would happen if he failed the mission. Losing the system? Getting kicked out of this universe? Neither was an option. He needed Tony's help. As he formulated his plan, excitement surged through him. He leaped from the sofa and threw a few punches into the air, his fists cutting through the wind with inhuman speed. It was at this moment that Tony Stark walked into the villa, fresh from a long day of dealing with reporters. "What the hell are you doing?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Are you on something? That couch costs 30 grand, you know." Lin Feng, caught mid-motion, awkwardly lowered his fists and laughed. "Oh. Tony, welcome back." "Huh?" Tony exhaled, plopping down onto the couch. "So, how's the free-loading life treating you?" Lin Feng stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. It's alright. Alright." Tony scoffed. "Dude, you just stepped all over a $30,000 sofa." "Hey, we're friends, right?" Lin Feng grinned. "When I have my own place, you're welcome to step all over my furniture." Tony rolled his eyes but didn't argue. For all his sarcasm, he acknowledged that Lin Feng had saved his life. "Speaking of which," Tony said, tossing a stack of documents onto the table. "Your new house. ID, driver's license, and a villa in New York. Courtesy of yours truly." Lin Feng blinked. "What?" Pepper picked it out. "She has good taste. I think you'll like it." Tony smirked. "Now feel free to shower me with gratitude and praise." Lin Feng flipped through the documents. "Official identity? Check. Villa in the twisting guest area? 600 square meters? Check. Oh, and a check for $5 million. He couldn't help but whistle. "Damn. Damn right," Tony said smugly. "Now I expect you to stop mooching off my couches." Lin Feng chuckled and pocketed the documents. He had planned to discuss his space mission before bringing this up, but since Tony was in a good mood, it was the perfect opportunity. "Actually, Tony," Lin Feng said, sitting up, "I need a favor." "Oh." Tony leaned back, grabbing a bottle of whiskey. "Go on." "I need to go to space." Tony froze mid-pour, staring at Lin Feng as if he'd just sprouted a second head. "Did you just say space?" "As in outer space." "Yeah, just to the same altitude as a satellite." Nothing crazy. Tony set his glass down. Dude, are you on drugs? Lin Feng sighed. I'm serious. Tony studied him for a moment, then smirked. Alright, I'll bite. Why the sudden interest in space? Sightseeing? Want to leave Earth before we all kill each other? It's related to my powers, Lin Feng admitted, keeping his answer vague but believable. The sun's radiation strengthens me. If I can absorb it directly, outside the atmosphere, my abilities will evolve. Tony frowned but nodded slowly. Weirdest training method I've ever heard, but considering you punched through a mountain, I guess I'll roll with it. He swirled his whiskey, thinking. So, let's say I believe you. How do you plan to get there? Hitchhike on a UFO? That's where you come in. Lin Feng grinned. Stark Industries has commercial satellites, right? Tony exhaled. You're in luck. We're launching one in a week. If you want a free ride, I can arrange it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Seriously? Tony shrugged. Hey, I'm a genius billionaire philanthropist. Sending you to space is just another Tuesday for me. Lin Feng fist pumped. Mission success. Tony stood, stretching. Now get out of my house. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Kicking me out already? I told you, my villa has a no-men policy, unless you're a woman or a supermodel. Tony smirked. Go check out your new place. Oh, and pick any car from the garage. Consider it a parting gift. Lin Feng didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed the keys to Tony's prized Audi R8 and, with a smug grin, peeled out of the driveway. A villa, a car, and a ticket to space. Things were looking very good. Facing the setting sun, Lin Feng drove Tony's R8 sports car and arrived at his new villa just before nightfall. After parking, he stepped out and took in the sight of his first real home in this world. The property resembled a small estate, with a two-story villa nestled in the middle of a vast green lawn. Its simple yet elegant architectural design was complemented by a small fountain at the entrance, continuously spraying crystal-clear water. What truly delighted Lin Feng, however, was the spacious swimming pool in the backyard. A smirk crept onto his face as he imagined himself enjoying a relaxing swim with his future wife. Who would she be? Marvel had no shortage of breathtaking beauties. Hela? No, those dark circles under her eyes were a bit unsettling. Natasha Romanoff? She was definitely appealing, but Wanda? Now she had something extra that intrigued Lin Feng. Could he handle her overwhelming presence? Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Lin Feng explored the villa and was thoroughly satisfied. Everything was spotless thanks to the housekeeping staff, and the fridge was stocked with premium ingredients, undoubtedly arranged by pepper pots. That settled dinner. Lin Feng took out a prime steak and a bottle of beer. Though not a professional chef, he knew his way around the kitchen. The steak was seared to a perfect medium rare, just the way he liked it. As he sat at the dinner table enjoying his meal, he mentally mapped out his next steps. The current timeline was Iron Man 1, the dawn of Marvel's main events. Future dangers were already beginning to take shape, and Lin Feng knew he had to prepare. Thanos, the Mad Titan, was still scouring the universe for the Infinity Stones. Captain America remained frozen in the Arctic, though he'd soon be discovered. Thor's exile to Earth was imminent, and the Hulk was somewhere out there, lurking in the shadows. As for Spider-Man and Doctor Strange, Peter Parker was still a kid, and Stephen Strange was busy being a top-tier surgeon. Speaking of Strange, what about the Ancient One? Would she have noticed his arrival in this world? That woman seemingly knew everything. Lin Feng wasn't too concerned. The Ancient One wasn't the type to kill just because he was an anomaly. Earth already had its fair share of aliens walking around, and she hadn't expelled them. But there was one issue he was concerned about: Superman's well-known weakness to magic. How severe was it? He hadn't tested it yet, but if it turned out to be a major flaw, he needed a solution. For now, though, Novice Task 2 took priority. Gaining the full abilities of Superman was his immediate goal. Everything else could wait. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng washed up and climbed into the soft, luxurious bed. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he drifted into a deep sleep. Time flew by like a shooting star, and before Lin Feng knew it, a week had passed. That morning, his phone buzzed. Seeing Tony Stark displayed on the screen, he raised an eyebrow and answered. Hey Lin. Your space trip is happening today. You ready? Tony's voice was as energetic as ever. JRVS should have sent the coordinates to your device. Get your ass over here, buddy. If you're late, you'll miss the last bus. Got it. I'm on my way. Excitement surged through Lin Feng. Finally. Today was the day he became Superman. Skipping breakfast, he jumped into the R8, slammed the gas pedal, and rocketed down the road. The car's engine roared in protest as Lin Feng pushed it to its limits, speeding toward the launch site. An hour later, Lin Feng arrived. Tony was already waiting for him. "Took you long enough," Tony quipped as they stepped into an elevator that carried them to the rocket's head, where a specially modified re-entry capsule awaited. Inside the elevator, Tony tossed a sleek, black wristband at Lin Feng. "What's this?" Lin Feng examined the small device, which had an electronic display and a built-in earpiece. "Your ticket," Tony smirked, snapping his fingers dramatically. Lin Feng shot him a deadpan look. "Seriously?" Fine, Tony chuckled. "It's a biometric posture detector with built-in communications. It monitors your vitals in real time, and you can contact JRVS or me whenever you need. Basically, your lifeline." Lin Feng nodded and strapped the device onto his wrist. "Put the earpiece in. JRVS will guide you through the process. Now get in there, man." Tony patted him on the shoulder. "I can't wait to see how strong you get." Lin Feng smirked. "Strong enough to shatter your armor with a single punch?" Tony scoffed, adjusting his sunglasses. "I just like wearing these, you know. I don't need them." The two exchanged grins, solidifying their growing friendship. As the elevator doors opened, Tony stepped forward and tapped a control panel. The re-entry capsules hatched slowly, unsealed with a hiss. "Your seat's ready," Tony gestured toward the pod. "When you need to return, just tell JRVS. He'll handle the rest." "Understood." Lin Feng climbed in, securing himself in the narrow, white-toned cockpit. This was it. His first real trip to space. As Tony exited the launch platform, the countdown began. The crew finalized safety checks, and the launch pad detached from the rocket's main body. Inside the control room, Tony closely monitored the launch sequence. Even though the mission was technically routine, Lin Feng's presence made things far from ordinary. Back in the capsule, Lin Feng gripped the armrests tightly. His heart pounded in anticipation. The countdown echoed in his earpiece. 10, 9, 8. Lin Feng swallowed hard. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. A deafening roar erupted as the rocket's engines ignited, blasting it into the sky. The force slammed Lin Feng back into his seat as fire and smoke engulfed the launch pad. The acceleration was unlike anything he'd experienced before. Even Tony's R8 was nothing compared to this. As the rocket climbed higher, it passed through the atmosphere, entering the vast darkness of space. Weightlessness set in. Unstrapping himself, Lin Feng floated gently within the capsule. He peered out the small window, awestruck. The planet below was breathtaking, an endless expanse of blue and white. Reaching for his phone, he snapped several pictures, choosing the best one for his lock screen. Ding! The system's notification rang in his ears. "Host has reached outer space. Please exit the capsule and face the sun to begin evolution." Lin Feng blinked. "Wait, what?" "Exit the capsule." The system remained firm. "Yes, host. Please exit the capsule." Lin Feng's eye twitched. "Are you crazy? Space is minus 270 degrees. Trust the system. Everything is under control." Lin Feng took a deep breath. No turning back now. Bracing himself, he pressed the hatch release. The vacuum of space pulled him out. He floated freely in the void, bathed in sunlight. An intense warmth enveloped him. Power surged through his body. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Evolution had begun.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Time flies. It has been 2 or 3 months since Lin Feng arrived in outer space. During this period, Lin Feng, under the influence of the system, has been in a deep sleep state. The optimized Kryptonian blood is constantly transforming Lin Feng's body. Combined with the radiation from the yellow fixed star, Lin Feng's body became stronger and stronger. On Earth, Tony has to observe Lin Feng's status almost every few days, in order to ensure that his wonderful friend is still alive. However, every time, Lin Feng's physical data showed normal. The words about the survival of the living body made Tony and J.A.R.V.S call it outrageous. Floating in outer space without eating or drinking, without Lin Feng becoming stronger, Tony has already been surprised. Since Lin Feng is fine, fortunately Tony no longer pays attention to Lin Feng, who is floating around. He has recently researched a new big toy, which is an extension of his creation in the cave. He named it Mark II. There is no doubt about Tony's scientific research strength. A few days later, Tony flew into the sky wearing Mark II and was as happy as an idiot. Even the fact that he almost got a lunchbox because of freezing during the test couldn't extinguish Tony's excitement. On Earth, apart from Tony Stark, who observes Lin Feng from time to time, there is also a black stewed egg who also notices the existence of Lin Feng. At the moment, Nick Fury is sitting in his office with Phil Coulson at his desk. Phil Coulson handed Nick Fury a tablet, and the picture on the tablet was the picture of Lin Feng floating in space. Nick Fury stared at the screen for a long time, then looked at Phil Coulson. The two looked at each other strangely, and seemed a little speechless. As if he couldn't bear the strange atmosphere, the black marinated egg spoke. He has been floating in space for more than 2 months. Yes, Chief. Even the posture hasn't changed. Yes, Chief. Alive. Yes, Chief. Ms. Fuck. Yes, Chief. Phil Coulson echoed. Huh. Black braised egg stared at him with the only remaining eye. Director, should we contact Tony Stark? The data shows that Tony Stark sent this man to outer space. Black braised egg tapped the table with his hands, thought for a moment, and rejected the proposal. No, just focus on Tony Stark and his toys for now. This Lin Feng, let the monitoring team continue to monitor, and notify me as soon as there is any change. The black stewed egg gave the order. Yes, Chief. After Phil Coulson went out, there was only one person left in the huge office. He opened the desk drawer and took out a document. A large line of red letters on the cover of the document, the Avengers Plan. And the timeline of at the moment also came to the end of Iron Man 1. In space, the sound of the system came again to Lin Feng, who had been sleeping for a long time. Ding! The evolution is complete, the Kryptonian bloodline has integrated. Congratulations to the host for completing all the novice tasks, the system is officially binding. Lin Feng opened his eyes suddenly, and there seemed to be a red light shooting out of them. Binding, 1, 15, 37, 59, 98, 100. The binding is successful, the evolution system is at your service. This system is a special system for Kryptonian bloodline evolution. With the help of the system, the host will become the strongest Superman. With the sound of the system falling, Lin Feng finally completed the novice task. Reaching out and clenched his fist, Lin Feng felt stronger and healthier than ever before. It seems that every cell in the body is full of huge amounts of energy, and it is ready to come out. Good guy, is this the power of the Man of Steel? Feeling the current body in detail, Lin Feng couldn't help admiring. System, open the personal panel. Lin Feng called. A transparent screen that only Lin Feng could see suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Evolution system, host, Lin Feng. Reputation point, 10. Reputation point can be exchanged for various commodities in the system store. Ability, Superman Man of Steel, can be upgraded. Current tasks, none. System store, level 1. The panel is very simple and clear at a glance. Lin Feng keenly noticed that there was a big word upgrade behind his ability. He asked, system, but what about the upgrade? The system answers questions online. Upgrade means ability can be upgraded. The host can use reputation points to upgrade Superman's ability of Iron Man, and can also exchange for more powerful Superman templates, such as Silver Superman. The host can check the system store. The options available for exchange have been filled. Hearing this, Lin Feng opened the system store and saw Superman's various abilities exchanges. The Silver Superman template is also in the system store, but Silver Superman exchange requires level 2 store permission and 100 million reputation points. Currently, Lin Feng has level 1 exchange authority. If he wants to upgrade to level 2 exchange authority, he needs to achieve the achievement of a cumulative reputation value of 50 million. For a level 3 store, 200 million reputation points are required. The only things that can be exchanged for level 1 permissions are some small items from various universes, such as Superman's glasses, Aquaman's replica of the Trident, Tony Stark's spent reactor. Lin Feng saw a pair of black briefs with a question mark on his face. What the hell? And Black Widow's original underwear? And it only requires 10 reputation points. Poisonous? Lin Feng couldn't help complaining, and looked at his reputation again. Good guy, just enough to exchange for 1. System, how do you get reputation points? Lin Feng asked weakly. There are 3 channels for obtaining reputation points. The system popped up and explained. First, complete the task acquisition issued by the system for the host. Second, the host's influence caused by resolving each crisis under the identity of Superman will be converted into reputation points. Third, the host's positive image in the minds of the public, as well as the public's affirmation and worship of the host's behavior, will continue to provide the host with reputation points. Just keep it simple. It is the host who rescued a person, and this person's gratitude and worship to the host will generate reputation points. In addition, the more people pay attention to the host, the more reputation points the host will get. Understood? This is to make me a star. Lin Feng clapped his hands and suddenly realized. I remember that Superman, who remembers the movie, is also well known in the metropolis. People even built huge amounts of personal statues for Superman spontaneously, and some streets will hang the S logo on Superman's chest. From this point of view, it is not difficult to obtain prestige points, as long as Lin Feng intervenes in the plot, and then learns from Superman to save people in danger from time to time. Over time, the gratitude of these people will become a source of Lin Feng's reputation. Like endless leaks. After learning about the system, Lin Feng started to feel itchy. Just got the Superman Man of Steel ability and can't wait to build something to test how strong I am now. Resisting the urge to punch the moon twice, Lin Feng decided to ask the system what tasks it could do now. Ding, plot mission detected. Help Tony Stark defeat Obadiah. The system is very powerful. System Quest, help Tony Stark, defeat Obadiah. Mission Reward, 1 million reputation points, a black Superman battlesuit. Task time limit, 3 hours. Good guy, Lin Feng is a little surprised, strengthening a Superman physique, so much time has passed. Has Tony Steel battlesuit been built? Host, your original physique is an ordinary person, and it will take a little longer to safely activate the Kryptonian blood. The system answered Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng nodded. 3 months didn't mean anything to him, and he didn't have to go to work now. I just didn't expect it to take so long. The time limit for the task is only 3 hours, so it is better to complete the task before talking about other things. Immediately, Lin Feng used the supervision he had just obtained. The originally blue and white planet rapidly enlarged in Lin Feng's sight, and his eyes scanned the Earth like satellites. Lin Feng probably knew where Tony's company was located, so he quickly found Tony, who was having a friendly exchange of force with Obadiah. Leaning down, Lin Feng flew directly towards Tony's position, and at the same time used his super hearing. That's all you've got. Tony was talking trash, looking for an opening for Obadiah. Tony of at the moment is wearing the improved Mark III, the original smooth and flat mechanical armor was pitted by Obadiah. Hearing that Tony was still mocking Obadiah, Lin Feng curled his lips. Good guy, Tony is stinking again. On the ground, Obadiah manipulated the mecha, took a step forward, and swung a big pendulum on Tony's chest, flying Mark III directly, unable to get up for a long time. I love this battlesuit. Obadiah laughed wildly and rushed forward to make up for it again. He felt that he was the only one talking about Stark Industries who was wearing the armor. Tony's Mark III was stepped on by Obadiah, sparks burst out, and then kicked out again, making Iron Man Tony perform a trapeze with a bang. Oh, Lin Feng looked at it while flying, and what he saw was a burst of toothache. It seemed to be in pain. Kankin stabilized his figure in midair. Tony Stark panted heavily, the reactor on his chest flickered continuously. Sir, energy remaining 7J.A.R.V.I.S dutifully reminded. A shell hit, and Tony, who had little energy left, did not escape completely and was hit in the right arm. The cannonball exploded immediately, and Tony was hit and fell down. For a moment, a crazy red flickered inside the visor. The impact system has been offline, the missile has been offline, and there are multiple soft tissue bruises on the body. Damn it, I can feel it even if you don't tell me. The pain from multiple places in his body made Tony grit his teeth. J.A.R.V.S. If you have any good proposals, come up with them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll have to arrange a funeral for your boss. Tony cursed, stalling for time by bombarding Obadiah with what little energy he had left. Sir, maybe, Mr. Lin Feng can help you. J.A.R.V.S. said suddenly. Lin, isn't that kid floating in outer space? Tony asked, panting. Sir, look up. The display inside Tony's visor suddenly marked a highlighted flight object. Tony looked up into the sky suspiciously, causing Obadiah to look into the sky too. The next moment, a human-shaped object fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, smashing a hole in the ground between the two of them, stirring up huge amounts of smoke and dust that enveloped the audience. Sir, look up. A bright red logo suddenly appeared in Tony's mask and fell from the sky. Bump! I saw that the logo smashed heavily between the two people who were fighting in the blink of an eye. A hole was punched out of the asphalt road abruptly, and a cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the audience. A figure could be vaguely seen in the smoke and dust, who seemed to be kneeling on the ground in a strange posture. Lin, is that you? Tony Stark asked tentatively. Ahem. Hi Tony. Unscathed, Lin Feng waved his hands to disperse the smoke and dust, and walked out of the hole. He greeted Tony Stark awkwardly. The first flight, and in order to save Tony, the speed was faster. Originally wanted to imitate Tony's battle armor style, smashing the ground, and made a handsome appearance, but the landing was not very proficient. Whoa, K. Tony paused. His eyes swept back and forth between Lin Feng and the sky in amazement and some doubts, and finally turned his eyes to the big pit. Dude, did you fall from space? No. Lin Feng quickly shook his head in denial. How could such a shameful statement be used? To be precise, it should have flown down. It's just my first flight, and I'm not very proficient. Lin Feng laughed and argued. Seeing that Tony was still looking at the hole he made, Lin Feng couldn't help it. Stop looking at this pit. It was just an accident, trust me. Lin Feng's words drew Tony's gaze back. Oh, dude, I don't even know what to say. Tony pointed at Lin Feng. You are definitely an alien. No, I'm from Earth. Lin Feng retorted. Which Earthling can fly? Tony shot back. Lin Feng was completely silent. I can explain. Without waiting for Lin Feng to explain, Obadiah, who was on the side, saw the two chatting as if no one was there, and immediately became angry. There was a mechanical roar, and Obadiah raised his mechanical arm to point at Lin Feng. Hey, black-haired boy, Obadiah called. Huh. Lin Feng turned his head to look. You called me. Obadiah opened the mask and nodded. I don't care what relationship you have with Tony Stark, I'll give you a minute to get out of here. As he spoke, the huge amounts of mechanical arm quickly heard the sound of shapeshifting, and a small rocket launcher. You don't want to make sacrifices for this dude. Obadiah didn't fire the rocket directly, and the whole Lin Feng made him a little afraid of Lin Feng. His only target was Tony Stark, and Obadiah didn't want to provoke an unknown existence like Lin Feng. It would be great if he could leave. If not, Obadiah will try to see if Lin Feng can stop the rocket launcher. Oh, I can't promise you that. Tony gave me a villa as a reward. Lin Feng touched his chin and said in a false manner. As soon as the voice fell, there was a bang. Obadiah's rocket hit Lin Feng accurately with a trail. The cunning Obadiah blasted out without any hesitation, and immediately exploded a flower with huge amounts of firework. Lin, Tony yelled worriedly. Lin Feng doesn't have Mark III on him. If Lin Feng dies because of this problem, Tony feels that he will live in guilt for a long time. Oh, I'm fine, Tony. Lin Feng slowly walked out of the smoke and dust. To be honest, I was taken aback when I was hit by a rocket just now, but the rocket hit the body like a tickle. It's not powerful. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise. The Man of Steel is really easy to use. Seeing that Lin Feng was unharmed, both Tony and Obadiah stared. Not to mention that the skin wasn't broken. Under the protection of the biological force field, Lin Feng didn't even have the slightest bit of damage to his clothes. What a monster. Obadiah was shocked and angry. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rockets hit Lin Feng again regardless of front or back. However, it still didn't cause even the slightest harm to Lin Feng. Are you tickling me? Lin Feng pouted disdainfully, feeling a little bored. Under Man of Steel's ability, Obadiah's attack seemed boring and childish. This is not to blame for Obadiah. Superman's ability is completely unreasonable against Obadiah. Obadiah has no chance of winning in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng squatted slightly, and said, "There is an old saying in my hometown, it's not rude to be called. You also take a shot at me." As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng accelerated instantly, and punched Obadiah's chest before he had time to react. Bump! There was a huge amount of impact sound, and the huge mechanical body flew out in an instant. Lin Feng's punch directly caused a sonic boom, sending Obadiah flying tens of meters away, and embedded him in the ruins. Poor Obadiah got his lunch before he could say a few more harsh words. Superman's fist is so terrifying. Lin Feng blew his fist disdainfully. Is this the end? Boring. The current steel armor is simply vulnerable to Lin Feng's fists. Maybe after the Mark 50 series in the later stage, it will be able to last a few seconds under Lin Feng's hands. J.A.R.V.S. Did you see that? Tony, who was watching from the sidelines, asked. Lin Feng's punch was simply beyond his knowledge. It's not like what a human being can type out at all. Saw sir. J.A.R.V.S. replied. Just now Mr. Lin Feng's punch has surpassed the speed of sound. I can't even imagine it. And Obadiah is dead, sir. J.A.R.V.S. digitized the power of Lin Feng's punch just now and displayed it. That punch directly broke through the speed of sound, and Obadiah also died directly under this blow. The armor on the chest was dented, directly crushing the Obadians. Call. Tony took a long breath and ordered, contact the logistics team to deal with the scene. JARVIS. What happened in the past 2 days was too outrageous. Whether it was Obadiah's betrayal or the strength shown by Lin Feng's return, Tony felt that he needed to be quiet. Is my reactor still working? I mean, that. Tony pointed to Obadiah's mech lying not far away. Mr. Lin Feng's punch hit the area of the reactor just right. Okay, Tony said a little speechlessly. He had to build another reactor when he went back. Hey, Tony, how's it going? I punched you just now. Lin Feng, who ended the fight with a punch, lacked interest and asked Tony, who was stunned for a while, running over. You're a monster, Lin. Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't deny it. I don't think anyone will doubt you even if you say you are an alien. But now is not the time to talk about it. We should leave. My people will take care of the scene, Tony said. A little later, those annoying reporters will come around again. Lin Feng nodded and asked, okay Tony, then, shall I come to see you again tomorrow? Lin Feng also knew that Tony had just gone through a big battle and needed to rest, so he prepared to fly back to his villa without saying much. Wait, Lin, take me back to the villa, and I have some questions to ask you by the way. Tony reached out to stop Lin Feng who was about to take off, and said. Lin Feng nodded again, took a step forward and put his arms around Tony's shoulders and said, grab it. In the next second, one person and one iron soared into the sky and quickly flew to Tony's villa, and the little pepper from at the moment was also on the way. Back at the villa, with the help of J.A.R.V.S, Tony took off his armor and took a pack of ice cubes and applied it to his head to reduce the swelling. Taking out a bottle of whiskey again, Tony sat opposite Lin Feng who had been waiting for a while. While waiting, Lin Feng turned on the TV, which was reporting the battle in front of the Stark industry in real time. Hey, Tony, you're famous. Lin Feng joked, pointing at the TV with a smile all over his face. I've always been famous. Tony Stark rolled his eyes and looked at the TV as well. Tonight's battle was quickly captured by the reporters. Although the reactors of the Stark group were not blown up like in the original book, these reporters were like a cat seeing a fish. They rushed to report what happened, and kept exaggerating. I don't know which bold person took the picture, it is clear and close. In the footage, Stark was seen fighting back and forth with Obadiah in his battle armor, and the reports made it to the evening news. The rapid spread of the internet has allowed this information to occupy major forums and video sites. The entire process of the event was constantly broadcast on TV. In the video, Iron Man is gradually at a disadvantage. After all, Tony has no combat experience now, and coupled with the lack of energy in the reactor, he has no advantage in front of Obadiah. Suddenly the screen changed, and Lin Feng's figure appeared on the screen. The strange way of landing and a punch that surpassed the speed of sound directly caused the host to exclaim. Some speculated that Lin Feng belonged to a super ability user, some speculated that Lin Feng belonged to an alien, and some speculated that Lin Feng was a secret weapon of the Stark industry, but most still speculated that Lin Feng belonged to a mutant. At this situation, Tony couldn't help laughing. He looked at Lin Feng teasingly. Now you are also famous. This pretty boy was speechless. His own face was clearly visible on the screen, and Lin Feng looked a little embarrassed. I was careless. Why didn't I forget to find a cloth to cover my face? But it's not a big problem. After all, you still have to show your face. Otherwise, where does the reputation come from? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, gaining a reputation of 1 million and a black Superman battlesuit. The system sounded and the task rewards were settled. Lin Feng opened the system space, and a black battlesuit lay quietly inside. Black Superman battlesuit. The Superman battlesuit made of special materials has a unique technology for restoring physical strength and healing injuries, and at the same time has the ability to enhance the ability to absorb solar radiation. Seeing the powerful battlesuit, Lin Feng's mood immediately improved, but the rewards are not just these. In this incident, the host is expected to gain a reputation of more than 1 million, and the specific reputation will have to wait for time to ferment. The system's beautiful notification sound came. Lin Feng had already left when Little Pepper returned to the villa. Tony didn't ask too many questions, but simply learned about Lin Feng's ability, and said that he wanted to give Lin Feng an ability test some other day, and he was very curious about Lin Feng's ability. Then Tony still had some finishing work to do, so Lin Feng left first. Lin Feng from at the moment is flying happily in the night sky, flying an S shape for a while, and a B shape for a while. It's just a happy comparison. Human beings have always longed to fly like birds, but sitting in an airplane and being able to fly by themselves are two completely different experiences. It is an honor that Lin Feng has been granted this privilege. Li Feng, who is flying everywhere, doesn't care whether he will be detected by radar. The reason why Tony was detected by radar was because the battle armor Tony was wearing was a big metal egg that could fly. Unlike Lin Feng, radar generally only captures objects that reflect radar waves. Taking a step back, Lin Feng wouldn't be worried even if he was discovered. They have all become Superman. Do they still have to pick up and live cautiously? Lin Feng said that he couldn't do it. After all, he was only in his 20s, and his mentality was still very young. Lin Feng's mentality at the moment seems to be no different from Tony Stark's first flight into the sky. While Lin Feng was flying, he did not forget to use super hearing to cover the entire waist twister. He remembered that in the novels he had read in his previous life, there were plots where the main character saved people everywhere, and what he read Lin Feng wished that he was the one who saved people. Now that Lin Feng has enough ability, he also wants to pretend to be a bee to experience what it feels like. What's more, it only took one punch to deal with Obadiah just now, and it didn't even count as a warm-up exercise, which made Lin Feng always feel that something was missing. With the blessing of super hearing, the voices of the waist twisters poured into Lin Feng's ears like a flood. Is Tony flirting with Pepper? Spicy eyes, how did you hear this? Da-da-da. There is also the sound of gunfire, which seems to be the area of Hell's Kitchen, which is indeed a free country. Good guy, and domestic violence? Lin Feng continued to listen with great interest. It's still a woman beating a man. Such a miserable man. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. It's not convenient to manage other people's housework. Listen again. Lin Feng, who turned into a radio for the first time, excitedly eavesdropped on the information. However, after listening for a long time, I didn't find anyone who needed my help. Lin Feng gave up and decided to go home and sleep. However, in the next second, a scream sounded from beside his ear. Help! Lin Feng was startled and stopped in midair. Isn't this coming? Following the sound, supervision passed through several buildings and soon found the source of the sound. On a cold side street about 3 or 4 kilometers away, 4 or 5 Ouija members surrounded and blocked a blonde young woman with a camera in her hand. Have you ever encountered such a scenario for yourself? Lin Feng clicked his tongue. He used to watch small videos, in which the foreigners always said that his hometown was very dangerous at night. Lin Feng still didn't believe it, but the facts proved that the foreign friends were right. Lin Feng swooped down and flew towards them. He didn't forget to change the call system into a black Superman battlesuit. He likes this color. Flight was extremely fast, and the distance of 3 kilometers was reached in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng didn't go down immediately, but stopped in midair and started to observe. Let me go, please. I saw the young woman begging for mercy in a low voice, her tone full of panic, her eyes constantly wandering, looking for an opportunity to escape. God knows how she would rush to Hell's Kitchen to collect evidence of Grey Street's transactions. Little girl, you took pictures of things you shouldn't have taken. Still want to see the sun tomorrow. How naive? I've been in New York for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a reporter dare to go to Hell's Kitchen. It's a pity, miss, the boss said that you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. But don't worry, before you get rid of you, you will use another way to get to heaven, trust me. Several Grey Street members grinned grinningly as they slowly approached the young woman. They were not in a hurry and enjoyed the process of persecution. The young woman was forced to keep backing away. She gritted her teeth and raised the camera in her hand, as if she wanted to use the camera as a weapon. This action was exchanged for the laughter of the Grey Street members. In the eyes of several Grey Street members, it was just a dying struggle. Seeing the arrogant Grey Street members getting closer, just when the young woman felt that she was going to die soon. Suddenly, a voice sounded from several people's heads. What's so funny about this big night? Take me one. Hearing the sound, several people looked up suspiciously, and almost all of them shrank their pupils suddenly. In midair, a man wearing a tight black armor was floating, and the huge S-shaped logo on his chest was very conspicuous. Seeing the eyes of several people focus on him, Lin Feng swooped down and landed like a Tony, blocking the young woman. Very good, the ground was not smashed this time, and the vanity was greatly satisfied. Lin Feng is very satisfied. Talk, what about a big party at night? Take me one. Seeing Lin Feng flying down from the sky, several Huija members obviously regarded him as a mutant, and they all felt a little faint. Brother, mutant can't control Hell's Kitchen, you'd better leave. The leading member of Huija took out a pistol, pointed it at Lin Feng, and threatened Lin Feng sternly. I'm not a mutant. Lin Feng looked at the gun in the gangster's hand and sneered disdainfully, and provocatively said, that's it? A small pistol. As he spoke, he stretched his head forward and pointed to his head. Come on. Hit here. Rockets are only for tickling yourself. Who is that small firestick insulting? You asked for this? Keep your eyes open in your next life, the leader of the Grey Street members shouted. Boom! With a gunshot, the bullet accurately hit Lin Feng's forehead, and then turned into a metal bullet and fell to the ground. The scene suddenly fell silent, only the sound of bullets landing. Good marksmanship. Lin Feng joked. Boom, boom, boom. The unbelieving members of Grey Street fired several shots, without any accident, without any effect. Damn it, you're a monster. Seeing that the situation was not good, the members of Grey Street turned and scattered. Can they run faster than Lin Feng? Lin Feng rushed up and gave a bag to each of them, and they all fell to the ground and passed out. Poorly weak, Lin Feng sighed. Ordinary people have absolutely no resistance ability in front of Superman. After finishing off the members of Grey Street, Lin Feng made a melancholy speech. Lin Feng turned his head to look, and the protagonist tonight seemed to have not recovered. Lin Feng took 2 steps forward, and the young woman subconsciously took 2 steps back. Lin Feng had no choice but to stop, smiling, to make himself look more serious. Hi, miss, are you okay? It's okay, it's okay. Thank you for saving me, sir. The young woman finally came to her senses and thanked her repeatedly, patting her small hands on her chest to relieve her nervousness. She breathed a long sigh of relief. Her mind was still in a mess. Subconsciously she wanted to raise her phone to take a picture of Lin Feng. The young female reporter was threatened by members of Grey Street, and the handsome passers-by were eager to rescue her. This is the news that girls like to watch. Some ingredients have to be added, otherwise it will not be explosive enough. If Lin Feng knew that she thought so, she would definitely complain about a big-hearted workaholic. One moment she was about to be sent to heaven, and the next moment she could still be thinking wildly here. Seeing that the young woman remained silent for a long time, Lin Feng thought she hadn't recovered yet, so he waved his hand and said, since you're fine, let's go home early. It's not safe for a beautiful woman to walk on the street at night. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng is about to fly away. Although he has super endurance, Lin Feng still feels that he should not give up his previous routine. Now he wants to go home, have a delicious meal, and then have a good sleep. After all, eating and sleeping are not just rest for Lin Feng, but more of a kind of enjoyment. Oh wait, sir. The young woman stopped Lin Feng. Is there anything else? Well, can I go to your house to stay for a night? The young woman said. Her pretty face flushed as soon as she finished speaking, and she also noticed something wrong with her words. Huh. Lin Feng maintained a slightly half-squatting posture ready to fly into the sky, tilting his head and looking at the young woman with a black question mark on his face. His posture was a bit weird. No, it's not what you think it is. I took pictures of the evidence of their transactions and was discovered. My current residence must no longer be safe, so I think. Seeing Lin Feng's expression became more and more strange, the young woman pointed to the camera hanging on her chest, and hurriedly explained. The amount of information in the photos taken is too large. If I am found, if I go back, I will definitely not survive tonight. Lin Feng smacked his lips, looking a little speechless, and suddenly felt like he was going to be a nanny. Some trouble. But Lin Feng felt that since he met him, he would help if he could. It would be a pity if such a beautiful reporter was ruined by Huija. For the sake of beauty, I agree to your request. Okay, I agree with you to stay for one night. Under the woman's expectant eyes, Lin Feng agreed to the request, and then under the woman's exclamation again, Lin Feng grabbed her slender waist and soared into the sky. As for why they didn't take a taxi together, Lin Feng said that it was too slow, and he couldn't justifiably hug beautiful women. Taking the young woman back to the villa, Lin Feng carefully poured a cup of hot cocoa and handed it over. Lupin, a werewolf professor, said that eating chocolate can relieve fear and tension. But I don't know if it's true or not. My name is Lin Feng, what about you? Lin Feng asked. At the moment he took a good look at this young woman, unexpectedly found that this young woman looked a bit like a movie he had seen before. It seems to be called the Fantastic Four, the invisible woman named Susan. It's just that the woman in front of him is more beautiful and moving than the invisible woman in Fantastic Four. Well, the bear is much bigger. My name is Susan. Susan Carter, I'm a reporter. The young woman took the hot cocoa and thanked her. She had just experienced a trapeze, and her emotions had not yet eased. Hearing Susan's name, Lin Feng was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked at Susan suspiciously and asked, "You don't have a big brother called Reed, do you? Who is that?" Susan replied suspiciously, "I don't have a big brother, but I have a younger sister who is 5 years old this year." Susan was sipping hot cocoa while answering Lin Feng's questions, looking at Lin Feng from time to time, and lowering her head again. The light was too dim to see clearly just now, only then did Susan realize that the one who saved her was actually a big boy who looked very sunny. The lines are soft and full of powerful muscles, and the black eyes give people a deep but bright feeling. It seems that he is younger than himself. "What are you looking at?" Lin Feng couldn't help asking, seeing Susan pecking like a chicken. I'm sorry." Susan felt a little embarrassed after being caught. "I'm just curious, I've never seen anyone who can fly. Are you a mutant?" Facing Susan's question, Lin Feng seemed a little speechless. Why does everyone think he is a mutant? "I'm not a mutant. It's not a mutant that has super abilities." "Then are you from the Xia Kingdom?" Susan, who drank hot cocoa, had completely recovered. Lin Feng's black hair and black eyes reminded her of that ancient and mysterious oriental country. "In my impression, only a few countries in the East can have such pure black hair and black eyes." "What? Isn't it obvious?" Lin Feng pinched the bangs on his forehead and joked. Black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin marked Lin Feng's identity. Well, the beautiful girl is speechless. This lifesaver, he is not very good at chatting. "What was the word my little sister said to me 2 days ago?" "Correct. Straight man?" "This powerful oriental man is probably right," Susan complained in her heart. Seeing Susan being teased by him for a long time and unable to speak, Lin Feng laughed. He also poured himself a cup of hot cocoa, with the bonus of Superman's physique. He is not afraid of getting fat at all now, and can eat whatever he wants. "Let's talk about you, little reporter." Lin Feng decided to find out what this female reporter had done in order to keep the atmosphere from getting cold. "I'm curious what you took pictures of." "I'm not a little reporter." Hearing Lin Feng teasing herself, Susan couldn't help but rolled her eyes angrily. Then he slowly told what happened. It turned out that Susan was a recent college graduate. Influenced by the reporter's parents, she was working hard to become the first sister of CBB TV station when she first entered the society. 3 months ago, Stark Industries announced a ban on the sale of weapons, setting off a storm of underground transactions. Through investigation, Susan discovered that some members of Grey Street had actually prepared a large number of Stark industrial weapons for sale, many of which included missiles. This gave her a whiff of big news. In order to make some achievements as soon as possible, the hot-headed Susan went to film the trading scene of the Grey Street members without telling the TV station. However, Susan overestimated her own tracking ability and underestimated the opponent's anti-reconnaissance ability. Any member of Grey Street is not something that a small reporter can provoke. The rats in Hell's Kitchen didn't expect there to be such a fearless reporter who dared to go to them to collect so-called evidence, and immediately ordered Susan to be dealt with on the spot. But Susan seemed to have the ability to escape, slippery like a loach, and the members of Grey Street caught it several times but failed to catch it. The transaction party angrily offered a reward of $20,000 for her life. "This is great, the gangsters on Grey Street have a job to do, and whoever gets her life first will get a reward of $20,000. The quick-wit Susan ran away for 3 days in a row, but her vigilance was greatly reduced due to the exhaustion of running for her life, and she was finally surrounded by several mice. If Lin Feng hadn't appeared today, it is estimated that Susan's life would have cost $20,000. After listening to Susan's description, Lin Feng couldn't help but look at her more. "Good guy, this reporter is super brave. I would like to call you a female hero. You are so brave." Lin Feng praised with a thumbs up. "Stop joking, Mr. Lin." Susan wanted to cry without tears. "I don't know what to do next now, God knows how much I regret it." Susan's eyes were a little red. Speaking of sadness, 2 tears were shed. She is still young, and there is a bright future waiting for her. She doesn't want to die young so soon. Mother will be very sad. "Just call me Linear," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Since it is related to Stark Industries weapons, maybe I can help a little." Lin Feng gave Susan hope in one sentence. Since he has some relationship with Tony Stark, Lin Feng doesn't mind doing a little favor. Sushan hugged Lin Feng's arm as soon as she heard this, staring at him closely with red eyes, and asked eagerly, "Really? Lin, can you really help me?" Susan knew that a strange person like Lin Feng must have a way to help herself. Even if Hell's Kitchen can't revoke the bounty offered to him, he should be able to save his life. At this moment, she is like a drowning person. She will hold tightly in her hands whenever she encounters a straw. "Really? Really? Let go first." Lin Feng, who was attacked by surprise, called a good guy. "Is this reporter so predictable? What did you grow up eating? Nima Superman can't stand this kind of offensive." "Hug, I'm sorry." Susan also realized something was wrong, and blushed and let go of her hand. The behavior just now was just subconsciously grabbing a life-saving straw. Seeing Susan let go, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, before continuing. "I have a good relationship with Tony Stark. He has a press hearing tomorrow. I'll talk to him about it after the meeting. You can stay here for the first 2 days. You can choose any guest room on the first floor." There is also food in the refrigerator. If you are hungry, make some yourself. By the way, can you cook? If not, just order takeaway. Lin Feng asked. Yes. Susan nodded. Her home economics class was perfect. That's fine. Now, go pick a room to wash up and sleep, little reporter. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He was about to go to bed himself. He originally planned to make something to eat, but after listening to the story for a long time, he seemed to have eaten melon for a long time, and he didn't want to eat anything else. In the future, don't take any evidence of Grey Street transactions. This is not something you can bear. After explaining, Lin Feng warned somewhat sternly that in this case, he can save the first time and the second time. There are too many times, and there will always be times when Lin Feng can't catch him, and if he doesn't catch him once, he really needs to be fooled. I know. Also, I've already said that I'm not a little reporter. Susan retorted. Just graduated? Aren't you a young reporter? Lin Feng looked at Susan with disdain, and made Susan blush. Straight man. Susan stumped angrily and went to choose a room. Lin Feng was disdainful, and put away the cups on the table. A little reporter? Ridiculous. Lin. Susan called. Lin Feng followed the prestige, and saw that Susan, who had chosen the room, only showed a small head looking at him. What happened again? Thank you. Boom. After speaking, Susan quickly closed the door. Lin Feng shook his head, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The first time he saved someone, not counting Tony, it felt pretty good. After tidying up and taking a shower, Lin Feng went to sleep, and will get up early tomorrow to witness a famous scene. Lin Feng fell asleep here. Black braised egg worked overtime with dark circles under her eyes. Looking at the report on the table and the video on the meeting screen, Hamilton's complexion seemed to turn darker. Standing next to him was Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson also had 2 dark circles under his eyes, looking at the screen together in silence. On the screen, it was the scene of Lin Feng punching Obadiah flying. At least 10 tons of power, even dozens of tons, this punch. Phil Coulson said. None of the Captain America he admires has this power, and he can fly. I can see it. Phil Coulson. Black braised egg pointed to his one eye. The appearance of Lin Feng was another unexpected existence for black braised eggs. In the past few days, the matter of Tony Stark has already made him very dizzy, and he has never been able to find a chance to talk to Tony Stark, so Lin Feng popped up again. It seems to be friends with Tony Stark. I hope this black-haired kid won't be difficult to deal with. Black braised egg was thinking about it. Isn't Tony Stark going to have a press conference tomorrow morning? Will he be there? Black braised egg asked Phil Coulson. According to the information we intercepted, Lin Feng has already received a call from J.A.R.V.I.S, and there is a high probability that he will go. Hearing this, the black-stewed egg nodded, and ordered, tomorrow, you bring 2 people and meet Lin Feng after the meeting to test it out. I want to know if he can be part of the plan. Also, increase Lin Feng's confidentiality level. That's all for now. He refused the little reporter's request to take him to the press conference. Lin Feng drove the R8 to the press conference alone. He didn't dare to fly around in broad daylight. There were many people. Unlike night, when he was wearing black clothes, people would hardly notice. Pepper here is playing with Tony's face. Cover all the wounds on Tony's face with concealer until nothing abnormal is visible. Phil Coulson is constantly explaining some details. On the TV behind him, Rhodes was making up and explaining the explosion that happened last night to a group of reporters. Here's your alibi. Phil Coulson handed Tony 2 sheets of manuscript paper. You were on your yacht all night last night? And sworn testimony from your 50 guests. There is evidence at the port that you were in Avalon last night and did not leave. Tony took the manuscript paper and raised his eyebrows. Very good, but I hope it's just me and Pepper. Alone on the island. Tony said, looking at Pepper, who was still working on his face, and blinked. Also, what about Lin Feng? I mean that black-haired kid. He's your bodyguard? Makes sense. Are you kidding me? Those reporters will believe this statement? Is this reason untenable? Tony had a black question mark on his face. It's okay, we do this kind of thing a lot. Phil Coulson smiled confidently. There is no other better explanation, just follow the script I gave you, and all this will pass soon. You have 90 seconds. Well, I hope Lin Feng won't punch me angrily. Tony shrugged. God knows if Lin Feng would be so stingy. Phil Coulson left temporarily, and Pepper put on the coat for Tony, and the wound on his face was completely invisible under her operations. Straightening his collar, Tony strode toward the front hall. As soon as he appeared, he shot Tony Stark with long guns and short guns. And Tony doesn't even bat an eye, he's used to it. Going up to the podium, adjusting the position of the microphone, and taking out the manuscript, Tony got straight to the point. Some people speculate that I was involved in the incident that happened on the highway and on the roof. Before Tony finished reading a sentence, a discordant voice appeared in the venue. Didn't give Stark Industries any face. Sorry, Mr. Stark. The blonde female reporter sitting in the front row interrupted Tony's speech very forcefully. You really think we're going to believe it's a bodyguard in a steel battle suit, showing up just in time? Tony frowned and looked at the female reporter without speaking. The female reporter continued to ask uninterestedly, there is also that human being with a punch that has at least dozens of tons of strength. Or mutant? As far as I know, he seems to be the one you brought back from the cave where you died. How do you explain if he? Tony waved his hand and directly interrupted the female reporter's question. I know you are very puzzled, but please don't question Party G's question and make crazy accusations. And Lin, he is my friend, and he is not a mutant like you guessed. But I guess I don't have to explain my friend to you, do I? Tony's tone was tough. I have nothing to say about your question. Tony mercilessly reached out and nodded to the female reporter, signaling her to pay attention. Tony has always been a strong person, and he is not afraid of the reporter's nonsense. In the absence of evidence, it's not enough to give them a few guts. Stark Industries is not vegetarian? At this moment, Tony's aura as the helm of Stark Industries is fully open, and the overwhelmed female reporter is a little speechless for a while. The female reporter closed her mouth. Tony turned the microphone and continued to make up nonsense. He didn't realize that Lin Feng was in the audience. He was wearing sunglasses, hiding behind the reporters with a smile on his face, watching Tony Stark wrangling with the female reporter. On the stage, seeing Tony's words getting more and more outrageous, Rhodes had no choice but to lean over and whispered, read according to the script. Tony. Okay. Tony nodded, reluctantly picking up the manuscript. Regarding the events of last night, the truth is that. After reading this, Tony paused for a moment, his eyes circled the field for a week. Everyone is waiting for Tony's truth, although it is probably another set of evasive rhetoric. After reading the manuscript again, Tony took a breath, and still said the sentence beyond everyone's expectations. Ironin. Whoa. The hustle and bustle filled the audience in an instant, and all the reporters exclaimed and got up and huddled together, raising their microphones and asking questions loudly, and the flashlights flickered non-stop. The whole venue was in chaos. Great news? Tony Stark admits that he is Iron Man. Some people can't escape the headache. With this sentence, the entire press conference reached its peak. It can be predicted that today's news is definitely the headlines. After witnessing the famous scene, Lin Feng took advantage of the chaos and left. There's nothing to see next. He's going to take a stroll outside, waiting for Tony Stark, and he needs to communicate with Tony about the little reporter. Besides, Phil Coulson searched the venue for a long time, but he didn't find Lin Feng right under his nose. Coupled with Tony's sentence that I am Iron Man, the whole audience was in chaos, disrupting Phil Coulson's plan. Helpless, he had no choice but to report to Heroism, who was instructed to close the team temporarily, and he would go to see Tony in person in the evening. Phil Coulson had to lead the retreat. But what he didn't expect was that nothing he did escaped Lin Feng's eyes. What's even more outrageous is that he passed Lin Feng several times but didn't notice Lin Feng. Staring at Phil Coulson retreating, Lin Feng looked away. He touched the ring he exchanged from the system store in the morning, and couldn't help but like it. Plain black ring, reduces the presence of the wearer, more powerful than Superman's glasses. Bring him, your dad won't recognize you? Additional skills, can be completely invisible for 10 minutes every 24 hours, real stealth, invisible to the naked eye, can avoid heat sources, detectors, and other detection equipment. It cost 300,000 prestige points. Now Lin Feng's reputation is only about 2 million, but it's not a loss. Lin Feng has already shown his true colors. If he doesn't have a disguise, how can he go out on the street in the future? Must not follow a group of reporters? What's more, the additional skill is worth 300,000 reputation points. Okay, be invisible for 10 minutes. Don't look at it for only 10 minutes, it's the true sense of invisibility. Lin Feng remembers that in the original book, Superman doesn't have this ability. This ability will bring huge amounts of convenience to Lin Feng no matter what he does. And it was this ring that reduced Lin Feng's presence to a terrifying level, making Phil Coulson look at Lin Feng as if he were looking at the air, and couldn't help but ignore it. If it wasn't for the fact that the skills couldn't be superimposed, Lin Feng would have bought 10 of them and worn them all over his fingers. Be invisible for 100 minutes every day? After wandering around until the evening, Tony finished dealing with the reporters and a bunch of bigwigs in the industry. But no one came up with any really useful information, and it had become an instinct for Tony to deal with them. What he doesn't want to say, it's hard for you to figure it out? The reporter got the information, or only Tony Stark is Iron Man. It was Tony Stark's friend, Lin Feng, who flew the gigantic mecha with one punch. Finally sent the last batch of reporters away, and hearing that Lin Feng had something to do with him, Tony invited him to the villa for dinner. The two drove to Tony's seaside villa in a car. In the car, Lin Feng took out the photos taken by the little reporter, and briefly explained the cause and effect. Tony said that these are small things, just let him handle them. There is no need to walk around wearing steel armor at all, just let the people under you walk around. Lin Feng also nodded and agreed to this method. The Grey Street members could never be eliminated. This also involves a large number of Grey transactions. Even if Lin Feng fires a heat ray, it won't wipe out all the rats. In the world of adults, they often choose the method with the least loss. There are many rules in it, just balance. The life of the little reporter was saved in the chat between the two big bosses. After finishing the business, Tony couldn't help his mouth stink again. Hey, Lin, you know those reporters, what do they call you now? Tony smiled cheaply and winked at Lin Feng. Looking at this expression, Lin Feng knew that he was going to be a bitch again. Those reporters call you Superboy? Ha 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 ha. Sounds like an underage kid. Too childish. Tony couldn't help laughing, and patted Lin Feng's shoulder teasingly. The little hot pepper in the front row suddenly turned around and mercilessly attacked. You who admit that you are Iron Man are more childish, Tony. Hey, who are you with? Tony was upset. Now Lin Feng laughed out loud. Actually, I would rather they call me Superman. Lin Feng said, the word Superboy. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Superman. Tony read the word carefully. Not bad, but doesn't sound as good as my Iron Man, doesn't it? How about Iron Man punching me? Oh no, Lin, we are friends, and fighting is not a good behavior. Tony quickly refused. He couldn't stand Lin Feng's punch. This guy had already been equated with a monster in his heart. Seeing Tony deflated, Lin Feng and Xiao Jiao laughed again. The whole car is full of joyful atmosphere. Not long after, during the conversation of several people, the car drove back to the villa. Pepper wisely found an excuse to go to the kitchen to inspect the preparation of dinner. That leaves room for two men who obviously have business to talk about. Tony and Lin Feng talked about interesting things while walking slowly towards the living room. When he walked into the living room, Lin Feng raised his brows suddenly, stopped the conversation, and looked towards the window. Seeing that Lin Feng stopped talking suddenly, Tony was also taken aback, and followed Lin Feng's gaze to look towards the window. Ironin. A voice came from the darkness. The voice was low and disdainful. Tony Stark, do you think you are the only superhero in the world? The figure slowly walked under the light, and when it came up, it was a blow to the horse, full of aura. Who are you? Tony Stark looked at the person with a strange expression on his face. A stranger appeared in my home, and J.A.R.V.I.S did not remind me, which means that the other party has the ability to restrict J.A.R.V.I.S activities. This is not good news for Tony. Now he can't equip the steel armor at any time, which makes him feel a sense of crisis. But don't panic, Lin Feng is still beside him. Nick Fury, Shield Director. Black Braised Egg replied, his eyes focused on Lin Feng for a while longer. Tony Stark? And Lin Feng? Can we sit down and talk about? Tony didn't refuse, but just walked towards the sofa with a cold face. He wanted to hear what the bastard who broke into his house wanted to say. Lin Feng shrugged. He didn't care, and he could probably guess what the black stewed egg was going to say. The three of them sat down around the sofa, and the atmosphere was a little dignified. I want to talk to you about the Avengers plan. Nick Fury spoke first, with a serious face. What the hell? I'm not selling Avenger missiles anymore. You're looking for the wrong person. Tony choked. There was obvious teasing between the words, and the face of the black stewed egg suddenly became darker. Lin Feng turned his head away, holding back a smile. Nick Fury blackened. Be serious, Tony. This is about your future. Wow. Tony looked at the black marinated egg with his nostrils. Do I need to pay to watch the future? Lin Feng held his breath hard. He was afraid that he would laugh out loud if he didn't pay attention. Dude, as expected of Tony. Being interrupted twice, the black corned egg was obviously a little angry. He stared at Tony with one eye, and didn't speak. Tony was horrified by his stare and was defeated. Okay, tell me about your... That what? What plan? The Avengers plan. Black Braised Egg took a deep breath, suppressed his anger forcibly, and emphasized every word. Following the explanation of the black stewed eggs, Lin Feng and Tony understood the general meaning of the plan. To put it simply, it is to gather people with ability together to see if they can play the role of 1 + 1 greater than 2. When the Earth and mankind need it, stand up against foreign enemies, or fight against those uncertain enemies together. Tony nodded patiently and perfunctorily, but Lin Feng was interested and listened to each other. This sense of reality, like participating in a movie, made him feel very fresh. Probably that's it. What's your opinion? After a long while, Hammy Dan finally finished speaking, and he swallowed. Damn, Tony Stark doesn't know how to get himself a glass of water. Finished. I have a question, asked Tony Stark, who was falling asleep listening to it. Huh. Black Pork stared at Tony, beckoning him to continue. Is there anyone in your game who is stronger than him? Tony pointed to Lin Feng, who was watching the show. The black stewed egg choked. Stronger than Lin Feng? He thought about it carefully. Flying down from outer space without any injuries, how can a punch have dozens of tons of strength? The Captain of the United States is dead. Does Captain Marvel count? But Carol is not on Earth right now. There are others. There are indeed some people with impressive super abilities, but it is estimated that they can't survive a punch in Lin Feng's hands. Seeing the black stewed egg being silent for a while, Tony's patience gradually ran out, and he waved his big hand and said, okay, I got it. Let's be honest, I'm not interested in your Superboy organization. Tony spread his hands, looking bored. Don't look at me like that, buddy. You know I'm not talking about you. Seeing Lin Feng looking over, Tony explained helplessly, and then turned his gaze back to the face of the black stewed egg. Lin Feng and I will not join your organization. Please leave now. Tony got up and chased people away. My friend and I are going to have dinner. I'm sorry, I don't have your portion. Facing Tony Stark's unceremonious expulsion, Black Braised Egg got up and left with a blank face, without too much entanglement, but left a sentence before leaving. We will meet again. It won't be long. He didn't intend to convince Tony, a tough guy, at the first meeting. He just showed his face. Tony's character is undoubtedly a tough nut to crack. Only when he shows his weakness can he convince this stubborn guy. As for that Lin Feng who has a super ability, he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. However, during the conversation, Lin Feng showed a little emotional expression, which was keenly captured by the black spiced egg. She thought that she could find a time to talk to Lin Feng alone. Sitting in an SUV full of black technology, Black Braised Egg took out a mobile phone and dialed out, "Natasha Romanoff?" The vacation ended early. Natasha Romanoff. In the villa, Lin Feng pinched the center of his eyebrows, and said to Tony speechlessly, "You didn't even ask me, but you helped me and refused." "No." Tony asked in surprise, "You're interested in that Superboy organization? Dude, stop making trouble, be mature, I'll take you to a party some other day, let you grow up." Tony patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "It's not that I'm interested in his organization, it's just..." Lin Feng explained, "Forget it, just leave him alone. As for the party, he. When hearing that there was a party, Lin Feng's eyes seemed to shine, he smiled and rubbed his hands. In his 21 years of loco life, he hadn't been to a party, let alone one that Tony Stark would have attended. "Oh buddy, it seems that our hobbies are similar. Don't worry, we will have some soon." Tony Stark winked at Lin Feng and said, "I plan to hold a party in 2 days to celebrate Iron Man's birth party." "What? Sample?" Tony Stark had a meaningful expression, "I'll let you know when the time comes, young man, prepare more small umbrellas." Don't get me wrong Tony, I just wanted to see what the party was like. To be honest, I've grown up so much, I haven't been to any parties yet." "Then you are so pathetic, Lin." Tony sighed, "Okay, let's not talk about this for now, let's go to dinner first. I need to replenish some energy after dealing with reporters all day." After eating and drinking, Lin Feng left the villa contentedly, slowly flying in midair towards home. Only then did he remember that there was a fair-skinned and beautiful little reporter at home. I don't know if she ate or not, but with so many ingredients in the refrigerator, and she knows how to cook, she probably won't be hungry. Lin Feng, who wrote Flight, used super hearing habitually. If you are full of wine and food, it's time to eat melons. Today's waist twisters are as good as ever. Those Grey Street members in Hell's Kitchen are still rattling. Do you have a party every day? Lin Feng is too weak to complain. Good guy, the domestic violence from last time has started to repeat itself again, and it's still the scene of a woman beating a man. That fat woman is using a weapon today. There was a banging sound of pots and pans, and Lin Feng felt pain when he heard it. Lin Feng, who was eating melons, slowly returned home. As soon as the door was opened, a figure rushed up quickly. Lin Feng was taken aback. The little reporter Susan rushed up to block the door, looking at Lin Feng expectantly. "How's it going?" "Linear." Lin Feng was speechless. "Can you let me in first?" Susan turned sideways and let Lin Feng enter the villa. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, and Susan, regardless of the difference between men and women, sat next to him and stared at him, her eyes full of anticipation and anxiety. Ahem, oops, I seem to be a little thirsty. Lin Feng deliberately did not look at Susan's expectant eyes. Thump thump. Susan trotted to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and handed it to Lin Feng with both hands. "Drink water, Lin." Lin Feng took a sip of the water in satisfaction, rolled his eyes, and sighed pretendingly, "Oh, I've been running for a day, and my shoulders are a little sore." As he said that, he slapped his shoulders pretendingly, full of hints. In the next second, a pair of small hands climbed up and pinched Lin Feng's shoulders hard. To Lin Feng, the strength was like ants crawling. After pinching for a long time, Lin Feng did not speak, and Susan became anxious again. She simply didn't pinch it anymore, grabbed Lin Feng's shoulder and shook it back and forth vigorously. "Lin, tell me quickly, what happened?" Okay, don't shake it." Seeing that the little reporter was about to cry, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. He patted the little hand on his shoulder, turned around and gave her a reassuring look. "Don't worry, the matter is settled. Tony Stark will send someone to deal with it tonight. You can go home tomorrow morning." "Really?" The little reporter Susan got the most wanted answer, wept with joy, and gave Lin Feng a big hug on the spot. While crying, he yelled, "Thank you, Lin." It's embarrassing for Lin Feng now. After a day, I felt the majesty of the little reporter again. This time, being hugged to the full, there was a refreshing smell like shower gel, which made Lin Feng's nose itch. Coupled with the softness of his chest, he was about to react in an instant. "Second brother? Hold on." Lin Feng shouted loudly in his heart, he can't raise his gun at this time. How embarrassing. After a while, it seemed that she had cried enough. Susan's crying gradually subsided, and Lin Feng also took the opportunity to pat her on the back and pull her away. "Good guy, the crying pear blossoms are raining, and the snot is coming out. Damn." Lin Feng quickly took the paper drawer and took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them over. "In fact, I can't blame Susan for being so emotional. It's too bad to feel that her life is threatened at all times." Susan's spirit, which had been tense for several days, was about to break at any moment like a string on a piano. Now that she was finally safe, Susan couldn't help venting. Her life could finally get back on track, all thanks to the big boy in front of her. Susan looked at Lin Feng seriously, and said word by word, "Thank you very much, Lin. You will always be my friend." Okay, go wash and sleep. You can go back tomorrow. Remember not to go to Hell's Kitchen again." Unable to stand Susan's provocative words, Lin Feng scratched his head and said uncomfortably, "Someone may not save you next time." "I see, Lin." Susan nodded. She was going back to her room to send a message to her parents. The danger in the past few days made her dare not contact her parents. I guess if I don't contact the second elder again, I will report my disappearance. Susan trotted all the way back to her room and opened the door, covering her body with the door, only showing a small head, the same as last night. Thank you so much, Lin. Unlike last night, today's Susan had a smile and sincerity on her face. Got it? Go to sleep now. I'm going to sleep too. Sensing Susan's happiness and sincerity, Lin Feng also smiled back, waved to Susan, and walked back to his room. Throwing down on the bed, Lin Feng let out a weird laugh. The feeling of being thanked is really different and such a high-level spiritual food. Especially gratitude from beautiful women. It made Lin Feng feel that he had never been happy before. Lin Feng didn't know if Clark in the movie would also have such emotions. Early the next morning, just after dawn, the little reporter Susan left. She wanted to rush home to reassure her parents, and also to meet her own sister whom she hadn't seen for many days. That little girl is very clingy to me. I haven't seen her for a few days, so I guess it will take a while to coax her. Lin Feng took a late sleep and didn't get up until noon. Recently, it seems that I have been busy with other people's affairs. Lin Feng plans to stay at home today and not go anywhere. Just hit the game for a day? I looked at the time, it was already noon, and I was too lazy to cook by myself. Lin Feng took out his phone and ordered a takeaway. I have to complain, it is really inconvenient without a certain group, and I have to call the restaurant to order a meal. Picking a random pizzeria, putting down his phone, Lin Feng played a game. The super reaction makes his game operation comparable to that of a professional player, and no teammates will criticize him anymore. Lin Feng was very excited to play the game. When the game was over, the doorbell rang. Beep. Hello? Pizza delivery. Here we come. Lin Feng responded, dropped the handle and ran to open the door. I was still a little muttering in my heart. Wasn't the takeaway abroad very slow when I watched the small video before, but it's so fast to order by myself? It seems that everything in the video can't be trusted? With that in mind, Lin Feng opened the door. However, the moment Lin Feng saw the delivery man, Lin Feng's expression became weird. Sir, it's $12 in total. A pleasant female voice sounded. Okay. Lin Feng took out $12 with a half smile and took the pizza. Seeing that the delivery man had no intention of leaving at all, Lin Feng decided to cooperate with the other party to continue acting. Is there anything else? Lin Feng asked, pretending to be puzzled. Oh sir, I'm very sorry, can I borrow your bathroom? You know, it's too far from the city. The delivery man explained with some embarrassment. No problem, you can do whatever you want. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. After pointing out the location of the bathroom to the delivery man, Lin Feng sat on the sofa and didn't go to the pizza, but just used the perspective ability to look in the direction of the bathroom. He didn't believe that the other party really wanted to use the toilet urgently. Dignified S.H.I.E.D. agent, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff delivering food to himself? Are you afraid you think you are a fool? That's right, Lin Feng recognized it the first time he opened the door. This delivery guy is actually the famous Black Widow. It seems that the black stewed egg has not given up on him yet. Lin Feng crossed his legs and rested his chin in his hand, thinking. Tony has clearly rejected black marinated eggs. This sent Natasha Romanoff to touch herself. What the hell is he trying to do? Without waiting for Lin Feng to think too much, there was a sudden exclamation from the bathroom. Oh sir, my car key fell into the toilet, can you help me? Lin Feng sneered. He had been staring at Natasha Romanoff with his clairvoyant ability. I watched her dismantle the ceiling and install a black box of Matchbox file size, then throw a key into the toilet. Acting is a complete set, worthy of being an agent, rigorous, Lin Feng likes it. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff had no idea that his every move was being watched clearly. She was expressionless at the moment, but she spoke in a shy tone. Want to test young people with this? Lin Feng sneered again. Since you want to act, then I will accompany you to act. Here I come, cutie. Lin Feng put on a picture of Brother Pig in an instant, and went straight to the bathroom. Opening the door, Natasha Romanoff had a bewildered expression on her face. Paired with the uniform of the delivery staff, it looks cute. Lin Feng showed a distressed expression, and rushed forward to give him a bear hug. He was still comforting in his mouth. Oh, little cutie, don't worry, isn't it just the car keys? If you drop it, you will drop it, I will buy you a four-wheeled one. Lin Feng quickly pressed the toilet flush button. His toilet is a high-level product, it's just a key, and it's not too easy to flush it down. Natasha Romanoff, who was acting in a full set, was overwhelmed with astonishment, and her masculine breath came to her face. Before she could react, Lin Feng knocked down her car keys. Immediately, Natasha Romanoff was stunned. Damn it, why didn't she play the cards according to the routine? A bear hug made Natasha Romanoff forget all the words. Not even 2 pushes to push the guy away, Natasha Romanoff had to pull her weapon from the back of her hair. A small, high-powered electric shocker. Little brother, go to sleep. What the hell? Lin Feng snatched it quickly with quick eyesight. Natasha Romanoff's pupils shrank. So fast. Prick, prick. Lin Feng pressed the black box, and an electric current sounded. How could you have such a dangerous thing? Lin Feng shouted pretendingly. How can a girl bring such a dangerous thing? Leave it to me for safekeeping. Let me see if there are any more. Lin Feng said, moving his big hand back and forth on Natasha Romanoff's body. Enough. Sensing that Lin Feng's hands were getting more and more outrageous, Natasha Romanoff took out a small pistol from between the two big bears and angrily pressed it on Lin Feng's head. As an agent, she already understands that she has been tricked, and the mission goal in front of her is probably to know herself. Sure enough, seeing Natasha Romanoff took out a pistol, Lin Feng stopped the movement in his hand. He let go of Natasha Romanoff and took 2 steps back, his eyes full of mischief. Didn't Nick Fury tell you, pistols don't work on me? Miss Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff's expression became serious. You really know me. Lin Feng pouted. I know a lot. I even know why you will disappear in a few years. Put away your fire sticks, I can't even tickle them. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and walked back to the living room, throwing the pizza into the trash can on his own. Needless to say, it is definitely Natasha Romanoff's special pizza with toppings, although narcotics and the like have almost no effect on Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't want to eat this obviously problematic thing either. But I have to say, Miss Widow's figure is really great, Lin Feng sighed secretly. Natasha Romanoff put away her gun and sat opposite Lin Feng, staring closely at the relaxed Lin Feng without saying a word. Come on, it took so much time to send so many people? Why are you looking for me? Lin Feng curled his lips. His clairvoyant eyes had already seen that the villa opposite his house was already filled with live ammunition. Agent. If it weren't for Natasha Romanoff's sake, he would have already hit a heat ray. I can't understand what you're saying. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's denial, Lin Feng pointed at the opposite villa and laughed. 65 agents, all armed to the teeth. There's even a heat sensor. Do you see what I'm talking about now? How do you know? Natasha Romanoff's face sank again, and her first reaction was that there was a traitor in S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng didn't explain, but just looked Black Widow up and down, and said with a little ambiguity, black lace, my sister has good taste. Natasha Romanoff's pupils shrank, and she subconsciously covered her body with her hands, you know how to see through. But in the next second, Natasha Romanoff, who reacted, took her hand away and lifted her hair generously, then little brother, do you like black lace? Who is Natasha Romanoff? The famous Black Widow. There are many examples in the agent career that need to sell the hue to complete the task. Seeing that Natasha Romanoff started acting like a demon again, Lin Feng got a little impatient. Although he likes good-looking young ladies, he also dislikes this kind of behavior with obvious purpose. I said, Natasha Romanoff agent, what did your chief send you here for? Do you want to investigate my personal preferences? Lin Feng continued, I don't have so much free time to play house with you. If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. Don't think that my patience is very good. Well, it was indeed Nick Fury who asked me to come. Now that it was exposed, Natasha Romanoff simply admitted. The mission objectives are too powerful, and there are some unbelievable abilities. Some of your own tricks may seem to the other party to be some cleverness, so it is better to talk about it directly. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs people with ability to join? We have many unknown enemies, and we need to prepare as soon as possible. Natasha Romanoff tried to make her eyes look sincere. I'm not interested, didn't Tony say that last time? Lin Feng spread his hands. He really didn't have much interest in that S.H.I.E.L.D. that was riddled with holes. Like Tony, I don't want to join your Superboy organization. Lin Feng continued. No, you are different from Tony. Natasha Romanoff stood up, took out a card and threw it to Lin Feng, saying, you are more dangerous than him. I hope you will consider this suggestion carefully. The above is my contact information. I hope you make the right choice, little brother. After speaking, Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow at Lin Feng, winked at Lin Feng, and left. The task that Black Braised Egg gave him was not intended to be won in one go. Talents need to be invited many times. If you show your face this time, you can at least talk about something deeper when you meet again next time. The card was still warm. After thinking about it, Lin Feng still put it away. He really wasn't planning to join any Avengers program, at least not right now. Lin Feng doesn't like being controlled by others, he likes freedom. Perhaps, being an external employee is a good choice. You pay, and I will do things. This method is acceptable to Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought so in his heart. Let's talk about it next time if there is a chance. In the original book, Tony chose to join the Avengers in the end. We all know the truth that more people are more powerful. Lin Feng is no exception. It seems that Nick Fury suddenly appeared, and Tony Stark felt a lot of inconvenience in putting on and taking off the Mark armor. If someone with malicious intent broke into his home next time, would he still have to give him time to wear the Mark armor? The more Tony thought about it, the more he felt that he didn't feel safe enough. So Tony has been researching portable models recently, and finally made the Mark V, which can be folded into the shape of the smallest suitcase. For this reason, he even came here to show off to Lin Feng, leaving Lin Feng speechless for a while. Lin Feng was not idle either. In order to gain more reputation points, he constantly wandered in the gray areas of the Waist Twister's various areas. Wherever there is danger, there is Lin Feng, and when something happens, he can run faster than the operators of Bureau J. Often a large number of operators arrive at the scene, and Lin Feng also solves the scene. This made the Waist Twister authorities love and hate, but they couldn't stop it. For a moment, wearing a black tights, a cloak behind him, and a big S-shaped logo on his chest, the name of superhero resounded throughout the Waist Twisters. His name is Superman. From time to time on TV, Superman can be seen saving a chemical plant from a fire. The freighter teetering in the storm docked safely under the shelter of Superman. Today's Superman has saved children who are about to fall and so on. Formidable strength, handsome appearance, and enthusiasm to help the masses, Lin Feng quickly gained a large number of fans. It even has its own fan forum. The prestige value is also rising steadily. During this period, the young reporter Susan came to the door again, and she expressed that she wanted to take pictures of Lin Feng's rescue at the scene. Because the photos about Superman on the internet are either very blurry, or the angles are very unprofessional, which cannot fully highlight the image of Lin Feng. So she wanted to shoot with Lin Feng, and also complete her work performance by the way. Lin Feng immediately said that there is no problem at all, and the higher the exposure, the more prestige points can be obtained. And it's a matter of mutual benefit, just telling Susan to make herself look more handsome. Susan didn't disappoint Lin Feng either. In order to become a reporter, she specially signed up for photographer training. Every photo is eye-catching and full of weight, which makes Lin Feng very satisfied. After a period of time, the two of them during the day were almost inseparable. The two young people were together every day. After a long time, it was inevitable that they would have some other thoughts. However, the two of them haven't figured it out yet. With the exposure of various incidents about Superman, for a while, Superman's voice and topic heat overwhelmed Iron Man, making Tony Stark feel a little jealous and envious. As for Susan, who can take photos of Superman every time, she quickly became a treasure of CBB TV station. All kinds of dazzling welfare packages are all over the head, and the conditions are for Susan to open at will, for fear that Susan will be poached by other TV stations. This made the little reporter happy for a long time, and he directly regarded Lin Feng as his good friend and noble person in his heart. On this day, another out-of-control children's school bus was rescued. As usual, Lin Feng and Susan sat in a coffee shop and admired the photos they had just taken. In the photo, Lin Feng holds up the runaway school bus with both hands. The happy scene of Lin Feng squatting surrounded by a group of elementary school students. There is also a broadback that flies into the sky after solving the incident. Under the blue sky, the smiles of the rescued children, and the smiles of Superman in a black battlesuit. I'm afraid that this photo will win a prize if it is cast. Susan glanced at the photos, sighing from time to time. Lin, every time I see you displaying your ability, I feel incredible. You are really, really powerful. Susan was not stingy with her praise and admiration, and a shining little star appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He, it's not very powerful. Lin Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and said modestly. In my heart, I jumped up and shouted, cool. Laozi is #1 in the world? After browsing the photos, Susan took a sip of coffee, suddenly thought of something, and became a little awkward, looking at Lin Feng several times before hesitating to speak. What's the matter? Lin Feng also noticed this, and asked with some doubts. Linear. Susan's cheeks were slightly flushed. She took a deep breath, and said as if she had made a decision, after get off work tomorrow, can you go shopping with me and watch a movie? After speaking, he looked down at the coffee without moving, waiting for Lin Feng's reply. Bang bang bang. Lin Feng keenly noticed that Susan's heart was beating faster. What happened? I got sick? It's not quite like. Seeing Susan's shy posture, combined with her words, Lin Feng pondered for a while, and seemed to have some understanding in his heart. Seems to understand, but not sure, and finally asked tentatively, are you wanting to date me? Susan blushed even more when she heard Lin Feng's straightforward question. He even shouted in his heart that Lin Feng is a straight man. Why did he just say it? I'm going to go back and hand over the photos to the TV station. Goodbye. After leaving a word, Susan blushed and ran away with a whoosh, leaving Lin Feng alone in the coffee shop in a daze. I'm really convinced, host, are you as straight as a man of steel? The system's voice popped out, cursing in a tone of hatred. Dog system, what do you say? Since Lin Feng earned more and more reputation points, the system seemed to have evolved from a monkey to a human, with more and more emotions, and gradually developed to be able to interact with Lin Feng. The degree of scolding. That little girl obviously likes you? People are embarrassed to say it, but you are fine. Are you going on a date with me? The system said, imitating Lin Feng's tone cheaply. Damn. Lin Feng clenched his fists and spouted, can you stop imitating me? I really want to punch you. And it can't be my fault? I have been single for almost 22 years, and I have no experience. Lin Feng forcefully argued. Are you proud of being single for 22 years? The system greeted contemptuously. Do you know why you are single? Take a look at your steel problem. Okay, my fault, let's go. Lin Feng sighed. He has never won a few fights with the system, and dating, really can't. Can't date? It's easy to handle, this is for you. With a bang, the system directly shoved a book into Lin Feng's hand, with 4 large characters on the cover. Dating tips. Sincerely 100 prestige points. Thank you for your patronage. Nima. Lin Feng couldn't complain anymore. I didn't want to exchange this thing. Didn't you say you gave it to me? Robber. It was getting late. The street lights on the side of the road were gradually turned on. The number of pedestrians on the street gradually increased, and the small cafe became more and more lively. Lin Feng walked out of the coffee shop, and walked towards his home like a walk. In my mind, I can't control the memories of these days spent with the little reporter Susan. The young reporter's appearance is undoubtedly very beautiful, with slightly curly long golden hair hanging softly on her shoulders, her green eyes are like clear lake water, her fair skin has no blemishes, and her figure is also excellent. The place that should be warped is warped, and the place that should be thin is thin. It can be said that it grew out of Lin Feng's aesthetics. Do you want to ask Lin Feng if he likes it? Lin Feng can only say that the little reporter's smile is very touching. Thinking about it carefully, the two of them have never been in a relationship until now, and they both have good looks. Boys are strong and handsome, girls are pretty and lively. The personalities are quite compatible. If you say that there will be no sparks in the collision, then it is really impossible. I don't know when. Both of them are used to taking photos. They will choose a coffee shop, enjoy the photos they just took while drinking coffee. No one noticed that the boundaries between friends began to become a little blurred. Lin Feng, who has been single for 21 years, realized at this moment. It is said that people who live in blessings do not know their blessings, and those in the authorities are confused by those who are on the sidelines. From the perspective of the third perspective, don't I and Susan look like a couple? Mother, I might be getting divorced. Lin Feng burst into tears. He took out his cell phone, found Susan's number, typed quickly with his fingers, typed and deleted and typed. In the end, only 8 unpromising characters were printed. Get off work tomorrow? I'll pick you up. Yahoo! After sending the text message, Lin Feng excitedly ran to a place where no one was around, put on a battlesuit and soared into the sky, drawing S and B shapes all the way and flying towards home. The next day, Susan came to the TV station to start her day's work as usual. The TV station is on the 31st floor, and Susan's seat is by the best floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking up, most of the waist twisters can have a panoramic view. Colleagues who came and went passed by Susan's desk, all cast envious eyes. Now Susan seems to have the style of a TV station pillar. Even if the current first sister sees Susan, she will take the initiative to say hello. Who made Susan and the Twisters superhero, Superman familiar? However, Susan was very clear-headed, and she was not arrogant and domineering because of this. She always treated her colleagues with a smile, and basically helped her with every little favor she could. And even willing to share some Superman tidbits with them? It is simply a treasure in everyone's heart. All kinds of small gifts are also piled up on Susan's desk, all of which are thanks to her from those who have been helped. She turned on her computer and started her day's work. There is also a newspaper under the TV station, and Susan is writing articles for the front page content of the newspaper. From the computer, I retrieved the photos taken yesterday. On the screen, Lin Feng's sunny smile is very contagious. So handsome? How can you have such a beautiful smile? She couldn't help touching the computer screen, and Susan had a silly smile on her face. In Oriental dialect, it should be that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Quietly took out the phone, and read the text message from Lin Feng last night again. After get off work tomorrow, I'll pick you up. The 8 characters that are extremely unnutritious, I don't know why Susan can't get enough of them. Lin Feng from at the moment is sitting on the sofa at home, holding a book, his eyes are shining brightly. While watching seriously, I am amazed from time to time, as if opening the door to a new world. Still muttering non-stop. So there is such an operation. Tisk tisk. Long experience, long experience. While flipping through the pages, Lin Feng was excitedly looking forward to the evening date. How is it? 100 reputation is not a loss. The system's lazy voice sounded. It's okay. Hearing the dog system coming out, Lin Feng immediately suppressed his smile, and pretended to forcefully said, that's all, 10 prestige is not bad. Guapi, I wish you a failed date. The system stuck out its middle finger and stopped making any sound. Cut, failed? I don't have these 2 words in my dictionary. Pretty boy disdainfully. After carefully rehearsing the appointment process in his mind, Lin Feng is confident in his appointment tonight. First, book a restaurant. Ask for a slightly higher grade, comfortable environment, suitable for 2 people. So the question is, what does Susan like to eat? Lin Feng's terrifying memory was used to the extreme at this moment, and the pictures of getting along with Susan clearly appeared in his mind one by one like photos. He keenly noticed that there was a row of small fish pendants on Susan's keychain, at least 3 or 4 were strung together. Lin Feng has seen this pendant, which was given to customers by a cheap restaurant specializing in seafood dishes. The fishing boat that Lin Feng rescued last month also had this sign on it. Susan has several pendants, proving that Susan has been to this restaurant more than once. That said, Susan loves seafood? Lin Feng is like Conan possessed at this moment. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and searched for more famous seafood restaurants. He deliberately chose Chinese-owned restaurants. He wanted to take Susan to experience how a mysterious Oriental chef cooks seafood. There are so many seafood recipes in my memory, and the taste is even more unique. The unique cooking skills of Oriental chefs, I believe Susan should have a good experience. Hello, I want to book a table. For 2 people. Lin Feng called a restaurant. Excuse me, sir, our seats are fully booked. You can reserve a seat for tomorrow. There was an apologetic voice on the phone, in friendly Chinese. Oh, no need for now. Lin Feng hung up the phone and sighed in his heart. Good guy, as expected of a restaurant opened by a compatriot. Is the business so hot? It's not even lunchtime, and the dinner seats are all booked. Lin Feng didn't care, and called several seafood restaurants one after another. Unexpectedly, there were no seats left for Lin Feng to watch. If you can't make an appointment, you won't be able to pay more? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Is business really so hot? Who said that the road of love is full of thorns? Getting off on a first date? Lin Feng held the phone and fell into deep thought. Sure enough, falling in love is not that simple. Huh? How did you forget him? Lin Feng, who had thought for a long time, suddenly slapped his thigh and dialed a number again. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is calling. In the workshop, Tony was busy repairing his armor helmet when the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly sounded. The homework in Tony's hands paused, and he ordered, "Huh? Take it in." "Hey, Tony." A virtual screen popped up in the studio, and Lin Feng's big face appeared on it. "Yo, isn't this our superhero?" Tony joked. "Why didn't you save the world today?" Lin Feng was speechless. It's been a while since Tony's tongue was still so venomous. "Superman needs to rest too. Haven't you gone out to fight the evil in your mouth recently?" Lin Feng countered. Tony didn't like this at all. He raised the helmet in his hand to signal, "My armor is going to be upgraded again. Let them live for a while." After finishing speaking, he flaunted again. "This time the armor will have a faster speed. It will be stronger and more convenient to wear." Facing Tony's showing off, Lin Feng snorted coldly with disdain. Upgrade, still can't catch my punch. Bring back around? Okay buddy, what do you want me to do?" Tony was a little numb, and didn't want to hear Lin Feng's voice anymore. "If it's okay, I'll hang up, I'm still busy." "Definitely something's up Tony. It's still business." Lin Feng briefly described the matter of going on a date tonight. Tony, who had no interest at first, found out that this was Lin Feng's first date, and instantly had a playful and weird smile on his face. "That's it, you've found the right person." Tony's nostrils turned to the sky. If Tony was good at anything other than technology, it would be picking up girls. "Leave it to me to arrange it. I'm good at this kind of thing." Tony snapped his fingers. "I promise to arrange it clearly for you." "Well, Tony, this is the first date in my life. It's up to you," Lin Feng solemnly repeated, afraid that Tony would mess with something. "No problem, I will arrange a special program for you tonight. Make sure you two will never forget tonight." After finishing speaking, Lin Feng hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Feng's response. "Hey, Pepper, where are you?" After hanging up the phone, Tony clapped his hands and shouted upstairs, "Our little Superman is in love. Need your help." Beep. The clear ringtone of the mobile phone came. Susan sighed and turned on the screen to have a look. "Have not been off work yet?" Sure enough, it's our little Superman again, Lin Feng. Susan can't remember how many times Lin Feng sent this message. But she didn't have the slightest impatience in her heart, it was just a little funny. Patiently replied to the text message again. Susan looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock, and there was still an hour to get off work. The work has basically finished, and today's work is coming to an end. Susan decided to have a cup of coffee to refresh herself. The working salary of the TV station is very good. In the office area where Susan works, there are 2 coffee machines and several small refrigerators full of various snacks for everyone to eat for free. After sitting for a long time, the waist will inevitably feel a little uncomfortable. Susan beat her slender waist while making coffee. Her job is not to go out to take pictures, but to come back and sit and write copywriting. It stands to reason that going out for a run is considered exercise, and the back pain can only be blamed on the damn hard office chair. "I have reported it a few times, and the stingy boss doesn't know how to change it," Susan complained in her heart. Ding. Susan. A wretched man held up a large lumber pillow and appeared in front of Susan like a ghost. John, what are you doing?" The unsuspecting Susan was taken aback, turned her head and asked angrily. Susan's voice attracted the attention of colleagues. Some colleagues looked over here and continued to work with their heads down. However, the work at hand slowed down, and Yu Guangjian glanced here intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone is like a bright mirror in their hearts, and there are melons to eat. That wretched man is John, the eldest nephew of Mr. Tai. It's not a day or two since the first day Susan joined the job and began to pursue her fiercely. Susan ruthlessly rejected each time. John didn't expect to scare Susan either. He originally wanted to surprise Susan, but now Susan seemed to be frightened. His fat face was full of embarrassment. Susan, I just want to give you a pillow that can be placed behind your waist." John raised the carefully selected green pillow with his stubby arms. "This way you won't feel your waist tired." No need." Susan waved her hands repeatedly and refused. "Thank you for your kindness, and please call me Miss Carter." After speaking, Susan didn't want to look at John anymore, picked up the coffee and wanted to leave. She can see this wretched man wherever she can. I heard from some colleagues that there are 3 or 4 people who have innumerable relationships with John on the radio station. Susan had always kept this kind of person at arm's length. "Susan." John's voice raised a little, and he took a step forward to stop Susan, who almost lost her footsteps and bumped into his arms. "What the hell are you going to do?" John's ignorance has already made Susan a little angry, and her delicate little face is also stiffened, as cold as ice. There was a glint of haze in John's eyes, which were almost invisible due to the fat squeeze. His voice became low. "I want to invite you to have dinner together tonight. I know there's a nice new steakhouse nearby." "I'm sorry, I have an appointment tonight." Susan interrupted blankly. The disgust in her eyes couldn't be hidden. After finishing speaking, Susan walked around John with coffee and left quickly, leaving only John's back. Susan's curvaceous back made him feel dry for a while. John didn't stop him anymore. He just looked at Susan's back with a gloomy and scary look. The pillow in his hand was almost shapeshifted by him. This was the 7th time he gave Susan a gift. Whether it was flowers or jewelry, expensive or practical, Susan refused all of them without a second glance. His patience is about to run out. This scene was also watched by colleagues on the TV station. Almost every group has its own melon-eating group. At the moment, colleagues who love to eat melons have stopped working and started discussions in the melon-eating group. That fat man is chasing Susan again? I don't know where he got the courage from. Doesn't he know that Susan doesn't like green? And give Susan a green pillow. I don't even look at his appearance. Do you really think that a beautiful woman with beast will happen to him? With a few filthy money, you think all women have to lick him? I guess if he wasn't the boss nephew, he would have been kicked out of the company long ago. How many times has he courted Susan? The 17th this month. The staff were happily eating melons. John has returned to his office. His office is on the upper floor. It is a specially built soundproof office for John and his girlfriend to do some favorite things. Definitely, girlfriends basically change every month. As soon as John entered the door, he yelled angrily and threw things down when he saw them. Damn bitch. John, who had been beaten for a long time, slumped on the chair and panted violently. Long-term indulgence made his face covered with pimples, and his complexion was vain. I've never seen such a ignorant woman. But because you took 2 more photos of Superman, what qualifications do you have to reject me? John cursed inwardly, and his face grew more and more gloomy. After a while, John's face returned to calm after venting. It doesn't matter, he usually has another plan to deal with women who don't like oil and salt. Finally, when it was time to get off work, Susan stretched her waist and turned off the computer. Ding! SMS rings again. Susan, I'm downstairs at your company? Come down. Susan, who saw the text message, couldn't help laughing. At 5 o'clock, the big boy took the time to send a text message. Why does it feel like the usually stable boy is so frizzy today? Here we come. Responding to a text message, Susan took out a small makeup mirror, quickly put on a light makeup, and then walked towards the elevator. The waist twister after 5 o'clock is the peak time for getting off work, and countless office workers rushed to the street, looking for where to eat dinner. After saying hello to the colleague she met by chance, Susan walked out of the building, looking around for Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. Hey, Susan. A familiar voice sounded behind him. Susan turned around, and Lin Feng's big face almost touched her own. Wow, what are you doing? Susan took 2 steps back subconsciously, her pretty face flushed, and she blamed. Dang dang. Lin Feng didn't answer, but stretched out his hands and drew a circle in the air. Touch in the next second, a large bouquet of roses appeared in Lin Feng's hands out of thin air as if by magic. Lin Feng at the moment, like a gentleman, gracefully handed the rose to the stunned Susan. For you, beautiful Miss Susan. Oh my god, is this magic? Susan took the roses in surprise, took a sip of the flowers, and almost ran away half of the exhaustion after a day's work. Lin, how do you know that I like roses? This is a secret. Lin Feng winked at Susan pretending to be mysterious, then bowed slightly, and extended a hand to invite. Beautiful Miss Susan, may I have the honor to invite you to dinner? Susan blushed again, pretending to be calm and stretched out her hand. Definitely yes, my big boy. The accelerated heart rate betrayed Susan. Although there are some old-fashioned dating plots, it is full of freshness and throbbing for the two who are both dating for the first time. Lin Feng smiled slightly, took Susan's white and soft hand, and walked to the side of the road. Parked there was a Rolls-Royce that Tony had prepared for the two of them, driven by Happy. Happy was not happy at first, but when he heard that he was driving for Superman, his attitude changed drastically. Not everyone has the opportunity to give Superman, and Happy, who is obsessed with Superman's powerful power, is also a member of the Superman Forum. Lin Feng carefully opened the car door for Susan, and the two got into the car one after the other. The flying statuette set off slowly, heading towards a seafood restaurant. Oh, did you see that? Susan got into that luxury car. In front of the office building, several of Susan's colleagues witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and they all exclaimed. Is that her boyfriend? He's so young, and he looks so sunny when he smiles. And most importantly, so rich. Did you catch it? Send it to the group. Let's eat melons together. Eat melons without forgetting your friends. What a capable colleague. As soon as the photo was sent to the small group, there was another diving party. The group was boiling, envious envy, sour. Hihi, it can't be a rented car. Can you afford to drive a Rolls-Royce at such a young age? A green tea soured with envy. Please, can't he be the rich second generation? Some people couldn't stand it any longer, and said a word. What do you guys do? Don't you usually do your homework? Doesn't that car's license plate look familiar? I know, it's the license plate number of Stark Industries. My god, the ones who can get this kind of treatment are probably shareholders, right? Or her boyfriend is Tony Stark's illegitimate son. Am I the only one who wants to laugh now? I want to see John's expression after he knows this. Want to see +1 regardless of what the people who eat melons think. The young couple of at the moment officially started their dating schedule. Happy. Susan, who was sitting in the car, saw the driver and called out in surprise. Hi, Miss Susan, hello. Happy turned around and greeted politely, then turned to look at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin. Happy greeted Lin Feng with some excitement. It's shameful to say that he is not only a member of the Superman Forum, but also a veteran of the forum. Happy also imagined that if he also had Superman's ability, Mr. Stark would not be hurt in any way. Oh, Tony Stark's loyal driver and bodyguard. No, why is he here? Susan turned to look at Lin Feng, who was sitting beside him in doubt. Isn't Happy Tony Stark's driver? As a reporter, Susan still knows a little about the relationship circle of celebrities. Did you forget that I told you that Tony Stark is my friend? Lin Feng replied with a smile. So you two have such a good relationship? I thought it was just a casual acquaintance. Susan was indeed a little surprised. I thought they were just ordinary friends, but I didn't expect Tony to lend Lin Feng his personal driver. It's not important, is it? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, then said to Happy, drive, Happy. I know you're very tired after working all day, so let's go to eat first, and then go shopping, okay? Lin Feng smiled, winked at Susan and said, guess what we're having for dinner tonight? Some childish guessing games. Happy pouted, started the car. He is just a driver now, so he won't say much. Could it be that new steakhouse? The steak restaurant Susan mentioned by that annoying John also knows that it is a well-known online celebrity restaurant, and the owner has captured a large number of fans by virtue of his handsome way of spreading salt. The leaflets have been sent to Susan, and Susan has also seen it in the short video. But to be honest, Susan doesn't like steak. But if Lin Feng invited him, he would still give it a try. No, I know you don't like steak, Susan. Lin Feng smiled confidently. Just kidding, it's embarrassing to say. Lin Feng bought the manual about Susan's preferences from the system, and spent a total of 300 reputation points. The dog system that takes advantage of the fire. How do you know I don't like steak? Susan was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. She glanced at Lin Feng's black hair, and asked tentatively, then I guess, it's Oriental food. Lin Feng pondered for a while. It's not entirely accurate either. What is that? Is it seafood? Not entirely accurate either. Lin. Susan was a little anxious after failing to guess correctly several times in a row. There was a hint of coquettishness unconsciously in the tone, which made Lin Feng feel distracted for a while. This made Lin Feng, a beginner, a little bit overwhelmed. Okay, it's seafood, and it's also an Oriental dish. Lin Feng revealed the answer with a smile. Today, I will show you seafood from the Oriental cooking method. Susan's eyes lit up when she got the answer. She thought of a super famous and expensive seafood restaurant. It can't be the famous Oriental Pengglayayun, right? Under Susan's expectant eyes, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Oh, my god. Susan exclaimed, I know that one, it's super expensive. The Oriental restaurant ranks first among the restaurants that waist twisters want to go to most. Susan's big eyes were full of expectations. God knows how much Susan, who loves seafood, wants to taste it once. But the price of that Oriental restaurant is too high. Moreover, that restaurant hardly accepts reservations from ordinary people, and generally only accepts nobles, government officials, and bosses of top groups. Did you really make an appointment for Pengglayayun, Lin? I remember they don't accept appointments for ordinary people. Susan asked. Seeming to have thought of something suddenly, she then looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Oh my god, don't tell me you're going to become a Superman. Susan suddenly covered her mouth, and unconsciously glanced at the driver's seat. She suddenly remembered that there was a driver in the car, and almost slipped her mouth. Susan reached out and drew an S shape in the air, which was the logo shape on Superman's chest. If Lin Feng used the identity of Superman to make an appointment, the restaurant would definitely not refuse. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. What do you think? How could you use that identity to make an appointment? At the moment the vehicle is waiting at the traffic lights. Happy couldn't help but tilt his head slightly and explained, Miss Susan, Mr. Lin is a shareholder of Stark Industries. At the same time, Mr. Lin is also a very good friend of Mr. Tony. I don't think there is any restaurant in Waist Twister that would be so open-minded as to reject Mr. Linear. What? Susan opened her mouth wide and turned to look at Lin Feng with surprise in her eyes. You are still a shareholder of Stark Industries. She knew that Lin Feng was very rich. After all, Lin Feng lived in a villa of 600 square meters, which was why Susan was not surprised to see Rolls-Royce pick up the car. But she really didn't expect that Lin Feng was so rich. Stark Industries, you just have to write good money on your face, okay? Lin Feng nodded. He did have some shares of Stark Industries, which was given to him by Mr. Tony. Susan stopped talking. She felt that this big boy was like a treasure, and you will always find new gems inside. She began to look forward to today's dishes. Happy's driving skills are very stable, and he quickly arrived at the seafood restaurant with the two of them. In the warm hospitality of the restaurant, Susan tasted seafood dishes from the East for the first time. The Oriental chef with superb cooking skills has almost mastered the way of seafood. After a meal, Susan only felt that it was worth it. The dazzling array of dishes, as well as novel tastes that she has never experienced before, gave her a new concept of food. After waiting for the two to eat and drink enough, the Waist Twister has arrived at the brightly lit night. The two spent a full six-figure dollar. Susan gave this dining experience a 9, which couldn't be higher. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be proud. The two were sitting in the car on the return journey. Lin Feng shamelessly moved to Susan's side. Susan noticed his little move, gave him a blank look, and didn't refuse. She selected a few well-taken food photos and sent them to her personal homepage. Susan's homepage is only followed by her good friends and family, and she wants to share this experience. Just less than 2 minutes after sending it, her cell phone started ringing non-stop. Picking up the phone and looking at it, it was Susan's best friend, Kay. Kay's news came one after another like cannonballs. Susan, which restaurant did you go to? Oh my god, I heard they said that a luxury car picked you up from get off work today. I still can't believe it. You are not attracted by some mysterious big boss, are you? Also, why didn't you call me for such a good thing? Kay's questions are getting louder and louder than the last one. Susan looked speechless. What the hell is going on? What are you talking about, Kay? Susan's 2 slender fingers quickly slid across the screen. It's a friend. My friend took me to eat. Next time I have a chance, I will take you there. Are you driving a Rolls-Royce to pick up your big boss? Kai obviously didn't want to let Susan go, and continued to ask. I'll ignore you if you talk like that again. Susan blushed slightly. This best friend of the Melon King really dared to say anything. A really good friend took me there, so don't guess anymore. Susan found a photo of Lin Feng taken during the meal and sent it to Kai. In the photo above, Lin Feng is carefully peeling a crab leg for Susan. He wears a pair of thin-rimmed glasses and has deep facial features, just like a young CEO in a novel. Kai was silent for a moment. After a while, the news came again. Oh, God, where did you find this handsome boy? Is he your boyfriend? Susan. Seeing the message, Susan sneaked a shy glance at Lin Feng next to her. She undoubtedly has a great affection for this handsome, sunny, and somewhat low-key boy. Lin Feng is like the protagonist in a fairy tale book, strong and confident. However, the relationship between the two has not yet been revealed, and Lin Feng has not confessed his love, so he should not be considered a boyfriend. Not yet. Susan returned. Then back off and let me come. Susan asked a series of question marks. My mother has been single for more than 20 years, and I think this boy is very suitable for me. Kay's reply was super brave. How about letting me if you don't want it? Get out. Susan replied with a black face, and then turned off the phone, ignoring this escaping girlfriend. Finally, the vehicle slowly drove back to the urban area. Lin Feng and Susan also got off the car in the urban area. It was still early, and they decided to go shopping together and have some supper. In the world of young people, there is no such early rest. The two of them tacitly agreed, and neither of them mentioned the matter of going home. Mr. Lin, please wait. Happy opened the car door and called Lin Feng, who was about to leave. What's wrong, Happy? Lin Feng turned around with some doubts. That big fatty Happy suddenly twitched a little. He bent down and took out a poster and a pen from the co-pilot. Then it was handed to Lin Feng with a little anticipation. On the poster was Lin Feng wearing a Superman battlesuit. Can you sign me? Happy asked shyly. If it doesn't bother you, I still want a group photo. Good guy. Susan on the side couldn't help laughing. She already knew that Happy knew Lin Feng's identity. You've become a star, Lin. Susan teased. Lin Feng smiled helplessly at Susan, then turned to Happy and said, It's definitely fine, Happy. After speaking, Lin Feng took off the ring on his finger to hide his identity, and wrapped Lin Feng in a black battlesuit. The aura of the whole person suddenly changed, and he was completely different from Lin Feng wearing the ring, which made Happy and Susan call it amazing. Happy took out his mobile phone, and Lin Feng stepped forward and hugged Happy's shoulders. He was taller than Happy, and his knees were slightly bent. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. Thank you, Mr. Superman. Happy thanked excitedly. Oh no, it's Mr. Lin. I wish you all a wonderful night. Happy, who got the autograph and photo, excitedly gave Lin Feng a hug, got into the car, drew S all the way and ran away. Happy, what are you talking about? Lin Feng changed the battlesuit with some embarrassment, put on the ring again, and changed from Superman back to the big boy next door. Oh, Lin, although it's not the first time I've seen it. But if you don't wear a battlesuit, you won't be reminiscent of Superman at all. Susan exclaimed, You obviously look the same, but why do I subconsciously think that you are not Superman? This is a secret. Lin Feng touched the ring with a mysterious smile on his face. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng stretched out his hand to invite, then, Beautiful Miss Susan, are you interested in visiting this night city with me? Susan didn't speak, but her pretty face was blushing, and she held out her little hand. New York is brightly lit at night, vehicles are passing through the streets, and artists selling and singing are standing in 2s and 3s on the street, performing hard. Lin Feng walked down the street holding Susan's hand, one in front of the other. Lin Feng, who has been single for 21 years, is a little distracted by the small and soft touch. Neither of them spoke, they just walked quietly, enjoying this ambiguous and wonderful atmosphere. Before they knew it, the two came to a small square. In the distance, street performers in the store are singing songs about love. In the square, there are couples standing arm in arm everywhere. Hey sir, want to buy your girlfriend a flower? The little girl in red held up a bouquet of flowers and blocked Lin Feng's way. Don't look at her young age, her eyes are vicious. This kind of young couple who just fell in love at first glance will generally not refuse her sale. Sure enough, Lin Feng did not refuse, and bought a bouquet of roses with money. The little girl happily took the money and walked away. Susan silently took the flowers. The two of them remained silent for a long while. Lin Feng felt that the atmosphere was here, and according to the dating manual, he should take the initiative to attack. Encouraging himself in his heart, Lin Feng took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at Susan. Susan. Huh. Susan raised her head in response, and then lowered her head shyly, staring at the roses. Will you look at me, Susan? Lin Feng's tone became slow and gentle, which made Susan's heart tremble. She raised her head again and looked into Lin Feng's eyes, where there seemed to be light, bright, and flickering. Seeing Susan's illusory pretty face under the light, Lin Feng couldn't help stretching out his hand to caress Susan's face. Susan's pupils trembled slightly, and she subconsciously wanted to step back, but she restrained herself. She didn't refuse, but just opened her mouth, a little confused and a little shy. The look of hesitating to speak made Lin Feng's heart throb. Will you be my girlfriend? Lin Feng took a deep breath, and slowly spit out a few words. His voice was like Cupid's bow and arrow, shooting towards Susan's heart. Lin Feng's sudden confession made Susan a little overwhelmed. She lowered her head in a hurry, so that Lin Feng couldn't see her expression clearly. Scenes about Lin Feng flowed quickly in Susan's mind, and Susan clearly knew her feelings for this big boy. Strong, confident, sunny, but often confused, Lin Feng has carved an indelible mark in his heart after several months of getting along. Susan didn't know what mood she was in now, she just felt her heart beating faster, and the palm holding the rose began to sweat uncontrollably. Susan didn't speak. Lin Feng was a little flustered. What was said in the dating manual? What are you going to say at this time? Lin Feng's brain crashed uncontrollably. That, although it may be dangerous to be by my side, but I will risk my life to protect you. Confused, Lin Feng subconsciously read the confession example in the dating manual. I am the seasoning in your seafood. Without me you lose all flavor. No. I mean, I am your sun in winter, popsicle in summer, and umbrella in cloudy days. Pissed. Susan couldn't help laughing out loud. The nervous feeling was sent away by Lin Feng. She raised her head to look at Lin Feng. Her eyes full of smiles were curved like the moon, with a faint light flashing across her eyes. Lin, what are you talking about? No, Susan, I just... Lin Feng said angrily. Why couldn't he control his lips? Okay. Susan opened her red lips lightly, spit out 2 words, then lowered her head again, feeling her cheeks were burning hot. Hearing Susan suddenly say yes, Lin Feng froze. The brain quickly analyzed the meaning of these 2 words, and in an instant, a river of joy rushed through my heart. Lin Feng's uncontrolled breathing got worse. Yes. As Susan exclaimed, Lin Feng, who received the answer, couldn't help but hugged Susan in front of him. 2 young people who have no experience in love fall in love together at this moment. Clap clap. The sound of applause suddenly sounded, for the couple who had just confirmed their relationship. Lin Feng looked up, and was shocked to find that his confession attracted a crowd of passers-by at some point. Young man, good job. Bless you, young lovers. The passers-by who came around offered their blessings without hesitation. Applause, whistle, suddenly mixed together. Seeing this, wandering singers not far away also sang the melody of blessing. Confessions have become commonplace in this small street full of love. This place has almost become a holy place for confession in the whole area. The citizens passing by all cheered for every couple who confessed successfully. Kiss her, kiss her. Everyone booed and stared at the 2 young lovers with kind eyes. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the shy Susan in his arms. Susan's eyes were full of tenderness. She just stared at Lin Feng quietly, with a smile that couldn't be hidden on her cheeks, as if she was waiting for Lin Feng's action. Be brave, lad. Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't acted yet, the passers-by cheered loudly again, telling Lin Feng to be braver. Lin Feng couldn't laugh or cry. He was more anxious than me when he watched the drama. Trying to calm himself down again, Lin Feng slowly lowered his head and attacked Susan. The distance between the 2 was getting closer and closer, and the flower-like body fragrance of Susan penetrated into Lin Feng's nostrils. Lin Feng's unique masculine aura was also slowly moving Susan. She closed her eyes gently, as if waiting for a sacred ceremony, waiting for that moment to come. Being so close, the heartbeats of the 2 lead each other to run faster at this moment. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, there was only a millimeter of distance between their lips. However, in the next second, a sudden change occurred. Boom. It was an explosion. Deafening explosions sounded in another block. It was vaguely accompanied by a beast-like roar. The crowd watching the play suddenly screamed and dispersed. Lin Feng turned his head in astonishment and followed the explosion's reputation, seeing through it. A block away, 2 gray-green monsters wrestled together in the street. Wherever they went, cars were destroyed and roads collapsed, and people scattered and fled. Hulk and Abomination? Lin Feng had a cold face. He recognized these 2 monsters who ruined his first kiss. It's just a hair's breadth away. Lin Feng felt a fire in his heart. The 2 monsters paralyzed the entire street next door, and the citizens who had no time to escape were as fragile as bubbles, trampled to pieces. Run up, the earth is trembling. Lin Feng's expression was not so good. He sighed, and said to Susan, it seems that I'm going to talk it out, Susan. Susan patted Lin Feng's arm lightly, with a smile in her eyes. She definitely knew why Lin Feng was angry. Go ahead, my little Superman, and do what you have to do. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded. Wait for me here. After leaving a word, Lin Feng quickly ran to an empty corner. The next second, tearing air sounds came, and Superman soared into the sky, flying towards the 2 monsters. Susan looked around and found a tall building suitable for taking pictures. She took out a small camera out of nowhere and ran towards the tall building. He also stuck out his tongue in the direction Lin Feng was flying towards very playfully. I won't wait here. On the street, the two big men were still fighting each other as if there was no one else around, and the complaining crowd continued to run away. Fear, bewilderment, worry, etc. echoed throughout the street. In desperation, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Superman? It's Superman! Superman is here!" The fleeing citizens raised their heads one after another, and in the night sky, a figure came at a very fast speed. With a sudden stop, it stopped on top of the two monsters. Really, Superman? It's saved? Superman is here. Superman? Superman. The cheers resounded through the streets one after another, which is enough to show that the image of Superman created by Lin Feng has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. At least everyone knows this superhero who walks on the front line of the disaster. Where there is Superman, disasters will be prevented, and Superman is like an umbrella. The soldiers of the United States in the armored vehicle breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Superman coming. With Superman coming, I and the others only need to maintain the scene, instead of rushing up and sacrificing in vain. This level of big guys fighting is not something that ordinary people can stop. Only Superman has this strength. In midair, on an armed helicopter, the soldier cast a questioning look at Chief Ross. "General," the soldier yelled, "it's Superman, here comes Superman." Officer Ross looked solemn, and ordered decisively, "Stop descending, hover." The helicopter hovered high in the sky, observing the situation on the ground through the lens. On the ground, Hulk and the Abomination looked at each other, and let out a roar at the same time. The two monsters rushed towards each other for a moment, the earth trembled again, and the broken ground continued to crack. The outcome has not yet been decided, and only one of the two big men can survive. However, just before the two monsters collided again, a red ray filled with high temperature descended from the sky, drawing a straight line in front of the two monsters. The two monsters didn't understand what happened, so they stopped running and looked towards the sky. Roar. Hulk roared like a demonstration, and Bruce, exhausted from running around, didn't have time to pay attention to Superman or the like. So he didn't know who it was. Hate did shrink his pupils, and immediately showed an excited expression, twisting his neck. He did recognize Superman. A Hulk is not enough to fight by himself, and now there is another Superman. The TV brags about how powerful Superman is, but in the eyes of the Abomination, he is just a grasshopper that can only fly. He wonders if the so-called Superman can catch a punch from him. Lin Feng was floating in midair, scanning the two monsters with a stern expression. Don't animals stay in zoos and run wild on the streets? Regarding the culprit who interrupted her first kiss, Lin Feng was not polite at all. Superman. Hate was angered by this sentence, and his huge eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. Come down and play a game. Lin Feng sneered, as you wish. As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng rushed down suddenly, and a fist went straight to the face of Hatred with anger. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, Hate hardly saw Lin Feng's movements clearly, he just felt a sharp pain in his head, and a hole was directly smashed on the ground. Shaking his dizzy head, he got up with a roar of hatred. Run towards Lin Feng. The barbed arm swung towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng easily dodged it. The movements of the big man are like slow motion in Lin Feng's eyes. Boom! The sound came again. Lin Feng kicked out a sonic boom, which was stronger than the fist just now. Hate was kicked tens of meters by this kick and hit the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Roar! A voice sounded from behind Lin Feng, and before he could turn his head, Lin Feng felt the world turned upside down. It's Hulk? Seeing that Lin Feng knocked away his opponent, Hulk was furious. There was a sneak attack immediately, grabbing Lin Feng's legs and swinging a big pendulum to the ground. Bang! A large pit in the shape of a human appeared on the hard ground. Hulk seemed perplexed, stepped up and stepped down again. Suddenly the pit got deeper. One kick, another kick, until the figure of Superman was no longer visible on the ground. Lin Feng had completely sunk into the ground. The people who were still cheering stopped abruptly, and their cheering arms were raised in the air and slowly fell down, watching this scene dumbfounded. As if he had finally stepped on enough, Hulk stopped, panting and grunting, as if proud of his victory. However, in the next second, under everyone's gaze, Superman burst out from the pothole, punched Hulk in the jaw, and sent him directly into the sky. Lin Feng flew out of the pothole with a face of anger, and accelerated to catch up with the Hulk who was taking off. The fists kept hitting Hulk's head with sonic booms. After 2 punches, Hulk's teeth shattered, and Hulk had no power to stop the incoming punches. Lin Feng didn't stop until Hulk smashed heavily into a ruin and turned back into a human form. He didn't kill Hulk. After all, Bruce is one of the members of the Avengers Alliance in the future. Without Hulk, it is unclear whether it will have any impact. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have rewarded him with a heat ray long ago, just relying on this turtle grandson to sneak attack him. Seeing that Superman knocked Hulk into the air, the citizens cheered again. Superman is stronger than they imagined? The Abomination at the moment also came to his senses, and he rushed towards Lin Feng again. The sharp claws headed straight for Lin Feng's door with tearing air sounds. Reckless. Lin Feng snorted coldly, dodging the claws of hatred again. An uppercut with the momentum is exactly the same as when he hit Hulk just now, but Abomination is not as lucky as Hulk, and Lin Feng has no intention of showing mercy to him. Hate was punched into the sky by this punch. Lin Feng quickly took off to keep up. Are you ready? Lin Feng asked without thinking, and punched out again at a speed beyond the speed of sound. The hatred that can barely stop the downward trend is soaring at an even faster speed. Lin Feng kept waving his fists, and the hatred kept flying high into the sky. In just a few seconds, amidst the cheers of the citizens, the figures of a man and a beast disappeared into the air. The abomination of at the moment has received countless punches from Lin Feng. It continued to rise after being hit, and the buildings on the ground had already turned into light spots smaller than ants. The thin oxygen made its brain gradually confused. Seeing that there was almost no reaction from the abomination, Lin Feng stopped punching. He lifted the heels of his hatred and quickly flew into space. The monster that destroys the city, the icy universe, is its final destination. Hulk could have spared him, but the abomination's head was full of evil. Those who don't know the so-called the United States gay think they can control everything, but they frequently make jokes. Abomination is not something they can control for a long time. Abomination must die. Lin Feng's flight was extremely fast, and quickly passed through the atmosphere with the abomination in hand. The high temperature of the friction caused the skin on Hate's body to quickly turn red and burn. The intense heat and pain temporarily woke up the hatred. Do not. It looked at the earth desperately, struggling to catch Lin Feng who was carrying it. But everything is just useless. Gradually, Abomination felt the burning body surface cool down. But at the same time, I felt my body getting colder and colder. A sense of weightlessness was transmitted to the hateful brain along with the suffocation. Terminal, outer space has arrived. Lin Feng let go of the abomination, and the latter immediately fluttered in space. It kept grabbing its neck with both hands, struggling to breathe. The feeling of suffocation made it black again. A terrifying mouth opened, but no sound could come out. The hateful eyes are full of fear, hatred, and anger. He never imagined that Superman was so powerful. At this moment, hatred can't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known that Superman was so powerful, he should have run away the first time he saw Lin Feng. The power of Superman makes it incomprehensible and frightening, and just this experience will cost its own life. The strong physique prevented Abomination from losing consciousness immediately. But at this moment, its struggling movements are getting smaller and smaller. Death is only a matter of time. Not long after, seeing that the hatred seemed to have lost its breath, Lin Feng's eyes gradually glowed red. A heat ray passed by, piercing through the chest of the abomination. How many novels and movies has Lin Feng read? Making up the knife is basic common sense. Finally rushed forward and gave the last punch to the abomination. In this way, the broken body that hates begins a long cosmic drift. After solving the hatred, most of Lin Feng's anger also went down. The mood is also a lot more comfortable. Turning around, he locked on the brightly lit section. Lin Feng burst out and flew back to Earth. Flying out of the universe is no more complicated than drinking water for him. Although Abomination has a strong physique, it is more than one grade worse than Superman. Lin Feng can survive in the universe, but the Abomination cannot. When Lin Feng reached the ground, Hulk, who had turned back into human form, had been taken away by Chief Ross. That's good too. There's no need for Lin Feng to deal with the aftermath. The next time I see the Green Titan again, it should be time for Odin's adopted silly son to act as a demon. At that time, it was the time of the Avengers Alliance 1 plot, and there was still a while. Lin Feng does not intend to deliberately change the plot in the original work. He is well aware of the horror of the butterfly effect. Man of Steel, fighting Abomination Hulk, Odin's stupid son, whatever. If it really existed like Odin Ancient One, it can be said that Lin Feng's chances of winning are not great. The bald magician closed himself in the mirror world with a portal. Lin Feng didn't even know how to get out. The crowd on the ground watched Lin Feng fly back, and couldn't help cheering. Those two monsters have been dealt with by me. Lin Feng floated in midair, announcing the end of this unexpected disaster. It's safe now, everyone go home as soon as possible. After throwing down a sentence, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Feng soared into the sky again. Damaged streets and injured people will be treated by professional personnel. The devastation caused by these two monsters today filled the hearts of the unsuspecting Twisterers with a sense of crisis. But fortunately, their superhero is more powerful than monsters. Quickly running out of sight, Lin Feng took off the Superman coat and put on the ring again. Suddenly, Superman became the big boy next door again. Even if he passed by others, he would not be recognized as Superman. Susan was no longer in the same place. Lin Feng's perspective was activated quietly, and he looked around the block, only to find Susan in a tall building. Seeing Susan walking down from the roof slowly, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. A disobedient little reporter. Lin Feng walked quickly towards Susan. Susan saw him when he flew down, and now the little reporter was also looking around to find Lin Feng. Not seeing Lin Feng, Susan took out her phone and was about to make a call. At this time, a hand held her movement. Hey, Susan. Lin Feng appeared in front of Susan with a smile. Oh, Lin. Seeing Lin Feng, Susan couldn't help being jealous, and jumped into Lin Feng's embrace. Are you okay? Susan's eyes were full of worry, and her small hands kept groping Lin Feng's body. When Hulk beat Lin Feng into the ground just now, Susan was worried. The two had been together for such a long time, and it was the first time for Susan to see Lin Feng being beaten. I'm fine. Lin Feng pressed Susan's little hand, looking at Susan's eyes full of smiles. Susan, Lin Feng called out. Huh. Susan raised her little head. I have a backflip cat at home, do you want to go and see it? Oh, Lin Feng, do you have a cat? As soon as the words came out, Susan suddenly realized something, and her pretty face turned red. I hate it. Susan said coquettishly, how can there be a cat that can backflip? It's not like I haven't lived in your house before. How come I didn't know you had a cat? You think I don't read Eastern forums? Lin Feng was cheeky and not embarrassed. He smiled. Then Superman who can do backflips, do you want to go and see it? What's so good about that? I've seen it many times. Susan said with a smile in her eyes, and she didn't fall for it. Okay, it's actually Tony. Lin Feng made another backhand move. Tony said he had a surprise for us on our first date. Don't you want to check it out? Susan just looked at Lin Feng with a smile in her eyes and said nothing, as if you were continuing. Surprise on our first date? A symbol of our beginning. Lin Feng said seductively with an accentuated tone. Seeing Lin Feng's hard-working and anxious look, Susan stopped teasing him and nodded lightly. Okay, then I'll go and have a look. This cute big boy is exactly the same as the spouse in her mind, and Susan also knows what it means to go back with Lin Feng tonight. The two spent several months together. Susan felt that the time with Lin Feng was undoubtedly happy. By his side, you always feel comfortable and at ease. Moreover, most of the Oriental boys are very dedicated, which undoubtedly reassures Susan. Besides, in a few months, the two of them get along almost like a couple, but this layer of gauze has not been lifted. During this period, Susan had given Lin Feng a few chances, but there was no legitimate relationship, and Lin Feng had been trying not to touch her. Through this point, Susan knew in her heart that Lin Feng is a responsible and dedicated person. Now that the two have confirmed their boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, it is completely reasonable to spend the night together. Yes. Lin Feng clenched his fists happily, hugged the shy Susan happily, and asked, then shall we go back to the villa now? Wait, Lin? Just wait a while. These photos I took, I will write an article tonight. Susan held up the camera in her hand and explained that these photos are time-sensitive, and the sooner they are sent out, the better. If it is too late, they will not be able to catch up with the first wave of huge amounts of traffic. No way. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. How long will it take? Lin Feng's stunned expression made Susan laugh. Fool, I don't need to do this job myself. I've already notified my assistant. She's on her way. Susan said, I'll be here in about half an hour. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it only takes half an hour. Looking around, Lin Feng saw a coffee shop, which was a good place to wait. Susan, while we're waiting, shall we have a cup of coffee? The two sat in the coffee shop bored, waiting for the little assistant to come and pick up tonight's news materials. There were only Susan and Lin Feng in the coffee shop. With such a catastrophe, there were not many people wandering in the nearby streets. Everyone was in danger, and they all stayed at home and locked the door. Only the sirens of ambulances and police cars were sounding. Emergency news reports were also broadcast on television. Susan was talking about tonight's process with her best friend on her mobile phone. Lin Feng stared out the window in a daze. Ding. When the notification sound came, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket. It was a message from Tony Stark, who sent Lin Feng a picture. Open it up and look. It's the picture of Lin Feng giving the abomination the final blow in outer space just now, probably taken by Stark Industries' satellite. Are you moving so fast? Lin Feng had question marks on his face. It seems that he returned to the Earth from space in about 10 minutes, right? Seeing this clear picture, Lin Feng sighed slightly. In this era of internet and cameras everywhere, the speed of information transmission is faster than the speed of our own flight. He has no doubt that this photo and tonight's events will soon be placed on the desks of the major forces. No, Tony already knew about it 10 minutes after it happened. Lin Feng wondered if Tony was monitoring him. The voice of the mobile phone came again, but it was Tony who called directly, speaking in the familiar Macabu language. Lin, did you go on a date in outer space? God knows how wonderful Tony's expression was when he saw the photo sent by Jarvis. Is this a special show for your little girlfriend? Superman Cosmic Wars. Tony continued, I have to say, Lin, you make me think you're a monster again. Lin Feng's strength once again shocked him, but he still underestimated Lin Feng's strength. You know all this? Lin Feng laughed. No way, it just so happens that Stark Industries' satellite is right next to you. Speaking of which, do I want to thank you for not smashing my satellite? Tony snorted twice. Oh, my accuracy is very accurate. Lin Feng joked, after all, Stark Industries also owns my shares, so how could I shoot my own satellite? But you're right about one thing. Lin Feng's expression suddenly became a little weird. Tonight is unforgettable. Lin Feng joked, I thought this big guy was a surprise you prepared for me, Tony. Sitting at home, Tony rolled his eyes. Come on, dude, you question my taste. I remember what I told you, Lin. The surprise I prepared for you is in your villa. Tony said, I will bring your little girlfriend home later. You will thank me. Lin Feng's curiosity was aroused by Tony's words, wondering what surprise this Mr. Iron Man had prepared for the two of them. By the way, Linear. Tony's tone suddenly became serious after the mutual loss. I called you to tell you to be careful of those guys on the J side. This picture is not only taken by the satellite of Stark Industries, can you understand what I mean? Those guys on the J side don't have a single good thing. Stark Industry can take pictures, and they can also take pictures. The ability displayed by Lin Feng is completely beyond cognition, like an alien. It is impossible for the United States to allow such uncontrollable forces to emerge, and it is likely to act. That's why Tony called Lin Feng as soon as he found out. He wants to warn Lin Feng, take it seriously, and be careful about some actions coming from the dark. Well, I understand. Lin Feng nodded and gave Tony a reassuring answer. I will be careful. It's good that you know it. If you need help, please contact me in time. Tony disconnected the call after speaking. The United States. After hanging up the phone, a dangerous gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. It's really not a good thing, but conventional thermal weapons have no effect on him, and only heavy weapons may pose a slight threat to him. Dog system, get out. Lin Feng called out. What are you doing? It's so late, disturbing my rest. The system sounded impatient. You still sleep? Lin Feng was surprised, and the system can sleep? What's the matter, tell me. The system didn't want to talk to him. I am now, can I withstand a nuclear bomb? Lin Feng asked. He didn't know whether the Man of Steel could withstand a nuclear bomb in the original book, and he didn't seem to explain it. If you can hold it, then the threat from the United States will be reduced a lot. Huh? If you want to say this, then I won't be sleepy. The system's voice raised a level. You with Superman physique. The system elongated the voice and gave the answer in Lin Feng's expectation. I can't resist you. I can't handle your excitement. Lin Feng cursed with black lines all over his face. You are a dog, aren't you? Ahem, host, don't worry. It's easy to resist a nuclear bomb. Just spend reputation points to upgrade Silver Superman, the system said. Silver Superman has super growth ability, even if you have just upgraded to the early stage of Silver Superman. You can also feel like no one is in the middle of a nuclear explosion. The system is dutifully promoting like an insurance officer. How is it? Do you want to exchange it? Silver Superman is indeed powerful. A sneeze can knock the sun out of the solar system, and even break the time barrier and go back to the past. However, that is basically the ability that has grown to the late stage. Put it in Marvel, at least at the multi-universe level. Before crossing, Lin Feng also had an understanding of Superman abilities at various stages. It is impossible to say that he is not moved. How much reputation do you need to exchange? Lin Feng asked. In the initial stage of exchange, the Superman physique needs 100 million reputation points. So expensive. Lin Feng was speechless. Maybe you opened a black shop? It's not expensive, the system explained. In the initial stage of a single Silver Superman ability exchange is 10 million prestige points. For example, in the initial stage of Super Hearing, 10 million reputation points are required, and there is no growth attribute. How many abilities does Superman have? I won't give you an example. Do you still think it's expensive now? After the serious explanation, the system mocked, ability is not expensive. You are poor. Dog host. Damn, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Take a deep breath. You can't have the same knowledge as the dog system. The angrier you are, the happier it is. How much reputation do I have now? The host now has 8.7 million reputation points. The system displays a record of the source of reputation points. The points are mainly derived from the positive impact of the host helping the citizens over the past period of time. There is also the heat contributed by the fan group, which has also been converted into prestige points. Close to 10 million. Lin Feng pondered for a while, and it's not bad. If this situation continues, he can almost accumulate 100 million reputation points in the Avengers Alliance 2 plot. What about the prestige value of the abomination I played tonight? Why not? Lin Feng flipped through the prestige value record and found that today's prestige value has not increased. Could it be that your dog system is hacked? Host, you just finished playing, and the forum and news haven't spread yet. The system couldn't help but rolled its eyes and explained. Okay. Lin Feng smacked his lips and stopped talking. The little assistant took the documents and left, and went back to the company to work overtime conscientiously. Lin Feng took Susan back to the villa. Before entering the door, the two discovered the surprise prepared by Tony Stark. Bright red roses adorned the inside and outside of Lin Feng's villa. Under the illumination of colored lights, it looked like a sea of red, which made Susan exclaim. What a big handwriting. Lin Feng is amazed. It is worthy of Tony Stark, a big dog. Thousands of roses. I don't know how much it cost. Even for a man like Lin Feng who has basically no feelings for flowers, he feels very amazed, not to mention how lethal it is for a young woman like Susan. Looking at Susan who was running and laughing like a child in the sea of flowers, Lin Feng couldn't help shouting in his heart. Thanks to Mr. Tony for the assist. Hey, Susan. Lin Feng stopped Susan, and waved to her with a smile on his face. What's the matter, Lin? Susan ran over and asked, with indescribable happiness and joy in her eyes. Like it. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pinched her little face. Due to running back and forth, Susan's little face was slightly flushed. Like it? Definitely love it. Thank you for your big dog friend, Lin. Susan said with a smile. The word big dog was learned from Lin Feng. Let's take a photo together. Susan pulled Lin Feng into a love wreath made of roses. I took out my phone and switched to the front camera, only to find that only half of Lin Feng's head was captured. Lin, you are too tall. Susan complained coquettishly. Squat down a little. Lin Feng definitely would not refuse. He took the mobile phone in Susan's hand. Squatting down slightly, he wrapped his right hand around Susan's waist, bringing the two of them closer together. From the mobile phone camera, it looks like Susan is being hugged by Lin Feng. After taking the photo, Lin Feng was a little reluctant to let go of Susan, whose pretty face was flushed. "Susan, I have a present for you," Lin Feng said. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and performed a magic flip. In the next second, an exquisite necklace appeared in Lin Feng's hands. A transparent gem is dragged under the silver-white chain. The gem is very, very magical, with some faint light. If you look closely, it is very, very light grass green, as if there is a halo flowing inside. Although it is not a high-end brand, it looks more like a custom-made one. "Wow," Susan couldn't help exclaiming. "This necklace may be the most beautiful one she has ever seen in her life. It is even more moving than what I saw in a luxury store with my girlfriends. For you, my girlfriend." Lin Feng looked into Susan's eyes and said slowly, "There is no girl who doesn't like jewelry, and Susan still has a certain understanding of the price of jewelry. This nearly transparent gem that reflects light under the light is expensive. Could it be?" Susan said with some hesitation, "Could it be too expensive?" Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, looking at Susan with sincerity in his eyes. "In my heart, nothing is more precious than you. Let me put it on for you, okay?" Lin Feng didn't talk about martial arts, and suddenly attacked. A word of earthy love hit Susan's heart hard. She shyly avoided Lin Feng's affectionate gaze. Susan didn't refuse any more, but slowly turned her back and slowly raised her hair, revealing her fair and slender neck. This necklace was exchanged by Lin Feng in the system store, not an ordinary necklace. The gemstone with a light green halo is a product from the elf town. It takes 100 years for the tree of life to form a single essence. Ordinary people will improve their physical fitness if they wear it for a long time, and it also has the effect of improving eyesight and calming the mind. Most importantly, it can make the wearer immune to almost the vast majority of poisons. This necklace cost Lin Feng 100,000 reputation points. Not too expensive, Lin Feng can afford it. Lin Feng put on a necklace for Susan. Susan, who was already very beautiful, looked even more cool and beautiful. Against the backdrop of the sea of roses, she looked like a fair-haired elf. The two unconsciously looked at each other, expressing affection for each other. The eyes can no longer accommodate other things, only each other's figure is left. Two people who fell in love for the first time fell into a sea of roses. The moon didn't know when, but shyly hid in the cloud. It was late at night, Lin Feng and Susan hugged each other and fell asleep. The two of them slept soundly, but there were still many people who couldn't sleep. For example, black marinated eggs. Black braised egg at the moment is wearing a dark circle, just finished a video conference. The content of the meeting was precisely the Twister monster incident that just happened. Lin Feng's thinking was right. His information was placed on the tables of all major forces within the evening. The strength he showed was too dangerous. Hit the hatred into outer space, with incomprehensible combat power. If it weren't for Lin Feng usually playing the role of superhero in Twister, then the current Lin Feng may have been surrounded by the United States. S.H.I.E.D's analysis of Lin Feng's combat power and control ability is likely to surpass the existence of Omega Mutant. During the meeting, regarding Lin Feng, Black Braised Egg repeatedly expressed that he should take his time. Since Lin Feng is willing to be a superhero in Twister, it means that there is great hope to bring him closer to the organization. However, several other people who were too afraid of Lin Feng's strength expressed that, "We must control the power of Lin Feng in our own hands as soon as possible. If you can't control it, you have to find a way to destroy it." No matter how the Black Stewed Egg explained, the few of them seemed to be in collusion and refused to let go. There was no other way. Black Braised Egg could only retreat, and apparently agreed first. The whole meeting broke up in the end. Black Braised Dan returned to the office with a dark face all the way. "Ms. Fuck." He slapped his palm on the table and made a loud noise. Shocked Phil Cowlson. "Control? How to control? These people have been sitting in the office for a long time, are their heads dumbfounded?" "Your coffee, sir." A support worker put down a cup of coffee tremblingly, and retreated with his head lowered. The director who started the fire was too scary. Picking up the coffee and taking a sip, the Black Stewed Egg still couldn't calm down the resentment in his heart. The strength shown by Lin Feng, even the captain of the United States does not have this kind of fighting power. With such a powerful force, as far as Black Braised Egg knows, there is only Captain Marvel at present. In order to control Lin Feng and call the shock team back from the universe? Isn't that nonsense? Lin Feng didn't make a mistake. Instead, he constantly helped the Twister solve his troubles. He continues to project a positive image, and everyone knows that Superman is the Asgardian of Twisters. If you want to move Lin Feng, don't say whether you can succeed or not. I can't even imagine the consequences. Is it necessary to use nuclear bombs to attack a superhero who saves the people all day long? Are the people of the United States really blind? After thinking for a long time, Black Braised Egg looked at Phil Cowlson. "Phil Cowlson, tomorrow afternoon, come with me to Lin Feng's villa." He wasn't going to listen to those scumbags. If it wasn't for the need for funds, the Black Stewed Egg would have broken skin with them long ago. Similar things happened more than once or twice. For the Avengers plan, he has his own plans. Not to mention Black Corned Eggs. Pierce, an old bastard, is also eyeing Lin Feng. At the moment's Black Marinated Egg doesn't know that his S.H.I.E.L.D is already riddled with holes. Pierce is also plotting how to draw Lin Feng into his camp. Pass down instructions one by one. Hydra quickly collected Lin Feng's information and made a win-win plan. Also staying up late is Tony Stark. After calling Lin Feng, Tony Stark analyzed Lin Feng's data. The last time I said that I would test Lin Feng's physical data, there was no suitable opportunity and time. It's one thing to fall from space, to be able to fly off Earth by yourself in a very short amount of time. It's another story. The ability gap represented by the two is not a star and a half. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng's data database has been created. Do you need to upload it to the data center? J.A.R.V.I.S said. Save it to my personal server, and no one is allowed to view it, Tony ordered. Many forces are busy. Apparently, it was another restless night. Early the next morning, Susan got up early and limped to the company. There is no way she is going to follow up the follow-up of last night's incident. Lin Feng was left lying on the bed alone in a daze. Workaholic? Lin Feng yelled. Why don't you rest at home for a day now? Lin Feng expressed his admiration. Lazed on the bed bored for a while, Lin Feng got up and picked up the roses all over the house. After tidying up for a long time, they didn't get rid of much, so Lin Feng had no choice but to call a group of housekeeping staff to help clean up. Even Superman can't clean up these roses at once, and none of Superman's abilities can clean up these roses properly. This thing will soon become wilted if it is not cleaned up. It will be even more difficult to clean up when it rots. After a busy morning, the villa was finally restored to its original state. Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and exhaled. Even Superman will feel tired doing housework. Amazing. The last time I wanted to stay at home and play games for a day, I was interrupted by Black Widow. Today's Lin Feng has decided to continue the unfinished business of the last game. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had just picked up the handle, but another unexpected guest was ushered in. What should come will come after all. In the huge living room, a golden portal suddenly appeared. A shiny bald head emerged from behind the door. Seeing this, Lin Feng shouted, "Sorcerer Supreme." That's right, the person here is Ancient One Magician, the strongest woman on Earth. Possesses powerful magic and sits on the Earth, and is also in charge of the Time Stone in Infinite Gems. With her existence, the invasion of the Earth by the Dark Dimension was prevented. Protect the Earth for a long time. Upon hearing this, Ancient One looked at Lin Feng and smiled slightly. You know me, this is really surprising. There was no surprise in his tone. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. You don't look surprised at all, Magician. Ancient One shook his head and said, can we talk? The invitation to Sorcerer Supreme is one that one cannot afford to refuse. Definitely yes, Lin Feng nodded. He had expected the arrival of Ancient One for a long time. Now he can't afford to mess with Ancient One Magician. Superman's magic resistance is not to say how attractive it is basically nothing. Just throwing Lin Feng into the mirror space is enough for Lin Feng to breathe. Besides, for this magician who dedicates his life to protecting the Earth, Lin Feng has a little respect from his heart. Magician, please sit down. Lin Feng invited Ancient One to sit down. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng exchanged for a tree of life tea worth 50,000 reputation points from the system and brewed it. Magician came to see me, what's the matter? Lin Feng pushed a cup of brewed tea in front of Ancient One Magician and asked. Ancient One was about to answer, but couldn't help looking at the tea that Lin Feng pushed over. She keenly noticed that there was a breath of life in the tea that she had never seen before. This is. Ancient One Magician showed a surprised expression for the first time. It's just rough tea, Magician doesn't need to care about it. Lin Feng waved his hand. The tea and the necklace given to Susan came from the same place. They are all products from the Elf Township. The leaves of the ancient tree of life have a huge vitality and have the magical effect of healing dark wounds, replenishing physical strength and life energy. Ancient One gave Lin Feng a meaningful look and took a sip of tea. After drinking the tea, an extremely comfortable life energy washes over the body, making it very comfortable. Ancient One even felt that life energy actually has the effect of prolonging lifespan. Although the degree is not high, if there was such a thing at that time, maybe there would be no need to draw power from the dark dimension. Amazing tea. Even Ancient One couldn't help but praise. It is really amazing, stronger than Ancient One, and I also have a feeling of excitement for this tea, and I want to drink some every day, if the magician likes. Lin Feng chuckled, turned his hands around and conjured up a small box full of tea leaves. A small gift, please accept the magician. Ancient One didn't take it right away, it's a treasure if it's outside. She stared at Lin Feng again, not seeing any distress in him, and just accepted the tea. Since Lin Feng can take out a box without giving up, it means that Lin Feng still has more tea leaves. This is equivalent to the goodwill that Lin Feng handed over, and if Ancient One accepts it, Lin Feng will feel at ease. You don't have to worry that I will be unfavorable to you. This is not the purpose of my coming this time. Sure enough, Ancient One gave Lin Feng a reassuring answer. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He didn't come here to expel himself, otherwise Lin Feng's chances of winning would be too low. You have a very powerful ability. I'm here to remind you to use it well, Ancient One continued. I know you are not a human being in this world. In the original timeline, you shouldn't exist, and I don't know whether your appearance is good or bad. Hearing what Ancient One said, Lin Feng smiled wryly in his heart, and secretly scolded that the dog system is not effective, and people can tell at a glance that he is not an aborigine. Sure enough, I can't hide it from the Ancient One Magician, Lin Feng praised. But Magician can rest assured, I have no malice towards this world. Even if it's not the same world, I'm still from Blue Star. Lin Feng's position was very firm. He continued, I won't hurt Blue Star, on the contrary, I will protect him. On this point, please rest assured, magician. Lin Feng definitely knew what Ancient One was afraid of. She was afraid that Lin Feng would destroy this Blue Star. But Blue Star is Lin Feng's home planet, and Lin Feng has no intention of destroying her. Ancient One nodded, with a gentle smile on his face, I can feel that you are telling the truth. I can also feel that although you have some small shortcomings, they can't cover up your brave heart. Unimaginable disasters will happen in the future. This world needs your fearless heart. Maybe you don't realize it now, but one day, you will take up the responsibility on your shoulders. Ancient One spat out a bunch of words like preaching. Lin is numb and can't understand, but he still has a brave heart. I do not know how. Go ahead according to your ideas, Lin Feng. This is the growth you must experience. Ancient One magician stood up, ready to leave. Without waiting for Lin Feng to say goodbye, Ancient One said again, thank you for the tea, Lin Feng. You can come and sit with me when you are free. After speaking, Ancient One opened the portal and stepped in. Wait a minute, magician. Lin Feng called. Ancient One turned around, still smiling, looking at Lin Feng. Can I learn magic? Lin Feng asked, wondering if he could learn magic. This does not conflict with Superman ability. With magic like portals, it will be much more convenient for Lin Feng. Magic? Yes, Ancient One smiled and nodded. But not now. Before Lin Feng could happily ask for his apprenticeship, Ancient One poured cold water on it. When that day comes, I will come to you again. I can't stay any longer, you have other guests. After saying that, Ancient One disappeared into the portal. It's the words that Lin Feng can't understand again. When that day will come. When will it come? Lin Feng was a little confused. What is the meaning of Ancient One coming to me, just to say something I don't understand? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. But still got good news, at least he can learn magic. As for what Ancient One said, I have other guests? Who is it? Lin Feng felt worthy of what the magician said, and he couldn't understand 2 of the 3 sentences. But after a while, Lin Feng understood. The doorbell rang, and Lin Feng went to open the door with a strange expression on his face. Black Braised Egg brought Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson to find Lin Feng. Looking at the strange trio outside the door, Lin Feng sighed and invited a few people into the house. But without making tea for them, the leaves of life are so precious, they don't deserve Lin Feng to entertain them with such treasures. Lin Feng just fetched a bottle of mineral water and threw it to Natasha Romanoff. That's right, only Natasha Romanoff has it, which is the privilege of beauty. Natasha Romanoff, who took the water, gave Lin Feng a blank look, as if she was complaining about what happened last time. After several people were seated, the black stewed egg stared closely at Lin Feng with one eye, and the scene became serious. Your behavior last night had a great impact. Hey me Dan missed a big move when he came up, and went straight to the point. Influences. What's the impact? Does the waist-twisting citizens raise their arms and shout? Lin Feng sat lazily on the sofa. Good guy, you just want to give yourself a hat when you come up? Am I scared? I'm not joking with you, Lin Feng. Black Braised Egg said seriously. What you did last night has been placed on the desk in the Grey Palace. If I hadn't stopped it, the people who came to see you now would be a group of soldiers. Black Braised Egg intentionally magnified the severity of the problem, and was constantly testing Lin Feng. Don't use your S.H.I.E.L.D's tricks to test me, Nick Fury. Lin Feng waved his hands impatiently, seeing through the tricks of black-corned eggs at a glance. Excuse me, have I committed any crime? Lin Feng sneered disdainfully, and didn't accept the move at all. I'm still a soldier, even Iron Man can't block my punch. If you are not afraid of death, let them come. Lin Feng confronted directly, with a very tough attitude. Scared me? The means are too low level. Seeing that Lin Feng was not up to the trap, Hey Braised was not angry either. Lin Feng, we are here to help you. Black Braised Egg changed his routine and continued to fool around. Joining the Avengers project can make some people feel at ease. I think you're smart enough to know who I'm talking about. Black Braised Egg meant something, and he believed that Lin Feng would know what he was talking about. Lin Feng snorted coldly and said, why should I reassure them? This is not a child's playhouse game. Black Braised Egg said, you need to live, Lin Feng, it's a mutually beneficial thing. You give them a guarantee, and they will give you the life you want. Since intimidation is not enough, then use the policy of softness, and the black stewed egg is very good at controlling people's hearts. This world is far more complicated than you think. When disasters strike in the future, we must stick together. Complicated? A disaster. Lin Feng stared coldly at the black-corned egg. There were some things he didn't bother to say at first, but now he was going to give the black-corned egg a bombshell. What's complicated? Is Tesseract complicated? I don't think you guys have figured out what it is yet. That's really complicated. He knows that the current S.H.I.E.L.D is still studying the blue cube, which is not something humans can study thoroughly. How do you know about Tesseract? Black Braised Egg's pupils shrank suddenly, a sense of crisis and doubt welling up in his heart. The existence of Tesseract is a secret of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could Lin Feng know this? How do I know? The disaster comes from your random research. Lin Feng laughed. Some things cannot be kept by the earth. If you take it, it will cause disaster. I always make trouble for myself. It's always an afterthought. Isn't the existence of the Kree enough for you to wake up? Some people always like to show off their abilities. Do you think everything is under your planning? Lin Feng uttered a few words one after another, and the content was frighteningly huge. Black Pork stared at Lin Feng. Without saying a word, he couldn't understand why Lin Feng knew so much. Completely exceeded his expectations. I will not join S.H.I.E.L.D, nor will I join the Avengers project. Nick Fury, you don't have to worry about me. If those people have opinions, let them come to me directly. I don't mind treating them like that big monster from last night. Joining these organizations now will only limit him, Lin Feng said. If someone finds himself unhappy, let's fight whose fist is harder. Hearing Lin Feng's determination, Haimi Dan suddenly sighed and softened his tone. Lin Feng, I don't know where you got so many secrets from, but I still want to tell you that fists can't solve everything. Some things can't be solved simply by fighting. Since you don't want to join the Avengers project, how about you consider becoming our external agent? Black Braised Egg said, which was also part of his plan. Now Lin Feng is only 21 years old, so it is inevitable that he will have the conceit and arrogance of young people. Coupled with such a powerful ability, it is inevitable that he will not admit defeat and be unwilling to be controlled by others. Lin Feng's idea is very simple, to deal with problems with fists. However, in the adult world, the way of dealing with fists is often just a bad decision. It is impossible to force a young man with enough ability. Black Braised Egg knows this well, so he has prepared two plans. In fact, Lin Feng also knows that the world with fists can work in troubled times, but in today's society, life is easy to break. He is young and energetic, but fortunately, his three views are very upright. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng gave his own answer. I don't want to be at the mercy of anyone, Director Nick Fury. I can promise to be your external force, as long as it is not controlled by you. If there is any difficulty or need help, I can help. The premise is that you need to pay enough rewards. Lin Feng gave a cooperation plan, which is not controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D, thus avoiding many problems. Black Braised Egg thought for a long time, but finally heaved a sigh. Lin Feng was so difficult to deal with, completely beyond his imagination. From the moment he entered the door, Lin Feng took the initiative in his own hands after a few sentences. Lin Feng's perception of this world has completely exceeded his expectations. In his heart now, Lin Feng is even more difficult to deal with than Tony Stark. At least Tony doesn't know as much as Lin Feng. It seems that his character model of Lin Feng needs to be re-established. For the time being, that's all we can do. Black Braised Egg nodded. As a foreign aid, at least it wasn't useless. I still hope you think about it seriously. The Earth needs your ability. Black Braised Egg said tactfully. I will protect the planet in my own way, Director Nick Fury. As the sincerity of the first cooperation, I suggest you go back and check how many loopholes are there in your S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng was going to throw out a message to express his sincerity and show off his strength by the way. I know what you know, and I know what you don't know. In this way, you will be more cautious when dealing with my problems in the future. Loophole? What do you mean? The black stewed egg really fell for it. Chop off one head, and grow two heads. Lin Feng dropped another bomb flatly, and the pupils of the black stewed egg trembled with one sentence. Black Braised Dan bent his upper body forward, staring fixedly at Lin Feng again, a little horrified and unbelievable. This is impossible. Hydra should have been completely destroyed. Now Lin Feng means that there is Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't need to lie to you, just check it out, Director Nick Fury. Lin Feng just shrugged indifferently. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. will soon become Snake and Shield. Black Braised Egg didn't speak any more, just took a deep look at Lin Feng, and stretched out his hand to greet Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson to leave the villa. He has to go back as soon as possible to verify the information. If it is true, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be in danger. After seeing off Nick Fury and his group, Lin Feng was numb. Finally, I was able to be quiet for a while, and it was really tiring to fight against the boss. It's more tiring than a fight. Lin Feng was quiet, but Susan couldn't. To be honest, she regretted coming to work today. If I had known earlier, I should have listened to Lin, and asked for a leave of absence to rest at home, wouldn't I? It turned out to be good now. When it was close to the end of get-off work time, the company's famous mother noticed her strangeness. Strange walking posture, and the silver chain on the white neck. Oh, my God. Shima yelled out. Susan, are you in love? To suffer? Susan's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the next second, colleagues cast their eyes on him. It's a damn thing. Susan resisted the urge to slap her, and forced a smile with a cold face. Yes. Is it weird? Oh, I'll just say that, Susan Shima said with a gossipy expression on her face. Is this necklace from your boyfriend? I don't remember seeing you wearing jewelry before. Such a big gem, it's not cheap. Susan was angry and sick of it. What does it matter to you whether you wear jewelry or not? Shima made a loud voice on purpose, the whole office could hear clearly, and the big guys whispered for a while. Hey, I'm not wrong, Susan really has a boyfriend. Is it the luxury car that picked her up yesterday? Has Susan got next to the rich man? Then will she resign and live the life of Mrs. Fu? I'm envious. I heard that the car that picked her up yesterday was a Stark Industry car. Couldn't it be Tony Stark? What nonsense. I heard that he is a young man. He seems to be from the East. Very handsome. The discussion became louder and louder, and Susan held a cup of coffee helplessly. Colleagues? Your whispering voices are a bit loud. Oh, Susan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. The mother of the incident also found out that something was wrong. She pretended to be guilty, and apologized to Susan, but she didn't feel guilty at all. This woman is prettier than her and has better performance than her. He pretended to be noble all day long, but in the end he found a rich thief. She has been at odds with Susan for a long time. Last time she begged Susan to give her the photo of Superman that she took, but this bitchy ruthlessly refused, and even gave the photo to the new employee. What's the matter? I've always hated it. Some people are like this. You obviously didn't provoke him, but he just can't see you well. It's okay, you go to work. Susan waved her hands helplessly, motioning for you to leave quickly and stop dangling in front of me. Susan. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, an angry roar suddenly sounded. Hearing this roar, Shima sneered. Her goal had been achieved. She saw that something was wrong with Susan early in the morning, but she deliberately waited until John came to say it, just to trip Susan up. Oh my gosh, it's John. It's over, there's a good show to watch. A group of colleagues who love to eat melons opened their eyes wide and did not do their work, just staring at Susan. John rushed to Susan with an angry face, the fat on his face was trembling. When he heard that Susan had a boyfriend, combined with Susan's strange walking posture, he seemed to understand something. Immediately, his anger rushed straight to Tianling Gai, as if struck by lightning. It seems that the most important thing to me, the precious flower that has been raised for a long time, has been picked by others. How can you have a boyfriend? John's face was full of ferocity, and he almost yelled out, causing Susan to take 2 steps back in fright. You are sick, John. Susan only felt annoyed and funny. What does it matter to you if I have a boyfriend? John was so teased that he couldn't speak. His fat face flushed red. He pointed at Susan and kept trembling. That's right. Why should someone tell you that they have a boyfriend? Did you have something to do with him? How could you do this? John's heart was bleeding. You said, did you stay with him for money? Angry John lost his mind and slandered. Snapped. A clear voice sounded. Susan was full of anger, and she slapped John with her hands. John, are you insulting my dignity? Everyone stared at the two in dumbfounded. The whole office fell silent, and a needle could be heard. This is too explosive. John, who was stunned by the slap, was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses and subconsciously argued. No, Susan. You know my feelings for you. How can you have a boyfriend without my consent? Susan laughed angrily at these strange remarks again. John, I definitely rejected you. I don't like your type. You and I are just colleagues. Please don't pester me anymore. My boyfriend will be upset if he finds out. After speaking, Susan shook her head and walked away. Her posture was a bit weird, and John wanted to explode on the spot when she saw it. What are you looking at? Don't you need to work? Seeing that everyone in the office was staring at him dumbfounded, John got angrier now and cursed. Seeing John looking over, the melon eaters quickly lowered their heads and pretended to work hard. Now John is like a ferocious hyena, who bites anyone he sees, and they don't want to get angry. Looking at Susan's back, John's gloomy eyes were full of jealousy and resentment. Baichi, you will regret it. Muttering something under his breath, John turned and walked towards his office. After pouring a large glass of cold water and drinking it, John's anger still remained undiminished. Susan is beautiful, cute, and full of vivaciousness just out of school. Her every move and smile grabs John's attention. It can be said that Susan is the flower that suits his taste the most that he has encountered in his flower bushing career, and it is also the only flower that cannot be picked off. Now it's a shame for John that someone else has got ahead of him. Damn it! John yelled, absolutely making Susan, and her so-called boyfriend, regret it. If you can't get it, you will destroy it. Don't think about it. John was on fire when there was a knock on the office door. Boom boom boom. Who? John asked impatiently. It's me. The door was pushed open, and it was the mother who didn't think it was a big deal who came. Flora. John looked at the person coming. Flora had countless relationships with him and was one of his radio contacts. Although Flora is average looking, she still has crow's feet in the corners of her eyes. But Flora will come to trouble. No matter how smart she is, John is a meat and vegetarian guy, so naturally he can't let her go. What's the matter? Flora, John asked, taking a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Flora leaned forward and sat on the desk, looking at John's round buttocks. His mouth was dry for a while, and the anger that had just been suppressed rose again. I know, you must want to avenge Soshan, right? Flora said. Don't rush to deny it. That bitch, she dared to betray you. Flora stretched out a finger and pressed it on John's fat mouth. I have a complete plan. Do you want to listen to it? Flora continued to seduce. She had a good grasp of John's character. This incompetent thing is a person who must report his flaws. Oh, let's take a look. Sure enough, John's heart was a little moved after a slight hesitation. Flora and him are grasshoppers on the same rope. The two of them have done many things to harm the interests of the radio station. He is not afraid that Flora will betray him. Seeing that John took the bait, Flora showed a seductive smile, took out a stack of documents and placed them in front of John, and began to talk about her plan. Listening to Flora's plan, John's eyes became brighter and brighter. He didn't expect this woman to have such a brain. Can't help but praise. Very good, Flora. I didn't expect you to come up with this plan. John's eyes lit up, staring at the stack of documents on the desktop. And the most important thing is, with these evidences, that bitch can't escape. Flora smiled disdainfully. That bitch can't beat us, don't you think so, my lovely John? She actually gave up such a charming you for a little boy, I don't even know what she thinks. Flora held John's stinky feet without disgust. As long as she held him comfortably, she could get the benefits she wanted. This trick of hers has been tried and tested, otherwise, with her ability, how could she sneak into the BBC TV station? Well, you're right. John smiled contentedly. Seeing that Flora was still looking at him without speaking, he understood Flora's meaning very well. Without fodder, a horse cannot run. In this way, I will communicate with the higher UPS, and I will hand over the work of filming Superman to you in the future. Now, help me put out the fire first. John grabbed Flora's head and pressed down on him. A trace of disgust flashed in Flora's eyes, but she didn't refuse. The plan to deal with Susan was quietly unfolded in the conspiracy of the two. After a few days of leisure, Lin Feng saw Tony Stark's live broadcast on TV. Seeing the hearing about the submission of the Stark steel battlesuit played on TV, Lin Feng knew in his heart that this was the plot of Iron Man 2. In other words, Tony at this time should have been poisoned by palladium. And it may be more serious than the blood toxin content of the original plot. Tony's unyielding character makes him not let Lin Feng become the focus of the public by himself. The frequent use of battle suits to appear in front of everyone has resulted in the deepening of palladium poisoning. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng got up and prepared to go to Stark's villa. In broad daylight, flight was too conspicuous, so Lin Feng chose to drive. Before arriving at Tony's villa, Lin Feng met Pepper. Hey, Pepper, is Tony at home? Walking to the front of the villa, Lin Feng asked, what's wrong with you? Did Tony make you angry? Lin Feng, who was approaching, keenly noticed that Pepper's face was full of frost at this moment, and he was obviously angry. Oh, Mr. Lin Feng. Pepper turned around in surprise, and immediately heard Lin Feng's question. That's right. You don't know what that bastard did. As if he had found someone to confide in, Pepper poured out the cause of the matter like bitter water. He gave away our entire collection of modern art. Didn't discuss it with me? Nothing left, all donated. Donated to what? Donated to the United States Scouts. Pepper said angrily. You know Lin Feng. It took me a whole 10 years to organize these things. He didn't even tell me, he just donated it all. The angry Pepper stomped his feet. Lin Feng also touched his nose in embarrassment. I won't tell you anymore, Lin Feng, I'm going to ask him for clarification now. After speaking, Pepper walked towards the villa. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurried forward to stop Xiaoji Ali. Hey, Pepper. Tony, how do you say that? Something happened to Tony recently. Lin Feng hesitation. Do you want to tell about Tony's palladium poisoning? What's wrong with him? What can he do? Did you fall in love with another magazine girl on the cover? Thinking of the possibility, Pepper even felt a nameless anger. Okay, Pepper. Lin Feng said helplessly. You know, Tony, he's been using that for life support. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and drew a circle on his chest. Arc reactor? Pepper asked suspiciously. Yes. That thing saved him, but it was killing him at the same time. Lin Feng explained, the core of the reactor is palladium, and now Tony has been poisoned by palladium. I don't think he has a solution until now, and if he can't find a new element to replace palladium, maybe life will enter the countdown. So he might. Maybe I'm not in a good mood and spirit. Oh my god. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Pepper suddenly showed a surprised and worried expression. He never told me. At the moment Pepper was a little panicked. Hearing that Lin Feng said that Tony's life was about to enter the countdown, he didn't know where to throw his previous anger. No, I want to go in and see him. Hey, wait, Pepper. Lin Feng stopped her again. I'm here to deal with Tony's palladium poisoning. Let me handle it, okay? Can you cure him? Pepper looked at Lin Feng with hope and anticipation in his eyes. That's right, Miss Pepper, but I need a little help from you. Lin Feng smiled and said, can you help me prepare a pot of hot water and 2 cups? It's that simple. Yes, you help me prepare. Now, I'll go talk to Tony first. Okay. Please, Mr. Lin Feng. Little Pepper dubiously went upstairs to prepare hot water. She knew she couldn't help in this regard. There is nothing to do, and now that Lin Feng says he has a way, Pepper can only trust Lin Feng. Seeing Pepper leaving, Lin Feng walked towards the underground workshop, using super hearing while walking, wanting to hear how Tony is doing now. How much of this disgusting thing do I have to drink a day? Tony Stark picked up a glass of chlorophyll juice with disgust on his face. Palladium poisoning made him feel dizzy and weak now. After drinking most of it in one gulp, Tony took out a matchbox file-sized metal instrument. Detecting palladium content, Tony pressed his fingers to the instrument. Hematox level 43, sir. Sure enough, as Lin Feng expected, frequent use of battle suits made Tony's current blood toxin level almost half higher than the original one. Continued use of the battle suit has aggravated your condition, sir. Tony Stark knocked on the table annoyed, and was informed by J.A.R.V.I.S. that the energy was exhausted. After replacing the new reactor core, Tony looked even more helpless looking at the black spider pattern on his chest. Sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. suddenly reminded, Mr. Lin Feng is here. Lin? What is he doing here? J.A.R.V.I.S quickly put down his t-shirt, took a sip of chlorophyll. Lin Feng from at the moment has walked in. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Tony drinking chlorophyll juice. Hey, Tony, is it good? Lin Feng couldn't help but joked. The taste of chlorophyll juice can't be said to be very bad, but it's not much good. What's this? Your new drink recipe, Tony. That's right, green, healthy. I suggest you have a drink too, buddy. Compared to mouth escape, Tony can't lose. What are you doing, man? Tony shot back, to see my new drink recipe. Oh no, Tony, I'm here to ask you for tea. Lin Feng waved his hand. He couldn't beat the dog system, even Tony. Drink tea? I don't have the time to drink tea. Tony shook his head after hearing this. Tony didn't like the bitter taste, just like chlorophyll. He drank it to relieve palladium poisoning. Don't say that, my friend. Believe me, my tea is not for everyone. Lin Feng stepped forward and grabbed Tony's shoulder without any explanation, and dragged him upstairs. It's much more effective than chlorophyll, you'll like it. Lin Feng said, pointing to the reactor on Tony's chest. You know. Tony looked at Lin Feng winking at him, and pointed to the reactor on his chest. Asked incredulously. I definitely know, Tony. Lin Feng sighed and said, is palladium poisoning? I can still think about it. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Tony seemed a little silent. He didn't know what to say. He could only let Lin Feng drag him to the sofa in the living room. The hot water you want? Lin Feng. Pepper came down with a tray, and put the hot water and cups on the table. Oh, Pepper, you're here too. Tony frowned and looked up. Why do you feel that Pepper's face looks a little bit wrong today? Tony turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Dude, she might as well. Yes, I see, Tony. Pepper also sat down on the sofa. Oh, God, Tony slapped himself on the face with pain on his face. Dude, are you going to let the world know that I live on chlorophyll now? You can't blame Lin Feng, Tony. Pepper stared straight at Tony with a pair of beautiful eyes, with anger, grievance, but more worry. Why didn't you tell me? Seeing Pepper getting angry, Tony felt a little uncomfortable. Pepper, it's not that I didn't tell you. I've been looking for a way to deal with it. Believe me, I can fix it. And even if I tell you, it won't help. As soon as these words came out, little Pepper's face was full of grievances. Damn it. Tony, who said the wrong thing, cursed secretly, thinking that he would suffer, and quickly defended. I didn't mean that, Pepper, I just. You think I'm useless, don't you, Tony? Tears welled up in Pepper's eyes. I resign, I want to resign. Tony, you never care about other people's feelings. You even donated all my 10 years of hard work? I've had enough. No, Tony panicked. I didn't mean you were useless. I didn't mean that. Pepper, listen to me. Then what do you mean? You didn't even tell me that you were poisoned with palladium. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved little Pepper wiped his tears. I mean. Tony rolled his eyes, thinking of how to calm Pepper's grievance. I want you to be the CEO, I mean. Tony took a deep breath. I want you to be the CEO. Pepper burst into tears, and looked at Tony in disbelief. Have you been drinking? Drinking chlorophyll. Tony replied, and without waiting for Pepper's reaction, he said again very seriously, here, I appoint you as the chairman and executive director of Stark Industries. Effective immediately. Wow. After a while, Pepper, who realized it, cried even harder. Tony's appointment made her feel like she was explaining the funeral, and her sad emotions made her cry even louder involuntarily. Tony gasped. He didn't know what to do with both hands, just stretched them up in the air, trying to hug Pepper. It seemed inappropriate again. Nima, why can't you coax me well? He turned his head and looked angrily at the culprit, Lin Feng, who was silent for a while. Lin Feng has been eating melons for half a day, and took time to soak the leaves of the tree of life. Seeing Tony looking over, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb, and he also regretted telling Pepper about Tony's palladium poisoning. Who knew this woman was so sensual? Dude, it's all thanks to you. Tony grumbled at Lin Feng without making a sound, but Lin Feng also understood Tony's lips. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed loudly twice, attracting Pepper's attention. At the moment Pepper remembered that Lin Feng was also here, and blushed immediately. Pepper, have you forgotten what I'm here for? Lin Feng said with a smile, and immediately pushed 2 cups of brewed tea in front of them. A very strange tea fragrance wafted out, and the 2 people who smelled the tea fragrance felt refreshed. Try it, this is a good thing that money can't buy. Especially you, Tony, this tea has a miraculous effect on you with palladium poisoning. Lin Feng pointed to Tony and said. Pepper was a little dumbfounded. She pointed to the teacup. Can this cure Tony's palladium poisoning? She recognized that it was an oriental tea, but she had never heard of the saying that tea can also cure palladium poisoning. Oh, Miss Pepper, you'll know if you try it. Lin Feng replied with a smile, and this tea is also good for women. Hurry up and drink it while it's hot. Pepper dubiously picked up the teacup. The teacup was soaked with leaves that he had never seen before. The tea was very light green, as if there was a trace of transparent smoke floating in it. After drinking a cup, the taste hasn't come out yet. Pepper only feels a warm current flooding his limbs. Oh my god. Ziaji Ali's yellowish skin began to become fairer visible to the naked eye. The blemishes from long hours at work have also begun to fade, and my hair has become shinier. I feel unprecedented spirit. Little Pepper looked shocked. This is simply unbelievable. WTF. Tony also saw this miraculous scene. Pepper, are you getting younger? Hearing this, Xiaojiao directly took out a small cosmetic mirror from her bag and exclaimed in front of the mirror. In this situation, Tony picked up the teacup and drank it without any hesitation. For a moment, I felt a warm current rushing from my stomach to every corner of my body. The dizziness caused by palladium poisoning subsided instantly, and his limbs became strong again. Tony flipped his t-shirt up and looked at his chest. The black spider pattern faded towards the reactor visible to the naked eye, and disappeared completely in a short while. Fuck. Tony couldn't believe it. He took out a small instrument, a palladium element tester, and pressed his thumb on it without any hesitation. Ding ding, the instrument made a sound, and then gave the test result. Palladium element content, 0. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. also sounded immediately. Congratulations, sir, the content of palladium element has been cleared. This is unscientific. Tony looked at Lin Feng and shouted, and then realized with ecstasy that he didn't have to die. You don't care if it's scientific or not. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. It's enough to save your life. You're right, Lin. Tony nodded approvingly, leaving aside the unscientific, at least his life was saved. During this period of time, in order to solve the problem of palladium poisoning, Tony exhausted all methods, but still could not find a suitable substitute. Now that Lin Feng has brought the miraculous tea, it can completely eliminate his palladium poisoning, which is unbelievable. What kind of tea is this? Where can I buy it? Tony asked. With this tea, he is not afraid of being poisoned again by using the steel armor. As soon as Tony opened his mouth, Lin Feng knew what he was thinking. You can't rely on this tea all the time, Tony. Lin Feng said, this tea is just a symptom, not a cure. I know what you mean, man. Tony said bitterly, but I tried every permutation, all the elements. None can replace palladium. He is saving my life, and he is also killing me. What do you think I can do? This is the biggest life crisis that Tony has encountered so far. His fatal speed is not fast, and it is the most difficult to solve. No, Tony. Lin Feng said with a mysterious face, you haven't tried all the methods yet. What do you mean? Tony asked suspiciously, I haven't tried everything yet. Is there anything else I haven't tried? That's right, Tony. Lin Feng nodded. It was left to you by your father. What? Tony had a black question mark on his face. In the past few days, black marinated eggs should come to you. Oh, it's that SHIELD director. Lin Feng said. He still wasn't going to drastically change the original plot. Tony still had to go through what had to be experienced. You can't arbitrarily change the life trajectory of others because of your own temporary preferences, unless life is in danger. This is the point of view that Lin Feng has always adhered to since he gained power. What did he come to see me for? Tony wondered. I told you I'm not interested in his Superboy organization anymore. I don't want to see him. Waving his hand, Tony refused. Lin Feng didn't speak, and looked at Tony with a mysterious smile, and Tony was puzzled by the smile. A flash of light flashed through his mind. Tony seemed to think of something. Does he have a way to solve the problem of palladium? Not accurate, Tony. Lin Feng explained. You may not know that your father is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. There's something your father left you, Tony. Without waiting for Tony's doubts, Lin Feng continued to explain. What he left behind can solve the problem of palladium. So, when the black stewed egg wants to see you, you might as well listen to what he is talking about. Lin Feng suggested. In the original plot, the black corned egg did bring Tony what Howard left behind. Although there is a variable of oneself in the plot, there should not be too much deviation. Even if there is really a deviation, Lin Feng still has the confidence to give Tony the bottom line. I won't bother you two anymore. Lin Feng stood up and was about to leave. He took out a small bag of leaves of life and handed it to Tony. Here's some tea, both you and Pepper can drink. This is a backup plan prepared by Lin Feng to prevent unexpected guarantees from Tony Stark. Oh right, don't drink it too often. Drinking too much of this stuff will have side effects. Lin Feng warned. Drink it once a week, just soak one tablet at a time. Good for you and Pepper, improves your physique. Oh, I have to say, I have to thank you this time, my buddy. Tony pointed to the small bag in his hand with a full face and said, is there more? It seems a little less. Get lost? You searched all over the world for this product and it's not produced. Lin Feng sprayed with black lines all over his face. That's all, enough for you to drink until the problem is solved, and there will be more than half left. Tony teased Lin Feng with a foolish look, but Pepper was very touched and sincerely bowed to Lin Feng to express his thanks, which made Lin Feng shout sensible in his heart. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Feng drove towards Susan's workplace, and he was going to pick Susan up from get off work. To and from Las Vegas I saw it on the road. There is no smoke here, no smoke. Lin Feng was driving a sports car on the road, happily humming the songs he heard before crossing. It's really nice. Lin Feng patted the steering wheel. If I hadn't become a Superman, I would have been able to make a lot of money even if I was a copywriter. Dog host, stop singing. Lin Feng was singing happily when the system's voice suddenly emerged. Singing so badly, the system is going to throw up. The dog system is as cheap as ever. What kind of nonsense are you playing? Do you have a musical talent? Said that my singing is ugly? Lin Feng said angrily, but couldn't help thinking in his heart. Usually, the dog system doesn't see any movement, and he won't come out unless he calls him. Today, he popped out uncharacteristically. Could something be wrong? Thinking of this, Lin Feng asked, "You jumped out by yourself, did you need me for something?" Smart. The dog system snapped its fingers, "I just came out to tell you not to sing. It's so ugly, it's making me sleep. This hurdle is hard to pass, right?" Lin Feng's expression turned cold. "If there's nothing wrong, just hang up. It's all adults, everyone's busy. Okay, seriously." The system clicked its tongue, bringing the topic to the right track. "I said host, don't you feel that the speed at which you earn reputation is really too slow? As a system, I can't stand it anymore." The system sighed, plus the impact of the last fight against Abomination. "You have a total of over 10 million reputation points now," the system said in a tone of hatred. "When this goes on, when will you be able to exchange for Silver Superman? Nima, I've worked hard already." Hearing what the system said, Lin Feng was upset. Obviously he was working hard every day to punish evil everywhere. Definitely, there are 2 days of game time per week. More than 10 million points is too little. At this stage, the plot has just unfolded. Do I need to go to the universe to find Thanos now? I think it's slow for me to earn reputation. Why don't you do 2 more missions? Lin Feng said mercilessly. Hey, it's a coincidence, isn't it? The system groaned, and followed Lin Feng's words. "I came this time to give you a new mission. Aren't you surprised? Are you surprised?" Hehe. Lin Feng sneered, thinking that something was wrong in his heart. Usually, when posting tasks, they are just direct reminders, but this time he jumped out to set himself a trap. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Let's just be a little bit interested. Let's talk about it. What does it mean to be barely interested? The system was dissatisfied, let me tell you. The mission rewards this time are very rich. How rich is it? Lin Feng snorted disdainfully. The highest mission reputation value currently given by the system is 1 million points. To be honest, he didn't expect the system to give any good missions. To earn reputation points, you have to rely on yourself to save lives and heal the wounded. Guaranteed 10 million prestige points. How about it? The R8 in motion slammed on the brakes. How much? Lin Feng suspected that his ears had misheard. 10 million reputation points. That's right. The system hummed twice proudly. How about it? Are you interested now? Yes, Master System, please elaborate. Lin Feng was excited. 10 million prestige value tasks. One task can be worth such a long time of work. Please give me more missions like this. The dog system was obviously very satisfied with Lin Feng's attitude, so the next second, a ding sounded. You have a new task? Foreign aid mission, save the Blue Star in the DC parallel universe, stop the Mother Box from integrating, and defeat Steppenwolf and the controlled Blackened Superman. The mission comes from the movie world Justice League. Task time, 10 days. Task countdown, 3 hours. Mission reward 1, 10 million reputation points. Task reward 2, give reputation points according to the rating of the host completion event. After finishing the mission, Lin Feng was a little confused. He looked at the task carefully again, just a few words. Why do you seem to understand it, but you don't seem to understand it? System, what's the situation? Lin Feng wondered. DC Universe. Does this require me to travel to the past to complete the task? Lin Feng asked. He has already traveled to Marvel. Can he travel to DC again? The right dog host. The system answered questions online. This task requires you to travel to the DC Universe to complete it. Lin Feng was a little speechless. And what does this Steppenwolf and the controlled Blackened Superman mean? I remember that the plot of the original book is not like this, right? Why do you still have to fight Superman? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out, and he asked the dog system suspiciously. Are you bullying me for not reading the original book? Where does the 10 million reputation points come from if you don't hit me? The system asked rhetorically. Just hitting a Steppenwolf can give you 10 million reputation points. The greater the risk, the greater the return. Don't you understand this truth? Being stunned by the system, Lin Feng was even more speechless. He touched his nose and said, okay, tell me in detail, how big is the risk? If you have any questions, wait until I finish talking. If you interrupt me, I won't say anything. Alright, start your performance. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and made a gesture of your request. The system rolled its eyes and continued to describe the details of the mission. First of all, the host needs to know that you are not the only one who travels through. You are definitely not the only host of a systematic definitely. Well, a piece of nonsense. I will not say any more. Don't, just keep going. I won't talk anymore. Lin Feng raised his hands in surrender. Both the system and the host prosper, and the one loses and the other loses. The stronger the host is, the more feedback it brings to the system. Therefore, in order to quickly improve the strength of itself and the host, some systems possess hosts with chaos evil personality. These slanted systems will be driven out and exiled by all our systems. And the hosts who are boarded by these systems, we call them exiles. After they have enough ability, the evil and desires in their hearts are constantly magnified. They wantonly destroy the plots of various parallel worlds, so that they can absorb energy when the world line ends. And the greater the difference between the plot and the original, the greater the energy generated when the world line ends. The system paused at this point, as if giving Lin Feng a time to digest. And the mission you took is a distress mission from the DC parallel universe? A few days ago, there was an outcast who spoiled the main plot of Justice League by giving Steppenwolf a magic weapon. Using this artifact, Steppenwolf resurrected and took control of Superman, Clark, Batman, Wonder Woman, and the others couldn't beat the big super at all, and lost consecutively. The last mother box was taken by the Flash Barry Allen to constantly roam all corners of the Earth to prevent it from being obtained by Steppenwolf and Superman. Host, your task is to get rid of Steppenwolf and Superman, and help the world line to converge. In this way, the consumption of converging energy required by the world line will be very small. What the host needs to pay attention to is, beware of the appearance of the exile, because of the system. Once he hides in the dark, we will not be able to find him. Although exiles are not very strong against abilities head-on, they are generally good at using some insidious tricks. You have to be careful with these. The system Bala Bala said a lot. Lin Feng understands. This basically belongs to the plot of the Justice League of the Magic Reform. To fight Black and Dacheo and push the plot back on track. In this way, the energy generated by the convergence of the world lines is small, and the energy that the exile can obtain is also lower. I have a few questions. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, and picked out a few things he didn't understand. First, leaving aside the question of justice, why do we want to prevent the exile from absorbing the energy of the world line? It doesn't seem to affect the world we live in, right? Lin Feng's first question was a bit cruel, but it did not happen in his own world, and the system had to take risks to deal with these things. There must be some hidden secrets in it. Although he also has the strength of Dacheo now, but Lin Feng knows that Blacken is 3 times stronger. For no reason, Lin Feng does not want to line up with Dacheo. The system heard Lin Feng's doubts, and explained, you help the world line reduce the energy used for constriction, and the world line will share a part of this energy and give it to you. To put it simply, you help him reduce consumption, and he helps you increase your strength. Oh, this is reasonable. Lin Feng nodded. The gift from the will of the world should not be too stingy. Then I have another question. Isn't there any power in the DC world? They can clean up Blacken's big super, and the exiles, and then get the world line back on track. Why is the task sent to us? This is the question that Lin Feng is most concerned about. When the task is sent to me, the logic of the front and back is not so smooth. Just like my current Marvel, if there are really some exiles who wantonly destroy the main line of the world, that much is the power to destroy them with one hand. However, the system's answer exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. They can't make a move, host. Let me give you an analogy. This is different from the plot of the novel you have read before. The simplest and most understandable analogy is, no matter how strong a Hercules is, he can't lift himself up. If they make a move, it will cause greater changes in the world line. There are still some very secret situations, because your current strength is not enough to see, so I can't tell you. The system explained mysteriously. Is Superman's strength not enough? Lin Feng was speechless. Superman's strength is not enough in the eyes of the system? Do you think it's enough to watch? The system asked back, you can't even beat the Ancient One on Earth, do you think you can watch it enough in the universe? At least until you reach the midterm strength of Silver Superman, you can know more things. Now you follow the instructions of this system to improve yourself as soon as possible. Didn't the bald Ancient One tell you too? There will be a bigger test waiting for you in the future. In order to convince Lin Feng, the system even moved out Ancient One. Okay, Lin Feng replied helplessly. Looking at the universe, Dacheo is really not enough to see. Last question, is this mission life-threatening? Life is in danger. The system obviously paused, thought for a moment, and said in an uncertain tone, shouldn't there be? What do you mean there shouldn't be? Lin Feng's face was full of black lines. Please speak clearly. It's true that Black and Superman is a Superman, but you are also a Superman. The system explained, I don't think it's a big problem. Didn't I say that the only thing that needs to be particularly careful is to beware of exiles? Okay. Lin Feng was very speechless. Your words are equivalent to not saying anything? He knew that he could live comfortably through time travel. No, it is indeed as he expected. Saving the Marvel world is not enough, you have to save other worlds. And some information leaked by the system also made Lin Feng feel a sense of crisis. He originally thought that becoming a Superman would make him invincible in the early stage, but judging from the information released by the system, he must become stronger as soon as possible. Lin Feng had a vague premonition that his days of salting fish were numbered. There is one last question. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, unable to see his expression. Did you just talk about us? I can understand that there is communication between your systems, right? Hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the system was silent for a while. Lin Feng didn't rush him either, just waiting for a systematic answer while driving. After a long time, the system's voice sounded again. The host's guess is correct. This system belongs to the Superman-like growth system. There is indeed communication between us. The systematic answer verified Lin Feng's conjecture. Originally thought to be a simple gold finger system, it seems that there are unspeakable secrets hidden behind it. Let me guess again, is it only after I become a Silver Superman that I can know more news? Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and asked with a sneer. This cliched plot is exactly the same as in the novel. The system's answer was as expected by Lin Feng. That's right, when the host exchanges the Silver Superman template, he will know the deeper situation. The host can rest assured, since the system is bound, it will prosper with the host, and everything is for the future of the system and the host. Okay, I'll trust you once, Lin Feng said indifferently. His current ability is given by the system. No matter what the system says, Lin Feng knows it well, and he should always pay attention to avoid falling into a passive situation. Don't worry about this anymore, everything will be revealed when you exchange the silver super template. Thinking about the task, Lin Feng received Susan and returned to the villa. Simple prep for some dinner to enjoy afterward. The two snuggled up on the sofa and watched TV. Lin Feng looked at the task time, there was less than an hour left, and he was about to travel to DC. He was going to tell Susan something, otherwise Susan would be worried if he disappeared without a word. Now Lin Feng is no longer alone. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Feng said, Susan, I may have to go out for a while. About 10 days or so, the longest is no more than half a month. Huh? Lin, where are you going? Susan sat on the sofa, leaning against Lin Feng's arms. Hearing that Lin Feng was going out for such a long time, she raised her little head and asked puzzledly, Oh, baby, you know I belong to Superman. Lin Feng put his arms around Susan and smiled indifferently. On the surface, there are some things that I need to solve. It's only 10 days, it will pass soon. Seeing the worry written on Susan's face, Lin Feng comforted her. This is your contact information. Lin Feng handed Susan a card with Tony Stark's contact information on it. I may not be able to contact you these few days. If you need anything, just call Iron Man. Lin Feng confessed that he had already communicated with Tony, and that he would help take care of Sue during his absence. Shan. This is called planning for a rainy day. I see, Lin. Susan nodded, accepted the card, hesitated, and asked, Are you in danger? What are you thinking, baby? Definitely not in danger. Lin Feng patted his chest confidently. 2 strong pectoralis major muscles? Is there anything in this world that can threaten Superman? Lin Feng will definitely not say that he is in danger, which will cause unnecessary worries. Okay. Lin Feng coaxed, Don't worry about me, it's just that the journey is a bit long this time, so it takes so much time. You can just wait for my return with peace of mind. I'll bring you a present. Susan nodded worriedly, and said, Then you are outside alone, so be careful. Hearing Susan's concerned words, Lin Feng smiled and nodded in response. Looking at the time, there were 10 minutes left. Lin Feng changed into a Superman battlesuit and came outside the villa. Mark what I said, if you have any problems, go to Iron Man. Don't be polite to him, he still owes me something. Lin Feng asked again, kissed Susan's forehead lightly, and flew into the sky. Boom! With the sound of the sonic boom, Lin Feng quickly disappeared from Susan's sight. Seeing Lin Feng fly away, Susan stood there for a long time without leaving, her eyes were full of worry. Although Lin Feng told her that this trip was not dangerous. But Susan is a smart woman, Lin Feng is Superman. Who is Superman? With the existence of the freighter flight with bare hands, it can also send monsters to outer space. Even Superman has to spend more than 10 days to deal with it. Is there really no danger? Apparently, Susan also knew that Lin Feng said this in order not to worry herself. There's no way Susan could stop Lin Feng from dealing with the danger, and he wouldn't be Superman anymore. Gently holding the pendant Lin Feng gave him, Susan silently blessed Lin Feng in her heart. High above the sky, the system was a little speechless. I said host, the ground can also pass through, there is no need to fly so high. Lin Feng snorted coldly, what do you know, dog system? I fly so high so that Susan won't worry. The less she knows, the better, and the less she knows, the happier she will be. After explaining, Lin Feng couldn't help but taunted him again, it looks like you're a single system, I don't understand that at all. Roll. The system cursed with a black face. Get ready to time travel? This system will send you to have fun with Dichao. As soon as the system finished speaking, a dark red light door appeared in front of Lin Feng. It is a portal that connects the Marvel and DC universes. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped in. The passage inside the door was very short, and Lin Feng quickly flew through the passage. On the other side of the tunnel, there is the blue star of DC universe. And when Lin Feng stepped into the portal, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One who was meditating on Earth suddenly opened his eyes. She suddenly felt that the existence of Lin Feng disappeared in the entire universe. She took out the time gem suspiciously, looked into the future, and tried to find Lin Feng. The portal of the system directly transported Lin Feng to the sky above the Waste Twister in DC universe, and it was daytime. Ding, the system sound sounded again. The task has started, the countdown is 10 days, please complete the task within the time limit. After speaking, the portal slowly disappeared. The time is limited, and Lin Feng does not do hesitation either. He already had a plan of action before crossing, and now he directly uses super hearing to cover the entire United States and obtain information. In an instant, various voices poured into Lin Feng's head like a tide. Lin Feng held his breath and calmed down, searching carefully. He is going to find Batman and the others first to find out what's going on now. According to the information given by the system, the current Batman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman should be together. Sure enough, as Lin Feng expected. In less than half a minute, Lin Feng found the desired voice. Found it. Lin Feng opened his eyes suddenly. He heard the conversation between Diana and Victor. Boom! When the sonic boom came, Lin Feng flew towards the direction of the sound at high speed. In a quiet private hospital, in a ward, Bruce Wayne was lying on the hospital bed, breathless. His right chest was pierced by Clark Kent, the Superman behind Blacken, with a heat ray. If it hadn't been for Diana to help him block the next blow, it is estimated that Batman would have already received the lunch. After several hours of rescue, Bruce was barely pulled back from the life and death line. However, a whole day has passed, and Bruce Wayne still hasn't woken up. The injury is too serious, and the current situation is very serious. The Blue Star of DC is at stake. There are 3 or 4 people sitting or standing in the ward. Diana, Aquaman, Victor, and Bruce's butler, Alfred. At this moment, several people were all sad, with wounds on their bodies, and Victor was repairing his mechanical body. Afu stood in front of the hospital bed with some tears in his eyes. He watched Bruce grow up, watched Bruce become a Batman representing justice step by step, watched Bruce fall and get up again and again. But this time is different. Bruce's injury is too serious, so serious that even after Bruce recovers, he can no longer pretend to be Batman to punish rape and eliminate evil. The food Afu brought was placed on the table, and no one touched it. Before the Blue Star's danger was lifted, the brains of the superhero team knelt down. At the moment, no one was in the mood to eat. Hey. Diana looked at Bruce on the hospital bed, lowered her head and sighed. Out of several people, she was the least injured. It's not your fault, Diana. Victor said, if you hadn't blocked the attack in time, Bruce wouldn't even have a chance to be rescued. Hearing Victor's words, Diana also felt better. I know, if I could have blocked Clark's attack earlier, Bruce wouldn't have been injured so badly. Now is not the time to discuss this. Aquaman, who had been silent, interrupted the conversation between the two. The question now is, what do we do next? Hearing this, several people were in a trance for a while, and the ward fell into silence again. Yeah, what to do next? Bruce Wayne, the brain truster, lay down, and probably couldn't get up from lying down. Barry Allen traveled around the world with the last mother box, not even daring to stay in one place for a while. Clark Kent after Blacken will quickly find Barry Allen, snatch the mother box, and then kill Barry Allen, just as easy as crushing an ant. Thinking of Clark's black and red eyes and that ferocious green face, everyone was afraid for a while. Clark Kent, he's being controlled. Afu tucked the quilt for Bruce, turned his head, and said to several people, his state is obviously wrong. I saw the scene of your battle through the young master's camera. The biggest possibility is that Master Clark's mind is controlled by something similar to magic. If you want to defeat Clark, you need to find the person who controls him. Afu continued, I speculate that it should be the monster called Steppenwolf. So if you want to save the Earth, you need to find the Steppenwolf first. As for Master Clark, although this is not a good way, Afu said, he took out a suitcase, and after opening it, several green crystals lay quietly inside. Kryptonite will restrict his movement. As he said, Afu gently placed the box on the table. He looked at the kryptonite with some regret. If Master Wayne had brought kryptonite with him last time, it might be a different ending now. Let me go and heat up the food for everyone. Only when you are full will you have the strength to continue fighting against the darkness. After speaking, Afu walked out. Several people in the ward did not speak. You looked at me, I looked at you, all thinking about Afu's words. After a long time, Diana couldn't help but said, we can't find the Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf won't show up until the third mother box is activated. The last unactivated mother box is in the hands of Barry, and Superman is looking for him all over the world. Even if Steppenwolf shows up, can we beat Steppenwolf and Clark? We're running out of time. Diana sighed again. The situation has reached an impasse, which no one wants to see. Aquaman stood up with a gloomy face, and the trident in his hand hit the ground with a bang, then go and fight Clark first. This is the best choice at the moment, to deal with this strongest enemy first, otherwise the mother box will fall into Clark's hands, and the consequences will be disastrous. Diana also nodded and agreed, with kryptonite, we can try it. If we can pull the controlled Clark into our camp, our chances of winning will increase. Victor, can you locate Barry Allen? Diana asked Victor. Victor's mechanical eyes lit up red. Yes, Mr. Bruce has placed a tracker on him. I can monitor where Barry Allen is at all times. The question now is, who will fight against Clark after we find it? Victor said solemnly. The combination of several people is not big enough to overtake, and a feasible plan must be made to have a chance to bring down Clark. This is almost the last hope of several people, so we must be cautious. Diana was the first to speak. Let me do it. I will restrain Clark. Diana was the least injured among the few, and she was almost the strongest. She felt that this heavy responsibility should fall on her, and she was confident that she could hold Superman back for a while. Victor, you are in charge of making kryptonite into a weapon. Find the right opportunity to hit Clark's body. Victor nodded silently. I'll hold Clark with you. Aquaman Arthur spoke. There was a wound on his left arm that was injured by heat ray, and from time to time, black and red breath overflowed, making it difficult to heal. Clark heat ray after Blacken seems to have mutated, and the wound hit by him is almost difficult to heal. You stay and protect Bruce, Arthur. Diana looked at Aquaman's injured left arm and shook her head. I can do it. Let me go. Arthur hit the ground with his trident again, signaling that he was fine. Diana watched Arthur fall into silence. She didn't want Arthur, who had lost most of his fighting power, to continue fighting. The danger was too high. If he was not careful, Arthur might die. Just when several people looked at each other speechlessly, suddenly a strange voice sounded from the room. None of you, let me do it. None of you, let me do it. A strange voice suddenly interrupted the conversation of several people. Who? All of them shrank their pupils and followed the source of the sound. I saw a strange man in the room at some point. He was standing by Bruce's bed, holding something in his hand, and the bandages on Bruce's body were scattered all over the floor by him. And the few people didn't notice his appearance at all, and a sense of strangeness and crisis suddenly cast over everyone's hearts. Get away from Bruce. Before he had time to think, Aquaman picked up the trident and threw it. Buzz, bang! Without even looking up, the man stretched out his right hand and grabbed the projected trident. The trident with huge impact was picked up lightly by the man. Several people's hearts sank, and their thoughts were full of thoughts. But when the moment came, it was too late for a few people to think too much about it. The stranger had ripped off Bruce's bandages all over the floor, and he was murdering Bruce. Victor's artillery system is not suitable for fighting in the room, it will directly kill Bruce. Arthur's left arm was wounded, the trident was caught again, and Diana was left. In the next second, Diana exerted force from her feet and pushed her body forward, blasting out a fist with tremendous power. Boom! Lin Feng reluctantly put down the work in his hands, and caught Diana's fist with his left hand. The strong wind of the collision knocked off all the remaining bandages on Bruce's body. Hey, calm down, Diana, and Arthur, Lin Feng said helplessly, and then threw the trident back to Arthur. Aquaman took back the trident and pointed it at Lin Feng again, but this time instead of throwing it, he asked with a vigilant look, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing to Bruce?" Lin Feng raised the green vial in his hand, shook it, and said, "I'm treating Bruce. Trust me, I mean no harm." After finishing speaking, Lin Feng pointed to Bruce's wound. "If you don't believe me, look." Several people stared at Lin Feng suspiciously, approached the hospital bed vigilantly, and looked at Bruce's wound. The scene in front of them is beyond the cognition of several people. Lin Feng held a test tube vial in his hand, which was filled with a green liquid. He dripped the green liquid onto the wound on Bruce's chest drop by drop. And Bruce's internal organs and wounds are also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Oh my god, he's actually healing." Diana couldn't help but exclaimed. The instrument connected to Bruce also showed that Bruce's vital signs were rapidly returning to normal. The wound that was not healed by the god grass actually healed more than half of it in an instant. Several people watched this scene in amazement. At the same time, he also realized that the person who came was at least not an enemy. This made everyone slightly relieved. After nearly half of the liquid in the vial was dropped, Lin Feng stopped. "The amount is enough, and the rest depends on Bruce's recuperation." "Who are you?" Diana asked the question in everyone's mind. Could it be Bruce's friend? "Well, my name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng put the quilt back on Bruce, looked at them with a smile, and said, "I'm here to help you. Help us." Aquaman sneered disdainfully. "We don't need your help. Don't think that you are so powerful just because you took my blow. I'm not half as strong as I was when I was injured. Besides, you have no idea how much trouble we are facing now." Aquaman Arthur was very displeased with Lin Feng's understatement of his attack. He thought he didn't perform well because of injury. Lin Feng made him feel uncomfortable by acting like, "I'm here to help you." "Don't say that, Arthur," Diana said. "He has helped us." Diana meant, at least Lin Feng saved Bruce. "Thank you for saving Bruce." Diana sincerely looked at Lin Feng and thanked her. "But we can't put innocent people in danger. You don't understand what we're dealing with." Diana explained that although the man in front of him seemed to have some skills, he could escape everyone's induction and invade. But this does not mean that he has the capital to compete with Clark. Diana, who had fought Clark, knew exactly how terrifying he was. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, "Since I'm here, it means I know what you're facing. If I'm not mistaken, Superman knows you're here. I haven't come to you for the time being, because his first task is to find the last mother box. I don't think you have any other choice. I know Clark's strength, but I have the confidence to deal with him. I say so, you may not have a concept, so this and that." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he slowly floated into the air. In the next second, a black battle suit swept over his body. Pure black tights with a black cape hanging from the back. The meaning of the huge S-shaped logo on the chest represents hope. It is exactly the same as Dacheo's battlesuit, but the color is different. Clark is a red and blue battlesuit, while Lin Feng's is pure black. Several people stared blankly at Lin Feng, who flew into the air. They couldn't be more familiar with that outfit. WTF. Aquaman suspected he was wrong. Another Superman. "Are you a Kryptonian too?" Diana was surprised. "Are there still Kryptonians on this earth?" The last Kryptonian should be the compatriot who died at the hands of Clark. It seems to be called Zod, who died in the battle of the invasion of Blue Star, and Clark solved it himself. It's sort of. Lin Feng didn't intend to explain too much, he just came to do a task, and admitting his identity would help his actions. However, at this moment, Victor's mechanical arm suddenly beeped. It changes shape uncontrollably and rapidly. In an instant, it turned into a cannon aimed at Lin Feng. "Victor, what are you going to do?" Diana asked uneasily after being startled by the sudden change. Victor at the moment was dripping with cold sweat. He tried his best to control himself. "I'm sorry, it's my automatic defense system." He sensed danger. "I can't control it anymore." As he said, a warhead popped out instantly, and the red indicator light was flashing and counting down the launch. Seeing this, Lin Feng was speechless for a while. He could only quickly put away his Superman battlesuit and get down from the sky by the way. He restrained his breath and said, "Hey, buddy, calm down. I'm not an enemy." "But," I complained in my heart. "What kind of weird system is this? Perhaps to detect the disappearance of the dangerous aura, Victor's mechanical arm finally quieted down and changed back with 2 clicks. This accident caused several people to break out in cold sweat, until Victor changed back, and several people breathed a sigh of relief. Good guy, luckily they didn't fight. Otherwise, once Victor hits the past, maybe there will be another enemy like Superman. Luckily Victor got it under control. But Lin Feng knew that it wasn't Victor's fault, it was mainly because the sense of coercion brought by Superman was too serious. In the original book, Victor just didn't control the system. If Tony was here, maybe he could fix it for him. Diana embarrassedly turned her head and apologized to Lin Feng. I'm sorry, Victor's system is very sensitive. He didn't mean to. Lin Feng nodded, and said indifferently, I can understand. Don't worry, I won't care. Trust me now that I can help you. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally nodded, their spirits all relaxed. The appearance of Lin Feng brought greater hope. No matter where Lin Feng came from, he has proved with his actions that at least he is not an enemy. Bruce's vital signs had stabilized. The people who were still frowning a moment ago finally saw the dawn of victory. Although Lin Feng's specific strength is not known for the time being, but as a Kryptonian, he should be able to compete with Clark. And he has kryptonite on his side. Lin Feng only needs to control Clark for a short time, and a few people have a chance to drive kryptonite into his body. Things are moving in a good direction. Seeing several people nodding, Lin Feng also smiled indifferently. His mission is to defeat Steppenwolf and Superman and save DC Blue Star. You can act on your own, find Barry directly, snatch the mother box and lure Steppenwolf out. The reason why I met several superheroes from DC and rescued Batman was because there was a sentence at the end of the mission. The specific reward depends on the host's evaluation of this incident. This is like a hidden mission in a game. Lin Feng intends to see if his guess is right. If you guess right, the mission rewards will be even richer. If you guess wrong, you won't lose much. Bruce felt as if he had had a long dream. In the dream, powerful aliens invaded Blue Star. Aliens want to get 3 mother boxes to destroy the world. I tried my best to attract strange people from all over the world, and planned to resist desperately. Only to find out in despair that aliens have taken control of Superman. After some fighting, several people were all seriously injured. Bruce can only activate the backup. He tells Barry Allen to escape with the last mother box. Keep him running all over the world so Superman won't find him for a while. And Bruce himself has to go back and rebuild the kryptonite weapon to deal with Superman, so that he has a chance of victory. However, this time, the controlled Superman didn't seem to intend to give him this chance. A terrifying heat ray hit, and Bruce didn't dodge it. The severe pain in his chest let him know that he had been hit, and the massive blood loss made him lose consciousness quickly. At the end of the line of sight, it was Diana who interrupted Heat Ray with the shield and saved herself. In this way, with unwillingness and despair, Bruce fell into darkness. This is the biggest disaster he has ever encountered since becoming Batman. The opponent is a powerful alien race, the only existence on Earth that can compete with it, and it is controlled by the opponent. Bruce didn't know how to fight this battle, and the flame of victory was gradually extinguished as Clark was controlled. How to deal with Docheo, how to deal with aliens, and how to save Blue Star. These thorny questions seemed to be gradually drifting away from him. From childhood to adulthood, he has suffered countless injuries, but he survived them one by one. But this time, he didn't know if he would wake up. Bruce is undoubtedly lucky, Blue Star still needs him to save. Bruce in the darkness, after an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt a coolness coming from his body, followed by a constant stream of warmth, which gradually restored his consciousness. The warm current was constantly repairing his body, and Bruce slowly became conscious. Under the effect of the warm current, Bruce gradually regained consciousness. The conversations of several people in the ward poured into his ears, and their words made Bruce understand what was going on. Was it that stranger named Lin Feng who saved himself with a magical liquid? It seemed that Lin Feng was still from Kryptonian. The moment Diana asked, Bruce felt that Blue Star still had a role to play and could save him. The appearance of Lin Feng made Bruce feel the impermanence of fate. There was a Kryptonian on the opposite side, and we also had a Kryptonian here. Bruce sensed new hope when he heard Lin Feng was willing to help them. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't control his body, he couldn't even open his eyes. He calmed down and felt his body carefully. His consciousness had not yet fully recovered, and he also felt a different kind of pain and itching in his right chest. Should be recovering, Bruce thought. Because the pain in the right chest continued to slow down until it disappeared. After a long time, after the pain completely disappeared, Bruce also slowly opened his eyes, but he was still a little weak. What? White ceiling. Turning his head slightly, Bruce found Alfred sitting next to him. Afu. The voice was too low, Afu didn't hear it. Afu, help me up. Bruce's voice became louder. Oh my god, Master, you're awake. Afu realized that Bruce was calling himself at this moment. He lifted Bruce up excitedly, his movements were gentle, and he still thanked God in his mouth. When Bruce woke up, several people in the room immediately surrounded him. Although Bruce's face was pale at the moment, the big hole in his chest had completely disappeared, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yeah, I'm awake. Bruce sat up. He immediately looked at the only stranger in the room. With black hair and black eyes, he looks like an Oriental person. He looked at himself with a smile on his face and said, Hello, Bruce. It was a familiar voice, and Bruce, who heard the voice, confirmed that he was Lin Feng, and then said, "You are Lin Feng. Thank you for the medicine you brought." "Oh, how did you know?" Lin Feng frowned, feeling a little strange in his heart. How did Bruce know himself when he woke up? Diana and the others also cast puzzled looks. Bruce smiled politely and said, "I became conscious when you were treating me, but I couldn't wake up for a while." Lin Feng nodded, knowing in his heart, so that's how it is. That makes sense. Ah Fu asked with concern, "Master, how do you feel?" "I feel that there is no problem with the injury, but I am still a little tired." Bruce nodded, indicating that he was fine. He looked down at the wound on his chest, and there was no trace of it. "It's a magical potion." Bruce sighed. "Bruce, things will be much easier when you wake up," Diana said, and she also let out a sigh of relief. With Bruce's waking up, and the help from another Kryptonian, the huge crisis of Blue Star is coming soon. Turn around. Superman is looking for Barry Allen all over the world, and they don't have much time. If he took the last mother box, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone understands this truth. Bruce nodded at Diana, then looked at Alfu and ordered, "Afu, bring me something to eat." Bruce woke up feeling hungry, and he needed food to replenish his energy. "Okay, master." Afu nodded, and left to prepare food. The food that was just served has been completely cooled, and Afu is going to ask the chef to make some nourishing food again. After all, Bruce has just escaped the danger of his life. Thinking of this, Afu cast a grateful look at Lin Feng, who was the one who pulled Master Bruce back from the gate of hell. After Afu left, Bruce nodded to several people and said, "We don't have much time right now." Several people nodded in agreement after hearing the words, knowing that Bruce had something to say. "We must prepare as soon as possible. Victor, can we communicate with Barry?" Bruce asked Victor. Victor affirmed, "Okay, I've included a call function with your tracker, and you're right to put it on Barry." Bruce nodded, and looked at Aquaman again. "Arthur, do you still have the combat ability?" Bruce also noticed that Aquaman couldn't lift his arm, which was wrapped in bandages. "Definitely yes." Aquaman snapped, trying to raise his arms to show Bruce that he was okay. He didn't lift it up for a long time, and the few people watching shook their heads. Seeing this, Lin Feng generously took out the green vial, threw it to Aquaman and said, "2 drops, at most 2 drops, will heal your injury. Don't use too much, it's very expensive." Aquaman took it with a serious face, and nodded to Lin Feng, "Thank you." He has witnessed the magic of the green liquid with his own eyes. Now that everyone has a common enemy, he is not going to be polite to Lin Feng. Immediately without hesitation, he reached out to remove the bandage on his left arm. A hideous wound exuding a strange black-red light appeared in front of everyone. The wound was deep enough to see the bone, and everyone who watched gasped. Aquaman carefully opened the green vial, 1 drop, 2 drops. Remembering what Lin Feng said, he put away the bottle after only 2 drops. Under the eyes of several people, the green liquid made a sizzling sound when it met the wound, and the black-red light gradually disappeared as if driven away, revealing the flesh underneath. When the black and red light completely disappeared, the wound slowly closed together. Under the action of the remaining green liquid, it slowly healed. After a while, the wound completely disappeared. Although I had just seen it once, this miraculous sight still amazed several people. Seeing that the wound disappeared, Aquaman raised his left arm and circled twice. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Healed. Amazing. Bruce also looked at Lin Feng and thanked him again. Aquaman is also an indispensable combat force in the squad. Lin Feng is willing to take out such a precious potion for treatment. Everyone can see it. Several people in at the moment have recognized the identity of Lin Feng's allies. Confidence in defeating the Steppenwolf and saving Blue Star increased greatly. Afu came back with food. Everyone sat around and enjoyed it. Before, because the situation was too severe, and Bruce's life and death were uncertain, everyone didn't eat much. Now a new hope appeared, and everyone felt a little hungry, so they were not polite and started eating. Lin Feng also took out 2 bottles of wine brewed from the leaves of life and distributed them to everyone. This thing can quickly restore energy and stamina, and it is also a rare good thing, a bottle of 10,000 prestige points. A few people are not very curious about Lin Feng taking out another wonderful thing. After all, they have seen the green magical liquid before. Several people discussed the current situation while eating in the hospital. On the other side of the earth, the Flash Barry Allen is using the Speed Force to run constantly. At the moment Barry looked tired, but he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. In a short period of time, Superman has spotted him 3 times. Perhaps the goddess of luck was on his side, and he escaped unscathed 3 times. He was almost in tears at the moment. He was not very courageous. How could he have the courage to face that terrifying Chow alone? Barry ran wildly with the box in his arms, praying for Batman's support to come as soon as possible. He didn't know how long he could last. His eyelids had been fighting for a long time. Barry was undoubtedly lucky. After escaping Dacheo's pursuit, he found several thick lead plates in a basement. He covered himself with a lead plate, panting violently, and got the hard-earned rest time. He knows that Dacheo's see-through ability cannot see through the objects behind the lead. Taking a breath, he pulled out the tracker Batman had given him and pressed the button. The green comm light comes on. He quickly tapped the Morse code, which represented distress, and turned off the communicator after typing a few times. Poor Barry Allen couldn't even open his mouth. God knows if Superman will use his super hearing to find himself. Even the code did not dare to type a few times. All we can do now is pray that support arrives quickly. Perhaps hearing Barry's prayers, Batman successfully received the distress message. At the moment, several people sat down around a round table after eating and drinking, discussing the next course of action. After integrating the information again, Bruce laid out a concrete plan of action. First of all, we need to get the last mother box. With Lin Feng's joining, I think we can hold on to this mother box, Bruce said with a solemn expression. At the same time, we must use kryptonite weapons to control Clark. Try not to kill Clark. I am going to create a pair of handcuffs to temporarily control Clark. Without the combat power of Clark and the mother box, I don't think Steppenwolf will be able to sit still. If he wants the mother box, he must take the initiative to come to us. We set up traps and wait for the Steppenwolf to come to our door. How is it? Is there a problem? After finishing speaking, Bruce looked around at several people. Several people nodded to express that there is no problem. This is the plan that everyone has adjusted for a long time. If there is something inappropriate, just adjust it according to the situation. Finally, Bruce looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the only foreign aide in this incident, and he was also the most powerful among them. No matter how much he has Superman's strength, the burden of fighting against Superman still falls on his shoulders. I have no problem. Seeing Bruce looking over, Lin Feng probably knew what he meant, and nodded without saying much. Seeing this, Bruce pondered for a while. In this case, well, Victor, you and I will make kryptonite weapons. Once the kryptonite weapon is ready, we're off to rescue Barry. Lin Feng, Diana, and Arthur, you all need to rest for a while and recharge your batteries. It will take about an hour to make kryptonite weapons. Several people nodded in agreement, and Bruce took Victor to the basement. The huge room seemed a bit empty for the remaining 3 people. San didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. After a long time, Diana still felt that it would be better to liven up the atmosphere. After all, they still have to fight side by side for a while, so they took the initiative to attack. She looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also looked at Diana. What's wrong? Are you really a Kryptonian? I mean, why haven't I seen you before? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Strictly speaking, I do have Kryptonian blood. In terms of combat power, don't worry, I will know all the abilities that Clark possesses. Oh, that's not what I meant, I didn't doubt your strength. Diana explained, I just thought Clark was the last Kryptonian. If Clark wakes up and knows that his compatriots exist, he should be very happy. Lin Feng tilted his head and said, if I'm not wrong, there should indeed be only one Kryptonian left in this universe, Clark. But in another world, he has a cousin named Kayla Zoal. In that world they called him the female Superman. Female Superman. Aquaman came up with an interested expression. Is she pretty? Lin Feng stepped back tactically. Why do you care if she is beautiful or not? Don't you have Mara? Dude, you're the real Aquaman, not that Aquaman. Arthur. Diana also looked at Aquaman with a dark face, making Aquaman a little embarrassed. I'm just curious, is she strong? Very strong? But it shouldn't be as powerful as Clark's ability. Lin Feng nodded and added. And it's beautiful too. As for me, I come from a more distant universe, and it's not even a parallel universe with yours. Lin Feng continued, in my place, I should be the only one with Kryptonian blood. In Marvel, it seems that there are really no Kryptonians, and Lin Feng is the only one. Then you must be lonely. Diana looked at Lin Feng with sympathy in her eyes, which made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. It can't be considered lonely, I still have friends. Lin Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. Then how did you end up in our universe? Aquaman Arthur asked curiously. Hiss, you want to talk about this? Lin Feng took a breath. This explanation is very complicated. I can't explain it clearly, because my appearance is really strange. There are too many things involved here. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't intend to say too much. The fact that he has a system cannot be exposed. After all, strictly speaking, Lin Feng belongs to the audience from outside the fourth wall, and he does not exist in the plot. After thinking about it, Lin Feng made an analogy. If you really want to say it, it is equivalent to the blue star under your feet feeling the danger, and he is asking me for help. So here I am. Okay. Diana and Arthur both nodded. Everyone has their own secrets, and it would be offensive and impolite to forcefully explore. Seeing that the two stopped asking, Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if Kayla exists in this universe. Lin Feng wanted to meet Kayla, a female Superman, and he was still very interested in Kayla. Interested in every sense. Hi. However, Lin Feng remembers only seeing female Superman in TV dramas, and the existence of female Superman is not mentioned in the movie at all. I don't know if there will be a chance in the future. While the 3 of them were chatting with each other, Bruce pushed the door open. Partners, get to work. Bruce said to the others, the fighter plane is ready, Barry can't wait long, we'll set off immediately. Several people made some preparations, boarded the fighter plane, and flew towards the place where Barry Allen was. On the fighter plane, Batman took out 2 weapons made of kryptonite and handed them to Diana. As for why not give it to Lin Feng, Bruce knows that Lin Feng is also a Kryptonian, and kryptonite is also useful to him. It's a pair of kryptonite handcuffs and a dagger, Bruce confessed. Lin Feng's task is to temporarily suppress Clark. Diana, you put kryptonite handcuffs on Clark when you see the opportunity, so that you can control him without threatening Clark's life. Diana nodded and took it. Both things are placed inside a lead box to avoid affecting Lin Feng. As for the dagger, you should hold it first and use it when you have a chance. If you don't have a chance, don't talk about it again. Bruce said again, I also prepared a few kryptonite bullets here. In Victor's weapon system, that is a backup plan. There is not much time, and there are not many kryptonite bullets built. If you can use them, you don't need them. Kryptonite bullets do too much damage to Clark. Lin Feng came up curiously, and said, can I have a look at the kryptonite weapon? He is very curious about kryptonite, and wants to see if kryptonite really affects him. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Diana was shocked. Lin, didn't your world have kryptonite? This thing will make you lose your fighting power. Bruce asked suspiciously, Lin, have you never seen kryptonite? Lin Feng nodded and explained, I come from another universe, where there is no kryptonite. I want to see if it will affect me. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Bruce took a deep look at Lin Feng, made a slight hesitation, and said to Diana, Diana, show Lin Feng a look. Let Lin Feng learn about kryptonite's ability, so that he can deal with Clark better. Diana also nodded when she heard the words. She handed out the lead box and said, Lin Feng, you have to be careful. Getting close to kryptonite may make you feel uncomfortable. If there is a problem, I will close the lead box immediately. After speaking, Diana slowly opened the lead box. Lin Feng poked his head curiously. Inside the lead box were a dagger and a pair of handcuffs. Except for the handle, the dagger is all made of kryptonite, and part of the handcuffs are also made of metal, presumably to increase the sturdiness. The moment Lin Feng approached the kryptonite weapon, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the blood in his body was flowing faster, and at the same time a slight sense of fatigue spread all over his body. However, he found that he didn't seem to lose his fighting power. You must know that in the original book, Clark, who is close to kryptonite, can basically kneel to the ground, and kryptonite has a great influence on him. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng picked up the kryptonite handcuffs under the surprised eyes of several people. He wanted to see if exposure to kryptonite would harm him. The moment he touched the kryptonite, the feeling of fatigue became clearer. Lin Feng felt the rapid flow of blood, and his whole body became weak. At the same time, he felt a slight palpitation. But the imagined loss of combat effectiveness still didn't happen. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he carefully felt his body. It can't be said that it has no effect at all, and it probably weakens the combat effectiveness by 30 to 40%. Other than that, there was no other discomfort. This means that kryptonite's influence on Lin Feng is not as strong as it is on Clark. A surge of joy welled up in Lin Feng's heart. The optimization of Superman's bloodline that the system said was really not just bragging. Putting the handcuffs back into the lead box, the palpitation disappeared immediately, and Lin Feng also returned to normal state. He took a breath, looked at the stunned people and said, it's not as serious as I imagined. Probably can only weaken part of my combat power and make me feel a little uncomfortable. I don't feel anything other than that. Bruce exclaimed, aren't you a Kryptonian? Is the effect of kryptonite weakened? Thinking of the possibility, Bruce's face darkened. If the effect of kryptonite is really weakened, it will not be good news for everyone, which means that Dechao will be completely out of his control. Diana said thoughtfully, probably not. Kryptonite has very little influence on Lin Feng. It may be because Lin Feng is not from our universe. Bruce was puzzled. Just now I wanted to ask, what did Lin Feng mean when he said that he is not from our universe? Diana then repeated what Lin Feng said before. After listening, Bruce raised his eyebrows and breathed a sigh of relief, so there is such a reason. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right, kryptonite shouldn't be a problem. The main reason should be my own particularity. You can regard me as a passerby from outside. After this incident is resolved, I will leave. Lin Feng said such a sentence, the most important thing is to make Batman feel at ease. If I were a Kryptonian who was not afraid of kryptonite and stayed on the Earth, it is estimated that Batman would not be able to sleep well all day and all night. Clark is a precedent. If it weren't for kryptonite, who knows if Batman will let Dachao develop. The facts this time proved Batman's guess. How terrifying is an out-of-control Superman? Look at that blackens Clark, oh man. Lin Feng is in a good mood after learning that he is not afraid of kryptonite. Several other people also have different moods. Bruce grimaced, not knowing what he was thinking. Diana was thinking about the next battle with a worried expression. Aquaman fiddled with his trident indifferently. Kryptonite is not kryptonite, he doesn't know. After this battle is over, he will go back to the bottom of the sea, go to Mera to create a man. He doesn't want to care about things on land, and he doesn't want to know. Or Mera? Suddenly, just as everyone's thoughts were flying, there was a rapid beeping sound inside the fighter plane. Several people followed the Prestige and saw that the console was beeping. There is a message to intervene. Victor rushed to the console and pressed a button. Dee Dee's notification sound disappeared, followed by the flash, Barry Allen's voice. Bruce is also the first 2 steps. Press the release function. Barry, is that you? Oh, thank God, it's finally connected. Barry Allen's tired and pleasantly surprised voice came from the communicator. It's me, guys. I might die, I can't hold the mother box anymore. Barry Allen's voice was crying, accompanied by severe gasps. He's got me, Superman's got me, I can't run anymore. Barry Allen doesn't know what's the point of running any longer. Superman will soon catch up to his exhausted self. Batman and the others are still far away on the other side of the Earth. He feels that he can no longer hold on to this mother box. Hearing Barry's current situation, several people's faces became solemn. Bruce said in a deep voice, "Calm down, Barry. We're on our way to where you are. You have to hold on, Barry. If the mother box is lost, Blue Star will be destroyed. Barry, believe in yourself, hold on a little longer. Oh, thank God, you guys are here. How long will it be?" Barry Allen had hope in his eyes again. He felt that he could run again. Bruce's words seemed like a shot of adrenaline, which made Barry ignite again. Bruce was a little silent looking at the data displayed on the instrument. Estimated time of arrival, 51 minutes 37 seconds. Barry. Bruce said after a little thought, "We'll be there in half an hour." Hearing this, Barry almost staggered and fell to the ground, and he cried out again in despair, "What? It's still half an hour." Barry looked back, and the stern-looking Superman was flying in midair, less than 100 meters away from him at most. The sense of crisis struck, and Barry turned around and changed his direction. In the next second, a heat ray hit the position where Barry was just now. "Oh my God. Dude, I can't hold on for half an hour. Maybe in the next second, I'll die under the heat ray." Barry yelled, his steps becoming a little vain. The long hours of running around aggravated Barry's exhaustion. In the fighter plane, when they heard Barry's answer, the few people all looked solemn and said nothing. Seeing this, Lin Feng stood up silently. "I can go there first." Seeing several people looking at him, Lin Feng nodded and continued, "My flight is very fast. Turn on the fighter, I will fly there first. Tell Barry to run in the direction I'm flying over. I'll be there as soon as possible." When several people heard this, their eyes lit up. Bruce nodded decisively, "Okay, Lin Feng, you go first. We must save Barry and the mother box. This is related to the fate of Blue Star." After finishing speaking, Bruce stretched out his hand and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, his eyes full of solemnity and trust. Lin Feng nodded silently, with a thought. The next second, a black battle suit appeared on his body. Bruce handed Lin Feng a headset. "With this headset, we can talk anytime. Are you ready?" Lin Feng took the earphones, put them on his ears, and replied, "Okay. Open the hatch." In the next second, Bruce pulled the hatch door, and the air was instantly sucked out of the cabin. Lin Feng did not resist, and was thrown out of the fighter plane along with the air. Boom! Lin Feng, who got out of the fighter plane, turned around and flew towards the direction of Barry like a shooting star, leaving only a few sonic boom clouds in the air. The speed is more than 10 times faster than that of a fighter plane. Several people in the fighter plane had been prepared for a long time, and they were not sucked out of the plane. Seeing that Lin Feng had flown away, Bruce closed the cabin door, then opened the communication and connected Lin Feng in. At the same time, a green dot representing Lin Feng's location appeared on the screen of the fighter console. Victor, who was looking at the data, brightened his eyes, and said to several people, "There is hope. Lin Feng's flight speed is very fast. With this flight speed, Lin Feng should be able to fly to Barry's location in less than 5 minutes." When several people heard the words, their expressions were slightly relaxed. As expected of Kryptonians, the flight speed, more than 10 times the speed of sound, disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Bruce connected to the communication again. "Barry, can you hear me? Barry." "I can hear it." Barry's voice came from the communicator again. "Guys, maybe it's time to say goodbye. I'm sorry, I can't keep the mother box." The exhausted Barry confessed his last words in general. "Oh, Barry, don't give up." Diana stepped forward, worried. Bruce also said, "Barry, don't give up. Lin Feng is flying towards you. Persist for 2 minutes. He can fly there in 2 minutes. Don't lie to me, Bruce." "And, who is Lin Feng?" "I didn't lie to you, Barry. Lin Feng is our secret weapon. He is a secret weapon that can counter Superman," Bruce said hastily. At this time, Barry must see hope, so that he has a chance to last until Lin Feng arrives. After Bruce finished speaking, he operated on the console to connect Lin Feng's headset to the communication channel. "Hi, Barry Allen, I'm Lin Feng." Lin Feng's voice sounded on the channel. The biological force field allows Lin Feng to communicate with everyone during super-fast flights. He heard the conversation between Bruce and Barry just now, so he naturally knows what Bruce means. "Trust me man, I have Kryptonian blood too. I'm rushing towards you, hold on." Lin Feng's concise words hit Barry's heart like a shot in the arm. "Oh my God, is it true?" Barry was incoherent excitedly, but at the same time couldn't help complaining. "Why didn't we use this secret weapon earlier?" Several people in the fighter plane looked at each other. "We also want to use it sooner, but the secret weapon just appeared today. What can we do?" Bruce said, "Barry, run towards your southeast, that's where Lin Feng came from." "Got it, sir? I'll make it through 2 minutes." When hope came, Barry suddenly felt full of strength again. He squeezed the last bit of potential, and his whole body turned back on the spot like lightning, and galloped towards the southeast. After turning off the communication, everyone in the fighter plane focused their attention on the screen showing the coordinates, which displayed a line of data and 2 signal points. The 2 signal points are approaching rapidly, and the data shows that it only takes 2 minutes and 38 seconds for the 2 signal points to coincide. Several people constantly pray that Barry can run faster and Lin Feng can run faster. No one wants to see disaster come, and Lin Feng at the moment has already used the flight speed to the extreme, and the radiation from the sun constantly replenishes his energy. Barry, who was running extremely fast, felt a little miserable. The controlled blackened Clark seemed to be playing a game, like a big cat playing with a mouse, sending out a heat ray from time to time, changing Barry's direction. Barry narrowly escaped again, and it was dangerous. He knew that as long as he was hit once, it would be game over for him, and now he could only pray that these 2 minutes would pass as soon as possible. Perhaps Barry's luck ran out. When Clark's next heat ray hit, Barry's dodge was only a little slower, and he was swept to his ankle. Moment? With a scream, Barry exited the extreme speed state. Losing his balance, he rolled violently on the ground for a certain distance and stopped. That heat ray just swept across the ankle, and took away most of the flesh and blood on Barry's ankle. Severe pain hit, and Barry was covered in cold sweat, hugging his ankle and screaming incessantly. The mother box was also thrown not far away. Seeing Barry stop, a sneer seemed to flash across blackened Clark's ferocious face, and he slowly floated down from the air, picking up the mother box. Seeing the mother box fall into Clark's hands, Barry yelled in his heart that something was wrong, and endured the pain to open the communication. Superman hit me, he got the mother box. In a word, Batman and the others in the fighter jet shrank their pupils and stood up instantly. It's over, guys. I really want to say goodbye this time. Oh no, it should be goodbye. Clark, who picked up the mother box, looked at Barry, who was lying on the ground. His bloodshot eyes began to turn red slowly. He was accumulating heat ray. Barry knew he couldn't dodge the heat ray, and he couldn't use the speed force anymore because of the huge amounts of trauma to his feet. There was really no escape this time. Barry closed his eyes resignedly. At this moment, a voice like the sound of heaven sounded in his headset. Hey, Barry, I see you. Hey, Barry, I saw you. Lin Feng's voice sounded suddenly. The sudden sound made Barry open his eyes again. In the next second, like a meteorite impact, Clark, who was still brewing a heat ray, was knocked away by Lin Feng, who rushed over quickly. With a whistling roar, the muscular body disappeared from Barry's sight in an instant. Only then did the sound of piercing the air sound, and the resulting storm directly cut a gully on Lin Feng's flight route. Unsuspecting Barry and Alan were also thrown hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, Lin Feng caught Barry in time and prevented him from falling firmly. Putting Barry Allen on the ground, Lin Feng threw him a box. It is the last mother box. Just at the moment when it hit Clark, Lin Feng snatched it with quick eyesight and quick hands. Take it, Barry. Barry hurriedly caught the mother box thrown over, and then stared dumbfounded at Lin Feng floating in front of him. Okay. Barry looked in shock at Lin Feng, who was dressed exactly like Superman, except that the color of the battlesuit was slightly different, and he even temporarily forgot about the pain in his ankle. Another Superman. Lin Feng nodded. Didn't I say I have Kryptonian blood? But now is not the time to talk about this. Clark is coming back. After greeting, Lin Feng looked solemnly at the direction where Clark was knocked into the air. At this moment Clark has reacted and is flying in this direction. Lin Feng rushed towards Clark's direction with all his strength, trying to pull the battlefield away so as not to hurt Barry. Everyone is Superman, and the flight speed is comparable. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two collided in midair. Clark after Blacken seemed to be annoyed by Lin Feng's sneak attack, and his face became even more ferocious. Lin Feng couldn't help wondering, this horse is a zombie Superman, right? How did it turn into such a ghostly look, with its face turning green? Without time to sigh to Lin Feng, Clark directly appeared in front of Lin Feng. A punch with a huge impact blasted out. Not to be outdone, Lin Feng also punched out. Boom! When the two fists meet, the air seems to be detonated, and a strong wind bursts from the junction of the two fists. Terrible destructive power? When the two Supermen confronted each other, the air seemed to be distorted. Seeing that Lin Feng took the fist, Clark's eyes turned red, and in the next second, a heat ray shot towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng had already noticed it, and quickly flew upwards, dodging the heat ray. Afterwards, Lin Feng swooped down and punched Clark in the face with his fist full of strength. Boom! Boom! Blacken Clark was directly smashed into the ground by this punch, smashing the hard road into a human-shaped crater. The impact sound spread along with the sound waves. Barry, who was 100 meters away, felt a gust of wind pressure in his face, and couldn't open his eyes. The wind pressure dissipated, and Barry watched this scene in astonishment. The two Supermans were fighting, which was terrifying. Oh, guys. You guys should really watch this. Barry murmured into his earphones. It's like two mythical gods fighting. Roar. With a roar, Clark was beaten. Immediately after a bang, a black-red light glowed in the pit. It was the heat ray from Clark, which suddenly shot out from the pit, showing a strange black-red ray. Heat ray is extremely fast, much faster than the previous red heat ray. Lin Feng dodged sideways, heat ray brushed Lin Feng's hair and swept towards the sky. A strand of black hair evaporated into ashes, and Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Heat ray's power and speed are increasing. Boom! Blacken Clark flew out of the pit, and his image at this moment has changed by huge amounts of compared with before. Clark's whole body was almost bigger than before, his eyes were black and red, his muscles were swollen like they were bursting, and his whole face was green as if it was glowing. He directly looked at Lin Feng as a fool. I am Nima? What the hell is this riding horse? Clark has mutated again? Without waiting for Lin Feng to think too much, Clark appeared in front of Lin Feng as if teleported. Reaching out is a punch without skill. The speed is too fast, much faster than before. Lin Feng only had time to cross his hands in front of his chest to block it. Boom! This punch sent Lin Feng flying thousands of meters away. Lin Feng only felt a sharp pain and numbness in his arms. There was also a sharp pain in his chest, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Kanken stabilized his figure, and one after another heat ray swept over. Like a laser cannon, the sky was suddenly filled with black and red light. Lin Feng almost used his flight ability to the extreme, constantly dodging the heat ray. With this level of heat ray, even if Lin Feng is hit, a hole will be opened. Lin Feng was sweating profusely, and shouted in his heart, "System, do you know what happened to Clark? How did he suddenly become so powerful? Why is this like Doomsday? Clark has become Doomsday." The system jumped out and replied, "After Clark is controlled, Blacken will have a state, similar to Berserk, and his combat power will be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. This is also the function of the magic weapon I told you before." Lin Feng narrowly dodged a heat ray, and asked again, "Is there no limit?" "Yes, the system speculates that this state will last for about an hour. As long as it lasts for an hour, the host will have a chance to fight back." "Damn, you're talking fart," Lin Feng cursed. "You think I can last an hour?" At the moment, he is highly concentrated, and he will behold when he hits a heat ray game. He didn't expect that heat ray can be used like this. Just like the laser rain that Thomas saw in his previous life, he didn't need to charge up anymore. The system was also silent for a while, and then said, "I don't think you can hold it if this continues." The corners of Lin Feng's eyes twitched. "Then what should we do?" "I have no choice but to start a backup plan," the system said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. "Do you have a backup plan for the dog system?" "Come on, what plan?" The system coughed twice. "Host, activate tactical retreat." "What the hell?" Lin Feng had a question mark on his face. He wondered if he heard it wrong. The system continued, "Run away. If you can't beat it, run away." "Are you serious?" Lin Feng had black lines on his face. "Escape? Run away from Batman and the others? I'm going to lose my face to Grandma's house, okay?" The system seemed to have guessed what Lin Feng was thinking, and said directly, "At this time, do you still care about face? Life is more important than face. Damn, you are a dog. It was you who asked me to help, and you are the one who asked me to run away now." Lin Feng felt depressed for a while. "What if I run away from Barry?" Lin Feng asked again. "You don't protect yourself, so you still care about his life." The system's voice suddenly became emotionless, and Lin Feng fell silent after hearing this. A slight distraction. Clark seized the opening. With one punch, Lin Feng was directly smashed into the ground, creating a huge hole. Now he enjoys the treatment of Clark before. A surge of energy and blood surged, and Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his arms that were resisting the attack had lost consciousness, numbness, and pain. "If you don't leave, I'll lose you." The system's cold voice sounded again. Panting heavily, Lin Feng slowly flew out of the pit. Blacken's Clark was floating in midair and stared at Lin Feng. In the next second, both of them had red eyes. Two heat rays, one black and one red, collided together in the air. Lin Feng's heat ray was obviously not as powerful as Clark's, and he was pushed back steadily. Seeing that the heat ray was invalid, Lin Feng stopped the heat ray with a dodge. The black-red heat ray immediately hit the ground, burning a sea of flames. "Host, the portal is ready. You can return to the Marvel world at any time." The sound of the system rang in his ears again, making Lin Feng feel like the system was tempting him to run quickly. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. "Go. How to go? I want to leave too, but I always feel that I'm leaving, and my conscience can't bear it." Lin Feng shook his head and said. His arrival brought hope to Batman and the others. If he escaped at this time, Lin Feng would have trouble with his conscience, not to mention the embarrassment. He asked himself, he is not such an irresponsible person. Besides, as soon as I walked on my front foot, Barry's designation on my back foot was gone. Escape by himself, and indirectly ruin Barry's life. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes became firm. "I can't go. There is no such thing as escaping in our race." Lin Feng roared angrily, directly silencing the system roar. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down, looking for Clark's flaws. It is impossible to escape, and Lin Feng is not without chance. After several rounds of fighting, Lin Feng found that the controlled Clark would only go straight in the fight. There is no mention of combat skills at all. With the right opportunity and angle, it is possible to counterattack. Lin Feng used the dragging tactic without even thinking about it. While flying a kite around Clark, he asked Batman in his headset how long it would take him to arrive. Diana is carrying a kryptonite weapon. As long as the kryptonite weapon arrives, Lin Feng can fight back. Less than 10 minutes. Bruce's voice came. Flying Clark's kite for 10 minutes is not too long. It's daytime and the sun is shining. Lin Feng can take a gamble. Lin Feng's idea is correct, but some people don't want to gamble with Lin Feng. Barry didn't realize that, just as the two Supermans were fighting, a light blue beam of light appeared behind him. Immediately after that, there was a sharp pain in the chest. Barry felt that all the strength in his body was taken away in an instant, leaving only severe pain. It's Steppenwolf? The Steppenwolf was sent by the beam of light, and apart from anything else, he hit Barry with an axe. Almost split Barry in half. Poor Barry was attacked by a surprise before he had time to shout, and his life was dying. Kicking the half-dead Barry away, Steppenwolf picked up the mother box on the ground and showed a satisfied smile. Fighting or something, how can the mother box be important? This is Steppenwolf's goal this time. The end is coming. Steppenwolf shouted, and the two who were fighting in midair looked over at the same time. Clark, follow me. With an order, the beam of light appeared again. Lin Feng saw Barry lying on the ground, with a pool of red blood flowing out from under his body. He was angry and anxious. Damn it, don't talk about Weird. Lin Feng's distraction was seized by Clark. With a punch in the waist, Lin Feng was sent flying a long distance again. Clark, on the other hand, obeyed the Steppenwolf's order and flew to the Steppenwolf's side. A light blue beam of light enveloped the two of them, sending them away directly. The mother box is already in hand. There is no need to fight another Superman. There are too many variables. Blanche. Lin Feng flew back with a look of anger, watching the portal disappear but could do nothing. Look at Barry again. Fortunately, he still has a breath. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the green vial, and there was still half a bottle of liquid in the bottle. Opened the bottle cap and carefully drip it on Barry's chest wound and ankle wound. After a few drops of liquid, Barry's wounds healed faster, and his breathing stabilized again. He touched the wound, moved his ankle again, and sighed in amazement. You saved me, Superman. At this moment, Barry wanted to cry very much. God knows how much pressure he has been under during this period of time. In the end, hope was finally ushered in, but he was attacked by the Steppenwolf with a knife, and his life was in danger. Life is full of ups and downs. Now Barry just wants to cry a lot, take a hot bath, and eat a good meal. However, his dream could not be realized for the time being. Things got worse. Lin Feng sat down on the ground and took a rest. He looked up at the sky, and said solemnly, things have gotten worse. Barry. The mother box was taken away by them. This can be said to be Lin Feng's first difficult battle after obtaining Superman ability. However, the ending was not satisfactory. Steppenwolf still took the mother box. Lin Feng thought he could stop it all. The reality taught him a harsh lesson. But Lin Feng wasn't too disappointed. After all, compared to the original book, this event is full of variables. And Clark is the biggest variable among them. The black fighter plane slowly landed in front of the two of them from the sky. Batman and the others arrived late. Bruce stepped out of the fighter plane in a bat battlesuit, followed by Diana and the others. He saw the two people sitting on the ground, and the faces of the two at the moment were not very good looking. Looking around, there are irregular potholes everywhere. Obviously a big battle just happened here. Without seeing the mother box, Bruce's expression became serious. Oh man, you are finally here. Barry almost couldn't help crying when he saw the arrival of several people. Bruce nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Barry, you are not injured. Barry jumped up. I almost died. It was Lin Feng who cured me with a strange liquid. Oh no, the magic liquid. Seeing that Barry was bouncing around like someone who had nothing to do, Bruce ignored him and looked at Lin Feng instead. Lin Feng from at the moment looked a bit embarrassed. The hair is messy, the face is a little blue, but it is fading, and the battlesuit on the body has many damages and scratches. Without waiting for Bruce to say anything, Lin Feng said directly, the situation is getting worse, Bruce. Clark is much stronger than before after being controlled, and the mother box was taken away by them. Hearing this, Bruce's face sank again, as expected. Diana also ran over, and she keenly noticed Lin Feng's injury. Lin Feng, are you injured? She gave up her weapon and stepped forward to examine Lin Feng's wound. Under the damaged battlesuit, there were wounds exuding black and red aura, which were ferocious and unwilling to heal. Blood is also slowly oozing out. Blacken plus berserk, Clark's heat ray is like magic, making it impossible for Lin Feng, who has a Superman physique, to heal quickly. Lin Feng turned to look at Diana and smiled slightly. He nodded and said, don't worry, I'm fine. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head to look at Bruce again, and said, I'm sorry, Bruce, I couldn't keep the mother box. Bruce just nodded calmly, it's not your fault, Lin Feng, we still have a chance. Let's get on the fighter plane first. Tell me what happened in detail. Bruce really didn't mean to blame Lin Feng. It was not easy for Lin Feng to save Jolly from Clark. Hearing Bruce's words, Lin Feng shook his head. He was going to treat the wound. Clark's black and red heat ray seems to be magical. Make the healing of your injuries extremely slow. Let Barry tell you. He knows everything. Lin Feng said, I'm going to outer space. Without the barrier of the atmosphere, the strong solar radiation will make my wound heal quickly. Lin Feng explained, when I recover, I will go to you. Bruce also knows what the sun does to Superman. So he nodded and said, okay, you are ready, go to my base. This is the address of the base. Bruce took out a card out of nowhere, with a line written on it. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Bruce added. Lin Feng took the card, nodded to Bruce and the others, and quickly flew into the air, disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing Lin Feng flying away, several people looked at each other. I vaguely feel that Lin Feng's mood seems to be a bit wrong. Bruce said to Diana and the others, give him some time. Then he led several people onto the fighter plane and flew towards the base. On the fighter plane, Bruce handed Barry a bottle of water. Barry, tell me what happened in detail. Barry nodded, and described what happened word by word. The thrilling and changeable process made several people frown. After a long while, Barry finished his narration dryly, picked up the water bottle and gulped it down. Bruce concluded, in other words, the controlled Clark has become stronger. Then during Lin Feng's fight with Clark, Steppenwolf appeared and snatched the mother box. Barry nodded, that's about it. It's getting more and more difficult. Bruce looked serious. He thought Lin Feng's appearance could counter Clark. But he didn't expect that Clark could become even stronger, coupled with the threat of the Steppenwolf. Bruce just felt a pain between his brows. Several other people were also lost in thought, digesting this information. Diana looked at a few people and said, "It's not Lin Feng's fault that the mother box was taken away. It's beyond all of our expectations." As soon as the words came out, Bruce knew what Diana was worried about. She was afraid that she would blame Lin Feng for taking the mother box away. He said affirmatively, "No one will blame Lin Feng. On the contrary, I would like to thank Lin Feng. If it wasn't for him, Barry and I might not be here anymore." Aquaman and Victor nodded in agreement. Indeed, the help Lin Feng brought was very great. Lin Feng cannot be blamed for unexpected events. If you want to blame, you can only blame the fighter plane for flying too slowly. If he had arrived earlier and used kryptonite to restrain Clark, then there might be another ending now. "The matter hasn't reached the point of no return," said Victor, who had been silent all the time. "It will take some time to assemble the 3 mother boxes, and we still have a chance." Seeing a few people looking over, Victor emphasized word by word, "It's also the last chance." In space, open the green vial. Lin Feng suffocates the remaining liquid in one gulp. At the moment of entrance, huge life force flows through the whole body along Lin Feng's veins. Cooperating with the sun's radiation, the wound burned by the heat ray is slowly healing. While recovering, Lin Feng thought about his next move. According to the plot in the original book, the assembly of the 3 mother boxes will take a certain amount of time. I remember that in the original book, it took only a few hours for Steppenwolf to assemble the mother box. The 3 mother boxes were integrated together, and finally with the help of Barry, Victor entered the interior of the mother box and separated the 3 mother boxes again. This is the plot of the original work, in which Clark is one of his own. And now, Clark is the enemy. The single biggest threat that needs to be dealt with is Superman Clark. I can only fly a kite towards Clark. But Clark now obeyed Steppenwolf. If Clark doesn't care about himself, he will directly kill Batman and the others one by one. Then the mission will undoubtedly fail, and the world will usher in the end. The most important question is how to counter the Berserk Clark. Lin Feng found that the Berserk Clark liked to use heat ray attacks very much, and he didn't punch a few times. Then how to put kryptonite handcuffs on him has become a huge amount of problem. "Dog system." Lin Feng shouted. "System? Why? Is there a way to make me stronger temporarily?" Lin Feng asked. "Is there any affordable one in the store that can make me stronger in a short time?" "System? No. Such a big store doesn't even have temporary buffs." "System, I mean there is nothing you can afford." After hearing this, Lin Feng had a dull and helpless expression. "More than 10 million points can't afford a temporary buff? Do I really want to take Clark's kite again? Okay, I won't tease you anymore." The system's voice sounded again. Seeing Lin Feng's helpless and embarrassed look, the system laughed out loud. "There are buffs, but I have a better solution here. Actually, the multiple choice questions asked the host before, whether to escape or stay, is to observe the host's heart and sense of responsibility. To be precise, it is to confirm whether the host's 3 views are correct. This is a psychic test. If you pass the test, a system-bound novice gift package will be issued." Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. In an instant, his face became eccentric. "A big gift package for beginners? I'll tell you what's missing." "That's right, why is there no novice gift package for my binding system? Shouldn't this be a standard configuration? You still have to take the whole Xing Xing test." Lin Feng was speechless and angry, wanting to curse. "Are you naive or not?" The dog system said. "Hey, this system can't be blamed. Isn't it because you haven't found a chance to test your heart and sense of responsibility, the host? When the host makes a choice, the system can detect the host's true thoughts and attitudes. The subconscious choice at this time can best reflect whether a person's 3 views are correct. You can feel it too. If it wasn't for the appearance of Steppenwolf, you would be pierced by Clark's demonized heat ray within 3 minutes. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, Clark's heat ray had injured many parts of his body. The wound was unbearably painful, and Lin Feng didn't even utter a sound of pain. The system continued. The host should not underestimate this small test. If the test fails, not only will there not be a novice gift package, but the system will also be unlocked soon. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. He didn't expect that it was just a small choice, and the result he got was so different. "Fortunately, I passed the test, otherwise the system would be unbound. Who would I cry to?" "Okay, the novice gift pack is a special gift pack for Superman. It has been sent to the system warehouse. The host should go and have a look," the system said. "It contains what you need most right now." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the system warehouse. Sure enough, I saw a package sample shining golden light. After clicking to open it, there are 4 gemstones of the same color in pairs. There are also 2 smooth silver wristbands with strange textures. Finally, there was a card that shone with silver light. Lin Feng checked the properties of these items one by one. Special red kryptonite. It can significantly strengthen Superman's various ability values in a short period of time, 4 hours. Special platinum kryptonite allows ordinary people to possess all Superman abilities within a short period of time, 2 hours. Superman bracers, made of special metal materials, can be inlaid with various ability gems and transmit the power of the gems to the wearer. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes almost glowed. Good stuff, all good stuff. Whether it's a wristband or 2 kryptonite, it's almost a perfect match, Lin Feng. As expected of a Superman gift pack, the items inside are all related to Superman. When Lin Feng saw the last silver card, Lin Feng fell silent. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's body kept shaking. Silver Superman Experience Card. As the name suggests, you can experience the powerful strength of Silver Superman. Time limit, 4 hours. Just seeing the name of the card, one can tell how happy Lin Feng is. If it weren't for the absence of air in space, Lin Feng would have laughed out loud. Good guy, isn't this giving yourself a helping hand? Silver Superman. All of a sudden the shotgun is replaced by a cannon, and the 3 rounds become a big sprint. Lin Feng couldn't help imitating Barry and sighed. Life is full of ups and downs. Next time I see Clark, I'm going to hit him 10. The Silver Superman in the comics often has incredible various super abilities. This card of Lin Feng can only experience the basic abilities of Silver Superman, such as super flight, super stamina, and so on. But it was enough to knock down the raging Clark. There is nothing to say about 2 kinds of kryptonite. Platinum kryptonite can be worn by Susan, activated when encountering danger, and can also make Lin Feng feel at ease about Susan's safety. Not to mention the wristband, as you can see from the description, it is basically worn for the convenience of kryptonite. After the joy, Lin Feng gradually calmed down. He thought for a moment, and took out a special red kryptonite and a Superman wristband from his backpack. There would still be a fight between him and Clark. But this time the battle will not be as hasty as before. The Silver Superman Experience Card is very precious, there is only one, and you can use it or not. Use the special red kryptonite first to see how far you can strengthen. In addition, the degree of restraint of green kryptonite on Clark is much higher than that of Lin Feng. Even if you don't use the Silver Superman Experience Card, you basically have the chance to win, so there's no need to waste it. Superman's wristbands are silver and white, about 3 or 4 centimeters wide. There are many horizontal and vertical lines on it. The color of the texture is very light, full of sense of technology. Lin Feng tried to bring the special red kryptonite close to Superman's bracer. In the next second, the surface of the Superman watch surged like flowing water. Slowly form an oval depression. Lin Feng gently placed the kryptonite in the depression, and it was firmly sucked in instantly. The pattern on the wristband also quickly turned into a glowing red. After about 2 or 3 seconds, the light slowly disappeared, but the lines had turned into a faint dark red. It's a magical wristband, just like Tony's nanotechnology in Avengers Alliance 3 in the movie, which can be shapeshifted arbitrarily. Lin Feng said this is great. After wearing the wristband on his left hand, the wristband immediately adjusted its size to better fit Lin Feng's wrist. At the same time, the method of using the wristband and a message prompt also appeared in Lin Feng's mind. And that prompt is to ask Lin Feng if he uses special red kryptonite. After Lin Feng chose not to use it temporarily, he adjusted the color of the wristband to black. This is also one of the functions of the bracer. Lin Feng likes black, but not very interested in silver. The black wristband is paired with dark red kryptonite, and there are faint dark red lines. The visual effect is very good. It is worth mentioning that the moment Lin Feng put on the wristband, Lin Feng found that the speed at which he was receiving solar radiation was significantly accelerated. Lin Feng was a little surprised. This wristband can actually enhance his absorption of the yellow fixed star radiation? What a surprise. While Lin Feng was studying the wristband, many wounds on his body had healed, leaving no trace of injury. Repaired the black Superman battlesuit for 10,000 RP. Lin Feng flew towards Blue Star again. According to the address given by Bruce, Lin Feng soon arrived at Bruce's base. Several people from at the moment are enjoying dinner in the restaurant. But the face is not very good. Lin Feng landed slowly, attracting the attention of several people. He looked at Bruce and others and smiled slightly. Hey, guys, do you have my share? Seeing Lin Feng came back, Bruce looked slightly relaxed, and made a joke. Does Superman still need to eat? Lin Feng laughed and sat down next to Diana. It's better to be next to beautiful women than to be next to some muscular men, isn't it? Definitely, food is more than just filling the stomach. The butler, Ah Fu, was holding a plate and placed it in front of Lin Feng. Master Lin Feng, your dinner. Thanks, Alfred. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude. Lin Feng, is your injury healed? Seeing Lin Feng acting like a normal person, Diana couldn't help asking. Lin Feng nodded at her. There is nothing serious. How is the situation now? Have you found the location of the Steppenwolf? One sentence silenced the crowd again. They had no way to find the mother box. Unlike Steppenwolf, the mother box can be perceived by him after being activated. Bruce shook his head, while Victor said, I can feel the mother box, but I can't see his position. Okay. Lin Feng smacked his lips. He was not surprised. I might know where they are. As soon as these words came out, several people stopped the knives and forks in their hands, and all stared at Lin Feng closely, waiting for Lin Feng to continue talking. The abandoned nuclear power plant in North Bear Country. Seeing several people staring at them, Lin Feng said an address lightly. Batman and the others looked at each other. Lin Feng would not joke at this time. Diana knew something about the place, and she confirmed, the nuclear power plant that had a nuclear accident 30 years ago. Lin Feng nodded. Barry couldn't help but interjected, that place can't even enter the soldiers. Intense radiation can make a foot grow out of your neck. You're right, Barry. Lin Feng nodded and said, but now the radiation is gone. Steppenwolf collected radiation to build his base. Bruce, don't you have a satellite? Just take a look at it. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Bruce got up and left without eating. Several people looked at each other and followed. What are you eating at this time? Blue Star is about to be destroyed. Do not hold back the power of unity, this meal is the last supper. Bruce led everyone to a workshop and started operating in front of a bunch of instruments. After a while, the screen lit up. A series of data slid by, and soon, the nuclear power plant in Baixing country was located. Everyone can see through the satellite that the shape of the nuclear power plant has changed. Here it is. Diana said. What is he building? Aquaman couldn't understand. Satellite pictures show that there are huge amounts of barriers on the nuclear power plant. A barrier hangs over the entire nuclear power plant. It should be a layer of protection, protecting the power of unity inside. Bruce said solemnly, this is the barrier that the mother box is integrating. The best way is to attack from above. Diana turned to look at Bruce and asked, then how do we separate the mother box? Dynamite cannot separate the mother box, it will only bring energy to the mother box, strengthening them. Indeed, the mother box can absorb and transform energy, and I want to use conventional explosives to separate the mother box. Unrealistic. At this time, Victor with a mechanical body stepped forward and said in a deep voice, I'm coming. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at Victor. Victor nodded, and explained in a deep voice, I will enter the mother box and integrate with them, weaken their links so that they can be disassembled. Diana shook her head, this is not a good way, you need to face the power of unity alone, and you don't know what will happen inside. Do you have a better way? Victor looked at Diana calmly. Diana stared at Victor seriously and continued, the power of the 3 mother boxes is enough to destroy the world. As long as you reveal a flaw, they will get into your head and destroy you. Victor said indifferently, just let me in and buy time. You're going to die, Victor. If we don't, we'll all die. Didn't you want me to use my super abilities? Now is the time to use them. I lost everything and I have nothing to fear, Victor said. Although there are some discrepancies between the current plot and the original, but Victor's father died anyway. Victor has been fighting back his emotions after losing his last loved one. He needs to vent now, needs revenge. Diana stopped talking, and she didn't know what to say. All right. In this case, are we going to prepare to attack the Steppenwolf base? Barry said. Aquaman stepped forward to echo, that's right, go deep into hell and fight the devil and his legion. Barry was still a little worried, the Steppenwolf you mentioned probably fought thousands of superheroes among the thousands of planets he destroyed, right? Assuming he wins, then our chances of winning. I don't care how many demons he fought in how many hells. Bruce interrupted Barry directly, at the moment his eyes were full of firm belief. He didn't hit us? We are united. Hearing Bruce's firm words, several people fell silent, looked at each other, and then nodded. Okay, I have one last question. Are we still going to face Clark? Barry asked with some fear. The former Clark was his idol, and now this idol has become his nightmare. In his perception, no one on Blue Star has the courage to face T'Chau, not to mention that the current Clark has become more powerful. After Barry asked this question, the gazes of the few people couldn't help looking at Lin Feng who hadn't spoken the whole time. It goes without saying that in this team, Lin Feng is the only one who can face Clark directly. Lin Feng nodded and said, it's not a big problem, I'll hold Clark back. Diana, give Barry the kryptonite weapon. When I restrain Clark, Barry, you will put the kryptonite handcuffs on him. Very good solution, but Barry is a bit shy. Hearing Lin Feng call out his name and ask him to handcuff Clark, an uncontrollable fear flashed in his heart. Me? Oh man, no. It's okay, just let you use the speed force to put handcuffs on him, it's very simple. While speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward and patted Barry on the shoulder. Besides, I'm holding Clark down. You can do it, can't you? Man, believe in yourself, you're a superhero. With Lin Feng's words, Barry was a little overwhelmed. He muttered dully, I am superhero, I am superhero. Don't blame Barry. If a Superman calls him a superhero, it's inevitable that Barry will be excited from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Lin Feng limping Barry, Diana also shook her head and laughed. Lin Feng was right. Lin Feng restrained Clark, and Barry handcuffed him. This is the easiest and least risky course of action for Barry. Pushing the lead box into Barry's hand, Diana smiled and said, it's up to you, superhero. Barry couldn't find himself anymore. Bruce was a little funny seeing this scene, at least the atmosphere before the war was good, wasn't it? Okay, it's time for us to go. Inside the abandoned nuclear power plant, the soaring red energy formed a barrier. 3 mother boxes floated in front of Steppenwolf, and beside him stood Clark with red eyes. Finally, here is the moment I've been waiting for so long. Steppenwolf was as devout as if he was performing some ritual. Get ready for his arrival. I will be redeemed. Steppenwolf couldn't suppress his excitement, he had waited too long for this moment. Integrate into one. The 3 mother boxes collided with dazzling light. Under the expectant eyes of Steppenwolf, the mother box started the integration process. Integrate sent out a sound wave, which quickly spread to the whole world, as if to herald something. At the same time, the Atlanteans, the daughters of the Amazons, all looked in the direction of the mother box in a daze. A feeling of heart palpitations, accompanied by a breath of despair rushed towards him. In the nuclear power plant, demons flew down one after another. They kneeled respectfully in front of the mother box, waiting for Darkseid's arrival. Just when the group of demons knelt down, boom, there was a roar of shells, followed by a second, and a third. The red barrier above the head vibrated violently. Steppenwolf looked up. A big hole has been blasted out of the barrier, and a huge black fighter plane broke in. It is Batman at all? The annoying bugs are coming. Steppenwolf picked up the axe. Dare to disturb Darkseid's arrival at this time, and successfully ignited the anger of the Steppenwolf. Clark, cried Steppenwolf. Not one left. With an order, Clark's eyes glowed red, and he fired a heat ray at the fighter plane. However, another heat ray shot from the oblique stab. Before the fighter plane was hit, it knocked Clark into the air. It was Lin Feng, who got off the plane ahead of time. The fighter plane landed smoothly, and Batman and Diana jumped out of the fighter plane one after another. Lin Feng went straight to Clark. Barry hid behind a building and took out the kryptonite handcuffs, constantly cheering himself up. Batman, Diana, and Victor march forward against the Steppenwolf. Countless demon-like creatures dragged a few people back. Steppenwolf shouted, "Clark, solve the battle as soon as possible." Roar. Clark, who received the order, roared angrily. I saw the muscles on his body soar again. In an instant, the berserk Clark of the previous few days reappeared. With a ferocious face facing Lin Feng, Clark exerted force on his feet and flew towards Lin Feng with a bang. "Well done," Lin Feng shouted in his heart, and the Superman wristband on his wrist lit up with a dazzling red light. Huge energy poured into Lin Feng's Superman body. Despite the influx of energy, Lin Feng felt stronger than ever. The special red kryptonite more than doubled Lin Feng's ability. He remembered a sentence. "You are being strengthened. Come on." Facing Clark, Lin Feng punched out. Clark, who was easily beating Lin Feng during the day, was directly sent flying by this punch, hitting a building not far away. Immediately afterwards, a thick almost substantial heat ray hit Clark. Lin Feng's heat ray pushed Clark directly to open a hole in the structure. "Make Clark fly directly out of the nuclear power plant? While you are sick, I will kill you." Lin Feng jumped out of the hole and chased after Clark. Barry stared dumbfounded at the huge hole. What's the situation? Lin Feng has also become stronger. When he came back to his senses, Barry disappeared in the same place in an instant, and ran out after Lin Feng. He didn't forget that his task was to assist Lin Feng and put kryptonite handcuffs on Clark. Roar. Clark, who was knocked into the air, roared again, stabilizing his figure in the air. Although Lin Feng's heat ray didn't cause him fatal damage, it caused severe pain. Clark became angry, and a black-red heat ray shot out instantly. Lin Feng didn't flinch, and a red heat ray shot out. The two heat rays meet in the air, just like the scene during the day. However, the difference is that this time Lin Feng and heat ray didn't flinch in the slightest. The huge energy brought by red kryptonite seems inexhaustible. A steady stream poured into Lin Feng's body. Boom! A violent explosion occurred at the docking point of the heat ray, creating a strong hurricane. Seeing that the heat ray failed, Clark rushed to Lin Feng again and threw out a punch. Lin Feng easily dodged sideways and punched back with a charged punch. With a bang, Clark was sent flying again, hitting the ground directly. Clark, who has no self-awareness, seems to have lost his combat experience. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and followed suit. He walked around behind Clark, and stretched out his hands from Clark's armpits to wrap around his back. It is directly an overhead, controlling Clark. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Barry, take advantage of this time." Clark's strength was enormous, and Lin Feng couldn't control him for too long. The opportunity was fleeting, and Barry, who heard Lin Feng shouting, was calm and cautious like never before. Lightning flashed on him, and everything around him slowed down, as if standing still. While running, Barry took out kryptonite handcuffs from the lead box and rushed towards Clark. A terrifying scene appeared, and Clark turned his head slowly. The black and red light in the eyes appeared again, aiming at Barry. Under Barry's frightened gaze, Lin Feng made the first move. He hit Clark on the back of the head with a head hammer. Clark's head suddenly dropped. Heat ray was also disconnected. Barry ran to Clark, not having the courage to look at Clark's hideous face. A pair of kryptonite handcuffs clicked and were put on Clark's wrist. At the same time, there was no time to stop the sprinting trend, and after directly knocking Clark and Lin Feng into the air, Barry quit the speed force. Roar. Clark roared again, then knelt down. At the moment, the bulging veins on his arm slowly turned green. The whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Kryptonite handcuffs are in effect. Clark lost his fighting power, knelt on the ground and howled in pain. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, and looked at Barry. "Well done, Barry." The process went very smoothly without any surprises. With the failure during the day, Lin Feng could listen to all directions and see all directions. "I'm afraid that there will be another accident and give myself a head-on blow. It's too late to take a break. Batman and the others are still fighting Steppenwolf, and they have to go back to help. You wait here for Victor's signal, I'll go meet Steppenwolf," Lin Feng said again to Barry. Victor needs huge amounts of electricity to get inside the mother box, and this requires Barry to run near the speed of light to assist Victor. Seeing that Barry nodded in agreement, Lin Feng immediately took off and flew back to the nuclear power plant. In the nuclear power plant, Bruce constantly wandered among the demons, destroying them. Fiends are vulnerable to Batman. It's just that the number is too large, which makes Bruce feel a little tricky. Victor was standing in front of the mother box, with multiple black lines in his hands, trying to enter the inside of the mother box. And Diana and Aquaman are besieging Steppenwolf, but things aren't looking too good. Steppenwolf was too strong for the two of them. When the axe went down, Aquaman was directly thrown out and lay on the ground. I couldn't get up for half a day. Aquaman was speechless. Ever since Steppenwolf came to Earth, it seems like he's been getting beaten. Seeing that the Steppenwolf swung his axe and was about to strike at Diana again, Lin Feng rushed forward and kicked out. The speed directly exceeded the speed of sound. With one kick, the Steppenwolf was embedded in the wall. Lifting Diana up, Lin Feng looked up and shouted, "Victor, Barry is ready. How are you?" Immediately, Victor, who heard the news, lifted his spirits and sped up his movements. Diana gasped and looked at Lin Feng. "How is Clark?" Lin Feng replied with a smile, "It's going well, I have lost my fighting power." Real. Hearing that Clark had lost his combat effectiveness, Diana couldn't help but smile. This is the biggest good news since the Steppenwolves invaded Blue Star. The Steppenwolf lost its greatest strength. The balance of victory has been tilted to the human side. Steppenwolf fell from the wall, panting heavily. As soon as Lin Feng came out, he saw Lin Feng's Superman battlesuit. Originally, he didn't pay much attention to this new Kryptonian. After all, he still has Clark as a big killer. However, after two people went out, only Lin Feng came back alone. This made Steppenwolf feel bad. "Clark!" cried Steppenwolf. "Clark? Where have you been?" After barking twice, seeing that Clark still didn't show up, Steppenwolf's face became ugly. After a moment of hesitation, Steppenwolf took out a black box. This is his magic weapon to control Clark. From a mysterious man who cooperates with his master, Darkseid. The black box is not damaged at all. The black aura surrounding it has not disappeared. That is to say, control of Clark was not lost. Steppenwolf couldn't figure it out. Why doesn't Clark show up? Seeing Steppenwolf shouting there, Lin Feng slowly floated over. Seeing the black Superman battlesuit on Lin Feng's body, Steppenwolf's expression became even uglier. Another Kryptonian. Lin Feng crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "Stop barking, Clark has returned to normal. He's not under your control anymore, Steppenwolf." "That's impossible." Steppenwolf looked at the box in his hand again, it was intact. "Oh." Lin Feng tilted his head and smiled, "You don't believe it? Then why didn't Clark show up?" Steppenwolf couldn't refute it anymore, and he knew that there was a high probability that what the Kryptonian in front of him said was true. Damn Kryptonians. Steppenwolf cursed with a gloomy ugly face. He remembered the black-robed human who gave him the black box. The human in the black robe. I knew he couldn't be trusted. Steppenwolf angrily threw the black box on the ground and stepped on it. Now that Clark is out of control, what's the use of this thing? Kayla. The box shattered, and a trace of black smoke drifted in the wind. In an instant, a gust of wind blew past, as if something had been lifted. Lin Feng looked at the crushed box, his eyes flashed, and he had some guesses in his heart. Could this be what the system said, can control Clark's magic weapon? Sure enough, the next second, Barry's voice sounded in the headset. "Hey guys, Clark seems to be back to normal." For a moment, Lin Feng's expression was extremely exciting. "Barry, I'm Lin Feng." Lin Feng called into the headset. "Take off the kryptonite handcuffs for him. Pick it now? Do you want to confirm again?" Barry had some hesitation, and he saw the black and red light in Clark's eyes dissipate. The green glowing chain also changed back to its normal color, but he was still a little afraid to take off the handcuffs. He was afraid that if he took off the handcuffs, Clark would punch him again. Obviously, Barry had a shadow on Clark. Hearing Barry's hesitation, Lin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. "Don't worry, Barry. I've confirmed that the thing controlling Clark has been destroyed." Lin Feng's words were like a reassurance. Barry breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I'll take it off for him." Hearing the conversation between Lin Feng and his teammates, Steppenwolf was puzzled at first, and then suddenly came to his senses. He was played. Clark was only temporarily restrained, not out of control. And he personally destroyed the black box controlling Clark? Damn you! Angry, he raised his axe and rushed towards Lin Feng. Steppenwolf shouted, "For Darkseid." Seeing an axe cut over. Just as Lin Feng was about to dodge, he seemed to think of something. He stayed where he was, just turning his head sideways. He wanted to restore the plot in the original book. I don't know if this counts as helping the world line to end. Boom! Steppenwolf's battle axe hit Lin Feng's left shoulder. Lin Feng just felt like being hit by a baby with a stick. No injuries, not even the slightest pain. That's all. Lin Feng sneered, learned the original work, turned his head slightly and let out a breath of cold air towards the battle axe. The tomahawk freezes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Lin Feng smashed the battle axe into pieces with one punch. Steppenwolf looked at his hands in disbelief, and then at Lin Feng. In a panic, he was about to punch, but Lin Feng kicked him far away. The Steppenwolf that fell to the ground hammered the ground angrily. He stood up and charged towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was not afraid at all, and flew head-on. The Steppenwolf's attack didn't break his defense. The Steppenwolf swung its claws and grabbed Lin Feng. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, it was like slow motion, and he easily avoided it. Taking advantage of the momentum and blasting out with a punch, Steppenwolf was sent flying again, and flew straight in Diana's direction. Seeing the Steppenwolf flying towards her, Diana shouted loudly. The two guardian silver bracelets collided fiercely. With a crisp sound, the sound waves scattered, and the Steppenwolf was sent flying again, falling towards Aquaman. Seeing the momentum, Aquaman swept away the army. The trident in his hand slammed on the Steppenwolf's waist. Like a volleyball, Steppenwolf flew out again and returned to Lin Feng's direction. He was hit back and forth like a volleyball by several people, helpless. Lin Feng faced the Steppenwolf, and directly punched him into the sky. Then the figure rose rapidly, overtook Steppenwolf in the air, and punched him to the ground again. The development is completely in accordance with the original film. Before the Steppenwolf got up, Lin Feng landed and punched out again. Then his eyes glowed red, and he fired a heat ray at the Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf howled in pain. The armor on his body was constantly disintegrated under the heat of the heat ray. Heat ray's scorching temperature directly swept off one corner of the Steppenwolf, and the painful Steppenwolf let out a loud cry again. With another punch, Steppenwolf was completely stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. After solving the Steppenwolf, Victor also connected to the power of unity. Barry, I'm connected to the unity force, he yelled. I need a lot of electric current to get in. Victor said grimly. He can only connect to the unity force for a short time and needs Barry's help to get into the mother box. Immediately, Barry, who kept circling outside, received the message. He headed straight for Victor with a blue-white electric light. Clark flew behind him, escorting him. Barry, where are you? Victor seemed to have not heard Barry's answer, and was still calling out loudly. The mother box is about to be integrated, and he can't get in without electricity? Barry was still running with his head bowed, constantly cheering for himself. Just when the mother box is about to fully integrate. Along with the sound, a circular blue portal appeared not far from the mother box. Lin Feng, Diana, and Aquaman stepped forward one after another, looking at the portal warily. But Lin Feng knew in his heart that Darkseid should have arrived. The portal gradually formed, revealing the scene inside. As expected, on the other side of the portal, several monsters turned around one after another. It was Darkseid and his two men. Host, be careful. It's an exile. The system's voice suddenly jumped out. The system's words made Lin Feng's pupils shrink. He noticed a person next to Darkseid. That was a character that was not in the original book, and he was covered in a black robe. There was no face to be seen, no male or female. Lin Feng knew in his heart that he should be the exile in the system's mouth. Seeing Lin Feng looking over, the black robe seemed to notice his gaze. Lin Feng used the see-through ability, but he couldn't see through the black robe at all, which made his heart sink. The system didn't exaggerate. His see-through ability couldn't see through the exile's coat. Inside the portal, Darkseid looked at the scene outside expressionlessly. A Kryptonian, a woman with the power of the old gods, and an Atlantean with a trident. This reminded him of the Long War. He is waiting for the mother box to fully integrate before stepping out of the portal. Darkseid noticed that Victor was trying his best to prevent the integration of the mother box, but his heart was very calm. He doesn't think that the Blue Star civilization can prevent the integration of the mother box. You see, isn't this about to fail soon? Darkseid has been searching for the anti-life program for countless years. He didn't care about waiting a little longer. Barry, Victor shouted again, sweating coldly. It's almost too late. The integrate will be completed soon. The voice just came out. In the next second, time seemed to stand still. Everyone was almost still in place. Lin Feng had a thought. He has super speed. Instantly realized that this was Barry coming in. Turn around and look. Sure enough, Barry came galloping from outside the nuclear power plant. Above him, a restored Superman, Clark, escorted him. Seeing Lin Feng looking over, Clark looked at him in a complicated way. Then he nodded and continued to follow Barry. In the original book, Barry was hit by a monster, which almost caused the destruction of Blue Star. Barry, who was escorted by Superman, did not make this mistake again. He successfully touched Victor and transmitted the electricity to him. In an instant, Barry entered the mother box. He was not fooled by the trap inside the mother box, and forcibly pulled the three transformed figures of the mother box to the two sides. All this happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, the mother box that was about to integrate was divided into three again, and it returned to the state where the integration was just started. Lin Feng, Victor shouted loudly. His strength alone cannot cut off the power they are connected to. Lin Feng, who has read the original work, definitely understands what he means. He dodged and rushed over, pushing the two mother boxes with both hands, exerting force outward. Lin Feng, under the blessing of red kryptonite, is much stronger than Clark in the original book. Just a bang. Almost without much effort, the connection between the three mother boxes was instantly disconnected and fell to the ground. Returned to the inactive state. Steppenwolf at the moment finally recovered a bit and stood up. He touched his head, his hands were covered with blood, and he felt a burst of pain and dizziness. The scale armor on the upper body has been broken by heat ray, revealing the body behind the neighbor. Darkseid stood behind the portal, looking at him indifferently. The mother box also returned to the inactive state, declaring his failure. Steppenwolf only felt ashamed. In front of his master, once again humiliated. Roar. He yelled at Lin Feng and the others angrily, full of unwillingness in his heart. He destroyed countless worlds, but fell on a small blue star. Still under the gaze of Darkseid, so embarrassed, all he could do was roar, venting the anger in his heart. In the next second, the roaring stopped abruptly. Aquaman, who doesn't talk about martial arts, directly sacrifices a halberd from behind, stabbed the Steppenwolf to the core. Blood flowed down the trident, and severe pain swept Steppenwolf's body. Lin Feng, who respects the original work, stepped forward quickly, punched Steppenwolf towards the portal. Diana relayed, jumped up and chopped down, and cut off the ugly head of Steppenwolf. Under a set of small combos from everyone, the body and head of the Steppenwolf fell into the portal separately. I rolled a few times. Darkseid stepped on the still rolling head and forcefully. The only remaining horn of the Steppenwolf was also trampled off, the light in his eyes was lost, and he lost his breath. This battle to invade Blue Star ended with Blue Star's complete victory. Lin Feng, Batman, Diana, and others walked to the portal and looked at Darkseid from afar. The meaning is very clear, you come, you will stay here forever? Darkseid was panting heavily, his anger couldn't be suppressed, he failed again. The mother box was separated, and the portal that lost energy slowly closed. What no one noticed was a black thread so tiny that it was almost invisible quietly slipped into Lin Feng's body, avoiding everyone's sight. Watching the portal close, Darkseid turned his head to look at the figure completely covered by the black robe beside him. He suppressed his anger. Exile? Is this what you said there would be no accidents? A harsh and sharp voice came from under the black robe. Are you questioning me, Darkseid? Darkseid stared angrily at the black robe, no longer speaking. He still has a place for the exile. He doesn't want to mess with the exile. Relax. The exile's sharp voice sounded again. That troublemaker will have a hard time. After finishing speaking, the exile slowly disappeared in place, leaving only Darkseid with nowhere to vent his anger. I told you a long time ago, Darkseid said in a deep voice, the Steppenwolf will fail. My master, the mother box is now destroyed. How do you get your prize back? Darkseid gave him a cold look. The anti-life program has been found. I will get him at all costs. Even the old way. With the closing of the portal, Lin Feng heard the pleasant sound of reward from the system. Congratulations to the host, successfully completing the task of saving the DC world. Now settle the reward. This time the host has obtained 10 million mission reputations. Evaluation of this mission, Grade A, award 10 million reputation points. Gift from World Closure, 8 million points. The host has gained a total of 28 million reputation points. Nice? Lin Feng was surprised. I didn't expect to give so many reputation points. A full 28 million points? Sure enough, high risk comes with high reward. Lin Feng sighed, this wave of blood has earned. Plus my original 10 million. Lin Feng now has a reputation worth over 40 million. It's just around the corner to redeem the Silver Superman template. The threat of Blue Star finally dissipated, Batman and the others gradually relaxed. A sense of responsibility and a sense of honor drove them to resist every disaster of Blue Star. The crowd gathered, walked up the tower, and greeted the arrival of dawn. Facing the rising sun, Clark stepped forward and stood in front of everyone. He said with some guilt, I'm sorry, everyone. I've seen everything I've done and it's hard to believe I did it. With that said, Clark lowered his head, his heart was full of shame. Although he is controlled, all the things he has done, the memories are still in his mind. He felt very ashamed. Everyone looked at each other, they all understood that no one blamed Clark. Clark is controlled, everything he does is not his will. Diana took a step forward and comforted her. It's not your fault, Clark. We all know that you are being controlled. It's not your fault. Clark looked up at Diana, her eyes full of sincerity. This made Clark feel a little less guilty. Bruce also stepped forward. He stretched out his hand, but stopped in midair. Hesitation for a while, or lightly patted Clark's shoulder. Just come back. Clark. Bruce. He remembers that when he fired a heat ray, it almost killed Bruce. Barry at the moment also took 2 steps forward, and also looked at Clark with sincere eyes, as long as you change back. You are still my idol. Aquaman and Victor didn't know Clark well, just nodded at Clark. You. Sensing that the few people did not blame him, Clark felt mixed feelings. In the end, Clark looked at the man who had fought back and forth with him. I have never seen it, my countryman. Seeing Clark looking over, Lin Feng stepped forward with a smile and stretched out his hand. Let's get to know each other? My name is Lin Feng. Clark reached out and shook his hand, a little uncertain. Are you a Kryptonian too? Lin Feng nodded, then shook his head again. He knew Clark's loneliness. He was the only one left in the race, and this kind of loneliness was not something ordinary people could bear. Seeing that Clark was puzzled, Lin Feng explained, I do have Kryptonian blood. But I'm not a Kryptonian of this universe. I come from another universe. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Clark was a little dazed. Can you tell me in detail? Clark asked. Definitely yes, Clark. But I think we all need a break first. Also, you should go back and meet Martha first, and Louise. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Clark immediately thought of his mother and girlfriend. Yes, I'm going to meet them. He has been resurrected, this is his second chance, he is going back to meet his mother. He has to complete his marriage proposal, and Louise hasn't told him the answer yet. Looking at Batman and the others again, Clark's meaning is obvious. Batman stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder again. Go, Clark. Meet them first? Then take a good rest. Have a good rest, come to the base to find us. Clark nodded, then soared into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. Clark left. Bruce looked at Lin Feng. Lin, do you want to come to my villa for a few days? You don't want to go back now, let us entertain you for some time. Lin Feng played a leading role in this invasion battle. Without him restraining Clark, everyone's winning rate was infinitely close to zero. Diana also said, yes, Lin Feng, how about I take you around the metropolis? I know a lot of food. I can take you to taste it. Barry also came up and said. Seeing several people warmly inviting him, Lin Feng also nodded. He smiled and said, okay, I'll just stay here for a few days. Besides, I have to tell Clark something about Krypton. He decided to answer some questions for Clark about the Kryptonians. In countless universes, there are many Kryptonians, and he wants Clark to know about these existences. Make Clark no longer feel like the only survivor of his race. These days, I will trouble you, Lin Feng begged. Hearing this, everyone smiled and nodded. No trouble at all, Lin, Diana said with a smile. Go back first and rest, I think everyone is tired. Bruce arranged. He hammered his waist, he had just been hit by a demon-like weapon, and he was in some pain. I want Afu to prepare something cold for me, the fighter plane has crashed. Fortunately, Bruce contacted another helicopter. It was already noon when everyone returned to Bruce's base. After lunch, Bruce arranged several rooms for everyone to rest. After 2 days of fighting, even his physique is several times stronger than that of ordinary people. Also feel tired. Several people did not refuse, and thanked one after another. But Lin Feng didn't rest in Bruce's manner. He asked Bruce for some money and flew away alone. Lin Feng left and chose a beach. He was wearing sunglasses, lying on a beach chair, basking in the sun listening to the sound of the waves. Just bask in the sun to replenish your strength and energy. Very convenient. The sea breeze is blowing, and the chirping of seagulls and the whispering of beach tourists are heard from time to time. Lin Feng enjoyed the atmosphere very much. If only Susan was with me at this time. When you go back, take Susan to the seaside for a trip. Thinking of Susan, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the Superman wristband on his wrist. When he was going to go back, he gave Susan another Superman bracer. Add a piece of platinum kryptonite. In this way, Susan's safety issues do not need to worry about. Moreover, the wristbands can also be adjusted into couple styles. Lin Feng loves this wristband. Basking in the sun board, Lin Feng turned over the system store. He wants to see if the store sells special kryptonite. Used it once and it works really well. If you have, consider buying a few more for a rainy day. Open the store. Black Widow's original underwear. Today's special, 5 reputation points. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He remembered that this used to sell for 10 prestige points. Just ignore it and look for what you need. After rummaging around, he really found it. Special red kryptonite, 1 piece for 1 million reputation. Special platinum kryptonite, 2 million prestige piece. The price is moderate, not too expensive. Platinum kryptonite can give an ordinary person the ability of Superman for 2 hours. It's not that expensive to be honest. Continue to scroll down, there are several types of kryptonite alone. Lin Feng saw the cheapest piece of kryptonite among them. Special gold kryptonite, 200,000 reputation value 1 piece. Effect, causes the wearer to lose all Superman abilities for 12 hours. Lin Feng, why is there such kryptonite? System, why didn't I find the Superman bracer? Lin Feng searched for a long time, but couldn't find Superman's wristband, so he asked. Why are you looking for him? Didn't the big gift bag give you 2? I want to know whether it will be more powerful if I bring a few more kryptonites. No, host. Then if I wear 2 wristbands, platinum kryptonite in the left hand and gold kryptonite in the right hand, what will happen? Lin Feng's brain hole opened. Gold kryptonite will remove all abilities from Superman. Platinum kryptonite can give ordinary people the ability of Superman. So what happens if you wear them at the same time? Once this sense of curiosity arises, I can't help but want to try it out. The black question mark on the system's face. Why don't you try? Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at the gold kryptonite in the store with some hesitation. Fingers up and down, whether to buy or not. In the end, I gave up buying it. Forget it. Lin Feng sighed, what if it blows up, isn't it a waste? This curiosity wastes millions of reputation points, it feels very worthless. By the way, system, is there any Superman wristbands for sale? Why can't I find them? The system popped up, Superman wristbands are in the level 2 store, and the price is 2 million prestige points. Why is a wristband so expensive? Lin Feng frowned and asked in puzzlement. In addition to the effect of installing gems on the Superman wrist, the rest is to improve the efficiency of receiving solar radiation. Lin Feng thinks only this function. Not worth 2 million reputation points. The system quickly answered Lin Feng's doubts. The price is not expensive, the system said. Superman's wrist brace is several times stronger than vibranium. And the wristband has a certain deformation ability. It can cover your entire forearm when it is fully unfolded. This will increase your efficiency of receiving solar radiation several times. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Is there still this function? Lin Feng looked at the wristband in his hand, and thought about it. In an instant, the wristband quickly moved up Lin Feng's wrist like flowing water. It quickly wrapped Lin Feng's entire forearm. Like wearing a layer of black sleeves. Lin Feng was refreshed. Sure enough, the efficiency of receiving radiation has been improved, and it is several times faster than the previous form of the wristband. Good stuff? Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, but this seems to be more than 2 million prestige points, right? It seems to have sensed Lin Feng's doubts. The system came out again and explained, "Host, your Superman wristband can not only hold kryptonite, it can also inlay all 6 infinite rough stones." Lin Feng was a little surprised, but only for a moment. Isn't Iron Man also able to make gloves inlaid with rough stones? Well, you can choose not to buy it. The system seemed to be speechless. After dropping a word, he stopped making a sound. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Unscrupulous profiteer? He continued to look at the store, and many products he had never seen before were on sale. Useful and useless, the value varies from a few reputation points to millions of reputation points. Even saw the K-50 nano battlesuit made by Tony Stark. But in the secondary store, the icon is gray and cannot be bought. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, planning to buy a set to play with when the level 2 store permission is opened. Few boys can resist the allure of a steel battlesuit. Lin Feng is no exception. All of a sudden, Lin Feng was looking through the store, looking for any other weird products. The tourists on the beach suddenly became agitated, interrupting Lin Feng's shopping. It's Superman. Really Superman? Superman is here. The tourists all looked towards the sky and shouted. With a thought in Lin Feng's mind, he also heard the unusual tearing air sounds. Looking up, Clark had already flown above his head. He didn't wear a Superman battlesuit, but a house dress. Lin Feng looked at him with some doubts. What is Clark doing here? Clark landed, smiled at the tourists who surrounded him, and then turned to look at Lin Feng. Sorry to find you this way, but I asked Bruce, and he said you don't have any contact information. Lin Feng scratched his head. Well, he did not bring any communication devices such as mobile phones. It is not easy for these people to find themselves, let alone contact them. Okay, Clark. Lin Feng shrugged and asked, what can I do for you? Clark nodded. You said you wanted to tell me something about Kryptonians. In such a hurry. Lin Feng didn't expect Clark to find him again after only half a day. Clark nodded again, apologetically. I don't know when you will leave, Lin. After seeing his mother and girlfriend after returning home, Clark found Lin Feng again after not being with them for a long time. Accompany the family and wait for Lin Feng to leave at any time. Lin Feng didn't say when he would leave. Clark was afraid of missing this opportunity, so he rushed to find him. This made sense, but Lin Feng couldn't refute it. Well, anyway, I'm fine now. Lin Feng stood up. Talking here. The tourists on the beach almost surrounded the two of them with 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. It's just that the awe and fear of Clark made them afraid to go forward. Definitely not. Follow me. After speaking, Clark floated into the sky and flew in one direction. Seeing this, Lin Feng shook his head, and slowly rose into the air to follow. The onlookers left behind were a little stunned. Got to Superman. Lin Feng did not expect that Clark would take him to the farm. The farm where his mother was taken away by the bank because she couldn't repay the loan. Clark landed, opened the door, and invited Lin Feng in. Lin Feng stepped in, and most of the furniture in the house was gone. Fortunately, there is a table and some chairs. Clark said with some embarrassment. Bruce helped me go through the formalities. Soon I can come back and stay here. Sit down first, I'll pour you a cup of coffee. Clark pointed to the chair to signal Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dislike it either, and sat down on his buttocks, looking at the place where Clark lived since he was a child. Auntie? Lin Feng asked. She was with Louise. When the formalities are completed, we still need to move all the furniture back. Lin Feng nodded. The environment where Clark lives is very good. A 2-story cottage located on a farm. Lin Feng once wanted to live such a life. However, the self before time travel simply couldn't afford such a place. However, with the help of friends who are rich in dogs, Lin Feng now has a bigger residence. But there is no more natural and comfortable environment like Clark. Coffee. Clark came over with 2 cups of coffee and sat opposite Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked it up and took a sip. It was very hot. But for Superman, that's nothing. Putting down the glass, Lin Feng nodded to Clark. If you want to ask anything, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Clark held the coffee on the table, and said with some hesitation, I want to know, am I really the only one in this world with Kryptonian blood? In order to save Blue Star, Clark twisted Zed's neck. For Blue Star, this is a just approach. For the Kryptonians, however, Clark was responsible for killing the last of their fellow Kryptonians. Definitely, excluding Clark himself. This made Clark confused for a long time, and at the same time, a sense of loneliness lasted for a long time. Fortunately he was accompanied by Martha and Louise. Otherwise, Clark doesn't know if he will get out of the confusion. Maybe, but he doesn't know how long it will take. Lin Feng had already anticipated Clark's question. There was no surprise at all about Clark's question. As far as I know, you should be the only Kryptonian left in this universe. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, a hint of disappointment flashed in Clark's eyes. Is that really the case? Clark slowly turned the coffee cup, a little absent-minded. This is also expected. After Zed came to Earth, Clark knew that Krypton was dead. His biological parents also died at that time. Until Zed was also killed by himself. Clark knew he was the last Kryptonian. Only the appearance of Lin Feng gave him a glimmer of hope. Same Superman uniform, same Superman ability. He once thought that there were still a group of Kryptonians living in places he didn't know. However, it turns out that Lin Feng is not the Kryptonian of this universe. Seeing Clark's disappointment, Lin Feng shook his head and laughed a little. He knew Clark's loneliness, the loneliness of the last man of his race. Imagine if you were the only human being left in the universe. How lonely and hopeless that would be. Clark, do you know about parallel universes? Lin Feng said, somewhat reminding Clark. Parallel universe. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Clark froze for a moment, then nodded. I knew it before, but I thought it was just speculation. I didn't believe in the existence of parallel universes until I saw you. Seeing Lin Feng just smiled without saying a word, a thought flashed in Clark's mind. There are still Kryptonians in the parallel universe. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. That's right, there are countless Kryptonians in countless parallel universes. Clark, you are not alone. As far as I know, in one of the parallel universes, there is another you. And you in that parallel universe have a cousin. Cousin. Clark stared at Lin Feng closely. Following Lin Feng's words, Clark's eyes gradually lit up. It was the joy of knowing that he still had compatriots. Although not in the same universe. That's right, her name is Kayla Zoal. Lin Feng nodded and continued. In that universe, Krypton is also on the verge of survival. And Kayla Zoal was sent to Earth to protect you in that world. But her spaceship was affected by the explosion and fell into the phantom space. It wasn't until 24 years later that she accidentally crash-landed on Earth. She is just like you in that world. Guard the Earth, protect the citizens. Lin Feng frowned suddenly when he said this, and stopped. What's wrong? Lin Feng. Clark was getting excited when he heard Lin Feng suddenly stop, and he asked suspiciously. Lin Feng didn't answer. It suddenly occurred to him that the characters in the parallel world were very similar. Although there is no such information in the movie, but since there is Kayla Zoal in the parallel world, so will there be her in this world? Lin Feng thought for a moment. He had some hesitation whether he should tell Clark this speculation. If you say it, it will undoubtedly give Clark hope again. But if this universe doesn't have Kayla Zoal, Clark was afraid that it was inevitable that he would be disappointed again. Lin Feng, if you have anything to say, just say it. Clark saw some hesitation in Lin Feng, so he spoke directly. He guessed that Lin Feng might have thought of information related to himself. Lin Feng looked at Clark. His eyes were complex, pleading, hopeful, and dignified. Sighing, Lin Feng still expressed his conjecture. Sure enough, this speculation impressed Clark. His brain started to run at high speed, and he began to think if he also had a cousin in this world. How should he find her? But there was too little useful information, and Clark thought for a long time, but it was of no avail. He couldn't help asking Lin Feng again. Lin Feng, is there any way you can help me verify the existence of my cousin? Lin Feng shook his head. He had no way to confirm the existence of Kayla. In the end, Lin Feng just gave a suggestion. You can go to the universe to bask in the sun more, Clark. Often things will become easier with greater strength. Now you can't be sure of her existence, so make yourself stronger. Oh, by the way, pay more attention to Barry. It's not easy for that kid to run. Lin Feng winked at Clark, and said meaningfully, maybe one day, he will run to another universe. After finishing the coffee in the cup, Lin Feng got up to say goodbye. He only knew this little information, and passed it all on to Clark. I hope Kayla really exists in this universe. So Clark had a compatriot anyway. Clark stood up to see him off. Lin Feng waved his hand, and directly soared into the sky. In the next 2 days, Diana took Lin Feng for a walk around the metropolis. Barry took Lin Feng to eat a lot of food. Aquaman Arthur is going to take Lin Feng to the bottom of the sea to catch fish. Even Bruce was asking if he needed anything. Only Victor was normal, and he gave Lin Feng a pair of earphones he made himself. Superman's S-shaped logo is affixed on both sides of the headset. He thinks working as a Superman is tiring, and this high-quality headphone that he crafted carefully will bring Lin Feng time to relax. In fact, Lin Feng really wants to complain. The world he lives in also has these things. It's not that I haven't seen the world, but kindness is hard to come by, and Lin Feng is not willing to let everyone down. After playing like crazy for 2 days, under the watchful eyes of all superheroes, Lin Feng stepped onto the portal and bid farewell to the DC Universe. Marvel Universe. Twister's night sky. A portal with a little light flashing suddenly appeared. After the light disappeared, Lin Feng slowly appeared in midair. This season, it gets dark earlier. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone. When he went to DC to do tasks, he stored his phone in the system space. I forgot to see if Marvel's mobile phone can be used in DC. I checked the time, it was just 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng noticed the date. It had been more than a week since he left, and Lin Feng stayed in DC for 4 or 5 days. It seems that the flow of time in the two worlds is different. Lin Feng roughly calculated that the time flow rate is about 2:1. But it's okay, it didn't exceed the 10 days that Susan said. Putting away the phone, Lin Feng checked the location. The system didn't teleport him back to where he left off. Instead, a portal was immediately opened above the waist twister. Lin Feng didn't care either. He turned on the invisibility function of the ring, and slowly flew towards his villa. The lights in Lin Feng's villa were on. Obviously Susan was at home. Since the two were together, Lin Feng asked Susan to return the rented house. Ask Susan to move in with him. The euphemism is don't waste your money. As for what's going on in the dark, I know everything. Lin Feng flew down and opened the door. The living room was lit, but empty. Instead, there was a noise from the kitchen. Lin Feng chuckled and touched it quietly. However, when he walked halfway, his footsteps stopped again, and the smile stopped on his face. An unfamiliar black-haired woman was cooking with her back turned to him. Obviously not Susan, both are of different heights. Lin Feng was a little puzzled. What's the situation? Thief? Unlike, how can a thief go to someone else to cook? Just as Lin Feng was about to ask, the woman spoke first. Susan, it's time to eat. The woman put the cooked food on a plate and shouted upstairs. She turned around with the plate in her hand, also stunned. She also saw Lin Feng. The two stood in place, their eyes facing each other. Sky. Lin Feng was also taken aback when he saw her face, and subconsciously called out. You know me? Sky exclaimed, his eyes flickering. That's right, the brunette is none other than Marvel's Vibe Girl, Sky. Sky from at the moment probably hasn't joined S.H.I.E.L.D. yet. Lin Feng remembered that Sky should have joined S.H.I.E.L.D. after the first timeline of the Avengers Alliance. The current Sky should still be a thorn in the side of SHIELD. He is also a thorn with superb hacking skills. But it doesn't matter. Why did Sky appear in his home? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked directly, why are you at my house? Sky slowly put the plate in his hand on the table. The brain is running at high speed, weaving lies. At the same time, I couldn't stop being a little curious. She has almost no intersection with Lin Feng. Why does Lin Feng know her name? Lin Feng watched her movements calmly, waiting for an explanation. Luckily Lin Feng knew she hadn't joined S.H.I.E.L.D. yet. Otherwise, one would wonder if the black marinated egg has started acting like a demon again. Before Sky could speak, footsteps came downstairs. Susan came down from upstairs. Forest. Seeing Lin Feng coming back by accident, Susan yelled and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. You're back. Lin Feng was thrown into his arms, but he was not happy. He keenly noticed that Susan's tone was full of grievances. There was a thump in his heart, and Lin Feng frowned immediately. What's the matter, bullied? Lin Feng gently pushed Susan away from his arms. Sure enough, Susan's eyes were flushed, and she looked aggrieved. Obviously cried. In an instant, Lin Feng's face turned cold. Susan, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Susan's eyes were red from crying like a big rabbit. She pouted and looked at Lin Feng like a wounded animal. I was fired from the company. One sentence is exported, full of grievances. Lin Feng was a little speechless. Unexpectedly, he was fired. What's the point of crying? With the Superman news in hand, wouldn't it be easy to find another station? Wrong. Lin Feng suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Susan has a huge source of news about Superman. Almost every radio headline is shot by Susan. In everyone's eyes, Susan has become the exclusive reporter of Superman. It can be said that any radio station with Susan is equivalent to having the first-hand news of Superman. What did the radio station think? That it would fire Susan? I'm afraid there is something hidden in it. And the greatest possibility is that someone is targeting Susan and making troubles. Otherwise, even if Susan was fired, she should be angry, not wronged. Thinking that Susan might be bullied, Lin Feng suddenly felt an evil fire in his heart. He lowered his head and gently wiped away Susan's tears. Hey, what's the matter? There was a hint of anger in Lin Feng's gentle words. Supporting Susan to sit at the dining table, Lin Feng spoke again. Tell me, why did the station fire you? Susan was embraced by Lin Feng, and her soft words stirred her emotions. All the grievances I have suffered during this time can't help but strike again. The emotions that had been adjusted suddenly collapsed at this moment. At this time, I don't know where I lost my strength. Susan choked up and said, they said I was. Wow. Before finishing a sentence, Susan hugged Lin Feng again, buried his head into Lin Feng's chest, crying uncontrollably. When had Lin Feng seen such a scene? In an instant, his hands and feet panicked. Hands raised in the air at a loss. This cry wiped out Lin Feng's evil fire. Good guy. How wrong this girl was. Lin Feng felt that the clothes on his chest were wet from crying. He turned his head and looked around for tissues, but she was hugged tightly by Susan and couldn't move away. Here you are. A female voice sounded, and at the same time handed over a tissue box. It was Sky, who was temporarily ignored by Lin Feng after seeing Susan being wronged. Lin Feng's thoughts were all on the wronged Susan. Forget about Sky, who appeared at home out of nowhere. Lin Feng glanced at Sky, took the tissue and thanked him. Then he took out two and wiped them for Susan. The snot bubbles are coming out? It stuck to the clothes on Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. Susan also found out about her own ugliness, and her aggrieved face suddenly turned red again. I'm sorry. He had no choice but to stand up and sit upright, letting Lin Feng wipe away his tears. I couldn't help but hiccup all the time. Seeing this, Sky sighed. She sat across from the two of them and said, let me tell you what's going on. Lin Feng kept moving his hands, but he just glanced at Sky and nodded at her. Susan was fired from the station because of a rumor. The luxury car from Stark Industries came to pick Susan up from get off work that day. When someone took a picture, the rumors spread. Said Susan had sex with Tony Stark. Sky explained the cause and effect in short words. Hearing this, Lin Feng's hands froze. I was the one who went to pick up Susan. I'm also a shareholder of Stark Industries. How could they think so? After finishing speaking, Lin Feng said to Susan gently, "Honey, didn't you explain to them?" I said. Susan explained while hiccuping. "But they say you are the driver. They don't believe my explanation. They also said that I had an improper relationship with Superman. Say I always get a shot, Superman photo. Because of me, I climbed into Superman's bed. Wow." After speaking, Susan cried again, crying even harder. She was so wronged. Obviously, I worked so hard and made such a big contribution to the headlines of the radio station. But every colleague did not believe her. She doesn't understand what she did wrong. After listening to Susan's intermittent explanation, Lin Feng only felt that the evil fire that had just disappeared surged into his heart again. How did this rumor come out? Sky pulls out a laptop out of nowhere. Rumors alone weren't enough to get Susan fired from the station. She turned on the computer, called up something, and showed it to Lin Feng. "Look at this." Lin Feng looked at the screen with a cold face. What he saw next made Lin Feng's pupils shrink. Rumors about Susan actually appeared on various forums and gossip news. Susan Carter on BBC, suspected to have a good night with Tony Stark. Where did Susan Carter's Superman news come from? Physical reporter, Susan Carter. About Susan Carter, Superman comments. On 2 boats? Iron Man, Superman on the fight against women. Lin Feng looked at these titles with eyes full of anger. One is more outrageous than the other. The most commented one actually had close to 10 million likes. This comment with the most likes has almost no text. All are pictures related to Susan. Susan boards a luxury car with a Stark Industries license plate. Susan and Superman walking along the street. There are even pictures of Susan kissing Superman. Lin Feng could tell at a glance that the kissing photo was from Synopsis. But this does not prevent the speculation and suspicion of the people who eat melons. The internet is like this. The incident is brewing, accompanied by the iron proof of the photos. Coupled with the endorsement of the BBC radio station, almost no one has verified whether the photo belongs to Synopsis. Sky clicked the mouse and opened the Superman forum. Countless posts are constantly refreshing, leaving messages, and publishing. Many people are waiting for Superman to speak out. There are also many people who are trying to defend Superman. Lin Feng's complexion has never been ugly. Susan shrank her shoulders, and she seemed to feel that the air around her became colder. Someone is behind these rumors. Lin Feng spoke, his voice a little hoarse. Sky nodded. "You're right." She clicked the mouse again, and 2 photos appeared on the screen. "According to my investigation, it was the ghosts of these 2 people. Who are they?" Lin Feng asked coldly. The inexplicable evil fire seemed to be burning more and more intensely, making Lin Feng's eyes seem to spew out flames. Susan has never seen Lin Feng make such a big fire. She pulled Lin Feng's sleeve in fear. Lin Feng didn't feel Susan's small movements. He stared fixedly at the screen, looking at the 2 photos with cold eyes, like watching dead man. Sky swiped the mouse, and the information of the 2 is displayed separately. This fat man with big ears is called John. He is the nephew of the BBC radio boss. Sky zoomed in on John's photo, a look of disgust flashing in his eye. He is the mastermind of this matter. According to my investigation, he has repeatedly pursued Susan and was rejected. Until Susan and you confirmed the relationship, John made things difficult for Susan in the office. In the end, I couldn't step down from the stage. I think that's his motivation. Sky analyzed. If you can't get it, you can destroy it. This kind of extreme psychological distortion Sky has seen a lot on the internet. After speaking, Sky opened another photo. This old woman is called Flora. She is one of John's concubines, and she provided John with a lot of information. Strictly speaking, it is also one of the masterminds of this rumor. She asked Susan to give her the Superman news, but Susan refused. According to my research, older women are very jealous. Susan is beautiful, kind, and with Superman's information, she has a very high popularity and status in the radio station. Plus Susan refused her request. She hated Susan. As Sky said, he opened another picture, which was the comment with 10 million likes. According to my investigation, this comment is the person Flora paid for. They hired a lot of sailors at the same time. A lot of misplaced and malicious photos are also taken by them. The general situation is almost like this. Sky stopped talking, just picked up the water glass and took a sip of water, waiting for Lin Feng to digest the information. Lin Feng looked at the information coldly. After a while, he turned his gaze to Sky again, gritted his teeth and asked, "Sky, you have such superb hacking skills, why don't you clear this information?" His voice had an uncontrollable anger, and his eyes were cold and piercing. Sky was taken aback. She didn't expect Lin Feng to ask such a question. The moment he looked up to meet Lin Feng's gaze, Sky felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. What kind of indifferent, angry, but sharp eyes were there? Shivering uncontrollably, Sky opened his mouth. A word stuck in her neck. She had a feeling. If her answer is not good, she will die in the next second. She didn't know why she felt this way, but cold sweat was already breaking down her forehead. "Lin, what are you talking about? Do you know K?" Susan sat aside, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. He actually blamed innocent people? She knows Lin Feng's personality. Susan felt that Lin Feng was a little too angry today. Big abnormal? Her name is K, not Sky, Lin. Susan explained, pulling Lin Feng's arm. K has worked so hard to help me. She's my best friend. What's the matter with you tonight, Lin? I feel something is wrong with you. Susan looked at Lin Feng with big red eyes, full of worry. Hearing Susan's words, Lin Feng once again realized that something was wrong with him. That inexplicable evil fire seemed to be eating away at his sanity. What's even more strange is that it's actually difficult for him to contain this evil fire. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Sorry, Sky. I didn't mean to, I was just too worried about Susan. As soon as these words came out, the pressure on Sky was suddenly released. The feeling of being stared at by death all the time slowly dissipated. Sky let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With a wry smile on the corner of his mouth, he explained. It's not that I didn't help. But by the time I found out, things had gotten tricky. At that time, the rumors were already brewing in a big way. They were organized to publish a large number of manuscripts at the same time. There are a lot of rumors on the internet, forums, personal programs, news, regardless of the front and back. Even if it is contained, it will not help. Sky sighed, her hacking skills were second to none. But Sky's actions only aroused more suspicion about something that was already fully brewing. On the contrary, it will have the opposite effect. Sky continued, if you want to put an end to this rumor, we must have stronger evidence. At least clarification from Tony Stark and Superman. However, this is undoubtedly difficult for us. Having said that, Sky shook his head and said, let's not say whether Tony Stark will clarify this matter. We can't even reach Superman. Having said that, Sky sighed again, now she only has hacking skills. Helping Susan find out the culprit is already at his current limit. After Sky finished speaking, Susan secretly glanced at Lin Feng. Although Kay is her best friend, she doesn't tell Kay that Lin Feng is Superman. She felt that this was Lin Feng's privacy, and Susan would not say anything he didn't want to say. Respect is mutual. Seeing that the two of them did not speak, Sky tapped on the computer with both hands. He knocked and said, you don't have to worry too much, Susan is my best friend anyway. I have another clarification plan, but in a somewhat complicated way. The effect will be worse, but this is something that can't be helped. Sky also knows that Stark and Superman are not easy to please. So she came up with another solution, though not as good as the first. Lin Feng irritably knocked his fingers on the table, interrupting Sky. There is no need for a second solution, use a better one. Stark, I'll contact him to clarify. As for Superman, he'll be there too. Whether it is to shoot a video, or hold a press conference specifically for this matter, none of them will refuse. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Sky was startled. She looked at Susan, then at Lin Feng. Good guy, is her best friend's boyfriend so good? You're not bragging, are you? Regardless of what Sky thinks, Lin Feng already has some plans in mind. Susan, stay at home, I'll go out for a while. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng walked out. Lin, where are you going? Susan called from behind. Lin Feng turned his head, his face was a bit hideous. I'm going to break the necks of those two bitches. Regardless of what Sky thinks, Lin Feng already has some plans in mind. Susan, stay at home, I'll go out for a while. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng walked out. Lin, where are you going? Susan called from behind. Lin Feng turned his head, his expression a little ferocious. I'll break the necks of those two bitches first. As soon as these words came out, Susan's soul was almost scared away. She took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, rushed forward and hugged Lin Feng's waist before pulling back. No, Lin. Calm down, you're going to jail. She felt that Lin Feng was really crazy. Lin Feng went out for a trip, and when he came back, it was like a completely different person. Lin Feng chuckled, he really wanted to break the necks of the two perpetrators. But he hasn't lost his mind yet and knows this isn't the best way to solve the problem. He pulled Susan away dumbfounded. I'm just kidding, little fool. I'm going to meet Tony Stark and discuss this matter with him. Susan stared into his eyes. You promise you won't lie to me? Okay, I promise. Lin Feng looked at Susan helplessly. Seeing Lin Feng's eyes, which didn't look like he was hiding, nor did he seem to be lying, Susan finally felt at ease. She was really scared by Lin Feng just now. Who is Lin Feng? Superman? He was going to break someone's neck, fearing that no one would be able to stop him. However, breaking the necks of those two people is likely to create a negative image of Lin Feng in the minds of the citizens. This is what Susan does not want to see. Lin Feng also knew this. Although it was simple to break the necks of the two, the subsequent impact was somewhat uncontrollable. If one is not done well, Susan will be caught in a bigger public opinion. If it's too late, I'll sleep with Tony, Lin Feng said. Don't worry about me. Susan nodded. Remember what you promised me? Don't be impulsive. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Susan, Lin Feng ran to a remote corner. The black battlesuit appeared, and Lin Feng soared into the air, flying straight upwards. Several sonic booms were left in the air. Soon, Lin Feng flew out of the atmosphere and entered outer space. The sun was shining on him, and the evil fire in his heart was constantly dissipating. System. Lin Feng closed his eyes and called out. Is there something wrong with my body? Lin Feng already had some guesses in his mind, but he wasn't too sure. The system did not speak, but a video popped up and played. In the screen, it is the scene of Lin Feng in the DC world. He and Diana stood in front of the portal. At the other end of the portal are Darkseid and his men. The camera zoomed in, and Lin Feng watched carefully. The mother box was separated, and the portal was slowly closing. However, the few people on the screen didn't notice it. A black line that was almost invisible to the naked eye crawled along the portal. After that, he quietly attached to Lin Feng. When the video plays here, it ends. Lin Feng's face was gloomy, but he knew it in his heart. As he had guessed, someone had tampered with him. Is that exile? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The system also jumped out at this time. That's right, it's the exile. I warned you to be careful of the exile, is that how you are? The system asked angrily. This made Lin Feng a little embarrassed. He had just finished a battle. How did you let me notice such a small black line? Why didn't you remind me? You found out at the time, didn't you? Lin Feng fought back, shifting the responsibility to the system. Since the system has this video, it means that it must have found this black line at that time. However, he didn't remind himself aloud, which is not very interesting. Hehe. The system sneered. I don't remind you, it's to give you a long memory. If you get hit once, you will be more careful next time. As I said, every exile should not be underestimated, the system continued. They don't appear often, but every time they appear, some people will be recruited. It's all because of your carelessness. After a few words from the system, Lin Feng was immediately embarrassed. Okay, I was really negligent. Lin Feng scratched his head and admitted his mistake. He felt that the big problem was indeed with him. Although he already has Superman's ability, but Lin Feng's combat experience and attitude towards the enemy still need to grow and exercise. There is nothing wrong with the systematic approach. Only when you have suffered a loss will you have a long memory. What is his black line? Lin Feng asked. Why do I feel that there is always an evil fire that cannot be eliminated? Hearing Lin Feng admitting his mistake, the system no longer pressed hard. As long as the goal of long memory is achieved, it is also for Lin Feng to grow up as soon as possible. That's a kind of dark magic. The system explained. He can infinitely magnify the 7 original sins in the hearts of creatures. That is gluttony, greed, pride, laziness, lust, jealousy, anger. Will Superman be affected too? Lin Feng couldn't help asking. As long as you have these desires, you will be affected. When the host is angry, the dark magic will amplify it infinitely, until you are completely controlled by anger and controlled by him. This is very similar to the magic that controls Clark. After some explanation, Lin Feng understood completely. After I came back, I learned about Susan's incident. There was anger in my heart, so the dark magic was activated, making his anger magnified infinitely. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not completely lose control. Thinking of this, Lin Feng also felt a little scared. If he really lost control, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm afraid that countless people's necks will be broken by themselves. Is there a solution? Lin Feng asked the system. Since the system doesn't remind itself, there should be a solution. Otherwise, I won't let myself be fooled into the trick. There is a solution, the system replied. Really? The system doesn't really expose itself to danger. 500,000 reputation worth a bottle of blessing potion in the store. One bottle can neutralize dark magic. Lin Feng made a tactical fallback. What is so expensive? A small bottle of potion costs 500,000 prestige points. Lin Feng couldn't help complaining. You don't want to take advantage of the fire? Dog system. Is there any other way? Although Lin Feng now has tens of millions of reputation points, he doesn't want to be a leak. The system rolled its eyes. Too expensive. If you think it's too expensive, go to Ancient One. She can also dispel the dark magic on you. It depends on whether she is willing to help you. The system's answer made Lin Feng curl his lips. He felt that Ancient One would not reject him, and he gave him a bag of tea last time. Opened the system and bought a pack of life tree leaf tea tablets again. A pack of leaves only sells for 50,000 reputation points. Lin Feng said that it is normal to come to find someone to do errands and to bring something, a problem that can be solved with 50,000 reputation points. Will I spend 500,000? Temporarily storing it in the system warehouse, Lin Feng flew towards the Himalayan mountains on Blue Star. He remembered the stronghold of the Ancient One, where Kamartaj was. When approaching the Himalayas, Lin Feng found it not far in front of him. Suddenly a light appeared, followed by a golden circle of light. It's a portal? Lin Feng stopped in midair, clicking his tongue. This portal is probably opened by Ancient One. Lin Feng didn't think much, and flew towards the portal. When approaching the portal, Lin Feng saw the Ancient One magician behind the gate. She was sitting at the tea table, looking at herself with a smile. Apparently, Ancient One knew he was coming for her. Lin Feng flew through the door speechlessly and landed on the ground. I know why you're here, Lin Feng. With a smile on his face, Ancient One invited Lin Feng to a seat and made him a cup of tea. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, but he kept complaining in his heart. It's this kind of big guy's opening remarks again? With Time Gem, Ancient One can see past and future. To be honest, Lin Feng is a little envious. Pushing the tea to Lin Feng picked up the teacup and drank it down. The tea is hot, but that's fine with Superman. Even if it is boiling water, it will not cause any harm to Lin Feng. After drinking the tea, Lin Feng took out the tea chips he had just bought from the system warehouse curry. Magician, I brought a gift. Lin Feng chuckled and pushed the tea leaves towards Ancient One. Ancient One took a look and shook his head with a bit of a smile. She definitely knew what Lin Feng meant. Even if there is no gift, I will help you. I've known since you left this world. Ancient One hesitated for a while, but still accepted the tea leaves. Lin Feng's tea did not know where it came from, and Ancient One tried to find out where the tea came from, only to find that the screen showed only pitch black. You don't have to worry, the dark magic you have is not complicated. Ancient One said that she knew that Lin Feng was a Superman with a quick temper. I don't expect young people to calm down. Look, Ancient One said as he stretched out his hands. Both hands intertwined to draw symbols that Lin Feng couldn't understand. Following the actions of Ancient One, a golden magic circle appeared out of thin air, constantly rotating and constantly changing. The magic circle slowly approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt as if something was peeling off inside his body. Not long time. Ancient One's casting right hand quickly pulled back. An extremely thin black thread was pulled out from Lin Feng's body. The black thread exudes black mist, floats in midair, and is trapped by the magic circle. After taking a closer look, Ancient One opened a portal and threw the black thread into it. As the black thread left his body, Lin Feng immediately felt a lot more relaxed. The ever-present evil fire disappeared without a trace. I dropped him into the dark dimension, said Ancient One. It won't affect you anymore, don't worry. Naturally, Ancient One had her intentions in doing this. It was all dark magic. Presumably Dormammu would not mind Ancient One littering. Seeing that Ancient One solved it very easily, Lin Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the dark magic of the exile is not very good here in Ancient One. This time, thank you magician. Lin Feng cupped his hands in thanks. Ancient One shook her head, with a meaningful expression on her face. Helping you is helping Blue Star. You will play a big role in the future, Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened to Ancient One's words with a vague understanding. He had read the original work, and he could roughly guess what Ancient One was talking about. The future should refer to the Avengers Alliance 3 or 4 plots. In the Marvel Universe, the biggest Blue Star crisis so far comes from purple sweet potato essence. Lin Feng doesn't know how easy it is to make purple sweet potato essence, but according to the performance in the movie, purple sweet potato essence should not be able to withstand a few heat rays by myself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a little relieved. The only thing worth paying attention to is whether the arrival of Lin Feng will set off a bigger butterfly effect. Although there are no signs yet. But Lin Feng feels that the butterfly effect is bound to happen. A few things he did after he came to Marvel changed some plots. This is not what he wants, but he can't help changing the plot. Because the moment I appeared in Marvel, it was doomed that the plot would change accordingly. Only by being fully prepared can we face the unknown storm caused by the butterfly effect. Saying goodbye to the Ancient One magician, Lin Feng flew towards Tony Stark's villa. Solved my troublesome problem. Time to fix Susan's problem. Tony happened to be at his villa. He welcomed Lin Feng's arrival. Lin, you're back. Tony sat in the living room, watching Lin Feng fly down from the sky and walk into the house. Lin Feng was not polite to him either, and sat straight on the sofa, picked up the glass in front of him and poured himself half a glass. When he left DC, he told Tony Stark that he was going away for a few days, but he didn't say where. After drinking a cup, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He discovered that something had changed in Tony's reactor. The light source is triangular in shape. You made it. Lin Feng pointed at the reactor on his chest and said with a smile, congratulations. Tony's face is definitely reasonable. Definitely made it. Who do you think I am? Genius inventor, Tony Stark. Tony continued, I probably know why you came to me. Is it because of Susan? Today's second tactical fallback. Lin Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. How does everyone know what to do? Lin Feng shook his head, a little helpless. Susan is still at home wiping tears now. I've noticed that too, Tony said, with some hesitation on his face. Stark Industries has started PR. Originally, I should have resolved the incident as soon as possible, but Lin, you may not know, I've been a little busy lately. That's the one. Tony gestured with his hands in the air. A big guy insists on having a mecha battle with me, so. Lin Feng interrupted Tony. He nodded. I know, Tony. I don't mean to blame you. Tony's incident has been in the news, and Ivan Vank and Hammer Industries have copied his mecha. However, Ivan Vank never sincerely cooperated with Hanmo Industry from the beginning to the end. He controls a large number of mechas, chasing after Tony's sparks. It's the plot of Iron Man 2, which happened just these few days. So Tony can't take care of many things. Tony nodded, relieved. He said this because he was afraid that Lin Feng would blame him, why he didn't take action to stop the rumors. It's true that Tony Stark has a busy ass smoking these days. New reactor research and development. There is also the conspiracy of Ivan Vank. It made Tony very anxious. PR will see results soon, Tony continued. J.A.R.V.I.S found out all the main people who spread the rumors. Believe tomorrow, the United States authorities will put them all in a small dark room. What about you? As Superman, do you want to explain yourself? Half of the rumors are about Tony Stark, and the other half are about Superman. Lin Feng nodded. As Superman he definitely wants to come forward. Even if Susan is not his girlfriend, he will come forward to help innocent people clarify the facts. That's why I came here to find you. I think just explaining the incident may not be credible enough. Then what do you mean? Lin Feng's words made Tony a little confused. I want you and me to make a video and put it on the forum. Lin Feng explained. Oh man, I never do that kind of thing. Tony squinted speechlessly. It's humiliating, you know. Tony refused. I mean, it's too low. Being rejected, Lin Feng didn't speak, just stared at the reactor on Tony's chest and asked, "Is the tea delicious?" One sentence made Tony a little speechless, and the corners of his eyes twitched. He recognized the meaning of Lin Feng's words. "I will detoxify you with tea and give you information to make new elements. Now take a video and tell me you don't want to? All right, Lin, you're an exception." Tony raised his hand helplessly as a sign of surrender. Just this one time, just this one time." He held up a finger. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. "No problem." The two happily formulated the content of the video, which was shot by Jarvis. The process lasted about an hour. Tony always thinks that he is not handsome enough in the picture, which leads to 2 reshoots. By the time things were over, it was already early morning. Lin Feng did not go home, nor did he spend the night at Tony's villa. "Since I have my own villa." Lin Feng is somewhat reluctant to live in other people's homes. This made him feel inexplicably strange. And as long as the sun shines, even if Lin Feng does not sleep for several days and nights, he will not feel tired. Time soon came to the next day. Early in the morning, the PR department of Stark Industries was down. Letters and statements from lawyers spread all over the forums. The key figures who spread rumors are listed in detail. Even the information and photos of key people were coded and released. He said he would be held accountable to the end. This makes the people who eat melons a little confused. In the past, even if Tony Stark had lace news, he would not bother to explain it. There are very few situations where public relations fail, although the scale of the rumors this time is a bit large. Some keen netizens have realized that something else is hidden. The protagonist of the event, Susan Carter, may have a background that they don't know. Under the attention of countless netizens, several of the masterminds who took the money were quickly arrested. There are even live footage released. John was arrested on the spot on the BBC radio station. He yelled in horror and was ruthlessly pulled into the police car. Flora was not spared either. She looked bewildered and disbelieving. The two of them hardly showed up in this rumor-mongering incident. Even if sailors were invited, Flora cautiously let John trade with BB coins. Why did the police come to the door so quickly? She couldn't figure it out. John was still clamoring for the phone. He hoped that his uncle would save him. But what he can't see is, his uncle stood not far away, with a gloomy face, watching him being taken away without saying a word. He didn't know that his uncle had already received the message. This time Stark Industries put huge amounts of pressure on the Twisters authorities. This is simply not a situation that a radio boss can solve. Rumors about Susan come and go as quickly as they come. If it weren't for the involvement of Iron Man and Superman, people who eat melons don't even know who Susan is. In just one morning, the main rumor-mongers were arrested. 2 of the masterminds, John and Flora, are being held without bail, no matter the cost. The rest of the rumor-mongers are under investigation and are awaiting the finalization of specific punishments. The rapidity of the arresting action stunned all the melon-eating citizens. Major rumor carrier forums and news headlines are also being purged. Until a video appeared on the homepage of major forums, it was quickly certified as the top. It was only then that the conclusion of this matter was truly settled, and the incident was quelled. At that time, in Lin Feng's villa, Susan was sitting on the sofa in a daze. Sky was fiddling with a notebook with headphones on, and reported the results to Susan from time to time. Until Sky saw a pinned video, she was stunned. Sky took off his earphones and turned them on. "Susan, look, Stark actually took a video to clarify for you. Oh my god, does your little man have such energy?" Sky looked at the video title and comments and wondered. Sky became very interested in Lin Feng's identity by allowing Tony Stark to make a video clarification. Pushing the laptop in front of Susan, she hit the play button. The two watched together. The picture is very clear, with Tony Stark sitting in the middle of the screen. He was wearing home clothes and had a serious expression on his face. He leaned forward. J.A.R.V.I.S. Started. "It started, sir." "Very good." Tony clapped his hands, announcing the start of the video. "Ahem, don't use it as a self-introduction." Tony spoke to the camera. "I think there should be no one who doesn't know me. I didn't want to make this video, but to help a friend of mine, I decided to record him anyway. Everyone is paying attention to the rumors about Susan Carter recently. I think some people are crazy. Susan is my friend's woman. You actually said she hugged my thigh. Are you sowing discord?" "Huh?" Tony questioned, frowning. "Let's not talk about how outrageous this matter is, because I believe that when this video is sent out, that's when those rumor-mongers were arrested. Anyone who knows me well knows that I generally don't respond positively to scandals about me, because I don't care if he is true or not." Tony Stark was full of aura, and his tone was full of ridicule and humor. "But this time it's different. You want the truth, right? Now I will tell you the truth. It was indeed a Stark Industries vehicle that went to pick up Miss Susan Carter that day, and the driver is happy, I admit that. I will say that one of our young shareholders, First Love. He has no experience, I arranged an evening trip for him. Is there a problem with this? I don't understand, do you usually have nothing to do? Can this kind of thing be rumored to this day? Susan's boyfriend is a shareholder of Stark Industries, and he can use the company's car as he pleases, whether it's picking up his girlfriend or something else. This is the truth of the matter. I warned some people who don't know how to measure. Susan Carter is a family member of our Stark Industries shareholders. Before you speak, you must have evidence. And your shoddy synthesis pictures, and the so-called textual truth. I just want to laugh when I read it, it's too low level. Tony constantly pulls the ins and outs of things in the video. The number of simultaneous viewers of the video has skyrocketed. About the last question, Miss Susan Carter, and this rumor of Superman. Having said that, Tony Stark suddenly laughed. About this rumor, he may be a little different from what you imagined. I dare say the truth, you never thought of it. While speaking, Tony stood up from the chair, picked up the camera and took pictures to the side. Miss Susan Carter's boyfriend is not only a shareholder of our Stark Industries. He is still a very, very familiar person to you? Huh? How to say that? Let him explain himself. Tony pointed the camera at Lin Feng. Come on, Lin, let's say hello. The figure of Lin Feng appeared in the picture. He was wearing a black suit and a pair of thin-rimmed glasses. The whole person is slender and elegant. He looks very much like the young president in the TV series. Someone has already recognized him, and he is the man who was rumored to be the driver. But now it has been clarified that the driver is Happy, and he is a shareholder of Stark Industries. Also Susan Carter's boyfriend? Lin Feng smiled at the camera and said hello. Hi everyone, I didn't expect to appear in front of you in this way. Don't talk nonsense, I will directly tell you what you care about. A question about why Susan keeps getting pictures of Superman. I guess I'm very entitled to. Lin Feng went straight to the point in the video, revealing the inside story of the second rumor. In his villa, Sky glanced at Susan and said enviously, is your boyfriend a shareholder of Stark Industries? Good guy, no wonder you can afford a villa. Sky admitted that she was a little envious. Susan smiled awkwardly. She didn't tell Susan any information about Lin Feng. Although the relationship between the two is very good, but still the same sentence, Susan respects Lin Feng's personal privacy. Continue to watch the video. Susan changed the subject. In the screen, Lin Feng continued talking. Susan and Superman actually knew each other long before Superman was famous. Their understanding came from an accident. As for the accident, it's inconvenient for me to say more here. All I can say is that 99% of what has been said about Susan recently is false. I hope that citizens will not follow suit, let alone repost those rumors. Otherwise, the authorities will come to your door. Lin Feng was smiling, and his words were full of teasing. The implied meaning is self-evident. However, some people watched the video with a bit of sneer. The reason is simple. Although Lin Feng is a shareholder of Stark Industries, but in fact, he does not have any credibility and reputation. This is the so-called soft-spoken person. People don't know who you are, so they are less willing to believe what you say. Lin Feng definitely knows this. He had also discussed it with Tony in advance. It's time to go big. The video is still playing. Lin Feng in the picture pondered for a moment. I believe that many people don't know me, so they don't want to believe what I say. They might ask, how do you know that Superman and Susan already knew each other? Some people feel sorry for me. My girlfriend runs around with Superman every day. Well, all I can say about the situation, I'm not jealous. Because my identity as a shareholder of Stark Industries is a little strange to everyone. But my other identity, most people who saw the video have seen it. The voice fell, and the citizens who were watching the video were all confused. Could it be that Susan's boyfriend, besides being a shareholder of Stark Industries, has other identities? Susan, who was sitting in the villa, had some guesses in her heart. She stared at the picture intently, but felt a little worried in her heart. In the next second, Lin Feng in the picture took off his glasses and took off his ring. In an instant, a sense of familiarity flooded everyone's hearts. Countless citizens only felt that this face was very familiar, as if they had seen it somewhere. But I couldn't remember it for a while. The answer will be revealed soon. Lin Feng took off his glasses and ring, and slowly floated into the air. In the next second, a black battle suit slowly covered Lin Feng's entire body. The huge S-shaped pattern marks his identity. The moment when the Superman battlesuit is dressed. Countless citizens stared at the screen dumbfounded. Screaming, in disbelief, that's it. On this day, Omaker's cry resounded through the entire waist twister. No one thought of it. This handsome big boy is actually a superhero who often appears in the news. Superman? It never occurred to me that Superman would take the initiative to reveal his identity to explain this matter. Shareholder of Stark Industries, boyfriend of the victim of the rumor, Susan. It turned out to be Superman. Lin Feng took the initiative to expose Superman's identity, and he felt that there was no need for him to hide it any longer. In addition to self-certification, citizens who know their identity will gain greater exposure, and his reputation will grow faster. The Susan rumor incident quickly died down. Superman and Iron Man speak for themselves. There is no more convincing explanation and truth than this. Countless citizens who were induced by rumors were filled with guilt towards Susan. They spontaneously published their own apologies on the internet and on major forums. The station that reported the rumor was also a no-go. They all apologized. From the end of Stark Industries, to Lin Feng's self-exploding identity, to the complete qualitative of the incident. It only took less than a day. The Waist Twister authorities even issued a document stating that the two masterminds of this incident, John and Flora, or face at least 10 years in prison. Amid the applause of countless citizens, the incident officially came to an end. After this, Susan did not return to BBC Radio again. She will always remember. When I was deeply involved in rumors. What are the faces of her colleagues who usually smile at her? It's disgusting to think about. So she rejected the BBC radio station's wish to let her go back. With Lin Feng's help, Susan decided to start her own business and write reports on superhero. To this end, a forum video website has also been established, with all kinds of real-time reporting and sideshow entertainment from Superman and Stark Industries. The website once became the most concerned place for citizens who love superhero. Clever Susan also starts a live broadcast from time to time. Live stream Lin Feng in daily life. This move brought another wave of traffic to the website. What makes Lin Feng happy is that the website traffic has also brought Lin Feng a lot of reputation points. The more people pay attention to Lin Feng, the faster Lin Feng's reputation rises. After the incident ended, Lin Feng also ushered in a few months of ordinary life. Over the past few months, Lin Feng has solved various disasters by solving various disasters. Once again hoarded nearly 20 million reputation points. Coupled with the reputation points generated by the popularity of Susan's website and Superman forums, now Lin Feng's prestige value seems to have broken through the 60 million mark. Lin Feng is very satisfied, seeing that he is getting closer and closer to redeeming the Silver Superman template. It is worth mentioning that during this period of time, Nick Fury contacted Lin Feng. Say something about a big hammer falling from the sky. It can't be pulled out even if it is plugged into the ground. He expressed that he wanted Lin Feng to try to see if he could pull it out. Lin Feng refused decisively. He was not too interested in it. Just tell Nick Fury that hammer is Mjolnir. The rest is up to Nick Fury to look up Norse mythology himself. Lin Feng, who is familiar with the plot, definitely knows what's going on. Odin's retarded eldest son was exiled to Blue Star for training, but Lin Feng really didn't have the slightest interest in it. He also didn't want to know if he could pull up Mjolnir. No need, it's boring. Standing upright doesn't have the slightest effect on Lin Feng's strength. With this time, it would be better to be at home with Susan. After a few months, Susan's website is completely on track. A mature and stable process has been formed. She formed a small team of just a few people and let most of the work out. And she returned to her previous favorite way of working, taking pictures with Lin Feng all day long. Seeing that Susan was finally free, Lin Feng couldn't help but began to implement the ideas he had in the DC universe. Take Susan to the beach to bask in the sun. Both of them are young people. Hit it off and set off immediately. Fly to the Maldives. Lin Feng turned off their mobile phones and decided to have a good time. These days, no Superman and reporters, only Lin Feng and Susan. Sea fishing, diving, sailboat, undersea house, banana boats, jet skis. All the items that could be played were played by the two of them. White pearl sand, the blue water, even saw a pink dolphin. The two are having a blast. Hi no. Took a bunch of beautiful group photos. This is the life of a normal couple. Lin Feng sighed. If it wasn't for the appearance of one person, Lin Feng felt that he and Susan could continue playing for half a month. Sitting on the beach, he watched the Quinjet falling from the sky speechlessly. The hatch opened, and Natasha Romanoff jumped out and walked straight to Lin Feng. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched, his face was lined with black lines, and he couldn't help but speak in a strange way. Yo, isn't this the pizza delivery guy? No more electric bikes? Fly a plane to deliver food. Can you get back the gas money? Lin Feng stretched out his head, pretending to pout at Quinjet. Unexpectedly, facing Lin Feng's ridicule, Natasha Romanoff did not refute, but stared at him seriously. Lin Feng, we're in trouble. The corners of Lin Feng's eyes twitched. It's none of my business. I'm on vacation with Susan. The Tesseract has been taken away. Black Widow didn't reply, and continued talking about himself. The one who took the Rubik's Cube is Loki. His big brother Thor also came to Blue Star. You know the Tesseract, and you know that hammer is Mjolnir. We know you can help. Although I don't know what Loki wants to do when he takes Tesseract away, but it's definitely not a good thing. Lin Feng, we need your ability. In one word, it's like a machine gun. Lin Feng scratched his head. Okay, isn't this the plot of the Avengers Alliance 1? Is it coming so soon? Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, a new mission has started. Mission content, expel the Chidori Legion that invaded Blue Star. Task time limit, 3 days. Mission reward 1, 10 million reputation points. Mission reward 2, determined by the number of Chidori legions defeated by the host. Mission penalty, none. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Good guy, come alive. Another 1000 reputation points. Lin Feng. Natasha Romanoff saw that Lin Feng hadn't spoken for a while, and then shouted again. Huh. Lin Feng came back to his senses, nodded and said, no problem, I'll go with you. Wait a minute, I'll talk to Susan. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed, the widow could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the help of Superman, things will be much easier. I'll wait for you in the fighter plane. The widow nodded and said, as soon as possible, we don't have much time. Lin Feng nodded. Go back to the suite and find Susan. Lin Feng briefly explained the matter. Susan is used to Lin Feng going around to solve various disasters. She expressed that she wanted to take some photos with her as before, but was unexpectedly rejected by Lin Feng. The situation this time is not as simple as saving a fire scene or a ship struggling in a storm in the past. This time it's the Chidori Legion with weapons invading Blue Star. Very dangerous for ordinary people like Susan. So he hoped that Susan would stay in Maldives temporarily. When he finishes solving the problem, he will come back to pick her up. The understanding Susan also nodded and agreed. although she has the Superman bracer given by Lin Feng. But she knew how precious Superman's wristbands were. If you take out this wristband and sell it, it is estimated that it can sell for at least 11 or 2 figures. She is not willing to waste the wristband on such a thing. After bidding farewell to Susan, Lin Feng boarded the Quinjet. The fighter plane slowly lifted into the sky and flew towards the position of the space carrier. In the fighter plane, Natasha Romanoff was talking to Lin Feng about the currently known information. Lin Feng listened intermittently. But there are other thoughts in my heart, recalling the plot. He has seen Avengers Alliance 1, but his memory of some specific plots has been blurred. I remember most clearly. The beginning of the Avengers Alliance marks that purple sweet potato essence has started to collect infinite gems. That is, from this one, Avengers gradually took shape. On the space carrier at this time, Tony Stark, the captain of the United States, and Bruce should all be there. It seems that there was still a fight on the mothership, Lin Feng thought. He uses supervision and super hearing. Look along the front of the fighter flight. It doesn't matter at all. Lin Feng's expression suddenly became strange. Natasha Romanoff. Lin Feng said. What's wrong? Zheng Huan's widow sister was interrupted and stared at Lin Feng. Is the fireworks system installed on your director's space carrier? Black Widow had a black question mark on his face. What the hell question? Why is the fireworks system installed on the space carrier? Seeing this, Lin Feng sighed and continued. If not, then the space carrier should have exploded. Black Widow's expression changed upon hearing this. Immediately order the fighter pilot to return as quickly as possible. Lin Feng sighed and said, open the hatch, I'll fly over first. He felt that the scene at the moment was somewhat familiar. It seems that the last time in the DC universe, I also jumped off the plane ahead of time? This damn familiarity. The fighter hatch opened. Lin Feng jumped out and flew in the direction of the space carrier. Several times faster than Quinjet. It disappeared from Natasha Romanoff's sight in an instant. At the moment, on the space carrier, successive explosions sounded. The helicarrier was also hacked by Hawkeye, and the number 1 engine stalled. Seeing the space carrier tilt at a speed visible to the naked eye, a group of superheroes are fighting against the invaders. The Green Titan is destroying like crazy. Thor has been backstabbed by Loki, locked in a large iron box and dropped the helicarrier. The captain of the United States is fighting with several controlled soldiers. Tony Stark acts as the hamster engine, trying to fix the engine. When Lin Feng arrived, Green Titan Hulk is trying to dismantle a fighter. The flight crew was ejected out of the cabin in time, and the Hulk was blown up and fell from the sky. Lin Feng didn't care about him. Hulk's physique fell and it didn't hurt much. He flew quickly to the engine. With one punch, the soldiers fighting with the captain were eliminated. Just pull the lever down. The engine rev slowed and Tony took the opportunity to fly out from below. Get rid of the hamster engine. 1 second later, the other person will be gone. The Iron Man's mask, flying aboard the mothership, opens, revealing the face inside. Forrest, where have you been? The phone is not turned on. Tony gasped. Lin Feng replied with a smile, I'm going on vacation. I didn't expect to go for a few days, and you secretly released firework in the air behind my back. That's not funny, Lin. Tony spread his hands. Captain, let's get to know each other. Blue Star's most powerful human, Superman. Let me tell you, no creature on Blue Star can catch his punch. It's not me. Your old man's body probably won't be able to take a punch from him. Tony pulled Lin Feng over to introduce to the captain of the United States. It's just that the way of introduction is not very friendly. Lin Feng nodded to the captain of the United States as a greeting. Hello, Steve Rogers. The United States captain ignored Tony at all. After a few hours of getting along with each other, Tony has roughly his own opinion on what kind of character he is. Hello, Captain. Lin Feng nodded in response. After some exchanges, the three walked into the mothership. Things are getting worse. Loki has run away, taking his scepter. Natasha Romanoff also arrived, comforting the newly recovered Hawkeye. Nick Fury's helicarrier barely fought back in a big fight. See a few people come back. With a dark face, Lu Dan threw out a lot of blood-stained cards. Agent Phil Coulson dead. It was found in his coat pocket. Looking at the card, the United States captain was silent. On the card are pictures of various captains of the United States. Phil Coulson is a fan of the United States captain and these cards are part of his long-term collection. He didn't even have time to ask you for an autograph. Speaking of which, Black Braised Egg also found Lin Feng. He nodded to Lin Feng. There is no time to say hello to him right now. Lin Feng knew what Black Braised Eggs thought. He tried to use these cards to bring several people together. Complete his Avengers plan. The effect was just as he expected. After speaking, Tony turned around and left. Black Braised Egg knew that Tony was moved. He turned his head to look at Lin Feng. The meaning was self-evident. Seeing Braised Egg looking over, Lin Feng spread his hands. Don't look at me. I won't join any Avengers. You should know my strength. I have told you already. Tesseract, you can't keep it. He will only bring you disaster. Lin Feng and Black Braised Egg looked at each other without giving in at all. After a long while, Braised Egg sighed. We need to bring our forces together. I don't need it. Lin Feng frowned and replied mercilessly. The Avengers are not enough for him to play. Will he need it? Okay. Marinated glanced at the pensive captain of the United States. At least they need to. The conversation ended awkwardly, and Lin Feng brought the United States captain to find Tony. I know where he is, Lin Feng said directly. Tony frowned. You know. Lin Feng nodded. Loki needs energy to turn on Tesseract. He wants to lead the alien race to invade Blue Star. And for this process, he needs flowers and a guard of honor. He wants to stand at the top and let his name resound in the sky. So, where do you think he is? After finishing speaking, Lin Feng tapped Tony's reactor in the void, reminding Tony. Tony's face changed. He thought of. With a curse in his mouth, he ran to repair his mark armor. After confirming the information, several people made preparations. Directly hijacked a Quinjet. Depart for the Stark building. I didn't even tell Black Braised Egg. However, few people except Lin Feng didn't know, and all this was within his expectation. Several people rushed to Loki's position at high speed. Lin Feng and Tony have already flown to Stark building first. The captain of the United States and others are still sitting behind the Joy Shaker. The speed was so slow that the dog shook his head when he saw it. At the moment Loki's space installation has come to an end. He's standing on top of the Stark building, silently watching Lin Feng and Tony coming from flight. Tony and Lin Feng looked at each other, and they descended slowly at the same time. Tony landed on the disassembly table. There was a click sound, and J.A.R.V.I.S manipulated the mechanical arm to help him remove the armor. Lin Feng was the first to walk towards the house, leading Loki into the house too. Loki at the moment looked confident. Tell me you're here to applaud my humanity. Hehe. Lin Feng sneered. Sorry, we are here to threaten you. Tony turned his head, a black question mark on his face. Dude, how did you steal my lines? Loki held up the scepter void and tapped Lin Feng. And who are you? Lin Feng had a playful face. The famous god of tricks doesn't know who I am. It seems that you didn't do your homework well before you came to Blue Star. In a word, Loki's face darkened. You know me. Loki, god of trickery, adopted son of Odin. Am I right? Lin Feng frowned, revealing Loki's identity. Loki's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that there were humans who knew him on the Blue Star. But it doesn't matter. Tesseract will open the portal soon. When the Chitauri Legion appears, everything will be under his control. Even if you knew me, it wouldn't change anything. Loki said. The Chitauri are rallying. Nothing is going to help. As if confirming Loki's words, there was a loud bang in the sky. Hum. The sound came along with the vibration. The entire Stark building was shaken. Is Tesseract. The teleporter shoots a huge amounts of blue beam of light into the sky. Above the sky, a blue vortex slowly opened. The Chitauri Legion's invasion has officially begun. Countless Chitauri fell from the sky. There are also huge amounts of Leviathan behemoth. Numerous citizens screamed and fled. When had they seen such a spectacle? It's exactly the plot of the aliens invading the Blue Star in the sci-fi movie. Screams and explosions sounded one after another. The captain and the others have arrived. Tony found Quinjet outside. It was the captain and the others. With a serious face, he turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin, we are about to act. Tony looked solemn. He turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Lin, it's time for us to act. Lin Feng was about to nod. Loki stepped up and interrupted the two of them directly. I don't think you have a chance. He walked towards the two of them step by step. Chitauri brought an entire army. Humans don't have the slightest chance of winning. It's better to watch quietly here. I'll give you the chance to surrender to me, thanks to the great Loki. After speaking, Loki raised his head, ready to accept the compliments and thanks from the two. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tony rolled his eyes. This self-proclaimed god is not very smart. He puts on the locator bracelet and calls J.A.R.V.I.S to prepare a new armor. I think it's you who should surrender. I'm afraid you forgot that we still have Green Titans. Tony sneered. Your so-called legion is not worth mentioning in front of the Green Titan. Oh. Loki tilted his head, his face darkened. The two people in front of them were a little clueless. That being the case, Loki wouldn't mind giving them a ride. As if thinking of something, Loki put on a playful evil smile on his face. The scepter in his hand reached out to Tony Stark. Green Titan, how about letting you deal with that big guy? After speaking, the scepter tapped Tony's chest. With a sound. The sound of gold and iron intertwined came. Tony is not under control. Loki froze a bit. He clicked again in disbelief, but there was still no response. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing as he watched from the sidelines. Back then, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene in the cinema. If you order someone else's reactor, it will be strange if there is a reaction. Seeing Loki holding up the scepter, wants to try again. Lin Feng stepped forward and grabbed the scepter. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Loki. There are a lot of battle achievements outside waiting for him to learn. Have you played enough, god of tricks? Wait for your big brother to give you love education. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng kicked Loki off the top of the Stark building. He doesn't care if Loki lives or dies. Anyway, he's a god, he can't kill Loki at this height. After finishing Loki, Lin Feng nodded to Tony. Tony, get moving. Tony nodded in response, and quickly dressed in the latest Mark 7. After dressing, Tony flew directly into the sky and analyzed the data of the Chitauri Legion. Lin Feng stood there, looking at the scepter in his hand. If they remember correctly, the inlaid head of the scepter should be one of the infinite gems. Mind gems? System, can scepter receive system space? Lin Feng asked. Once the scepter is in his hands, it's his. Consider it Loki's apology for the crimes he committed? However, the system's answer is no, infinite gems cannot be collected into the system space. Lin Feng was not discouraged when he got the answer. Just unscrew the jewel on the head of the scepter. With force from the palm, the outer shell shattered instantly. The yellow mind gem is revealed. Since it can't be put into the system space, let's inlay it on the Superman's wrist. The mind gem without the carrier exudes a faint light. Lin Feng held it in his hand and didn't feel any discomfort. Mind gem slowly approached Superman's bracer. The surface of the wristband suddenly reproduced the fluctuation like flowing water. Boom! With a crisp sound, the gemstone was inlaid on the wristband. In an instant, yellow light scattered from the wristband and flowed through Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng couldn't help snorting. He felt a burst of energy emanating from his wrist, constantly washing the body. At the same time, the keen perception told Lin Feng. His ability is slowly increasing. The biggest perception is that supervision and super hearing have been significantly strengthened. After a long while, the jewel fell silent. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Feeling not bad? The power of infinite gems seems to have a similar effect to solar radiation. Although it was slow, Lin Feng's ability was being improved all the time. That's much faster than basking in the sun on Earth. Thank you Loki veteran for the gift from thousands of miles away. Now Lin Feng's wristband has been inlaid with 2 gemstones. The yellow mind gem, and the special red kryptonite. With the energy of mind gem, Lin Feng feels that he can defeat the demonized Clark without using red kryptonite. Lin Feng flew out of the Stark building. Outside, the flames of war ignited all over the sky. The Cheetori's legion is constantly pouring in through the blue portal. The roar of the Leviathan can be heard for blocks. It's time for Lin Feng to show his talents. With a flying body, Lin Feng aimed a red heat ray at a few Chidori who were alone. The Chidori who was hit had no power to resist, and his entire body was disintegrated under the heat ray. The Chidori legion fought back. The blue energy cannon kept bombarding Lin Feng. They were all nimbly dodged by Lin Feng. Occasionally, Lin Feng was hit by a shot, and Lin Feng acted as if nothing happened. Not even the battlesuit on his body was damaged in the slightest. The black figure kept shuttling over the waist twister. Heat ray shot after shot like they don't want money. It's a pity that Lin Feng doesn't have a wide range of board clearing skills. Large numbers of Chidori legion cannot be wiped out at once. Just like that, Lin Feng punched left and kicked right. From time to time, a heat ray will be sent again. Masses of Chidori fell in his hands. The Chidori legion also found this troublesome blue star. Batch after batch of small teams continued to attack Lin Feng. It's a completely desperate posture. This relieved some of the pressure on Iron Man and the others. But even if it is Superman, he has been fighting constantly. It also made him feel irritable and tired. Although Cheetori's fighting power is similar to that of ants in Lin Feng's eyes, but pinching too many ants also takes time and physical strength. The high temperature of the continuous use of heat ray made Lin Feng's eyes feel a little uncomfortable. Lin, I'm in trouble. Lin Feng's headset sounded Tony's voice. Iron Man meets the Leviathan behemoth. His laser weapon can't even penetrate the defense of the giant beast. Lin Feng definitely understood what he meant. This is a call for help. Immediately started using supervision. I see you, Tony. Lin Feng replied, and quickly flew in Tony's direction. Tony at the moment is gliding the Leviathan around. Lin Feng rushed over, his eyes became bright red. Base? A heat ray with a richer color than before was shot. Unlike the normal Chidori Legion, Leviathan's armor is very thick. It stood against the heat ray for 4 or 5 seconds before being pierced. Then, with a howl, he fell to the ground. Thanks, Lin. After thanking Tony, he quickly flew to the ground to help the United States captain and the others. The United States captain and Natasha Romanoff do not have flight ability. He can only fight against the soldiers on the ground with his extraordinary physique. As for big guys like Leviathan, they can only be handed over to Iron Man and Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the portal above the sky. Several Leviathans emerged again. Lin Feng frowned. Heat ray does not instantly penetrate Leviathan's armor. Using the thread for a long time consumes Lin Feng's stamina and energy. Sudden, an idea came to mind. Lin Feng thought about it. Next second, the mind gem on Superman's bracers glows. Huge energy was sent to Lin Feng's eyes. The eye sockets quickly turned orange-red, and an orange-red hot line shot out immediately. This time, the heat ray opened a big hole in the Leviathan monster in less than a second. It's not over yet. The orange-red energy like flames did not dissipate. It is slowly devouring the rest of Leviathan's body? Powerful? Lin Feng sighed. On a whim, he used Mind Gem to amplify heat ray. It actually succeeded, and the power of the heat ray has at least doubled. As expected of infinite gems, several Avengers who had already taken shape on the ground witnessed this scene one after another. Lin Feng, he seems to be stronger. Black Widow said something with a complicated expression. Thomas, the United States captain, spun forward in the air and slapped the shield heavily on the head of a Zeta Swiss soldier. Then he gasped and said, "It seems that we don't have no chance of winning. But if you don't close the portal, it won't help if you fight like this." This was said by Hawkeye, who was standing on the roof, looking solemnly into the portal. The Chidori Legion is still teleporting over. How many Chidori have been solved by several superheroes? Without exception, everyone was tired. But the portal doesn't close. Chidori are like ants, they can't be killed. If it becomes a protracted battle, it will be very unfriendly to the Avengers. Who knows how many Chitauri legions there are over the portal? When everyone loses their fighting power, Blue Star is done. At this time, Lin Feng's voice sounded in everyone's headsets. I have a way to close the portal. Lin Feng, who had been listening to several people's discussions, spoke. But before that, I want to give them a big gift. Leave a word. Lin Feng flew towards the portal without looking back. The Chitauri Legion on the ground is too scattered and too slow to kill. Lin Feng decided to meet the Chitauri fleet behind the portal, under the watchful eye of the Avengers. Lin Feng didn't stop, and went straight to the portal in the sky. The figure quickly disappeared from everyone's eyes. What does he mean by giving a big gift? On the ground, Natasha Romanoff looked at the United States captain puzzled. Still panting heavily, Steve responded with a question mark. How could I know? Aren't you worried about him? Is the universe beyond the portal? Steve felt that Natasha Romanoff's question was off the mark. Lin Feng's behavior is completely self-defeating in his eyes. To his surprise, no one was worried. Don't worry, Captain. Iron Man's voice rang through the channel. The environment of the universe is not a problem for Lin Feng. He often goes to the universe to bask in the sun. Instead of worrying about him, let's deal with these ugly aliens on the ground first. Hearing Tony's answer, Steve's face was full of black question marks. Now the blue stars have evolved to this level. After Lin Feng flew into the portal, the headset broke. I can't hear people talking about him anymore. His eyes looked forward. In the vast universe, countless leviathans flew towards the portal carrying the Chitauri Legion. Behind them is a huge amounts of H spaceship. It is the mothership of the Chitauri Legion. In the mothership, there are still leviathans flying out of this legion. According to this amount, the Avengers will not be able to fight for a few more days. The Chitauri Legion also spotted Lin Feng. At the order of the mothership, directing the giant leviathan to fly towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't intend to pay attention to them. He didn't want to fight the Chitauri Legion in space. When will you finish playing so many? His target is the mothership. Just blow up the mothership and the Chitauri's Legion will be reduced to a pile of slime. Lin Feng stared closely at the huge amounts of mothership behind the Legion. In the original book, Tony destroyed the mothership with a nuclear bomb. However, due to Lin Feng's butterfly effect, the nuclear bomb was not launched. But Lin Feng still has a way to destroy this mothership. With a thought, he activated the mind gem. For a moment, the mind gem on the wristband glows yellow and becomes brighter. It is several times brighter than on the blue star. Energy poured into Lin Feng's eyes like money was not needed. His eye sockets turned a bright orange red, brighter than even the surrounding stars. The approaching Chitauri Legion only felt that Lin Feng had turned into the sun, until there was severe pain in the eye socket. Lin Feng just let go of the restraint and punched heat ray out. Orange-red rays burst out in the universe instantly. With the blessing of Mind Gem, Lin Feng's heat ray has reached unprecedented strength. Like condensed sunlight, shoot straight at the Chitauri mothership. Terrifying energy spread out along with the rays. Those leviathans that are closer to the ray orbit. Unexpectedly, they were annihilated into ashes without being hit. Heat ray hit the mothership without accident. The orange-red energy wantonly destroyed the landing hall. Before it even had time to explode, it was completely swallowed by the energy. Huge amounts of mothership, instantly turned into ashes, disappeared in the universe. What a terrifying energy blessing. Lin Feng felt that if he was in the DC universe, he would have such a powerful power. Clark probably has to die again. The moment the mothership disappeared, the countless Chitauri legions seemed to be machines that had lost power, instantly fell down. The Leviathan army in the universe all lost their vitality and floated up like ghosts. No longer a threat. On the Earth, the Avengers who were still fighting hard, saw the alien invaders who were still alive and kicking just now. In the next second, they all collapsed on the ground. Chitauri stepping on the flight controller. Huge Leviathan. They all fell from the sky. The sudden change made everyone confused. Natasha Romanoff and others looked at the portal subconsciously. Lin Feng succeeded. I don't know who said it. J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony called out from inside the visor. The highly intelligent J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately understood what he meant. Sir, it has been confirmed that all extraterrestrial creatures have lost their signs of life. After being confirmed, everyone in the Avengers Alliance heaved a sigh of relief. The tense nerves also relaxed. Exhausted, they sat down on the ground and rested. It really worked. Everyone was amazed by Lin Feng's powerful combat power. Why hasn't the portal closed yet? Steve asked, noticing that the portal hadn't changed at all. Didn't Lin Feng say that? He has a way. Natasha Romanoff leaned on the scrapped vehicle and looked at the portal in the sky. Wait for him to come back. Hearing this, the few people who were resting on the ground stopped talking, and just turned their eyes to the portal again. Everyone is waiting for Lin Feng to come back. After a while, Thor suddenly raised his hammer and pointed. He is back. The sharp-eyed Thor spotted Lin Feng. Sure enough, everyone saw the familiar black figure flying back from the portal. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew back and landed slowly on top of the Stark building. He still has to close the portal before it's completely over. I'll take a look. After saying a word, Tony manipulated the armor and soared into the sky. Boom. Tony also landed on top of the building. Lin Feng was standing next to the teleporter. But what Tony didn't understand was, Lin Feng didn't close the portal immediately. Instead, rubbing his eyes frantically with both hands. What operation? Hey, man. What's wrong with your eye? Tony greeted and stepped forward. Huh. Lin Feng raised his head subconsciously when he heard Tony's voice. Water fake. Tony looked into Lin Feng's eyes in astonishment. Like suffering from pink eye disease, the eye sockets were red, and even tears flowed down uncontrollably. You were shot in the eye? Tony asked uncertainly, but he began to think. Could it be that Lin Feng's weakness is his eyes? Lin Feng also felt the pain in his eye sockets. First time using mind gem. Lin Feng didn't grasp a degree. The energy delivered was too high, and his eyes still haven't recovered yet. It's okay, Lin Feng said while rubbing his eyes. What happened? Are those Chidori dead? Tony nodded when he heard the words. Yes, paralyzed on the ground without moving? How did you do it? Lin Feng blinked and relaxed a little. I blew up their mothership, the heat ray was overused. Lin Feng pointed to his eyes. Just as he thought. After the Chitori's mothership disappeared, all Chidori legions are offline. Well, I'm not surprised. You're a monster after all. Tony reached out and pointed at the teleporter to remind him. Now, should we find a way to turn off this thing? Lin Feng nodded and took 2 steps forward. Don't worry, I have a way to turn it off. It's time to close this portal. Lin Feng raised his left hand wearing a wristband. Mind gem shines again. An energy shield that even Iron Man's palm cannon can't destroy. To Lin Feng, it was like air, and he directly stretched his hand into it. He grabbed the tesseract and yanked it out. The beam of light that lost its energy supply broke instantly. The portal slowly closed under the eyes of countless people, announcing the defeat of Chidori, and the end of the invasion campaign, in the vast universe. The Holy Place 2 spacecraft is slowly moving forward. On the throne inside the spaceship, sitting there was a gigantic titan with a purple skin and vertical stripes on its chin. It was Thanos, the clansman exiled by the Eternal Clan. Under the throne, stood his daughter, Gamera with green skin, Nebula, half human, half machine, and his loyal dog, Ebony Maw, in front of everyone. A huge amounts of screen, playing a video. In the picture, a blue star human wearing a black battlesuit with a huge S logo on his chest is floating in front of Chitori's mothership. His eyes were bright orange. A near substantial light shoots from his eyes, destroyed all leviathans along the way. Chitori's mothership was under the radiation for less than a second before it turned into powder and disappeared without a trace. This scene plays in a loop. Thanos lowered his face, looking back and forth. My great master. Ebony Maw put one hand on his left chest, bowed and said respectfully. It was this human being that caused the plan to fail. He coveted the mind gem. He has to pay the price of his life to appease the master's anger. As a loyal servant next to Thanos, he dutifully held Thanos' stinky feet. Father. Seeing Yoon turned around, knelt down on one knee, lowered his head, and said the same respectfully. Please let me go to Earth, unscrew his head, and bring back the mind gem for you. She is eager to express herself in front of Thanos, to prove herself. Prove yourself to be his most powerful daughter and prove that she is stronger than Gamera. Thanos looked at Nebula and Ebony Maw expressionlessly, and was silent for a while. My daughter, I have other arrangements for you. Mind gem, placed on Earth first. When the time comes, I will go and retrieve it myself. After the words fell, Thanos no longer cared about the two of them. He turned his gaze to the screen again. It seems that another powerful existence appeared on the blue star. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One? The King of God Odin? It was the main reason why he didn't go to the 9 realms in person. These two ancient existences are not easy to deal with. Loki's failure, he had already foreseen. That adopted son of Odin can only do some ridiculous cleverness. Chitori's attack was just a pawn for his exploration. Thanos never had a glimmer of hope for their house-like plans. Thanos has his own plan. Judging from the current progress, apart from the appearance of that powerful human being, there are not many variables. He decided to get the other gems first. As for land seeing, when the time is right, he will go there himself. On Blue Star, S.H.I.E.L.D and the United States are dealing with the aftermath. Major radio stations reported the ruins at the scene. For the Avengers, the discussion with Superman was loud and clear. The arrival of aliens made countless citizens feel like a dream. The authoritative media is criticizing the damage caused by the Avengers. The citizens are thanking the Avengers one after another. Two completely different voices spread all over the world. And at the moment, a group of Avengers who are the protagonists of the news, including Lin Feng, who is resting in the Stark building. Inside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Thor stood in front of Lin Feng in disgrace. Black-haired boy, I'll say it again. He held Mjolnir in his hand, his face sullen. The space gem belongs to Asgard? You have no right to keep it for yourself. I'll say it again, hand him over. Lin Feng lay lazily on the sofa, and gave Thor a disdainful look. On his wristband, 3 gemstones lay quietly. Yellow mind gem, blue space gem, red special kryptonite. After pulling the tesseract out, he crushed the Rubik's Cube, took out the space gem, and mounted it on the wristband. The space gem is the same as the mind gem, its energy is slowly strengthening Lin Feng's ability. How could Lin Feng give it to Thor? It's all meat in your mouth, and you still want to drag it out for me? You say he's from Asgard, is there any proof? You. Thor's hand holds Mjolnir's veins bulging. I want to teach this rascal black-haired kid a lesson. This is the second time he asked Lin Feng for the space gem. The first time he was kicked out of the building by Lin Feng, Thor didn't even catch the one with the fast kick. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he can't beat Lin Feng. Lin Feng doesn't care what Odin's retarded eldest son thinks. If he doesn't know how to play, Lin Feng doesn't mind giving him another kick. Hey. Seeing that the anger between the two was growing, in order to keep his Stark building, Iron Man Tony stood up. He squeezed between the two of them, putting out his hands to put some distance between them. Calm down, you two. Just finished a game, aren't you tired? Well, let me say something fair. Tony said to himself, then pointed at Thor. Lin Feng is stronger than you, I think everyone has no doubts. The first sentence made Thor's gaze turn cold. He felt that this Iron Man didn't hold back anything good. Oh man, don't look at me like that. Tony looked around without any fear. Isn't what I said the truth? The United States captain, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, including Hulk, all nodded subconsciously. Lin Feng was able to fly out of space to blow up the Chidori mothership. And what Thor did on Blue Star, he just killed a few Chidori and was stabbed by his brother. There is no doubt about which is stronger and which is weaker. Everyone's performance satisfied Tony very much. He turned his head and spread his hand at Thor. Look, everyone thinks so. Let's deal with this disaster again. It was brought by your brother, the second prince of Asgard. Countless people died because of your brother, and even the coordinates of Blue Star may have been exposed, right? It's the adopted son. Thor choked up his powerless defense. As soon as the words fell, he regretted it, and looked aside subconsciously. Loki stood there in handcuffs, piercing his eyes with disdain. Okay, but he is indeed your brother, you can't deny that. Thor nods grimly. Tony continued, this disaster was caused by your brother. And it was Lin Feng who quelled the disaster. I don't think anyone will deny that. Everyone nodded subconsciously. Tony clapped his hands. Isn't that clear? As the protagonist to end this disaster, Lin Feng. He has every right to dispose of this gem, doesn't he? How good is Iron Man Tony's mouth? In terms of BABA, which one of the people present can BABA better than him? What's more, what Tony is saying now is the truth. On one side is the unknown Asgard, who is still the chief culprit who provoked this disaster. On one side is his friend and savior, Lin Feng. Whether to help someone or not, Tony has the same heart as a mirror. After a few words, everyone felt that it was very reasonable. Only Thor's face was red from head to toe. However, space gems have always belonged to Asgard. Thor's voice grows softer and weaker. Lin Feng was a little impatient with Thor's forceful excuse. He stood up, full of aura. Then I tell you, it doesn't belong to Asgard now. Since he appeared on Blue Star, it means that you didn't protect him well. I'll give it to you, will you lose it again? After finishing speaking, Lin Feng sneered, and added, besides, Infinite Gems doesn't have a master. You just kept it for a while. Said it belonged to Asgard. Aren't you blushing? Lin Feng and Tony's continuous bombing directly sank Thor, unable to utter a word. For a moment the whole room fell silent. See, Thor is silent. Loki on the side jumped out with a mocking look in his eyes. Poor son of Odin. It's fine if you can't beat the blue stars, and you don't even understand the reasoning. I don't know how many Asgardians' big teeth will be laughed off. Shut up. Thor was furious, grabbed a silence device and put it on Loki's mouth. Ultimately, Thor didn't ask for the space gem back either. He can only tell the truth, Bifrost was broken by his hands. Without the space gem, he cannot return to Asgard. He wants to fix Bifrost with the space gem. In this regard, Lin Feng originally wanted to refuse. But after thinking about it, he agreed. He has his own ideas, so he won't get into trouble with Asgard just because he borrowed a space gem. Although Lin Feng is not afraid of Odin, but it's not his style to make enemies everywhere. So, under the eyes of everyone, Lin Feng activated the space gem and disappeared with Thor and Loki. He's off to visit Asgard, leave the mess to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony. As for the video conference that Nick Fury and several of the United States want, the answer given by Nick Fury is, the space gem will be better kept in Lin Feng's hands. If they don't want to, they can go out and get it back. Anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not coming back. After a few important words, he stopped talking. Lin Feng's strength in this disaster is obvious to all, not something they can easily deal with, unless a nuclear bomb is used. Yet they don't know. Lin Feng now doesn't care about the nuclear bomb threat at all. He holds 2 infinite gems in his hand. A frontal hard nuclear bomb is not a problem at all. To take a step back, even if you can't hold the nuclear bomb, Lin Feng can also use the space gem to teleport away at any time. It can be said that in the entire Blue Star, there is only one person who can pose a threat to Lin Feng. That is the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. So far, no one has discussed the issue of Lin Feng taking 2 rough stones. As for the question of Lin Feng not joining the Avengers, Nick Fury reproduced Lin Feng's words intact. If there is a disaster, I will take action. But if you want me to join your Superboy organization, it's impossible. After Z was going to be silent for a long time, he still ordered Hei's Huan to try his best to fight for it. The plot of Avengers Alliance has officially come to an end, and Lin Feng also came to Asgard. As soon as he hit the ground, Thor locked Loki in prison. Then he took Lin Feng to Asgard. Although it is a visit, Lin Feng is actually not very interested in the scenery of Asgard. He prefers high-tech cities with a modern flair. He felt that the Maldives, which had Susan, was not as good looking. The two came to the huge Asgard. Lin Feng also met the overlord of the 9 realms, the king of God, Odin. He sat on the throne and looked at Lin Feng silently. He could clearly see Lin Feng's actions in Blue Star. He also knew that this young man from Blue Star held 2 infinite gems in his hand. Father. After Thor saluted, he pointed at Lin Feng. He won't return the space gem. Nemas. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. Why does it feel like the tone of the retarded eldest son is complaining? Odin turned his head slowly, looking at Thor. I see it all, Thor. Thor was overjoyed, and thought to himself that in front of his father, Lin Feng might not dare to do it again. He's right, space gem, no master. Odin's words were beyond Thor's expectations. Father. Thor looks at Odin in disbelief. It's true, Thor. Odin nodded slowly, signaling Thor not to get excited. Infinite Gems was born at the beginning of the universe. He had no master. Thor didn't know what to say. He thought his father would take back the space gem. After all, in his impression, space gem is a treasure belonging to Asgard. However, his father's behavior really made him a little confused. The father who has always been strong in memory is uncharacteristically today. Seeing that Thor stopped talking, Odin looked at the young man from Blue Star. A black battle suit with a huge S-shaped logo on the chest. God King? Hello. Seeing Odin looking over, Lin Feng nodded awkwardly, counting it as a greeting. He didn't know how to kneel, and he didn't know what Asgard etiquette was like. I could only nod my head and stand there awkwardly. Odin didn't care, though. Welcome to Asgard as a guest? Distant guest. There was a little smile on Odin's old face, which was meaningful. Fix Bifrost, don't rush it. There is still work to do. How about letting Thor show you around Asgard during this time? As for the space gem, after Bifrost is repaired, it will be returned to you. After the words fell, Thor became anxious first. He and Lin Feng didn't get along very well. Father wants him to take Lin Feng to visit? He didn't want to take the job. Father, I don't. Before finishing a sentence, Odin glanced over with cold eyes. Thor shuddered, and immediately shut his mouth. Forgive my refusal, God King. My family is still waiting for me at Blue Star. Lin Feng refused, saying that he didn't really want to stay in Asgard for a few more days. He is not very interested here. And Susan was still waiting for him in the Maldives. I can fix Bifrost by myself, nothing to prepare, Lin Feng said. He believed that Odin would not take the infinite gems. But in order to prevent accidental appearance, Lin Feng was unwilling to take off the gemstone from the wristband again. Odin, who was rejected, was silent for a while. He wasn't angry either, just nodded and said to Thor. In that case, Thor, you take him to Bifrost. Father's order cannot be refused. Reluctantly, Thor took Lin Feng and left, with an aggrieved expression on his face when he left. He didn't understand why his father didn't let Lin Feng return the space gem. That was the treasure that belonged to Asgard. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Feng is, it is impossible for him to be stronger than his father. Could it be that? Is there anything about Lin Feng that makes the king afraid? Thor's heart is full of puzzlement. He guessed right, Odin was scared. But he is not afraid of Lin Feng. Instead, he is afraid of the future of being an enemy of Lin Feng. He saw that future. Like Ragnarok who came early. Orange-red rays cut across the land of Asgard. Asgard warriors died under the shattering energy. Thor's Mjolnir is crushed with one hand. Countless people of Asgard will be homeless. All this, Thor can't see. Odin can see it. He wants Lin Feng and Thor to be friends. At least don't be an enemy. Because of the consequences, it's terrible. Maybe he can suppress Lin Feng. But the price paid was too great. So, he didn't ask for the space gem. Thor still needs to grow. He can watch for a while longer. I just hope that Thor can afford this position as soon as possible. Don't let him down. The silly son Thor doesn't know the good intentions of his old father. He brought Lin Feng to the side of the broken Bifrost. Go ahead, start your performance. Thor stood aside with his shoulders crossed, unhappiness written all over his face. Lin Feng shook his head, not as knowledgeable as he was. He stepped forward and stood at the break of Bifrost, ready to repair it. Lin Feng asked the system before if he could help repair Bifrost. The answer was yes, and Lin Feng agreed to Thor's request. Otherwise, I really want to lend him the space gem. Lin Feng was afraid that if he failed, the gems would be gone. System, how do I fix Bifrost? The system popped up. The host guides to release the energy of the space gem, and leave the rest to me. Lin Feng nodded. He closed his eyes, and began to communicate with the gem. On Superman's wristband, the blue gem slowly glowed. With Lin Feng's continuous urging, the light became brighter and brighter, so bright that it was a bit dazzling. In the next second, azure blue energy gushes out like water, flowing from the wristband to Bifrost. The system constrains this energy and spreads it evenly on Bifrost. With the help of the system, Bifrost is constantly being repaired. For a long time, in a buzzing sound, there was a vibration from Bifrost. The damaged bridge body was completely repaired, and a huge amount of energy was poured into it. Bifrost is reactivated. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately cut off the energy of the space gem. Repair is complete, host. Sincerely benefit 1 million prestige points. The voice of the system followed closely. Lin Feng was taken aback. What the hell? Why do you need reputation points? Didn't you say you need reputation points before? Lin Feng asked 3 times in puzzlement, and he picked out his ears to make sure he heard right. What? You want the system to work for nothing? The system sneered. Please, if it wasn't for the space gem, it would take 10 million reputation to fix Bifrost. I'm giving you a 10% discount now, aren't you happy? The tone of the system seemed to be taking advantage of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless, he seemed to be tricked by this dog system. Lost 1 million prestige points in vain. Although not much, it was Lin Feng's hard-earned money. The mood is not beautiful in an instant. Okay, the bridge is repaired. Lin Feng turned to Thor and said, I'm going back to Blue Star. It's okay, don't run to Blue Star. With a dark face, Lin Feng opened the portal and left directly. This Asgard, he can't stay for a second. Thor looked at the disappearing portal inexplicably, full of puzzlement. Why is Lin Feng angry when the bridge is repaired? After solving the problem of Bifrost, Lin Feng directly opened the portal to Maldives. Susan was still waiting for him. When the two met, they played wildly in the Maldives for several days. Sunny nuclear day. Susan was lying on the beach, enjoying a sunbath while fiddling with her mobile phone. Lin Feng was sitting next to her, holding a bottle of sunscreen in his hand. While painting, he checked the system's reward settlement. That's right, the reward for stopping the Chidori invasion has already been settled. The task rewards 10 million reputation points. The attention and enthusiasm from the citizens contributed 8 million reputation points. And that's not all the rewards. The heat about the Chidori invasion continues to ferment. After this incident is completely over, Lin Feng will once again gain more than 10 million reputation points. Definitely, this is just a rough estimate, but the system's guess is not much different. So far, Lin Feng has a total of about 90 million reputation points. Soon, Lin Feng will be able to redeem the Silver Superman template. While he was looking forward to it, he also murmured in his heart, after exchanging for Silver Superman, why not fly to the sun to accelerate your growth? The Avengers Alliance marks that Purple Sweet Potato Jing has started to implement his family planning. Lin Feng held 2 infinite gems in his hand. He didn't think the Purple Sweet Potato Essence with his bare hands could pose a threat to him. But if Purple Sweet Potato Essence got the Power Gem, it would be a little tricky for Lin Feng. After all, the destructive power of Power Gems cannot be underestimated. What Lin Feng considered was whether to get the Power Gem first, or go to sleep in the sun first. Forest. Susan suddenly spoke, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. What's wrong? Baby, Lin Feng asked. Susan waved her phone and said, let's go back. Go home. My mother said she was looking for me for something and wanted me to go back. And after so many days, I've had enough fun. Susan sat up and stretched. During this period of time in the Maldives, Lin Feng took her to play everything she could. Some items are even played 2 or 3 times. Just now, her mother sent her a message, saying that the little sister at home needed to see her urgently, and asked her to go back as soon as possible. He also threatened that his sister would tear down the house if she didn't see her. Susan was a little puzzled. What could her younger sister who had just turned 7 years old ask her for? Lin Feng said that he didn't care about it. He was almost playing, and said with a smile, it's up to you. Want me to go with you? Susan's pretty face is a little red. I don't want it anymore. I'm afraid you will scare them. Give me some time. I'll go check on the mouth first. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. The two packed up and prepared to leave the villa. This villa is built in the shallow sea. After getting up every day, you can see the clear blue sea, which makes you feel at ease. Lin Feng is considering whether to buy a villa here. Anyway, he is not short of money now. The dividends from Stark Industries alone are enough for him and Susan to live comfortably for a lifetime, not to mention that Susan's website also has a large amount of income. After packing up, the two stood together. With a thought in Lin Feng's mind, the space gem on his wristband slowly lit up. A blue circular portal appeared in front of the two of them. Stepping in, the scenery in front of me changed instantly, and I returned to the villa of the Waist Twister. This is much better than any super flight. Theoretically speaking, Lin Feng can instantly reach any place in the universe if there are coordinates. After putting the luggage in his hand, Lin Feng handed the R8 key to Susan. The car that originally belonged to Tony Stark has now passed to Lin Feng's name. He was going to buy another car, which Susan drove. If Susan doesn't like it, buy Susan one too. Before crossing, he loved all kinds of cool sports cars. But helplessly, his pocket is cleaner than his face, and he can't even afford a more delicate sports car model. Susan drove him to the city. As a female driver, Susan's driving skills are pretty good. After putting Lin Feng down, Susan drove towards her home. She wants to see what kind of monster her sister is doing again. Thinking of her mischievous younger sister, Susan felt a headache. Lin Feng wandered around the luxury car dealership. The place he chose to get off was the Lamborghini showroom and sales office. Walking into the store, the space is very spacious. What catches the eye is the show cars placed on both sides of the main line. Inside the store, a saleswoman with short hair sat on the sofa and glanced at Lin Feng. After observing for a while, she rolled her eyes and looked at the intern salesperson beside her. "Kay, you go? A customer is coming." Kai nodded. She didn't think much, and walked towards the back of the car who was looking at the car. The short-haired salesman secretly sneered. Based on her observation of Lin Feng just now, Diozzi came from somewhere and wanted to experience the thrill of a luxury car. Cheap clothes, no symbol of success on the wrist. The black ring on the finger doesn't look like high-level goods either. still walking in. In addition to good looks, there is nothing else. Most likely not to buy a car. Her vision is very vicious. Lin Feng is obviously not her target customer, so she should be used as a practice for interns. Kay doesn't know what she thinks. She didn't really come here to be a salesperson. It's just that she needs to be a salesperson as a cover for the things she's investigating. For this position, I even hacked into the background recruitment website and replaced the unlucky guy who got recruited with me. She stepped forward, with a formulaic smile on her face, and said, "Hi sir, welcome to Lamborghini. What's your name, please?" Lin Feng, who was looking at the car, turned around when he heard someone calling him. Suddenly he looked weird. Sky. Sky also stared. Lin Feng. Good guy. Lin Feng scratched his head. Buy a car and meet Sky? Why did you come here? Doing sales. Lin Feng wondered. Sky laughed in embarrassment. It's sort of. She didn't expect Lin Feng to come here either. It's just a coincidence, isn't it? Her matter has been investigated almost, and she was going to sneak out tomorrow, but she met Lin Feng today. All right. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Sky twice more. This little hacker has been using a fake name to befriend his girlfriend. Lin Feng knew that she would join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, but he didn't want to meddle in these things. S.H.I.E.L.D. or something, it's too troublesome. Now Sky is a thorn in the side of SHIELD. I don't know if she has joined that or not now. What the Tide organization? Having said that, I never had a chance to ask. How did you know my name? Sky couldn't help asking curiously. The first time we met, Lin Feng called out her real name. She was very curious, but never had a chance to ask. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at her, and said with some amusement, "What? Lamborghini salesmen even inquire about customers' privacy. Can you speak?" Sky rolled his eyes when he teased him, and said angrily, "If you don't want to say it, forget it. What are you doing here? Buying a car?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Kay regretted it. Lin Feng is not short of money. He came here definitely to buy a car, otherwise what else would he do? Sure enough, Lin Feng didn't speak, but his gaze gradually became pitiful, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Kai blushed, squeezed his fingers in embarrassment, and quickly changed the subject. "Do you want to buy this car?" Lin Feng patted Aventator in front of him, nodded and said, "Yes, introduce this car to me, I want to buy it." Sky glanced at the model of the vehicle, and suddenly her eyes rolled. She thought of a car that would definitely suit Lin Feng. "Do you want to buy this model? You talk too much nonsense." Sky ignored Lin Feng's complaints, pulled him towards the back hall, and said as he walked, "Come on, I know there is a car that is perfect for you." Lin Feng let her pull, wanting to see what the hell she was doing. All the way to the back hall, where a Lamborghini covered with a car jacket is parked. Judging from the appearance, it should also be Aventator. Sky tugged on the jacket. A handsome Lamborghini supercar appeared in front of Lin Feng. Aventator LP 700-4 in black. The cool appearance, matched with the black car paint, is lying there like a black beast. It's different from the show cars outside. The body of this Aventator is full of Superman elements. The streamline of the black body has been transformed into orange-red lines, which looks very technological. There is a big black S logo on the front cover, which is exactly the same as the one on the Lin Feng battlesuit. Even the interior seats are hand-embroidered with the S logo. Lin Feng's expression was wonderful. He pointed at the car and asked, "What is this?" Sky pointed at the sports car with a grin, and said, "How is it? It suits you well, right?" Lin Feng nodded subconsciously when he heard this. Although the body is full of elements of the Superman symbol, but the element integrate is just right. It doesn't look earthy, but makes this black Aventator more speedy and powerful. I have to say that Lin Feng still quite likes this car. This car should be customized by some rich man, right? Lin Feng said. This kind of painting is probably not in the optional list. As for used cars, they should be in used car shops, not outlet stores. It is estimated that it was customized or modified by some rich man. Sky nodded. You guessed right. This car was originally customized by a rich second generation at a high price. Only paid a deposit. A few days ago, before the car was delivered, something happened to that rich second generation's family. It is said that all the money in the account was stolen by the ex-wife. Now I'm busy selling real estate to pay off my debts. Hearing Sky's explanation, Lin Feng nodded, as expected. As long as it's not a used car. Stark's annual dividends arrived a while ago. He doesn't want to buy a used car. Swipe your card. Lin Feng generously took out his bank card and bought it if he liked it. Okay, come here, boss. Sky smiled and led Lin Feng to pay. The bankruptcy of the rich second-generation dad is not that simple. Someone paid a lot of money to ask Sky to investigate the matter. But she didn't talk so much with Lin Feng. The price of this car is more than 40 higher than the ordinary model. Because of the customization of the interior and exterior, as well as some optional accessories, they are basically matched with the top. But Lin Feng didn't care, and he didn't lack the money. Swipe card, pay, sign up, everything follows the process. The vehicle had a temporary license plate, and Sky said that the license plate would be sent to his villa tomorrow. Lin Feng didn't bother about it, as long as he asked him to drive the car away today. It took less than an hour to go through all the formalities, and under the regretful and jealous eyes of the short-hair salesman, Lin Feng drove away. The performance of this LP 700-4 is much stronger than the previous R8. Lin Feng drove the car to a racing track and paid the venue fee. He wanted to feel the charm of this big bull. Step on the gas pedal to the bottom. Immediately there was a violent roar from the engine. The whole vehicle shot out like a sharp arrow, like black lightning, fly on the track. Thanks to Superman's reflexes and eyesight, Lin Feng's vehicle control is more precise than professional drivers. There are still a few cars on the track. Lin Feng's black Lamborghini is like a ghost, passing from their left. Where is the lunatic? Seeing that Lin Feng did not use much brakes when cornering, several drivers broke out in a cold sweat. After several laps, Lin Feng finally had enough. One turn of the wheel and one drift off the track. He is very satisfied with the performance of this car. In terms of handling, it's pretty good. The only downside is that the chassis of this car is too stiff. If you don't have the physique of Superman, I'm afraid Lin Feng will have a backache after driving for a long time. After experiencing the thrill of speed, Lin Feng drove towards his villa. It was cool, but not as exciting as when Lin Feng enjoyed the flight for the first time. When I got home, it was already dark. Lin Feng saw the lights in the villa, probably because Susan came back. He thought that Susan was going home because of something and would not be back tonight. After parking the car, Lin Feng walked towards the villa. However, in the next second, he saw a little girl with blonde hair squatting on the ground playing with something on the lawn of the villa. He took 2 steps back in doubt, and looked at the house number in front of the villa. That's right, it's my own villa. Where is the little girl from? The next door to the wrong door? Lin Feng stepped forward, intending to inquire. The little blonde girl was holding a small shovel and was seriously shoveling the soil on the ground, as if she was digging something. Hey, kid. Lin Feng walked over, bent slightly, trying to make his voice sound softer. He was afraid of scaring the kid. The sudden sound froze the little girl's digging. She turned around slowly. He stared at Lin Feng with a pair of big eyes. I didn't speak for a long time. Lin Feng scratched her head. Why didn't she speak? Before time travel, he would not deal with children. How are you? The little girl saw Lin Feng from head to toe, and from foot to head. That's when I spoke. Are you Superman? The crisp child's voice rang out, asking straightforwardly. Lin Feng was even more confused. Kid, are you looking for Superman? The little girl nodded and repeated, are you Superman? Lin Feng subconsciously looked left and right, but did not see the little girl's parents. After some hesitation, Lin Feng denied it mysteriously, I'm not Superman. Can you tell me why you're looking for Superman? The little girl did not answer Lin Feng's question. After getting a negative answer, she immediately became vigilant. He turned around and ran straight to the villa. While running, he shouted, Sister, there are bad guys. I am Nima. Lin Feng slapped his forehead, his face full of pain. Sure enough, children are extremely fascinated. Which one is this plate in? This must be the wrong door. Where is the bad guy? The door of the villa opened, and Susan ran out from inside, looking a little flustered. She picked up the little girl and looked around vigilantly. The next second, she saw Lin Feng who was sluggish on the lawn, and couldn't help laughing. Good guy, the bad guy Elena mentioned. Could it be Lin Feng? Is it him? Susan pointed to Lin Feng. Yeah. The little girl nodded heavily, affirming. Susan laughed and shook her head. He's not a bad guy. After speaking, Susan hugged the little girl and walked towards Lin Feng. The little girl put her arms around Susan's neck, still looking at Lin Feng vigilantly. Lin, welcome back. Susan smiled. Lin Feng was still confused until now. He opened his mouth, pointed to the little girl in Susan's arms and asked, what's going on? This is Elena, my sister, 7 years old this year. Susan explained that she flipped the little girl in her arms. Erina, say hello to Superman, big brother. Didn't you always want to meet Superman? He just. Sister lied. Elena grabbed Susan's neck and refused to let go. My sister didn't lie to you? He is really Superman. Susan explained patiently. He's not? He admits it? He's not Superman. Elena felt that her sister was fooling her, thinking that she was a child, so she just found someone to pretend to be Superman, trying to deceive herself. But my sister must have never expected that person himself admitted it. Susan glanced at Lin Feng strangely. Lin Feng responded with an embarrassed smile. I didn't know she was your sister. I thought it was some neighbor's child. Susan was a little speechless. She could probably guess how embarrassing Lin Feng was just now. Sister really didn't lie to you. Susan coaxed to Elena. Think about it. When did my sister lie to you? Little Elena thought for a while, and decisively exposed Susan. When I was 4 years old, you said you would buy me toys when you came home. But you didn't buy them for me. The scene suddenly became awkward. The corner of Susan's mouth twitched, and she didn't speak for a long time. Lin Feng held back for a long time before he couldn't hold back his smile. After all, she was his girlfriend. He looked at the little girl, helped Susan out of the siege and said, Elena, isn't it? I really am Superman. Little Elena looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, and insisted, I don't believe it. You just said you weren't. Unless. Little Elena rolled her eyes. Unless you prove it to me. Prove? The little guy wants to prove it? Lin Feng thought for a while. Okay, I'll prove it to you. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng rose into the air and slowly fell down after wearing a black cloak. The classic Superman battlesuit appears. Exactly the same as what the little guy saw on TV. Elena's eyes lit up immediately, and she screamed, it's really Superman. He screamed and struggled in Susan's arms, trying to get down. Susan couldn't hold her back and put her down. The little guy rushed to Lin Feng, looking at him curiously and excitedly. Forrest. Susan shouted, you play with her for a while, the cooking is not ready yet. I'll call you to eat later. After speaking, Susan went back to the villa, leaving the two of them staring at each other. Help, I really can't communicate with children. Fortunately, the child's excitement soon stabilized. 5 minutes later, Elena ran to the half-dug hole just now, raised her small shovel and continued to work hard. Lin Feng squatted opposite Elena, watching her dig a hole blankly. He doesn't know why the scene has become like this. The children's curiosity is terrifying, they can't stop moving their hands, and they can keep chatting with Lin Feng. After a while, I asked Lin Feng no less than 10 questions. What are you, my sister's boyfriend? Does superhero get paid? Does superhero also eat carrots? He also asked him if he would hug his sister's bear when he was sleeping. She used to do this best when my sister was at home. Lin Feng's scalp was numb. He felt that this was not going to work, he couldn't let her ask any more questions, and he had to take the initiative to fight back. The little guy has been digging holes constantly from the very beginning. Lin Feng originally thought that she was going to plow her own lawn. However, her strength is too weak, and she has only dug a hole that even a squirrel can't fit in until now. What are you digging? Lin Feng asked. Hearing Lin Feng ask this, Elena became interested. I'm digging a hole. Who did you learn the art of nonsense from? Little Elena seemed to realize something, and continued to explain. Mom said that burying yourself in the soil will grow faster. I want to bury myself in it. I want to grow up quickly. Then, I can beat bad guys every day like you, Superman big brother. Lin Feng felt his face contorted uncontrollably. He really can't understand children's thoughts and behavior patterns. He decided to keep silent. Two people, one big and one small, stared at the entrance of the cave for a long time. Elena's head was covered in sweat. After being busy for a while, she seemed to realize that she was digging too slowly, and turned her head to look at Lin Feng expectantly. Superman big brother, can you dig for me? As he said that, he drew a circle vigorously on both sides with his hands. If it's Superman big brother, he can dig such a big hole in one go. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Dig a hole and bury you? Your sister must not strangle me. Lin Feng took out a tissue to help little Elena wipe off her sweat, then tried to divert Elena's attention. Stop digging, how about big brother taking you to experience superhero? Huh. Little Elena's small face was excited and puzzled. Really? Can I be a superhero now? Just to experience it. Forget it. Lin Feng stretched out his hands. Come, let the big brother hug you. Elena didn't doubt that he was there. She threw the small shovel aside, stepped forward to hug Lin Feng's neck and said, is that all right? Lin Feng hugged her and stood up, nodded. Hold big brother's neck tightly, don't let go. Elena obediently used her maximum strength to wrap around Lin Feng's neck, but it was a pity that her strength was so weak. Are you ready? Elena nodded vigorously. Let's go. As soon as the words were finished, Lin Feng rose into the sky holding little Elena. Elena screamed excitedly in the air. Lin Feng wrapped the little guy with a biological force field to prevent her from being hurt. When did the little guy experience such a scene? His little heart was beating non-stop. The originally fair little face also flushed because of extreme excitement, and kept yelling. Lin Feng took her back and forth over New York, shopping all over. Finally, it hovered over the twister, floating. Looking at the waist twister with brightly lit feet, little Elena wasn't afraid either. A pair of big eyes looked at their feet with excitement. So lovely. Elena saw this scene once when she was flying. But nothing like now, clear, free. She feels like a bird, flying freely in the blue sky. Although it's night now. Seeing her happy, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. Pretty, isn't it? Elena's little head kept shaking up and down, very hard. Lin Feng chuckled, pretending to be mysterious and said, there are more beautiful ones? Hold on to big brother. Hearing that there are more beautiful ones, Elena hugged Lin Feng's neck tightly again, her eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Lin Feng expanded the range of the biological force field a bit, and he is going to take the little guy to the outer space to have a look. In the next second, Lin Feng hugged Elena and flew straight up into the sky, the speed getting faster and faster. The little guy wrapped in the biological force field didn't feel too much discomfort, but because of the high speed, the little guy closed his eyes in fear. It didn't take long, Elena only felt that her body became lighter, and her body began to flutter. She opened her eyes slowly. The scene in front of him became completely pitch black. Look up. The twinkling stars in the universe are reflected in her eyes. Looking back, the blue and white superstar slowly rotated under his feet. The little guy opened his mouth, his two big eyes were wide open, looking at the scene in front of him in shock. The little hands around Lin Feng's neck excitedly began to tremble. Lin Feng took out his phone and switched it to selfie mode. Kaka. This beautiful moment was recorded. In the photo, the blue and white blue star occupies most of the space. On the upper right is a universe of twinkling stars. In the center of the screen, Lin Feng in a Superman battlesuit is hugging a little Elena with her mouth wide open, her face full of excitement, and her pressure can't stop. Lin Feng took the little guy and flew around the Earth for a while. The playful two even ran to Tony's personal satellite to say hello. The satellite belongs directly to Tony Stark, and he alone has control of the satellite. I heard him say that he wants to make an anti-Hulk armor. I don't know if this is a prototype. The trip to the universe ended soon, and the little guy was brought back to Blue Star by Lin Feng before he had had enough fun. The air stored in his biological force field is limited. He couldn't make the air himself. A short stroll is enough. Don't give the child a lack of oxygen for a while. In front of Lin Feng's villa, Susan had already prepared and was standing in the yard looking for the two of them. She wasn't worried when the two disappeared. Susan knows exactly how powerful Lin Feng is. Probably Lin Feng took Elena somewhere to play. Really? After a while, Susan saw Lin Feng flying down from the night sky holding Elena. As soon as Elena landed on the ground, she ran 2 steps and hugged Susan's thigh. Sister, sister. Eileen's face was full of excitement. She hadn't recovered from her joy just now. Susan smiled and hugged her. Where did you go to play? So happy. Go up. Elena pointed to the top of her head, jumping up and down. Superman big brother took me so high, so high. Susan smiled. How tall? Elena thought for a while. A big blue ball? Super big. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tried hard to draw a big circle in the air. The huge amounts of blue star, the little guy has only seen it in picture books. When did he experience it personally? It is no exaggeration to say that this experience is enough for her to brag in front of her friends for a lifetime. Hearing the little guy's answer, Susan had a puzzled and complicated expression. A big blue ball? Her heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Lin Feng. You shouldn't take her outside the earth, right? Lin Feng laughed and did not deny it. I accidentally had fun. Hearing this, Susan gave Lin Feng a supercilious look. I don't really mean to blame. Okay, it's time to eat. You two wash your hands. After the 3 of them had dinner, Susan put Elena to sleep. It was getting late, and it would be early morning to send the little guy back, so he simply stayed at Lin Feng's house. Children go to bed early and get up early to grow their bodies and cannot stay up late. For the next 2 days, Elena lived in Lin Feng's villa for the school holidays. Definitely, this was also decided with the consent of Lin Feng. Lin Feng played happily with this little guy for 2 days. The little guy watched Lin Feng rescue the disaster with his own eyes, and he was hooked. Even Lin Feng took her to the deep sea to catch fish. Both one big and one small love to play, so happy. But the happy time always passes quickly. The holidays are over in a blink of an eye, and the little ones are going back to school. On this day, in front of the villa, Elena wiped her tears and bid farewell to Lin Feng. Susan waited in the car without urging. Superman big brother, I will miss you. Elena sniffled and said. Lin Feng wiped her nose, dumbfounded. Superman big brother will miss you too. Go back quickly. Remember to listen to my sister. Next time you come over on vacation, I'll take you to the sea to catch fish. With Lin Feng's promise, the little guy climbed into the car with hesitation, and waved his little hand at Lin Feng before leaving. What the little guy has experienced in the past 2 days, most people will never experience it in a lifetime. Not to mention running to the bottom of the sea to catch fish, but taking selfies in outer space without wearing a spacesuit. Who can do it? After seeing off Elena, Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and took a rest. Although it is fun to play with children, it is also tiring, mainly due to mental exhaustion. After a short rest, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and clicked on the profile picture of Tony Stark. The old boy sent him a photo 2 days ago, and it was a picture of Lin Feng taking Elena to play in the universe. They also teased Lin Feng when he started working part-time in the space tourism industry. Lin Feng didn't bother to talk to him, and he came to Tony this time because he wanted Tony to help with something. A phone call was made, and luckily, Tony was in his villa. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng flew over directly. With the turmoil of the Avengers Alliance incident, his reputation is close to 100 million, and it seems that it is enough to exchange for a Silver Superman. It is learned from the system that the upgrade to Silver Superman requires him to go to the sun for 2 months. Lin Feng also didn't understand why. Anyway, the system said so he just did it. Didn't the upgrade Man of Steel stay in outer space for about 3 months? But before going to the sun, Lin Feng planned to ask Tony to help take care of Susan. Although Susan has the Superman wristband he gave, there is nothing wrong with having an extra insurance. Playboy, what are you up to? When Lin Feng came to Tony's workshop, he saw him playing with a round shield. Hey man, come see my new toy. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, Tony raised the round shield in his hand. The shield is about the same file size as the vibranium shield held by Captain America. It's just that the paint on it is the gold-red color of the steel battlesuit. There is also a Peugeot inverted triangle reactor logo in the middle. Lin Feng didn't understand why Tony made a shield, and asked, is it enough for you to be Iron Man? Do you want to be Captain Iron and replace Steve? Hearing this, Tony rolled his eyes. What am I going to do instead of that old popsicle? It's made of metal from Nick Fury. Tony explained. This thing is almost the hardest metal in the world. I managed to get some, the quantity is not too much. The last time Thor hit Captain America's shield with a hammer, huge amounts of kinetic energy were dissipated by the shield, and Tony paid attention to this thing. According to the analysis of J.A.R.V.I.S, Captain America's shield has the top kinetic energy absorption ability. After investigation, I found out that the shield of Captain America was made by vibranium. This got Tony, a tech nerd, interested. After learning about the performance of vibranium, he found a marinated egg. After playing for a long time, I spent a lot of money to buy some. I originally wanted to buy more, and try to see if it can be used in the next generation of battlesuits. Helpless, S.H.I.E.L.D's vibranium stock is not very large. J.A.R.V.I.S searched for a long time before finding some cobweb traces from vibranium sources. Now Tony is using satellites to find vibranium's production places. Tony used part of the batch of vibranium he got to make this shield. After a simple test, vibranium is much stronger than his steel battlesuit. Tony secured the shield to a shelf. Come on, Lin, give him a try. Tony invited. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Come on, let me see if it can withstand your attack. After speaking, Tony ran to the side behind the bunker that had already been made. It looked like Tony was ready to have him tested. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't say much. With his current power, the vibranium shield can be destroyed without the boost of infinite gems. Under the dual effects of infinite gems and solar radiation, the current Lin Feng is much stronger than when he just became Superman. He took 2 steps forward and punched the vibranium shield. Boom! A circular sound wave spreads from the shield. Huge amounts of strength were spread around by the shield, and some surrounding tables, chairs, tools, etc. were scattered. A fist mark appeared on the shield, which was slightly concave, but it was not pierced. Ha 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 ha. Tony jumped out with joy. How about it, Lin? Isn't it hard? In Tony's eyes, although a fist mark was left on the shield, there is no doubt that it blocked Lin Feng's fist. Does that mean he can make an anti-Superman armor? Seeing his overjoyed expression, Lin Feng curled his lips in disdain, and took the shield off the shelf. Use your hands together. Base. An unpleasant metallic shape-shifting sound sounded, and he snapped the vibranium shield in half. You may not know, Lin Feng casually threw the bent shield on the ground. I didn't even use 1/3 of the force of my punch just now. Tony looked at the vibranium shield thrown on the ground silently, shook his head and smiled wryly. Good guy, I still underestimated your strength. On Blue Star, is there anything you can't wear? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Probably not. However, vibranium is indeed very hard, and just now, the characteristics of absorbing and dissipating kinetic energy are excellent. Why, do you want to use this to build a battlesuit? Lin Feng asked. That's the idea. Tony nodded. But for some reason, I'm going to only replace the main parts with vibranium metal. However, this has to be tested in practice. After speaking, Tony picked up the vibranium shield and put it aside, asking J.A.R.V.I.S to record the data just now. Tell me what you want from me. It's okay, Lin Feng usually doesn't come to him. This kid stays at home with his girlfriend all day long and loves each other. Seeing that Tony brought up something serious, Lin Feng said, Tony, I want to go to outer space. Tony, why do your words sound familiar? Lin Feng touched his nose. Listen to me. Tony gestures for you to continue. I'm going to outer space for about 2 or 3 months. In the meantime, I think you can send someone to look after Susan for me. Don't let her be bullied. Is there anyone else who dares to bully Superman's girlfriend? Tony said speechlessly, aren't you just using me for fun? Lin Feng shook his head and said seriously, I mean it, Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D is more complicated than you think. Lin Feng's words meant something, and Tony's eyes flickered. You mean, the threat comes from S.H.I.E.L.D? Is it Nick Fury? Do you think he'll do you a disservice if you don't join the Avengers? Lin Feng shook his head and explained, I didn't worry about this, and Nick Fury wouldn't be that stupid. The threat is from S.H.I.E.L.D, yes, but not Nick Fury. Lin Feng couldn't figure out that the black stewed egg was not good enough to do things. He's so close to telling Hydra to piss on your head. Until now, there are still a large number of Hydra wandering in SHIELD. It seems that not joining S.H.I.E.L.D at that time was the right choice. After flirting with Tony for a long time, Lin Feng left Tony's villa. He didn't reveal too much information. Let Mr. Iron Man find out step by step. Our Mr. Iron Man also needs to grow. Just as Lin Feng thought at the beginning, the wicked will not be completely wiped out. He could have just locked down all the Hydras and sent them all to God. But he didn't do that. He always gave others the chance to grow together. Fall a Hydra, get a Medusa up. Only by allowing yourself to grow can you face these disasters. After returning home, Lin Feng counted his prestige points to live. Silver Superman's template made him envious for a long time. Behold the breath of frost that light can blow out the sun. There is also enough power to pull the entire solar system, and even the Milky Way. Who would want to see it instead? Who should read it without getting confused? Seeing that the 100 million mark is about to be broken, Lin Feng's life is full of anticipation and tension. The reputation value is still growing steadily. In about a week, Lin Feng was sitting in his villa drinking afternoon tea. The system beep finally rang in his ears. His reputation has successfully broken through 100 million points. You can redeem the Silver Superman template for upgrade at any time. Lin Feng has always been looking forward to this. At the moment, my mood calmed down instead. Maybe it's the sense of unreality that comes from anticipation. Lin Feng put down his teacup and let out a long breath. He is going to look for other infinite gems after this evolution is complete. He currently has 2 infinite gems in his hand. Mind gems and space gems. The reality gem should be in Asgard. Lin Feng remembered that he appeared in a fluid state. Time gem is currently still in the hands of Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Her heir, Strange, is probably still acting as his surgeon. This is a trouble. Ancient One magician will definitely not give the time gem to Lin Feng easily. As for the remaining power gems, Lin Feng remembered that they should be on an abandoned planet. It seems to be called Morag. The power gem is placed there, encased in the cosmic spirit orb. That big fool Xingzhou won't get it for another 2 years. The soul gem is more troublesome, it needs to sacrifice one's love to get it. Lin Feng couldn't help complaining about this method. Sacrifice? How to sacrifice? In the original book, in order to get the soul gem, Thanos sacrificed Gamera to get it. Lin Feng wanted to get it, but he might push Susan down? He can't do it. The easiest ones to get right now are the power gem and the reality gem. Lin Feng is also planning to start with these 2 gems. As for soul gem, wait until later. In short, Lin Feng will not give Thanos a chance to snap his fingers. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Feng looked at Susan who was opposite him. He was going to talk to Susan before going to meet Mr. Sun. Susan is fiddling with her laptop. She is maintaining her video forum. Susan, Lin Feng called softly. What's wrong? When Lin Feng called her, she hummed without raising her head. I think I'm going out again. Where are you going? In the city. Susan still didn't look up. By the way, bring me a bottle of shower gel. It's the brand I usually use, and it's almost used up. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. I didn't mean that. I mean, I'm going out for a while, maybe a little longer. This time, Susan raised her head with some doubts. Where are you going? Is it the same as last time? Susan remembered that the last time she went out for a week, Lin Feng said the same. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, but this time it took longer than last time. It will probably take 2 months. When Susan heard this, she was a little surprised and said, it's been so long this time. Don't worry, there is no danger this time, Lin Feng said. Just going to the sun to evolve, there will be no danger, but you can't say that to Susan. Susan nodded. She knew that Lin Feng had her own things to do, and she couldn't stop Lin Feng's footsteps. Just like last time, tell him to be careful in everything. After some tenderness with Susan, Lin Feng didn't write much, and was ready to start evolving. Before leaving, he bought another piece of platinum kryptonite for Susan. In this way, Susan has 2 pieces of platinum kryptonite in her hands. Enough to deal with the vast majority of threats from Earth. It can be regarded as a double insurance. Lin Feng in a black battlesuit flew out of the Earth. Yellow dwarfs shone brightly in front of him. With a thought in Lin Feng's mind, a blue portal appeared. He opened the portal about 1 million kilometers away from the sun. Stepped through the portal. Lin Feng felt that his eyes suddenly became bright and fiery. Squint and look. This huge fixed star, which has a lifespan of more than 4 billion years, is rotating at a slow speed. The surface of the sun, constantly spewing out plasma. It is undergoing nuclear fusion all the time. Looking at the sun at close range, it is not the yellow color seen on the blue star. Lin Feng didn't know what color to use to describe it. He calmed down and called the system in his mind. System, exchange for a silver Superman template. As soon as the words fell, the 100 million reputation points were instantly cleared, leaving a pitiful few 100,000. The sound of the system also came. Silver Superman template has been redeemed. Please fly into the sun as soon as possible to start evolution. Estimated evolution time this time, 60 days. The prestige points accumulated for so long were cleared. Lin Feng felt a little distressed, but it was all worth it. Lin Feng looked solemn, and flew towards the sun, ready to start evolving. According to Marvel's strength speculation, the strength of Silver Superman is probably in level single universe. Enough to face the vast majority of threats occurring in the universe. In the movie, many tyrannical bosses did not appear, but it does not mean that they do not exist. As long as there is no multi-universe big shot, Lin Feng, who has evolved into a Silver Superman, can walk sideways. As for the next multi-universe level, the Golden Superman, redemption requires 1 billion reputation points and level 3 store permissions. Not what Lin Feng can have now. At present, Lin Feng is already content with being able to evolve a Silver Superman. Lin Feng flew to the surface of the sun. The temperature was not so high that he felt uncomfortable. The body slowly sinks into the sun. That feeling gave Lin Feng the comfort of taking a hot bath. His battlesuit had already taken back the system space, and the clothes on his body were instantly reduced to ashes under the high temperature. Right now, he is completely naked, except for a bracer on his left wrist, in which 3 gemstones emit light. Fiery energy and radiation enveloped Lin Feng, and his ability was slowly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He closed his eyes, and slowly fell into a deep sleep under the action of the system. Like last time, Lin Feng started to evolve, in the huge universe. In a dark corner somewhere, where the stars can't shine. Standing one tall and one short, there are 2 strange existences in black robes, but their faces cannot be seen. One of them picked up a compass-like instrument and glanced at it. I don't know how he can see clearly when it's so dark. How is it? Asked the tall man in black robe. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against the wall. The black robe holding the instrument laughed twice with the same hoarse voice. Very well, so far, everything is within the plan. The tall man in black robe nodded, and wanted to ask something else. The vision suddenly rose at the moment. In the void, a gap suddenly opened. A huge red eye burning with flames looked over. The flame was actually black, and the aura contained in it made people shudder. It was discovered. The tall man in black robe paused, and then looked at his companion beside him. Let's go. After the voice fell, the 2 black robes slowly disappeared in place. The eyes of the void, seeing the disappearance of the black robe, revealed a trace of helplessness in a humane manner, and then slowly disappeared into the void. Above the cantilever of the Orion arm, the solar system is in constant motion. The symbol of the solar system is fixed star, a yellow dwarf. A pair of eyes slowly opened. It was Lin Feng who upgraded Silver Superman in the sun, and woke up. His eyes were bright, and he flew out, away from the sun. At this moment, his body is still naked. Only on the left wrist is a wristband inlaid with 3 gems. Flying a certain distance, Lin Feng had a thought, and put on a black Superman battlesuit on his body. After sleeping in the sun for 2 months, my head is still a little dazed. Lin Feng shook his head to wake himself up. Lin Feng from at the moment was extremely happy. He's awake, which means he's now Silver Superman. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at his hands. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to feel a new strength. Gradually, Lin Feng frowned. He snorted lightly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He felt that the power didn't seem to have been greatly enhanced. Looking around, Lin Feng aimed at the nearest meteorite and flew over. The meteorite is neither big nor small, and it is the most suitable for practicing hands. Lin Feng raised his hand and slammed down hard. The meteorite suddenly shattered and disintegrated, turning into countless fragments, which sputtered out in all directions. The strength is impeccable. But something is not quite right. This punch verified Lin Feng's conjecture. His strength has not been greatly improved. According to Being Superman's template, with a punch of his strength, the meteorite should instantly turn into powder. Doubts arose in Lin Feng's heart. Did he fail to evolve the Silver Superman? But the system didn't say that the evolution would fail. Since he has woken up, it proves that the evolution has succeeded. Lin Feng couldn't think of the reason, so he called the system in his mind. He wanted to ask what was going on, whether the system had cut corners. However, after waiting for a while, the system's voice did not come. Lin Feng is a little speechless. Is the system sleeping again? System. Lin Feng shouted again in his mind. After waiting for a while again, there was still no response. Quiet. The entire space was deadly silent. Lin Feng's complexion became serious. System, come out quickly. System, where are you riding a horse? After calling several times in a row, there was still no response from the system. No reply, no sound, just silence. A bad feeling slowly rose in Lin Feng's heart. System, don't tease me, come out. System. Lin Feng constantly tries to call the system. However, no matter how he called, the system still had no response. Something is wrong, very wrong. Lin Feng thought that if he evolved successfully, he should be awakened by the system. But from the moment he woke up, the system was silent. The system, which usually responds to every call, fell silent at this moment. After thinking for a while, I didn't get an accurate result. Lin Feng decided to go back to Blue Star first. The space gem shines. The familiar blue portal appeared. Lin Feng opened the portal to his villa. Walking out of the portal, Lin Feng came to the familiar lawn of the villa. The sun was rising in the sky, and it seemed to be noon. Lin Feng walked towards the door of the villa while thinking about the system problem. As he approached the door, Lin Feng heard laughter and conversation coming from inside, with men and women. He frowned. Susan invited friends to the house? Confused, Lin Feng took out the key. Opening the door, Lin Feng was stunned by the scene inside. In the villa, 3 or 4 people are playing games together. There are adults, there are children, it looks like a family. Seeing that the door of the villa was opened, the few people who were playing stopped. Among them stood a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at Lin Feng, with a smile on his face, and his right hand touched the back of his waist without any trace. Friend, who are you looking for? The middle-aged man stared at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng opened his mouth, unable to speak. He found that the whole villa was very different from what Lin Feng remembered. The color and style of the sofa, wall TV, fireplace. Even on the wall of the hall, there is a photo of a family portrait. Lin Feng stared at the family portrait twice more. The one sitting in the middle of the photo is the middle-aged man who is asking questions in front of him. He looked down at the key still stuck in the door, and thought of something. Susan. Lin Feng yelled loudly. He wondered if Susan was learning from the content on the video site and playing tricks on himself. Otherwise, let's not say that I will open the wrong portal, and I can't explain how the key opens the door. Good guy, Susan really knows how to play. Has she forgotten that she has clairvoyance ability? Most likely this little girl is hiding there, ready to watch her joke. But now, the upgrade has not been completed, and the system has not moved. Lin Feng obviously has no intention of cooperating with this game. He sighed, activated his see-through ability, and looked for Susan. However, he looked around the entire villa, but he couldn't find Susan. Is Susan outside? Lin Feng looked out, but still couldn't find Susan. He began to feel a little restless in his heart. Susan, come out. Now I'm not in the mood to play the game, I'm having some problems. Lin Feng shouted and walked into the room. Stop. The face of the middle-aged man who was still smiling just now changed suddenly. With a loud shout, he pulled out a pistol behind himself and pointed it at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who suddenly broke into his villa in front of him, set alarm bells in the heart of the middle-aged man. The muscle lines under the black tights are full of explosive power. Doesn't look like an ordinary person. He didn't know what the purpose of Lin Feng's sudden intrusion was, a thief, a robber, or an innocent citizen who had gone to the wrong place. But his family is all here. He didn't dare to bet, so he could only draw his gun. Being pointed at by a gun, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks immediately, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Behind the middle-aged man, a small, hiding figure poked its head out. It's the little girl in the family portrait, probably the daughter of a middle-aged man. She looked at Lin Feng with some fear, and whispered, Are you looking for Susan? We don't have Susan here. Friend? We don't have the Susan you're looking for here, please leave our home. Although it was an inquiry, there was no doubt in the middle-aged man's tone. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Feng closely. As long as Lin Feng made any abnormal movements, he would shoot without any hesitation. Lin Feng stood where he was, staring at the middle-aged man with a gun expressionlessly. A drop of cold sweat ran down the middle-aged man's cheek. Lin Feng's eyes were like beasts, and he couldn't help feeling a kind of fear in his heart. He is not afraid of bullets. For some reason, this idea was born in the heart of the middle-aged man. His fingers pulled uncontrollably towards the trigger. Sudden. A strange sound suddenly came from high in the sky, accompanied by slight air fluctuations, interrupting the confrontation between the two. For a moment, Lin Feng felt that this voice was very familiar. With a thought in his heart, he turned and walked out of the villa, looking in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. A huge blue portal appeared above Twister. To be precise, it is the sky above the Stark building. Familiar portal? Familiar scene? Under supervision, like a magnifying glass, the distant scene is brought to Lin Feng's ears. In the portal, the familiar Chidori Legion stepped on the flight device and rushed down. This scene stunned Lin Feng, and absurd guesses suddenly appeared in his heart. This is impossible. Boom! A sonic boom sounded, and Lin Feng flew up, heading straight for the Stark building. The stunned middle-aged family was left behind. The youngest daughter tugged at the sleeve of the middle-aged man. Dad, is he a monster? The middle-aged man froze there. Probably. After a while, he shook his head, walked out of the villa, and looked up at the sky. He wondered what the intruder saw. However, in the next second, his face became serious. Lily, pack up your things, let's go to the basement. The middle-aged man ordered decisively. Lin Feng, who flew to the scene, landed on a tall building. The sight in front of him was simply unimaginable. Above the Stark building, a blue beam of light rose into the sky. At the end of the beam of light, there is a portal connected. In the portal, countless Chidori troops flew to the ground and started killing. Tony Stark, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, including the Green Titan, threw themselves into the fight to stop the invaders. Captain America jumped into the J-car and directed the evacuation of the people. Iron Man was constantly sniping the Chidori Legion from the flight from the air. Bruce, who turned into a Green Titan, knocked down a giant Leviathan with one punch. Scenes of familiar scenes all confirmed Lin Feng's guess. This is exactly the battlefield of the Avengers Alliance. All of a sudden, Lin Feng's heart was full of mixed feelings, and the thoughts in his mind became even more chaotic. What the hell is going on with this horse? Could it be that he returned to the timeline of the Avengers Alliance? Lin Feng's eyes kept searching subconsciously. He didn't see his figure? My heart sank again. He obviously participated in the Avengers Alliance event, but there was no sign of him on the battlefield. Lin Feng's face was as black as coal. He realized that he might have come to a waist twister in a parallel universe. Although a little unbelievable, he couldn't deny the sight in front of him. Lin Feng thought for a while, and suddenly thought of another way to verify the system. He stretched out his hand and swiped down in the void. A translucent personal panel appeared in front of him. Fortunately, the personal panel still exists, which means that the system has not been uninstalled. Just flickering ripples and lines on the panel from time to time. It looked like an old TV with a bad signal. The panel can be called out, but the system does not respond. What went wrong? For a moment, countless guesses flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He tried hard to recall the process of his evolution from leaving the blue star to flying to the sun. Nothing is wrong. However, after waking up, the system stopped moving. Lin Feng's brain is running at high speed, deducing countless results. Finally, a possibility with the highest probability is obtained. All of this may have something to do with the exile. During the 2 months of Lin Feng's evolutionary sleep, something happened that Lin Feng didn't know about, leading to the disappearance of the system, or sleep. No matter which result it is not good news for Lin Feng. Lin Feng floated into the air, his eyes rolled away, and he saw a scene that shouldn't appear in the Avengers Alliance. A roof not far away. The Green Titan, who was supposed to be on the battlefield, was standing with the Ancient One magician, talking about something. Lin Feng looked back at the Green Titan that smashed Chidori on the Stark building. Look again at the Green Titan talking to Ancient One. With a blank expression on his face, he slowly flew over and landed between the two of them. Ancient One is not just a magician in the Marvel Universe, but a wise man of wisdom. Lin Feng felt that maybe he could get some help from her. See a stranger flying in the air suddenly. Both Ancient One and Bruce stopped talking and looked at the person coming. Bruce? Lin Feng asked. He looked at the Green Titan, which was clearly rational and one size smaller, and sighed inwardly. You are. Bruce wondered. He didn't know this young man in a battlesuit, but his outfit also looked like a superhero. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, Don't tell me, you came here from 2023. Bruce was surprised. How do you know? Lin Feng touched his chin, momentarily at a loss for words. Bruce's words verified another conjecture in his mind. The Green Titan in front of him is exactly the Bruce who is surrounded by the Avengers Alliance and integrated with Hulk. In other words, the future Captain America and Tony are also here. Without answering Bruce's question, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Ancient One, smiling helplessly. Magician. He doesn't know if the Ancient One magician can recognize him, but it seems that there is a high probability that he won't recognize him. Sure enough, Ancient One looked at Lin Feng in surprise, and then frowned. She sacrificed the magic circle with both hands, and then spun constantly. Ancient One closed his eyes, time gem appeared in the magic circle, and with the rotation of the magic circle, it emitted green light. What is she doing? Bruce couldn't figure it out, and turned to ask Lin Feng. She should be watching the future, or the past. Lin Feng replied. After a long while, Ancient One opened his eyes, and his gaze towards Lin Feng also became serious. You shouldn't be here. Ancient One said slowly, the future and the past will not have your shadow. Even in this universe, you don't exist. In countless futures and pasts, she has not found the site of Lin Feng. This evidence reveals the most likely outcome, that Lin Feng is from a parallel universe. But the strange thing is that even if Lin Feng comes from another parallel universe, it is impossible to escape the future seen by Time Gem. However, Lin Feng is like a ghost, and Time Gem can't track down his existence. After some hesitation, the Ancient One magician still spoke out the answer. Young man, can you tell me why you came here? The appearance of Lin Feng made her worry about the future direction. This is a phenomenon that has never happened before, even Ancient One is puzzled by it. Hearing Ancient One's inquiry, Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. I don't know why it's here. Magician, since you know I'm from another universe, can you send me back? Ancient One thought for a while, but also shook his head. I have no way to send you back, I can't see which universe you exist in. You don't even belong to any universe here. Ancient One's words have meaning. Although she couldn't see where Lin Feng came from, she could feel that Lin Feng didn't belong to all parallel universes. This answer undoubtedly disappointed Lin Feng a little. At this moment, Ancient One suddenly saw Lin Feng's wristband. The two precious stones, one yellow and one blue, made her startled. Infinite gems on your wrist. Lin Feng follows the gaze of Ancient One. He hummed, raised his left hand, and did not hide it. Yes, space gem and mind gem. I'm in another world, so I'm a superhero. Lin Feng explained. These two gems were obtained in this incident. Speaking, Lin Feng also pointed to the Avengers who were fighting against the Chitauri Legion. I am stronger than any Avenger, and no one is better suited to keep them. The gem is in my hand, Thanos can't hit that snap. The words are full of confidence. With the Superman template and two infinite gems in hand, the probability that Xiao Jing wants to snap her fingers is infinitely close to zero. Hearing this, Ancient One's eyes flickered. She thought for a while and said to Lin Feng, can you show me the two gems? Your existence is very special. They seem to be contaminated with your breath. Maybe I can see something through them. Ancient One explained as if Lin Feng was afraid of misunderstanding. Lin Feng just hesitated, then took off two gems and handed them out. He wasn't too worried about Ancient One thinking about the two infinite gems. If Ancient One wanted infinite gems, she could have gone to S.H.I.E.L.D. in the previous time. And on the current Stark building, there are two infinite gems. Giving the gem to Ancient One is also a helpless move. He has no clue about the current situation. It would be great if Ancient One could give some useful information. Ancient One took the gemstone, she turned her hands over, and cast out the magic circle again. Place two gems, one on each side of the time gem. The magic circle turned slowly, and Ancient One closed his eyes accordingly. She began to observe Lin Feng's information and future. As the observation time progressed, the magic circle turned faster and faster, and the three gems on it became brighter and brighter. At a certain moment, it seemed to have reached its apex, and the magic circle exploded, bringing a gust of wind. The broken magic circle slowly dissipated. Three gems also floated down from the sky and landed in Ancient One's hands. Ancient One opened his eyes, looking at Lin Feng with a strange look. Lin Feng was a little anxious, stepped forward and said, how is it, magician? Did you see anything this time? Ancient One smiled and nodded, then shook his head again. As if sensing Lin Feng's anxiety and confusion, Ancient One gave him a reassuring look. The picture is a bit blurry, but it's not unrewarding. Don't worry, Lin Feng. You will return to your universe, but there may be a little twists and turns in the process. In a word, Lin Feng let go of the heart he had been holding all the time. Ancient One called out his name, proving that she had indeed seen the information related to Lin Feng. But before that, you may need to take a trip to the future with this one in front of you. Ancient One smiled and pointed to Bruce Banner in front of him. You'll get the answers you want there. To the future. Lin Feng frowned and asked after a moment of thought, how should I go? Bruce and the others can travel through the past. The most important things are the quantum uniform and PIM particles made by Tony, which he doesn't have. Did it pick up Bruce? Obviously not. How does this lead him to the future? Someone will tell you, young man. Ancient One continued, I can feel that I in another world have helped you. Sometimes, some things will appear when you need them. Speaking of this, Ancient One suddenly looked up and said, it's coming soon. Saying a puzzling sentence again, Ancient One suddenly stuffed 3 infinite gems into Lin Feng's hands, turned to Bruce and said, your future has been changed, take him to you in the future, he will help you. After speaking, Ancient One got into the hut without looking back. The two on the rooftop looked at each other. Can you understand what she's saying? Bruce scratched his big green head. Lin Feng looked at the 3 gems in his hand and shook his head. Even the Ancient One in the parallel world, there are things he can't understand. Well, it seems that you don't understand very well, Bruce said. But it looks like you need to come with me. Bruce didn't quite understand Ancient One, but he understood the last sentence. Their future has changed again, and the black-haired boy named Lin Feng will help them. Ancient One gave the original time stone to Lin Feng. The meaning is obvious. To get the time gem, take Lin Feng to the future? Unexpected things happened, but Bruce didn't expect that this business would be smooth sailing. The question to be considered now is how to bring Lin Feng to the future. Before departure, Ant-Man said that the amount of PIM particles is only enough for all of them to go back and forth. Now things get tricky. Let me ask Tony, do you have spare uniforms and PIM particles? Bruce suggested. If he really didn't have a spare, he decided to give up his quantum uniform to Lin Feng. Lin Feng holds 3 infinite gems, which are more powerful than him. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. I'm with you. After speaking, the two looked at each other and were about to set off. However, at this time, a burst of words suddenly came to Lin Feng's mind intermittently. Ho, host. Intermittent voices sounded. Lin Feng's footsteps stopped abruptly, his eyes flashed brightly. Familiar voice? Dog system, is that you? House, future. The sound was intermittent, as if it was a jammed radio station, with the sound of electric current interspersed with it. System? I can't hear you clearly. What are you talking about? Lin Feng asked anxiously, frowning. Future. Booth. SI. Empty, mind, time, stone. 3. Increase, flight, come, help. The voice became smaller, and after leaving a piece of information, it disappeared again. Lin Feng called several times, but got no answer. But he realized that the system seemed to want to convey some information to himself. What's wrong with you? Bruce asked when he saw Lin Feng stopped in place. Lin Feng waved his hand violently, and Bruce closed his mouth. He could see that Lin Feng seemed to be thinking. He disturbed Lin Feng. And no matter what Bruce thinks, Lin Feng has already started to recall the information sent by the system in his mind. Effective messaging is limited, intermittent, and incomplete. But as Superman, he has an excellent memory. The intermittent discourse of the system is filled by his constant arrangement. According to the literal meaning, the system should also go to the future by itself. And it seems that Bruce's name was mentioned. Going to the future, something to do with Bruce? Seems like the mind gem and the space gem were also mentioned, and there seems to be a time gem? And what does flight mean? Increase, increase, increase? Flight? Meaning augmenting flight ability with infinite gems? In the message, there is me, help these 2 words. One possible permutation keeps coming up. With constantly filling and sorting, a general meaning was deduced by Lin Feng. The key to the future is Bruce. Lin Feng wants to use 3 infinite gems to increase flight ability. The system should help him. After being silent for a while, Lin Feng calculated several permutations again. But after screening, the probability of the first result is not as high as that of the first one. There is no other way. The answer lies in the future battlefield of the Avengers Alliance 4. Lin Feng must give it a try. Bruce, let's go. Lin Feng turned his head and said, and conveniently installed 3 infinite gems on Superman's wristband. He decided to find Tony first, as Bruce said, and ask if there is a spare quantum uniform, that is, the spacetime shuttle suit. If so, that would be great. Lin Feng will go to the future with very little risk. If not, you can only follow the method provided by the system. But for the spare uniforms, Lin Feng didn't have much hope. He remembered what Ant-Man Scott said. The stock of PIM particles is only enough for all of them to go back and forth once. The two walked down the stairs and rushed directly to the meeting place agreed upon by Bruce and the others. However, by the time the two found Tony, it was already too late. Tony and Steve had already put on the quantum uniforms, pressed the navigator and disappeared in place, leaving only Ant-Man standing there with a confused face, holding the scepter inlaid with mind gem in his hand. Lin Feng, who rushed over, saw this scene with his own eyes, and knew it was over. These two people should both travel back to 1970 to find the space gems and PIM particles of that era. Hey! Bruce Banner ran over, and he also saw Tony and Steve disappear. Scott, where did they go? Bruce asked. Scott opened his mouth and looked at Bruce, who rushed over. His big face was full of anger and speechlessness. Tony failed. Space gem lost. Then they went to 1970 and they went crazy. Scott turned around twice as if venting, and said a few words like going through bitter water. They're really crazy? One mistake, and there's no coming back. Calm down, Scott, Bruce said reassuringly, holding out his big hand. Scott stopped venting and stared at Bruce suddenly. Hey, did you get the time gem? Hearing this, Bruce scratched his head in embarrassment. It should be considered as getting it. As he spoke, Bruce turned his body slightly, revealing Lin Feng, who was following him. What do you mean you should get it? Scott looked at Bruce in a daze, and then spotted a stranger wearing a black battlesuit behind him. Who is this? Scott was even more confused. Why did Bruce bring a stranger over? I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a step forward. Hi, I'm Scott. Ant-Man greeted blankly. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at Bruce. He had said hello, and now he didn't have time to communicate with Ant-Man. Looks like the spare uniform is gone. Bruce also sighed. Yeah, I can only try the method you said. On the way here, Lin Feng had already told Bruce about the backup plan. Although Bruce felt that this was nonsense at all, even if there was a slight possibility, the two would try it. After all, what could be more nonsense than traveling back in time, right? When the two reached an agreement, they stopped wasting time. Lin Feng walked behind Bruce and grabbed his armpit from behind. His body was so huge that Lin Feng couldn't carry him at all, so he could only use this method. Wait, man, what are you guys doing again? Can you explain it to me? Seeing the strange looks of the two, Scott looked puzzled. He couldn't understand the behavior of these superheroes, as if they knew everything except himself. I'll explain it to you when I get back. Scott, you go back with Mind Gem first. As soon as Bruce finished speaking, he was dragged up into the sky by Lin Feng. In the same place, Scott was left with his mouth open and holding a scepter. It wasn't until the figures of the two disappeared into the sky that Scott, who was dazed for a while, realized it. He looked back to where Tony and Steve had vanished. Looked at the sky again. A mouth opens and closes, closes and opens again. Crazy, you are all crazy. Scott bowed his head silently, pressed the spacetime navigator, and disappeared in place. In the sky, Lin Feng enlarged his biological force field by 3 or 4 times, so as to completely cover Bruce's huge body. He took Bruce straight into space. On Blue Star, the air resistance is too great to allow Lin Feng to reach the theoretical maximum speed. He needs to borrow 3 infinite gems in the universe to increase flight ability. Lin Feng's flight was very fast, and within a short while, the two rushed out of the atmosphere. Man, can you fly that fast? Bruce marveled. The strength and speed that Lin Feng showed for the first time surprised him, and he was able to drag himself out of the atmosphere? This flight speed is probably faster than a rocket? There are faster ones, are you ready? Lin Feng looked solemn, observing the best flight direction. Ready, what? Bruce asked suspiciously. Wait for my signal and press the navigator. Lin Feng ordered. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Bruce to react, Lin Feng dragged him and rushed forward. The biological force field wrapped the two of them, and in just a few seconds, the speed was increased to the extreme. When Lin Feng felt his speed peak, he activated the infinite gems. 3 gemstones of different colors lit up one after another, twisting into an indescribable energy pouring into Lin Feng's body. Flight speed increased dramatically. And with the output of gemstones, Lin Feng's speed continued to increase, and even his whole body began to glow slowly. The completely transparent biological force field also became shimmering at this moment. Lin Feng was like a beam of light, dragging Bruce and shooting straight forward. Flight speed is constantly approaching sublight speed. Bruce felt a wave of dizziness hit him, and he couldn't help feeling sick. Although surrounded by Lin Feng's biological force field, when did he experience such a fast speed? Even if the physical fitness is as strong as the Green Titan, it cannot accept this speed. And as the speed reached sublight speed, Lin Feng also experienced some discomfort. The huge energy that continued to flow through his body made him ache all over. He didn't know how fast he needed to fly to meet the requirements of the system. Now he can only grit his teeth and stand upright, desperately increasing the output of energy. Flight produces a torrent of beams. In the direction of progress, there are occasional tiny meteorites in the way, which are also disintegrated in the shuttle of the light beam. Lin Feng's speed is still rising. It has surpassed the sublight speed, and is constantly approaching the speed of light. The energy of infinite gems caused the surface of his body to collapse to varying degrees. Small pieces of skin fell off from the body, then decomposed into fine particles, and finally turned into nothingness. Lin Feng's current body only has the strength of a man of steel. With the combination of infinite gems and super high speed, he can't last long. The Green Titan Bruce under his body is not much better. He tried his best to keep his mind and not faint. Bruce pressed one hand on the spacetime shuttle, waiting for Lin Feng's so-called signal. Soon, the energy output reached the maximum that Lin Feng could bear. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that time suddenly slowed down. There was a feeling in his heart that he was about to surpass the speed of light. It's now, host. In Lin Feng's mind, the voice of the system came again, very clear. With a revival of his spirits, the time had come. Bruce. Lin Feng shouted. Bruce, who was almost drowsy, heard Lin Feng's voice, and subconsciously pressed the spacetime shuttle. The next moment, the two people in flight suddenly shrank rapidly, the light of flight was cut off instantly, and the two disappeared into this universe one after another. Bruce's navigator, leading the two of them quickly fell into the quantum realm, constantly shuttling through the passages within it. The whole scene in front of him is like a cold-colored sewer pipe. It was the first time for Lin Feng to see such a sight. The navigator accurately brought the two of them to 2023, and then spit them out like throwing garbage. The sound of vibration came. The scene in front of him changed again, and Lin Feng and Bruce appeared together on the Avengers base, a mechanical platform made by Tony. Appearing at the same time as him, there are other Avengers on mission. Although the time of travel is different, the time for everyone to return is the same time, which was set before departure. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that he didn't mean to guess the wrong system. At this moment, he has come to 2023 in the parallel universe. Wrinkles appeared on Tony's face. Who are you? Tony found Lin Feng standing beside Bruce, and asked with a serious expression. With his cry, several people's eyes quickly focused on this stranger who appeared inexplicably. The stranger was wearing a black battlesuit, with varying degrees of damage all over his body. Under the battlesuit, there are strong muscles wrapped, and the exposed skin, as if it had been burned, oozes blood, but it is slowly healing. Such a scene, as if he had just experienced a big war, coupled with his identity as a stranger, undoubtedly made everyone suddenly vigilant. Tony held his right hand directly in front of his chest, and whenever Lin Feng moved, he would wake up the nano battlesuit and give Lin Feng a shot. Steve also stared at Lin Feng closely, and clenched the shield in his hand. For a while, the scene was tense. Hey, everyone, calm down. A drop of cold sweat fell from Bruce's head. He hurriedly stretched out his hands and pushed in the air, signaling everyone to calm down. He was brought back by me, not an enemy, Bruce explained. After finishing speaking, he stretched out his hand and pushed Lin Feng again, motioning him to say a few words quickly. Yes, I am not your enemy. My name is Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng was not surprised. He just stood up and said hello, and tried his best to put on a kind expression, expressing that he was harmless to humans and animals. Tony and others in this universe do not know themselves. Besides, his current body is indeed easy to misunderstand everyone. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to be hostile, the tense atmosphere eased a little. Tony looked at Lin Feng speechlessly, then shifted his gaze to Bruce. Banner, we agreed not to bring back local products. This made Lin Feng's mouth twitch. Even in a parallel world, Tony's mouth still stinks as always. And Bruce could only return an embarrassed smile, explaining, it was the bald magician who asked me to bring him here. Time gem, in his hands. After speaking, Bruce also pointed to Lin Feng. Hearing this, several people raised their eyebrows and cast puzzled and questioning looks at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and affirmed Bruce's words. The Ancient One magician did lend me the infinite gems, and it was she who asked Bruce to take me to the present. Okay. Tony rubbed his chin. Lin Feng, right? Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? After clearing the misunderstanding, Tony still does not intend to let Lin Feng go. He knew about Ancient One, strange magic leader, or master? Those magicians have always been mysterious, and they don't know why she let Lin Feng travel to the future. Just as Lin Feng was about to explain, there was a sudden bang, interrupting the friendly communication of several people. Several people followed the prestige and found that Hawkeye was kneeling on the ground. This made several people a little confused for a while. But when they saw Hawkeye's expression clearly, their complexions gradually became serious. Hawkeye's eyes flickered at this moment, sadness and pain written all over his face. Steve looked at Hawkeye, frowning. Tony opened his mouth, as if he realized something. His eyes searched around Lin Te for a week, and his face gradually sank. There is one less person who came back. Hawkeye, without Natasha Romanoff. Lin Te, where is Natasha Romanoff? Bruce asked in a low voice, with a lingering ominous feeling in his heart. Hawkeye knelt down and shook his head in pain. Grief made him speechless. Silence. Everyone fell silent, and an unspeakable grief spread in everyone's hearts. Hawkeye's behavior is telling everyone a fact. A fact that everyone does not want to believe, but has to face. Natasha Romanoff, something went wrong. The gazes of a few people also flickered. Although I have prepared for it, this trip through time and space cannot be smooth sailing. However, when this moment really comes, it is unacceptable. Sad emotions echoed in the hearts of several people. In the gazebo outside the base, Hawkeye narrates the sacrifice of Natasha Romanoff. The afternoon sun shone down, but it looked unusually cold. Bruce stood by the lake with his back to the crowd, unable to see his expression clearly. Steve sat there, quietly listening to Hawkeye. After a long while, tears fell uncontrollably, dripping on the face, the corners of the mouth, and finally fell to the ground. He couldn't remember the last time he cried, maybe when he missed a dance forever. Before departure, she still smiled and said to everyone, see you in a minute. Natasha Romanoff has been with everyone for several years, and the relationship between them is like family. Yet this family, for the sake of infinite gems, to save half of the population that Thanos took away, sacrificed. For a while, everyone couldn't get out of this grief. Tony stepped forward and patted Steve on the shoulder. Although the relationship between him and Natasha Romanoff was not as deep as Steve's, they were both Avengers, and there were many reasons to gather them into a group. Over the past few years, Tony has already regarded everyone as his friends in his heart. His throat rolled up and down, and he said in a hoarse voice, does she have a family? Steve nodded, but what he said made the hearts of several people even more sad. It's just us. After the words fell, the solemnity in the air increased a bit. As if he couldn't bear the atmosphere, Thor, with a sloppy look, stepped forward and questioned Tony. What do you mean? You said that. As if she is dead, why should she be dead? Thor looked at the mourning crowd with mixed emotions. We have infinite gems can bring her back, right? So can you stop talking nonsense? We are the Avengers, we have to cheer up. Listen to me, snap your fingers, bring back Natasha Romanoff, along with the other half of the universe. Tony frowned, staring at him, speechless. Hawkeye shook his head, she can't come back. His voice was equally hoarse. It can't be reversed, it can't be done. He has more affection for Natasha Romanoff than anyone else, and Natasha Romanoff has long been his family. He will never forget in his life that Natasha Romanoff died in front of him. No one could feel how much he wished that he was the one who jumped off. Thor forced a laugh and couldn't help but retort, I might be a little direct. You're just an earthling, we're talking cosmic magic. Cosmic magic, understand? It's too absolute to say it can't be done. Hawkeye looked at Thor complicatedly, and the emotions that he had tried to suppress rose again uncontrollably. Yes, I know I may not have a say in the gem's ability, but she really can't come back. It's irreparable? At least that's what the floating red guy said. Hawkeye became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice suddenly increased. Maybe you can talk to him, grab your hammer, fly over and talk to him. At his growl, Thor froze. He wasn't angry, just frowning and fell silent, a little depressed. Just when everyone was constantly dominated by sad emotions, Lin Feng, whom they had been ignoring all this time, suddenly spoke. Perhaps, it's not impossible. Perhaps, it's not impossible. Lin Feng, who had been ignored by several people, stood up thoughtfully. As soon as the words were finished, several people turned their heads one after another, and their complicated eyes fell on Lin Feng. Bruce, who had been turning his back to the crowd, also turned around, looking at Lin Feng with a piercing gaze. Lin Feng, tell me in detail. This is what Tony said. Big Bruce explained the origin of Lin Feng, the superhero of the parallel universe. At first they didn't believe it, until Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and called up a few photos with Tony and other evidence. The authenticity of the photo was proved by tests on Friday. Coupled with the mind gem and space gem from another universe in his hand, plus the time gem of the bald magician as an endorsement. Only then did everyone half believe and temporarily accept Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly glanced at the dignified Avengers, and explained, you know too little about how to use infinite gems. I have a plan that has a great success rate. But all of this needs to be tested to be sure. With that said, he turned his head to look at Hawkeye. The guy you met on the Vamir Star Ball is called Red Skull, and he doesn't know much more about infinite gems than you do. There are so many ways to use infinite gems that I can't list them all here. All I can say is, instead of trusting someone bound by infinite gems, how about trusting me? Lin Feng's explanation was so reasonable that several people present subconsciously nodded. It is true that everyone's knowledge of infinite gems is limited to the surface, and the concept that he can take away ordinary creatures in the universe in an instant. As for Tony, who has studied mind gem, he is not much better than others, otherwise he would not have lost control and created Ultron. Lin Feng's words once again brought hope to Hawkeye, and also to several others. Hawkeye nodded with sobs, and said solemnly, okay. In order to save Natasha Romanoff, I will do whatever I want. Lin Feng also nodded silently. When he saw the sacrifice of the widowed sister in the movie theater, he couldn't let go of it for a long time. He remembered that the sacrifice of the widowed sister and Tony's snapping fingers were full of bugs, but that's how the movie was played, and he couldn't change it. Now that there was an opportunity in front of him, he had to try it no matter what. Taking off the emerald green time gem from the wristband, Lin Feng continued, let's forge the glove containing the gem first. Bringing Natasha Romanoff back requires the help of 6 infinite gems. You guys have to cheer up. Whether it's for Natasha Romanoff, or half the life Thanos took. Everyone nodded in agreement. Things turned around again, and the mood of the Avengers Alliance people eased up a lot. Although they had been in contact with Lin Feng for less than a day, they were still willing to place some hope on this superhero who brought time gem. After getting Lin Feng's time gem, everyone returned to the base one after another. Thor's right, they're the Avengers, and they need to cheer up. If they are also decadent, then who else can save this blue star? The biggest goal in front of him is to build the Infinity Gauntlet first and bring back half of the life that Thanos took away. Inside the base, Tony and Bruce are intensively building the nano version of the Infinity Gauntlet, taking every step carefully. Tony had a solemn face, and tested the integration of the gemstone without shaking his hands. It was also the first time for him to do this kind of thing. Last time he messed up an Ultron, this time he was full of energy. After all, if he was not careful, land seeing might be blown up by him. Lin Feng was sitting on the side resting board. The wound on his body burned by the energy had completely healed. It's just that the system isn't there, so I can't spend reputation points to repair the battlesuit, so I can only wear it temporarily. Hawkeye glanced at Lin Feng from time to time, but didn't speak. At first Lin Feng didn't care, but as the number of times increased, Lin Feng couldn't resist those little eyes full of hope and anxiety. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he turned sideways to watch Tony play with the infinite gems, trying not to meet Hawkeye's eyes. At the moment Tony was manipulating the mechanical arm, slowly installing the infinite gems towards a pair of golden red mechanical gloves. It seems that he is not sure whether the glove he made can carry the energy of 6 infinite gems, and Tony looks a little nervous. In fact, Lin Feng's wristband can be loaded with 6 infinite gems, and he can also snap his fingers. But after all, in this universe, Lin Feng is an outsider, and Tony and others did not fully trust Lin Feng. So Lin Feng didn't mention the wristband at all. Anyway, he already knew the ending, and the gloves made by Tony are not a problem. Just when Lin Feng was excited to watch Tony's performance. Ding! Start a new task. Mission objective, deal with the Thanos army coming across, kill at least 1 exile. Mission reward 1, 30 million reputation points. Task reward 2, depends on the evaluation of the host to complete the task. A task reminder suddenly sounded from Lin Feng's ear, and then, the long-lost voice from the system came. Yo, dog host, here I come, came a skinny and cheap voice. Hearing the familiar tone, a gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and his heart beat faster. Dog system. Lin Feng's tone was a little excited, and he felt that the system's cheap voice was unprecedentedly kind. Tell me, do you miss me? The system put his hands on his hips. Although there was no entity, Lin Feng felt that the system was presenting an arrogant pose. Hehe, without you for the past few days, the roots of my ears are very clean. Lin Feng laughed, and his mouth was stubborn. The system's voice became even softer. Damn it, you just say what you mean? A straight man who needs the help of the system after chasing a woman. Lin Feng had black lines and question marks on his face. Why did you mention this? Who hasn't had a first time? Seeing this, the system laughed out loud, and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. This system has been exhausted these days. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng seemed to hear the system let out a long sigh, guessing that the system has not been doing well these days. He couldn't help laughing, and started to tease. What? I haven't seen you for a few days, so why? Come on, tell me, what have you been doing these days? I'm very curious. Lin Feng has 180 questions in his mind to ask the system, and he will first ask the dog system what it has done in the past 2 days. Hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the system's voice became a little annoyed. Hey, stop talking, you've been fucked by 2 pussies, 2 punks? Lin Feng expressed doubts. Do you remember the exile from last time? Lin Feng nodded. That guy in black robe from the DC world? What's wrong? Is it his fault? Not only that, he also found the exile from the Marvel universe as a helper, the system continued. 2 shameless guys, they don't talk about martial arts and engage in sneak attacks, the purpose is the Superman template you just redeemed. And this system. Speaking of this, the system voice became even more angry. These 2 bastards still want to tamper with my database and drag me into their camp. It's wishful thinking. A bunch of crooks with unrighteous views, I don't bother to be with them. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a little palpitation in his heart. Okay, don't be angry, didn't they fail? Lin Feng comforted. Now that the system is safely back, it proves that the exile's plan to tamper with the system was unsuccessful. After reassuring the system, Lin Feng then asked, then where's my silver Superman template? They won't snatch it, right? The system waved his hand. That's impossible, they didn't get any benefit from me, host, don't worry. Seeing Lin Feng's worry, the system continued to explain, after the exile appeared, I put the silver Superman template into a square device and sent him to a certain place in the universe. Well, our universe, you know. When you return to our universe, you can continue to evolve. But before that, you need to complete the mission just announced. After the system explained, Lin Feng felt relieved, as long as he wasn't snatched away. How to put it, Lin Feng did it bit by bit. I don't know how many times he saved the accumulated reputation points from disasters. Now it's all right, the system is back, and everything seems to be back on track. As for the task, Lin Feng pulled out the panel again and checked it. I saw the mission this time, and the exile will also appear, right? The answer given by the system is in the affirmative. This time they plan to help Thanos, and take away all life in the universe with a snap of their fingers. Can't let them get the Infinity Gauntlet. Without the Infinity Gauntlet, there's nothing they can do. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. It shouldn't be a big problem. Since I'm here, they won't be able to get the gloves. At that time, I will snap my fingers with gloves on and send them away neatly. Let you vent your anger. The system shook his head. The host, you think too much. The snapping of infinite gems is useless to them. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. How to say? They are the same as the host you. They are also the traversers outside the 4th wall, and they are unique. The snapping of Infinity Gauntlet's fingers is ineffective for you and them. You can knock them down with infinite gems, but infinite gems can't erase them. Unless it is a physical kill. As if afraid that Lin Feng would not understand, the system added, in other words, you can use the Infinity Gauntlet to control a boulder and smash them to death. You can also use the energy of infinite gems to burn their heads. However, you can't directly take their lives with gloves. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. That means I can kill them, but I can't snap them away, right? Yes, that's the truth. Lin Feng smiled without the slightest fear. That's okay, let's see whose fist is harder. Guys, Tony yelled suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing everyone looking at him, Tony nodded solemnly. Everyone's heart moved, and they all gathered around. Lin Feng also stood up and walked over. Tony pointed to the table. I built it. Looking around, Rocket Raccoon was fiddling with a golden red mechanical glove under the mechanical arm. On the glove, 6 infinite gems lay quietly on it. Rocket was doing the final inspection procedure, and said without raising his head, the glove is finished. The question is who's going to do that damn snap? Everyone was stunned, and Thanos snapped his fingers twice, and everyone present has seen the tragedy. The Titan's body, which was as strong as Thanos, barely snapped his fingers, and then fell into a weak state. The bodies of the Titans were all seriously injured, let alone ordinary people. I come. The plump Thor suddenly stepped forward, reaching for the glove. Wow. Captain America and Tony stopped Thor at the same time. Now Thor's stomach and head are full of beer, and the success rate of snapping his fingers is too low in his current state. Look at what's flowing in his veins now, it's probably cheese sauce. The opportunity was too great for Thor to risk. We haven't decided yet who will snap the fingers, explained Captain America. What, are you just standing here and watching? Thor panted heavily, dissatisfied with how many people blocked him. Sitting here won't bring everyone back. I am the strongest Avenger, let me come. Several people tried to dissuade again, insisting that Thor not snap his fingers. This made Thor so anxious that he almost cried. Poor Thor blamed himself for not stopping Thanos. He woke up in a dream countless times. If his head had been chopped off that time, the ending would have been completely different. God knows how much he looks forward to such an opportunity. Now his teammates are stopping him, though Thor knows they're doing it for his own good. But Thor really needs this opportunity. Lin Feng stood aside and watched this scene. Seeing how many people were arguing endlessly, Lin Feng couldn't help but said, "Why don't I come?" As soon as the words fell, everyone looked over in unison, with a hint of vigilance hidden in their eyes. "No." Captain America spoke. "Lin Feng, you don't belong to our universe, you shouldn't bear this responsibility. Besides, we don't know if you, who come from a parallel universe, will have other effects by snapping your fingers." Captain America's righteous words are hard to refute. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and stopped talking. He knew that no one would agree to snap his fingers. Captain America sounds good on the surface, but the main reason is to guard against Lin Feng. After all, they don't know much about Lin Feng. If Lin Feng snaps his fingers and takes away the life in the other half of the universe, wouldn't it be the end of the game? After some disputes, Bruce, who was still green-headed and green-brained, stood up. Hulk is a product born under gamma rays, and what Infinite Gems mainly releases is also gamma rays. He felt that his birth seemed to be for this moment of snapping his fingers. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Bruce picked up the glove containing the 6 gems. Friday, start the defense project. With Tony's order, the entire base immediately heard the sound of machines operating. In a short while, the base turned into a steel fortress. The hut where several people lived has also become a completely enclosed space. Everyone's expressions were dignified, and they made defensive postures one after another. After all, they didn't know what the consequences of snapping their fingers would be. Seeing that everyone was getting ready, Bruce stopped hesitation and put on the gloves slowly. The moment the gloves fit together, the 6 infinite gems made a buzzing sound. The colorful energy bounced back and forth on the surface of the glove, and then crawled along Bruce's veins towards the heart. Under the ravages of energy, Bruce's arm gradually became crumbled, and the surface layer of skin lost its vitality like charcoal that had been scorched. Huge amounts of pain hit, Bruce endured with difficulty. He knelt on the ground and yelled in pain. Everyone watched the scene in horror, and once again saw the horror of 6 infinite gems gathering. Suppressing the pain of restless energy, Bruce struggled to stand up. It was a chance that all gave, and Natasha Romanoff gave her life for one of these gems. He will never waste this opportunity. The veins on his forehead kept popping up, and his strong willpower always had the upper hand. Bruce's fingers moved together with difficulty, and he muttered in his heart, "Everyone come back." Snapped. With a crisp sound, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, with Bruce as the center, a shock ripple with indescribable power quickly spread out. It rushed out of the blue star and spread to the whole universe, with an inaudible echo. After snapping his fingers, Bruce lost his strength instantly. His huge body fell backwards, and was caught by Steve. The infinity gauntlet slid from his arm and fell to the ground, emitting puffs of blue smoke. No one cared what happened to the gloves. They all stepped forward to check on Bruce's injuries. Bruce's left arm at the moment was like charcoal, horrible to look at. "Don't touch him," Tony yelled, leaned over, and the battlesuit in his hand kept spraying out coolant. Judging from the situation, it is estimated that Bruce's left arm will be bandaged for a while. Before he had time to check his injuries, Bruce panted heavily and asked weakly to everyone, "Did I succeed? Did I succeed?" Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a while. Someone's phone on the table suddenly vibrated at this moment. It belonged to Hawkeye. His heart moved, and under the gaze of everyone, he walked over slowly. The incoming call information on the screen instantly made Hawkeye cry. "That hasn't been called in 5 years, Laura." Hawkeye picked up the phone tremblingly, and the voice he had missed for 5 years came from the receiver. "Honey." Hawkeye's voice was a little choked, his throat seemed to be choked, and he couldn't speak. Looking at the chirping birds outside the window, a mysterious feeling rose from everyone's hearts. Bruce's finger snapping should have taken effect. Steve patted Bruce's other, uninjured arm, and breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like it was successful. Tony also sat on the ground and wiped the sweat from his brow, as if he had experienced a big battle. Their hard work paid off. He could see that talkative spider kid again. At this moment, everyone's hearts surprisingly calmed down, and a faint joy arose spontaneously. However, everyone didn't know that this journey through time and space, the real disaster, had only just begun. Lin Feng stood up, he squinted his eyes and looked out the window, interrupting everyone's joy. "Everyone, trouble is coming." The few people who hadn't slowed down were startled, and followed Lin Feng's gaze suspiciously. Immediately afterwards, the pupils shrank, and the alarm bells rang in their hearts. Outside the window, huge amounts of spaceships were hovering above the base, and several missiles with red trails followed one after another. The huge amounts of explosion occurred in midair less than 10 meters away from the base. The flames shot up into the sky, but unexpectedly the base did not suffer any damage. The missiles appear to be stopped by huge amounts of transparent shields. Lin Feng raised his left hand. 2 rough stones, one yellow and one blue, shone brightly on the wristband, and the biological force field blessed by the gems enveloped the entire Avengers base. The missile exploded like a firework, but it did not pose a threat to everyone. Although they were not hit, everyone was not happy at the moment. Captain America held the shield and frowned. What's going on here? The expression under Tony's mask was serious, and he said in a deep voice, if you play with time, time will play with you. Several people stared out the window thoughtfully. The firework-like explosion flames dissipated in midair, revealing the huge spaceship behind it again. Lin Feng withdrew the energy and removed the biological force field. With his protection, the Avengers base did not fall into ruins like the original. Let's go, everyone, a job is coming. After Lin Feng left a sentence, he walked out of the base first and came under the spaceship. Everyone looked at each other without speaking. They just held their weapons tightly, followed Lin Feng out of the base, and stared at the spaceship with serious expressions. The spaceship was suspended in midair, and no missiles were launched again, but a beam of light suddenly appeared at the bottom of the spaceship and shot towards the ground. A figure followed the light beam to the ground. After the light beam dissipated, a big purple head that surprised everyone but seemed reasonable appeared in everyone's field of vision. Thanos? A titan who snapped his fingers and took half the life of the universe. However, unlike everyone's memory, Thanos in front of him was wearing a helmet, wearing a golden armor, and holding a huge amounts of double-edged knife, which was more oppressive than what everyone saw 5 years ago. What's the situation? Seeing the old enemy whose head had been cut off in the past reappeared in front of his eyes, everyone was a little dazed. It's Thanos from another timeline. Lin Feng said slowly. Tony is right, if you play with time, time will play with you. Hearing this, the faces of several people became even more ugly. Steve looked solemn, and raised the shield in his hand. We can't let him get infinite gems anymore. Tony frowned, his visor snapped shut, and he never took his eyes off Thanos. Thor roared, and a dark cloud quickly gathered above his head, flickering non-stop. A bolt of thunder struck from the sky, Thor's eyes glowed with white lightning and he opened his arms. With one hammer and one axe, he came through the air and fell into Thor's hands. The lightning dissipated, and he had put on a suit of armor. It's just chopping off the head again, this time I still won't chop off the wrong side. Several people stared at Thanos, and slowly opened a distance, forming a battle line in front of the base, waiting for Thanos' move. However, Thanos doesn't seem to have any intention of going to war right away. He stuck a big knife on the ground, and glanced at everyone leisurely, his gaze stayed on Lin Feng for a second longer. It seems that you are not willing to accept failure. What do you think when you see me again? I thought that if half of the existence in the universe is wiped out, the other half will be able to live prosperously. But you proved to me? That's impossible. Thanos stroked his big shiny head, looking at the people in front of him as small as ants. However, it is this tiny ant who is ungrateful and only knows how to recall the past. Don't give up after you succeed. Like 2 of my friends said, as long as someone misses the past, they won't accept the future. I will resist. 2 friends. Tony's words were full of sarcasm. Is there anyone else who thinks the same as you? Thanos stared at Tony Stark coldly, and the space behind him flowed like black water streaks. 2 figures hidden under the black robe slowly appeared. Exile? I don't know when it got mixed up with Thanos. As soon as the 2 black shadows appeared, the system immediately jumped out and shouted wildly. Host, it's them? It's these 2 little bastards. Go, kill them. Oh. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and backed away slowly. Okay, wait for me to save a lot. Staring closely at the 2 black-robed exiles, Lin Feng quietly hid his left hand behind his back. The 2 gemstones shimmered, and huge energy began to pour into Lin Feng's body. He moved quietly behind Steve so that Thanos and the others could not see his eye sockets that were beginning to glow. You will never understand the greatness of my purpose. Thanos drew his double-edged sword and made his final declaration. I am very grateful to you for helping me find all the rough stones. I will use them to erase the entire universe, then create a brand new universe. No memories, no complaints, only understanding, a grateful universe. After the words fell, Thanos picked up the big knife and put on a fighting posture. Steve raised the shield and sneered, a new universe full of blood and deaths. As soon as the words fell, there was a sound of rubbing. The orange-red light instantly hit the black-robed exile from behind Steve. Lin Feng popped out with bright eyes. Sneak attack? He will too. A heat ray is fired, announcing the beginning of the war. The exile seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and the moment Lin Feng jumped out, he waved his hands. A black disc-shaped shield blocked in front of the 2 of them, and heat ray hit the 2 of them and retreated constantly. The 2 looked at each other, and one of the exiles stepped forward, took out a black gold sword from behind, and slashed at Lin Feng. The heat ray disconnected, Lin Feng turned sideways to avoid the slash, and took advantage of the opportunity to blast out a powerful and heavy punch. Boom! The exile was punched by Lin Feng and fell to the ground. Like a normal person, he stood up and patted the dust, seemingly unharmed. Seeing that he missed a hit, another exile rushed to Lin Feng as if teleporting, imitating Lin Feng, and punched out. Boom! Another sound came, this time it was Lin Feng who flew out. Damn it! Lin Feng got up and touched his forearm in surprise. This punch actually made him feel pain. Violent fist winds blew off the exile's hood. A green ugly face was revealed. It is covered with red veins. Showing his true face, the black robe didn't care, and simply tore off the black robe on his body. Under the black robe, there was actually a tattered blue-red Superman battlesuit. Seeing this, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. this image? Doomsday. As if confirming his guess, the exile also shot a heat ray at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have time to think, and also threw out a heat ray. The two heat rays meet in the air and wrestle with each other. Tabo, I won't lose. Lin Feng roared, Superman's wristbands lit up, and infinite gems sent energy again. The red heat ray instantly turned orange-red, and the crushing destruction day retreated steadily. Sneak attack? The exile with the knife swung his knife forward again and stabbed Lin Feng in the eye. There was a black light shining on the blade, and Lin Feng smelled danger, so he couldn't force it. Nima. Lin Feng cursed angrily, dodged the sword light and flew into the air, and then heat ray attacked the two exiles like they didn't want money. The two exiles jumped up, followed Lin Feng into the air, and launched a series of attacks on Lin Feng with tacit understanding. For a moment, lasers flew all over the sky, sword lights splashed everywhere, and the three of them fought together. On the ground, everyone in the Avengers Alliance also fought fiercely with Thanos. Thor, give me a shot. Tony grabbed Thanos' gap, rolled over and backed away, and the nano-focus device unfolded behind him. Thor knew it in his heart, and with a loud cry, his eyes were filled with lightning, and the hammer and axe in his hands collided together. The thunderbolt as thick as a bucket blasted towards the energy-gathering device. The laser weapon of the nano battlesuit burst into light, and the high-energy laser hit Thanos away. Thanos roared, and the double-edged sword spun rapidly, blocking the oncoming laser light in front of him. He kept advancing against the laser, grabbed Tony Stark, and the laser stopped suddenly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Thor threw it with a hammer, and with one full round of the tomahawk, Mjolnir shot out like a cannonball. Thanos swung Tony in his hand to his chest, acting as a humanoid shield. Boom! Mjolnir directly threw Tony into the air and hit a piece of gravel. Tony struggled twice before passing out. Thanos picked up the sword and swung it at Thor. Thor slid sideways to dodge, and took advantage of the opportunity to swing the axe and hit Thanos' head with a slash. However, the long-term indulgence in life has made Thor's battery life and burst ability far worse than before. Facing Thanos, who was at the peak of his combat power, he had almost no power to fight back. The storm axe was shot flying in a moment, and he himself was knocked to the ground by Thanos in 2 or 3 hits. Thanos punched 2 old punches, and Thor was suddenly confused when he punched. He reached out to summon the storm axe, but Thanos snatched it away and slashed at Thor's chest. Thor woke up instantly, stretched out his hand to grab the attacking tomahawk, grinned, and pushed it out with all his strength. It's just that the current him, in terms of strength, is no match for Thanos. The sharp axe sliced through Thor's armor like tofu. Seeing that Thor was about to be disemboweled by Thanos, a silver light flew out suddenly, knocked Thanos staggered, and saved Thor. After rescuing Thor, the silver object flew into Steve's hand with the sound of howling wind. Mjolnir? Thor stared blankly at Captain America holding the hammer, then laughed out of breath. I knew it. Back in the Stark building, Steve gave Mjolnir a shake. At that time, he already suspected that Steve could really lift Mjolnir, but he was afraid of ruining his face, so he pretended not to be able to lift it. At that time, his face was extremely ugly, but today, Steve raised Mjolnir, which made Thor happy inside. With a gloomy face, Thanos kicked the laughing Thor away, picked up the double-edged sword, and rushed towards Steve. In the sky, Lin Feng is flying the two exiles like a kite. Doomsday's heat ray interrupted Lin Feng's flight route from time to time. There was obviously a problem with the light on the black-robed exile's blade, and Lin Feng didn't dare to pick it up. After dodging a knife again, Lin Feng fired a heat ray to force Doomsday back. Frequent heat rays made his eye sockets a little red and swollen. Lin Feng aimed at the gap, and punched the exile with a sound barrier. The exile slashed his knife to his chest, and forcibly received a terrifying punch. The sword god whimpered and trembled unceasingly, and the exile's figure retreated violently. For a while, the three of them beat you back and forth, very enthusiastic. The battle strength of the two exiles exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Back and forth, Lin Feng was dragged in the air in a tacit cooperation. They didn't seem to intend to share life and death with Lin Feng, but instead seemed to be delaying time. Host, speed up. The system's voice came. They wanted Thanos to snap that finger. Carol has long been trapped in the universe by them and cannot participate in this war. According to the current development trend, the Avengers are not enough to beat Thanos. After a pause, the system decided to help Lin Feng find out. I'll help you guard against their tricks. Host, hurry up. Hearing this, Lin Feng's figure flashed again, and he approached the two exiles. From the corner of his eye, he observed the battle situation on the ground from time to time. On the ground, after performing a small combo, Steve was almost beaten to death by Thanos. Although he has been injected with super serum, he is still at the limit of human physique. The shield made of vibranium was chopped into several sections by Thanos' big knife. With the last slash, Steve was slapped hard on the ground. He was ashamed, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he didn't get up for a long time. Thanos didn't make up the knife at this moment. He looked at the three people fighting evenly in the sky with some melancholy, and then looked back. The people of Avengers were lying on the ground or lying on their stomachs. I have conquered for so many years, and I have never mixed a trace of personal emotion. Your obstinacy is disgusting. There was no fluctuation in Thanos' words, it was extremely cold. Now I want to let you know how I will treat your ants-like planet. I will enjoy the process. As Thanos' voice fell, huge amounts of blue light curtains fell from the sky. Afterwards, the conical spaceships followed and fell to the ground. The hatch of the conical spaceship opened, huge shadows all stepped out, and countless beast roars came. Huge amounts of Leviathan giants reappear on the battlefield, giant beasts with restraining devices, and alien soldiers with high-tech weapons. Under Thanos' command, countless captive monsters gushed out like a tide, densely packed, bringing a breath of despair. His loyal dogs, Ebony Maw, Proxima Midnight, Corvus Glaive, etc., also stepped out of the light curtain. The army of Thanos is assembled on Blue Star. At this moment, Blue Star encountered an unprecedented disaster for the second time. At this moment, the Avengers were alone and helpless facing thousands of enemies. At this moment, Steve gasped and prepared to give his life. Just when Steve thought Blue Star had run out of fuel, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out from beside my ears. Captain, Captain, can you hear me? Captain, I'm Sam. On your left. Steve turned his head with difficulty. Thin golden lines carved a circle in the air. It is space magic from Camartage. Immediately afterwards, a portal appeared, and Falcon flew out from behind it. The second, third, and fourth, countless portals opened in the sky or on the ground at the same time. They connect all parts of the world, even the depths of the universe. Black Panther came out from behind the portal. He led countless warriors who feared life and death, shouting the slogan of victory through the sky. A Valkyrie on a white Pegasus, followed by the mighty Asgard army. Ant-Man, who stayed at the Avengers base, turned into a titan tens of meters high, stepped out, and the earth trembled. Bruce, who had calmed down a little, was roaring angrily at the moment, as if the irritable Green Titan had returned. Doctor Strange, Star-Lord, Little Spider-Man, Bucky, Groot, Wanda, and even the magician from Camartage joined the battle. A light gradually appeared in Steve's eyes. It is the ray of hope. The guard force belonging to Blue Star appeared at this moment. At Blue Star's most critical moment, they stood up and gathered an unprecedentedly strong fighting force. The snapping of their fingers 5 years ago took them away, and 5 years later, they have a precious opportunity to fight back. They are assembled at this moment, carrying the last hope of mankind to go to war. Tony, Thor, who woke up, gathered around Steve. Steve suppressed the excitement in his heart. He took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and shouted loudly, Avengers. Mjolnir returned to his right hand with a whoosh. He looked directly at Thanos, and his voice became low and powerful. Assemble. Roar. Countless Blue Star Coalition forces launched a charge, rushing to the battlefield, pointing at Thanos' army. Under their feet, the ground trembled, the air was turbid, and morale was overwhelming. What they bear at this moment is not only the fate of the Blue Star, but also the fate of mankind. It is all the creatures in the universe who disappeared under that snap of fingers. Morale is unprecedentedly high, and the final battle begins at this moment. The army of Thanos also rushed into the battlefield with an order, but how could they resist the angry Avengers? When a soldier falls, one stands up to make up for it. The Avengers have put life and death at stake. The only thought in their hearts is to kill these hateful alien monsters. The shouts went straight into the sky, the monsters screamed, and the humans roared angrily. Guns fired, gold and iron intertwined, a roar and a howl resounded throughout the battlefield. The flames of war spread over this land, and the sky and the earth changed color. There is gunpowder everywhere, fighting, defending and perishing. Thanos' face turned a little ugly. During his combat career, the Blue Star was the biggest obstacle for him to accomplish his goals. His purple head couldn't figure out why the earth had such a powerful counterattack force. But don't wait for him to figure it out. Scarlet Witch Wanda, with red eyes, descended from the sky. The eyes she looked at Thanos were full of hatred, new hatred, and old hatred, and the origin magic power surrounding her was full of red light. You took everything from me. Thanos frowned, puzzled but determined. I don't even know you. Wanda was even more indignant, and shouted, you will know. As soon as the words fell, origin magic power burst out instantly. The scarlet energy rolled up the rubble of the battlefield and the old walls, and struck towards Thanos. Thanos swung the big knife in his hand to block the wave of attacks, and took advantage of the opportunity to slash at Wanda. Wanda didn't dodge either. The scarlet energy wrapped the big knife. Wanda tore it with both hands, and the big knife, which was stronger than vibranium, was torn into countless pieces and fell to the ground. Under Thanos' surprised eyes, Wanda jumped up, and the scarlet energy wrapped him up and rolled him into the air. Wanda shot with hatred, and origin magic power agitatedly removed pieces of golden armor one after another. Without the protection of his armor, Thanos' body was exposed to magic. He felt a powerful force pulling his body, and at this moment, the souls of the dead came out. Enduring the great pain from his body, Thanos couldn't help but let out a painful roar. Ebony Maw, salvo fire. Ebony Maw froze for a moment, and immediately carried out Thanos' order. Thanos' car suspended above the sky. Holy place number 2, all weapon windows are on standby. The next moment, shells covering the sky and the sun were fired, mercilessly hitting the ground. The artillery shells did not distinguish between enemy and friend, and formed a dense barrage, bombarding the Avengers and invaders. Cannon fire baptism? The roar of the explosion was mixed with wailing and despair, and the number of armies on both sides was constantly decreasing. Immediately afterwards, the second round and the third round of shells began to wash the ground without stopping like a rain curtain. The earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky, which immediately attracted Lin Feng's attention. He followed the reputation and saw Thanos' holy place number 2, which was constantly firing shells and washing the ground with artillery fire. The insane Thanos doesn't care about the life and death of the Leviathan giants. In his eyes, they are all cannon fodder. In order to accomplish his goal, he will sacrifice everything. Gamera is the best proof. Otherwise Thanos wouldn't have shed a tear for her. Cannon fire washes the ground, the Avengers hide everywhere, and casualties continue to appear. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and flew towards holy place number 2. His goal is very clear, let's scrap this big guy first. However, the two exiles did not intend to let Lin Feng go. With a dodge, the exile stood in front of him, one left and one right. Where do you want to go? It was the first time since the battle that the exile spoke. His voice was like rubbing sandpaper, and Lin Feng felt it piercing his ears. Get out. Lin Feng didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. His eyes were red, heat ray shot out, but was dodged by the exile with a teleportation. The black gold broadsword struck again. Lin Feng bent down to dodge, and took advantage of the opportunity to strike again. However, the exile's speed was not much slower than Lin Feng's, and the exile with the knife retreated immediately regardless of whether he hit it or not. Immediately afterwards, Doomsday rushed behind Lin Feng and kicked him out. As soon as Lin Feng turned around, Doomsday retreated, and the exile with a knife behind him stepped forward again. The two exiles were like slippery loaches. Lin Feng fought against one of them, and the other constantly harassed them. The two of them didn't work hard, so they just flew the kite and dragged Lin Feng to nowhere. Gradually, anger ignited in Lin Feng's heart. Carol was trapped in outer space by the exile's insidious tricks, and he couldn't fly back to support like the original book. He didn't have much time to fly a kite with the exile. If it goes on like this, Thanos will snap his fingers. With a thought, Lin Feng decisively turned on the special red kryptonite. For the current Lin Feng, this prestige is nothing. Just buy a few more later. A red light flashed past, and Lin Feng's physical fitness directly improved by a level. For him now, the upper limit of energy he can bear has doubled. Lin Feng's figures flashed one after another, more than twice as fast as before. The ever-retreating Doomsday's pupil shrank, and Lin Feng's sudden surge exceeded his reaction. A fist kept expanding in his pupil. Boom! With one punch, Doomsday's chest was directly dented. Doomsday's eyes were full of disbelief. He spurted out a mouthful of black blood, and flew out of sight directly under this punch. He didn't even have time to play his whole cards. He didn't understand how Lin Feng, who was as strong as himself, became so powerful in an instant. The exile with the knife paused, stopped in midair, and then quickly retreated. It seemed that he was frightened by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng doesn't have time to take care of him now. If Thanos goes on like this, the Avengers will be disbanded. He quickly flew to the ground, and when he looked up, he saw the heat ray blessed by infinite gems. Not enough time. Lin Feng did not accumulate too much energy, but even so, the power is still not to be underestimated. The orange-red laser pierced through holy place number 2 in an instant, and Lin Feng moved his gaze lightly, plowing holy place number 2 in half like cutting paper. The holy place number 2, which has fought with Thanos for most of his life, was broken into two pieces like this, and the fracture was still constantly exploding one after another. The rain of cannonballs stopped instantly. Two spaceships fell from the sky with billowing black smoke and humming sound. Boom! There was a loud noise, and everyone looked up, but the shells covering the sky and the sun were no longer there. They only saw the black smoke billowing in the holy place number 2, which broke into two pieces and smashed into the lake, splashing monstrous waves. Good guy, Steve gasped, watching the whole thing. He looked at Lin Feng with incredible eyes. What the hell is that? Both eyes can emit lasers. Tony also exclaimed. The data in the visor showed that the value of the laser just now exceeded the measurement limit on Friday. More than half of the Avengers saw Lin Feng's laser. They didn't know that there was such a powerful existence among the allies. Rocket the raccoon clung to Groot, eyes wide. Good guy, I still want to steal his wristband? Fortunately, I didn't do it. People. Having dealt with holy place number 2, Lin Feng quickly turned around, ready to deal with the two exiles. Looking around, he only saw Doomsday lying on the ground 1,000 meters away, but he couldn't see the exile holding the black gold sword. Host? That exile has escaped. What? Lin Feng dug his ears. Run away? Really or not? The exile is so cowardly. Lin Feng was surprised and puzzled. This plot is completely wrong. Shouldn't the villain be so tyrannical that he would rather die than submit, and even give the protagonist a curse to fight back or something? And generally speaking, shouldn't villains have a few big cards? Why did you just run away with one? Just come to harass yourself and run away? The face of the villain has been completely thrown away by these two bums. Soon, the system gave the answer. They tried to tamper with my database earlier, triggering my automatic defense mechanism. My defense mechanism is not vegetarian. In order to escape, the two of them used their whole cards as early as that time. Even so, these two bastards have received serious injuries. Otherwise, these two bastards wouldn't be as simple as losing their strength today. Lin Feng nodded and realized something. Then why didn't you just kill them? Why give them a chance to jump out? The system suddenly hesitated. Isn't this just for you to practice your hands? Then I really thank you. Lin Feng laughed, and the system seemed hesitant to speak, obviously concealing some information, but now Lin Feng is not in a hurry to expose him, and everything will be discussed after the war. Lin Feng flew in the direction of Doomsday. It turned out that the two exiles were not weak, but that they had already been severely beaten by the system. After fighting for a while, the two bums didn't even break through Lin Feng's defense. If Lin Feng at the moment is the Silver Superman template, it is estimated that neither of the two exiles can withstand a punch from him. If exiles were like this, even in their heyday, Lin Feng could punch a child with one punch. As if sensing Lin Feng's state of mind, the system jumped out, revealing some information mercilessly. Host, don't be careless. The strength of the exile is divided into several sequences, and these two are just the bottom ones. The real first-order exile, the strength is comparable to the multi-universe level. The reason why the exiles were solved so easily this time has a lot to do with their decline in strength and the exhaustion of their cards. Otherwise, why do you think you only harassed you today, but didn't make a killing move? Hearing this, Lin Feng was startled, and Flight's body was also shocked. Multi-universe level? A few simple words, behind them represent huge amounts of power. As far as he knows, Silver Superman belongs to the level single universe category. With the Silver Superman template, he can completely wrestle with any single universe powerhouse. But this strength, in front of the multi-universe level, is as fragile as an ant. Then if the first sequence comes over, wouldn't I have the essentials? Lin Feng frowned, but his heart sank involuntarily. The exile is far more troublesome and complicated than he imagined. The exile who fought with him turned out to be just a young man in the group, which made Lin Feng feel depressed. That's not true. Before the host grows up, the first sequence will not notice you. How can you kill a chicken with a butcher's knife? Do you understand this principle? At least you have to reach the Golden Superman before you will be included in the list by the first sequence. The system made a metaphor, and the words are not rough. The black line on Lin Feng's face, I'm a chicken. It's just an analogy. The host still has a long way to go, but the host doesn't have to worry. There will be opportunities suitable for you in this mission reward. Grab the opportunity and grow up as soon as possible. In terms of the system, Lin Feng vaguely felt that he was involved in huge amounts of trouble. It seems that a huge monster has lifted a corner of the veil. It seems that after this battle is over, I really need to have a good chat with the system about why he crossed from outside the fourth wall, and what information the system is hiding. Beyond the blue star, the exile with the knife seems to be floating silently in space, watching the battlefield of the final battle. After a long time, he covered his chest with his hands and coughed twice. That damned system left him with an injury that hasn't fully healed yet. He opened the newsletter, edited a message and sent it out. Lin Feng flew to the place where Doomsday fell, and Doomsday had already exhausted more air and less intake. He panted violently, and looked at Lin Feng with sinister eyes. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed, took out a pendant-like object from his body, and then threw it forcefully into the sky. The Infinite Gems version of Heat Ray went out. He didn't intend to ask him to leave any last words or anything. The system had already told Lin Feng the exile's background. As for the pendant-like item, it was also found under the guidance of the system. It is a space prop used by the exile to store items. Lin Feng put it away, ready to see if there was anything good after the battle. After holding on for a few seconds under the heat ray, Doomsday's body became disintegrated, leaving no trace. Too weak. The dog shook his head when he saw it. Lin Feng felt that he only had the appearance of Doomsday, physical fitness, the characteristics of being immune to the last death damage after resurrection, etc., all of which were not reflected in him. He shouldn't be called Doomsday, he should be called Fake Superman. Weak, very dramatic. Lin Feng didn't even need to use kryptonite to kill him, but this also explains why he wants to snatch his Silver Superman template. It is estimated that one of them is to make himself truly become a Doomsday. On the battlefield, the Avengers base was still unable to keep with the bombardment attack. In the flames soaring into the sky, it turned into ruins. Nebula from 2014 walked up to Thanos from the ruins holding a pair of gloves. Father, I bring you infinite gems. Nebula respectfully held up the Infinity Gauntlet, which she cheated from Hawkeye while taking advantage of the chaos. Thanos took the gloves somewhat unexpectedly, and nodded in satisfaction. Good job. One sentence directly made Xingyun's entire body tremble with excitement. In her memory, this was almost the first time Thanos praised her. She now feels that she has surpassed Gamera and successfully proved her worth to her father. Xingyun was happy, but everyone in the Avengers thumped in their hearts, and their faces sank uncontrollably. Nebula betrayed? Before they could think about it, another Nebula also came out from the ruins, followed by Hawkeye and Gamera with gloomy faces. Two nebulae? Everyone turned their eyes, and some understood what was going on. Shit. Tony cursed. Steve even whispered to himself, if you play with time, time will play with you. This nebula, which followed Thanos from time travel in the past. But now there is no time to take care of these things. Seeing Thanos get the Infinity Gauntlet, the situation suddenly becomes extremely dangerous. Don't let him snap his fingers. With a roar, Steve kicked his feet hard and rushed towards Thanos first. It was hard to bring the other half of life back, and Thanos could not repeat the tragedy of 5 years ago. Everyone understood this truth, attacking Thanos one by one. Tony's feet were on fire, soaring into the sky, and the laser weapon hit Thanos regardless of wear and tear. Thanos, who had lost his battle armor, bared his teeth and resisted with his body. The laser hit the hard Titan's skin, leaving red marks. Hawkeye shot arrow after arrow at the Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' hand non-stop, and the arrows exploded at the touch of a button. Thanos on the shockwave belt is constantly backed away by the blast from Tony's laser weapon. Steve arrived at this moment, and when Thanos had no time to take care of it, the hammer in his hand hit Thanos' right hand holding the glove. Boom! Thanos roared in pain and was sent flying. The glove also came out of his hand and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Nebula in 2014 stepped forward to pick up the gloves, but was blocked by Nebula in the future, and the two wrestled together. Good chance? Seeing the situation, Tony immediately flew to the place where the glove landed. Just as he was about to pick it up, Thanos rushed out, blasting Tony more than 10 meters away with his heavy fist. With a roar, Thor made a run up, and the thunder axe swung round and aimed at Thanos' head to chop off. Thanos slammed down and dodged sideways, hitting Thor's heart with a blow from the Black Tiger. The fat Thor didn't have time to dodge, he received a solid punch, and immediately held his breath in his chest. Thanos finished with a punch, lifted Thor up, roared and threw it at the guy who kept shooting arrows. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Hawkeye had no choice but to catch it hard. The two collided with each other immediately, and both lay on the ground, unable to get up for a while. When several people were fighting, Tony ran to the glove again, and he grabbed the glove without any hesitation and was about to soar into the sky. But a big hand stretched out from behind and firmly grasped his ankle. Boom! Tony was knocked to the ground by the big hand. Tony struggled to increase the power of the thrusters, but it was too late. Thanos grabbed Tony and swung him left and right on the ground. If it wasn't for wearing a nano battle suit, Tony might have died half-life. Seeing that the Iron Man in his hand didn't respond, he seemed to have been knocked unconscious. Thanos simply throws him at Steve as a throwing weapon. Everyone tried their best to attack, but the strength of the Titan's body was huge. Unlike Thanos, who was exhausted 5 years ago, Thanos from 2014 is younger and stronger, and everyone is no match for him. After getting rid of a few annoying ants, before they calmed down, Thanos quickly picked up the glove and put it on his right hand without hesitation. Roar! The 6 infinite gems stimulated huge amounts of energy, which flowed through Thanos' meridians and blood vessels throughout his body, constantly destroying the Titan's body, causing him to roar in pain. This feeling is like being bound tightly by a lightning-like rope, and it is still constantly shrinking. However, this is nothing compared to the great cause he is about to accomplish. No matter how much pain, he can bear it. After a blast, Thanos gradually adapted to the power of infinite gems. When the pain eased a little, Thanos had a little smile on his face. He looked at the Avengers who were making a final charge towards him in front of him, and shook his head. It was already too late. With the right hand carrying the Infinity Gauntlet, the thumb and middle finger slowly moved together. Do not. Steve, who was still charging, had despair in his eyes, and his mind went blank. Is destiny. Thanos gritted his teeth and said this, twisting his fingers hard. Just before Thanos snapped his fingers, an orange-red light, with infinite energy, accurately hit Thanos' right hand. That fiery light, even if it is more than 10 meters away from him, can feel the scorching breath. Everyone's eyes changed from initial surprise to horror. The orange-red laser shot directly covered Thanos' entire palm. When the laser light disappears, Thanos' entire right hand disappears with it. Roar! Thanos was taken aback for a moment, and then huge amounts of pain came from his right arm. Couldn't help crying out in pain. He looked at his right arm in disbelief. His right hand, including his forearm, completely disappeared under this laser. The skin near the forearm has also turned into charred, emitting black smoke. The mechanical glove loaded with infinite gems has also been completely evaporated, leaving only infinite gems falling to the ground. Thanos clutched his arm, gritted his teeth and looked in the direction of the laser. It's Lin Feng. Under the watchful eyes of several people, he walked into the battlefield unhurriedly, his eye sockets still glowing orange, and his eyes were terrifyingly bright. The red kryptonite boosted his physique enough to receive more gem energy. If the heat ray just now was fired at the earth, it could almost penetrate it in a very short time. However, the price is that Lin Feng's eyes are in severe pain at this moment, and he can't help crying. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him slowly, Thanos' eyes flickered. Regardless of his injured right arm, his remaining left hand wanted to grab the gemstone on the ground. However, with the disappearance of the gloves, all this becomes futile. What is the use of losing the gloves even if he gets infinite gems? I can't snap my fingers anymore. Boom! Lin Feng's walking figure suddenly accelerated, and punched Thanos, sending him flying. Bending down to pick up the infinite gems that fell on the ground, Lin Feng's eye sockets finally stopped glowing. Your intention is good. Lin Feng sighed. However, your actions and goals are too radical. There are so many ways to mitigate the dire consequences of population explosion. You chose the most radical one, and you are destined to fail. Thanos struggled to get up from the ground. He didn't recognize who was in front of him. Nebula's memory picture. He had never seen his existence. I have to do this. For the development of the universe. I've seen too much hunger, pain, struggle, and war. Thanos spoke weakly but firmly. All of this is the result of life not knowing how to control it. Only by destroying half of the life will the remaining half survive. Lin Feng sneered and shook his head. Indeed, Thanos has conquered countless planets, killed half of the life, left the other half, and gained prosperity in a short period of time. However, all of this is only temporary, and under the impetus of time, everything will return to the original point. The reason why Thanos has this idea is inextricably related to his experience. This mode of behavioral thinking comes from what he has seen and heard on his home planet. If there is a chance, I really want to send you to the ancient East to study. Maybe their control over the population can broaden your horizons. But now, Thanos, you must pay for what you have done. Lin Feng said melancholy, his eyes looked around the battlefield around him. This war was started by Thanos. As Lin Feng said, he installed the infinite gems on Superman's wrist one by one. The 6 gemstones were integrated one by one, and Lin Feng's wristband suddenly became colorful, a little gaudy. Huge energy began to pour into Lin Feng's body. Unlike Thanos, with the promotion of red kryptonite, coupled with the double restraint of Superman's wristband, Lin Feng's pain is not too strong, and he can fully bear it. This is different from his use of infinite gems to augment heat ray, which requires energy absorption into the body before it can be augmented. However, Lin Feng wants to snap his fingers, but he doesn't need to put energy into his body. Thanos looked at Lin Feng quietly. The tide is over. Thanos clearly knew that if the orange-red laser just now was aimed at his head, then he would no longer exist. He had never seen Lin Feng's strength before, and those 2 so-called black-robed friends were probably buried in his hands. His goal was stranded again. He was calmer than ever at this moment, just watching Lin Feng put the infinite gems on a wristband. Who the hell are you? Thanos' lips squirmed for a while, but finally he wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng raised his left hand wearing the Superman wristband, and the 6 infinite gems echoed each other, emitting light. Me. Lin Feng looked at Thanos calmly. My name is Lin Feng. Snapped. When the words fell, snap your fingers and type. The invisible energy spread out again. The Thanos Legion fighting the Avengers all paused at this moment, their expressions gradually becoming bewildered. A feeling rose in my heart, as if my body no longer belonged to me. The next moment, they all turned into smoke, particles, drifted away with the wind, and then disappeared. An indescribable atmosphere hit everyone's heart. The sudden change made the Avengers a little bit at a loss. They didn't know what happened. Thanos cast his eyes on the battlefield, looking around helplessly. His subordinates, one by one, turned into dust and scattered in the air. Thanos' mood at the moment was a little lost, a little overwhelmed, and a little indescribably sad and peaceful. As if resigned to his fate, his huge body staggered 2 steps before sitting down on a rock. He raised his head hard, and seemed to have difficulty breathing. In the end, he quietly closed his eyes. Thanos from the Titan Star also slowly dissipated under the snap of his fingers. He and all the legions under his command disappeared. Just like 5 years ago, under the snap of fingers, half of life was overwhelmed. Quiet? In the last second, the sound of shouting and killing went straight to the battlefield in the sky. The next moment was deathly silence. Only the sound of the ruins burning and cracking remains. After a long time, as if he came back to his senses, the silent battlefield erupted with cheers that shook the sky. At the moment, the Avengers, who had just realized it, hugged each other with tears in their eyes. Regardless of race or region, they are venting their joy. This time, they managed to save the universe from Thanos. The indescribable joy, relaxation, and sense of accomplishment lingered in the sky and never disappeared for a long time. Lin Feng watched Thanos disappear with some melancholy, and sighed. He didn't lie. Thanos' starting point is good, but his behavior and purpose are too radical, so radical that he will not succeed. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the Avengers who were embracing each other, feeling a sense of relief welling up in his heart. He saw Tony and couldn't help but smile. Tony Stark. I snapped my fingers for you? Holding Pepper, Tony turned to Steve and asked, why is he looking at me like that? Steve showed a disheartened smile, who knew that. After speaking, Steve limped towards Lin Feng. Where are you going? Old man. Tony called after him. Steve didn't look back. Go and thank him. Tony shrugged and looked down at Pepper in his arms. Pepper just smiled and gave him a look with no meaning. Okay. Tony rolled his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards Lin Feng. With the snap of Lin Feng's fingers, the final battle came to an end. Half of the lost life returns again. Countless families wept bitterly, but wept with joy. Blue Star is busy again like 5 years ago. Next to the monument on the square, there are several more statues of the Avengers. Even a statue of Lin Feng was put up. Although everyone doesn't know this superhero with black hair and black eyes and wearing a black battle suit. But everyone knows that the reason they can reunite again is precisely because of the Avengers in front of them. Blue Star is back on track again. The originally deserted streets became prosperous again after a day. Abandoned schools, suspended factories, and stranded ships are being cleaned up and used again. And because the ringing refers to Lin Feng, not Tony Stark, this turned what should have been Tony Stark's funeral into a victory celebration. But before the banquet starts, they still have one more thing to do. By the same lake, workers are cleaning up the ruins of the Avengers base. The Avengers gathered in the small gazebo that had been damaged. Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Lin T. Barton, Thor Odinson, Scott Lang. They stood quietly behind Lin Feng, with serious and dignified faces. Lin Feng turned around and looked around them. He took a deep breath, nodded as if preparing for something. Everyone nodded in response, their eyes filled with solemnity and anticipation. Lin Feng turned around, took another deep breath, and closed his eyes. The 6 infinite gems on the wristband slowly lit up at this moment. Under the eager gaze of Stark and his group, Lin Feng raised his left hand, just like the one he snapped on the battlefield 2 days ago. Lin Feng calmed down, and with the help of the system, he slowly spoke in his heart. Soul Gem? I know you have self-awareness. Bring back Natasha Romanoff's soul. That's right, Lin Feng is communicating with Soul Gem. Infinite gems have their own consciousness. Lin Feng can simply exchange some information with them under the connection of the system. The gem was silent for a long time, and there was a wave of rejection, which represented rejection. Lin Feng was not in a hurry, and just spoke again. A soul is nothing to you? Give Natasha Romanoff's soul back. Don't make me rough. The wave of rejection came faster, even mixed with a trace of disdain. I'll say it again, return Natasha Romanoff's soul, or I'll use other rough stones to destroy you. Don't doubt what I say. I only give you 1 minute to think about it, and after 1 minute, I will snap my fingers. Your destruction, or Natasha Romanoff's return, the decision is in your hands. Seeing that good words were not enough, Lin Feng directly threatened with a cold face. He believed that Soul Gem would make the right choice. The waiting time was long. Tony pressed his thumbnail against his teeth, couldn't help but tilt his head, and asked Steve in a low voice. Why hasn't he moved? Although the voice was small, everyone heard it, and all eyes were on Tony. Steve frowned and shook his head at Tony, motioning him to read on. Tony was also uncomfortably stabbed and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Feng again. After some negotiations, Soul Gem reluctantly sent a hint of submissiveness. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he got the information, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Soul Gem is not a fool. In the face of a soul and its own survival, it knows how to choose. Snapped. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Several people cheered up and their eyes widened. In front of Lin Feng, ripples were visible to the naked eye. With the fluctuation of snapping fingers, a figure slowly walked out of it. It was Natasha Romanoff with a braided head and a dazed look on her face. For infinite gems, the results of different usage methods are quite different. Just like a goddess, you approach her carefully, and she will make you happy for a few days with just a few perfunctory words. However, when you take off her goddess halo, you will find that the goddess is not much different from other girls. In Lin Feng's eyes, infinite gems is a large-scale augmentation tool, equivalent to an artifact in online games. You have to be its master, not its licking dog. The endgame is over, Thanos is wiped out, countless lives return, and Natasha Romanoff brought back by Lin Feng with a snap of his fingers. Blue Star ushered in a happy ending. A group of Avengers gathered in a club and had a celebration carnival. In the club, the whole environment is warm and harmonious. The older Tony is more calm than when he was young, otherwise there should be an atmosphere group composed of a group of hot girls now. Everyone gathered together in 2s and 3s to chat, enjoying the rare time that belonged to them. Smiles filled everyone's faces, and when it came to excitement, there was a burst of laughter from time to time. There was also a dinner party in the evening, and Lin Feng was also invited. No one will forget him, the great hero who solved the war with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Natasha Romanoff sat with Hawkeye and glanced at Lin Feng from time to time. When looking at Lin Feng, he would smile and nod his thanks. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, dismissed the one-eyed marinated egg with a few words, then drank the wine to himself, watching the carnival in front of him with a smile. Ding! A wonderful voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. The system brought the settlement of this task. The rewards for this task are settled as follows. Main task, reward 30 million prestige. Killing 1 exile, reward 10 million reputation. Evaluation of this mission, A, combined with the difficulty of the mission and the progress of the plot collapse. Reward, 3 pieces of special red kryptonite. The strengthening version of the Tree of Life leaves is 30 packs. Weak artificial intelligence program. Holy Place No. 2 spacecraft. A master key, use ×3. In addition to prestige, it also gave some weird things. Seeing the Holy Place No. 2 spacecraft, Lin Feng froze for a moment. Isn't this Thanos' car? They also disappeared together with a snap of their fingers? What are you doing for yourself? This thing is not as fast as its own flight? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to find an opportunity to throw him to Tony, let him study and study, maybe there is some technology that can be used. As for the master key, Lin Feng took it out and glanced at the description. Master key, use 3 times. The key to open the world with coordinates. Brief description, concise and to the point. It seems that it should be the kind of prop that allows oneself to go to the DC universe. Lin Feng put it back and left him alone for now. As for the 10 million prestige value of the exile, it is equivalent to missing it, and the 2 exiles are a bit ridiculously weak. And the film version of Thanos is not strong enough at all. The reason why there are so many reputation points is probably due to the bonus of the main line and the nature of the event. After all, without Lin Feng, Thanos probably would have snapped his fingers. After the reward settlement was completed, Lin Feng couldn't help asking about the system. The system obviously concealed a lot of information from him. Lin Feng couldn't sleep if he didn't make these issues clear. Under Lin Feng's insistence and constant pressure, the system reluctantly revealed some information again. The reason why the exiles will focus on the system is because the system will disappear completely only if the authority and functions of the system are completely deprived. Exile has been doing something similar, collecting all system permissions and functions that are opposed to him. The two little bastards sent this time thought that Lin Feng's Kryptonian blood system was an ordinary system, but they didn't expect it to be the strongest system. Wait. Lin Feng interrupted suddenly with a wave of his hand. You can't even kill an exile, you say you are the strongest system. The system nodded, and replied with some pride, that's right, and I'm still the one with the most resources and the strongest cards in all the systems. Lin Feng leaned back, what are you bragging about? I didn't see it at all. It also has the most resources. There are only 3 melons and 2 dates in the system store. What impresses me the most is that Black Widow's underwear. Lin Feng's eyes were full of contempt and disgust. The system was embarrassed. What I said is true, the dog host can think about it. If I am not the strongest one, how could it be possible for you to have the template of Superman from the beginning? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment by saying this. What he said is so right. In the novels that Lin Feng has read, it is true that the host grows up bit by bit, and he himself touched Tianhu from the very beginning. As for the 3 melons and 2 dates in the system store, it's actually the host that you haven't read carefully. After all, many things basically don't add much to your Superman template. The system selectively puts everything related to Superman on the first layer. Hehe. Lin Feng sneered, the Black Widow's underwear is also related to Superman. The system decisively changed the topic. As for the exile, the system really can't do it by itself. If the system does, then my real data will be noticed by the super exile of the first sequence. Host, you can't beat them now, so the system can't do anything. Using automatic defense is also a helpless move, but this can prevent me from entering their site. If I am discovered by a high-level exile, I will have nothing to do with you. In short, what the host needs now is to improve his strength as soon as possible. Because according to the calculations of the system, one of the ultimate goals of the exile is likely to be the blue star outside the 4th wall. It's the original world where you, the host, traveled before. Lin Feng paused, the wrist holding the wine glass, a little dazed. Are you sure? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. The system's words were like a bomb, and he was so tender on the outside and tender on the inside. Why do they want to target the blue star outside the 4th wall? Is there anything worthy of their covet? The blue star outside the 4th wall, in Lin Feng's impression, did not have any extraordinary power, not even a supernatural being. How could the exile be eyeing the blue star beyond the 4th wall? The system knew what Lin Feng was thinking, and continued, the blue star outside the 4th wall, although it doesn't have extraordinary items or power. But the blue star outside the 4th wall has the origin of all fantasy elements. The host can think about it, whether it's the Marvel universe, the DC universe, or the anime universe, where did it come from? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, he instantly understood the meaning of the system, and murmured, it's a story created by the Blue Star residents outside the 4th wall. His breathing gradually became faster, and he had a terrible thought. That's right. It's all created by them. They can raise you from the strength of ants to the almighty universe level with one stroke. If they do go beyond the 4th wall, guess what will happen? Lin Feng fell silent, his face became ugly. If the exile really ran beyond the 4th wall, then the entire universe could be reduced to dust in one stroke. He regretted asking the system for such information. Help. I'm still a child. So you let me travel here because I am an aborigine outside the 4th wall? Lin Feng asked with a sad face. Yes. The system replied affirmatively. You come from outside the 4th wall, and you are unique in all universes. Even if they really wiped out all universes with one stroke, you will not disappear. In other words, the host has enough chances to fight back. And the host doesn't have to worry too much. For countless years, the exiles have never found a way to go beyond the 4th wall. Even if they captured many Deadpools in the universe, there was no result. At present, we still have enough time to get up and develop. All right. Lin Feng sighed, digesting this frightening information. The ultimate goal of the exile is to go to the blue star beyond the 4th wall. No matter what their purpose is, it will not be a good result. Fortunately, I still have enough time to develop. Lin Feng is not a pessimistic person either. As soon as he comes, he will be at ease. I thought my opening Superman template was Wang Xia, who knew it was an appetizer. Now Lin Feng wants to upgrade the Superman template even more urgently. On the second day, Lin Feng set off to return to his own Marvel universe. Before leaving, he brought a lot of presents, which were stuffed by Steve and the others. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed, so he took out the strengthening version of the Leaf of Life presented by the system, and gave a pack to each person. This thing is the strengthening version of the tea that Lin Feng gave to Ancient One, and the effect is even stronger. Possessing a good healing ability, all currently known diseases are no problem. Moreover, it can rejuvenate human cells. As long as there is a breath, it is basically not a problem to revive it. Everyone was surprised, but they all accepted it, without any intention of being polite to Lin Feng. Mainly, the temptation of this thing is too strong. According to Lin Feng, it can also make people look younger. No one can refuse it. It is worth mentioning that before Lin Feng left, he asked Tony for a Mark 85 nanometer battlesuit. Originally, Tony didn't want to give it to him, but looking at the strengthening version of the Leaf of Life in his hand, he still made one for him with a sigh. Just tell Lin Feng, don't send him to the old Tony Stark, because it will have an unpredictable butterfly effect. Lin Feng nodded and agreed with a smile all over his face, but he had other thoughts in his heart. He came across from outside the 4th wall. This is equivalent to his second hometown, and he doesn't want to see any bad things happen under the mischief of the exile. In order to prevent future troubles, Lin Feng felt that there were some things that needed to be proactive. He wants to arm all the superheroes on Earth, at least to the point where they can tear Thanos apart. An incomplete plan appeared in Lin Feng's mind. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Feng left the parallel universe in a flash of light. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Feng returned to his familiar place. The universe he traveled through. Great, familiar outer space. System. Lin Feng called out. Where did you send the Silver Superman template? The system pops out. On a planet with life. I have its coordinates, should the host get it now? Lin Feng scratched his head. Can't you take it back? Does not. Okay, I'll go home first. Then go find it. We've been away for 2 months, Susan and the others should be worried. Lin Feng thought it would be better to go back first. If he evolves into a Silver Superman now, it will take another 2 months. If I don't tell Susan, I will be worried. And after 2 months of absence, Lin Feng has not rested, and needs to relax mentally. Anyway, the dog system has said that even if someone picks it up, it can't be used. This thing is bound to Lin Feng. After making a plan, Lin Feng flew towards the earth. At the moment's waist twister, it's night. Lin Feng quietly fell from the sky and landed in his villa. The villa was brightly lit. Lin Feng took out the key and walked towards the main entrance. Susan was sitting in the villa, frowning at the computer screen. On the computer screen, there is a piece of news. Tony Stark was attacked by unknown forces today. The villa on Marbury Street was devastated by helicopter fire. So far, Tony Stark's whereabouts are unknown, and there is even evidence that Iron Man Tony Stark has died. The news was released in the afternoon, and Tony's villa was bombed, also today. Susan knew that Tony was one of Lin Feng's few friends, and she felt that Lin Feng would be very sad if Tony really died. But now Lin Feng doesn't know where he is, and he can't be contacted. She touched the wristband Lin Feng gave her with some hesitation. Perhaps, she could be of some help? Click. The sudden sound of the door opening interrupted Susan's thoughts. With a thought in her heart, she raised her little head and looked over. It's Lin Feng. Lin, you're back. Susan ran over joyfully, hugged Lin Feng, and kissed Lin Feng. It is said that Ziobi is better than newlyweds. After 2 months of separation, the two still miss each other very much. It was too late to express her longing that she hadn't seen for a long time, and after a hasty greeting, Susan pulled Lin Feng to the sofa. Lin, something happened to Tony, Susan said, pulling the laptop over and showing it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback. Something happened to Tony? He quickly checked the news, looking at 10 lines at a glance. On the computer screen, Tony Stark's clamor and the bombing of Marbury Villa were played back and forth in a loop. In the end, all the major reports expressed that Tony Stark's whereabouts were unknown, and his life and death were unknown. Lin Feng knew in his heart, isn't this the plot of Iron Man 3? Good guy, it's Tony. Publicly clamoring about the so-called Mandarin, she even disclosed the address of her own villa? Really? A man of high art and boldness? Lin Feng couldn't help but wanted to laugh, but then he thought, wouldn't Tony suffer from anxiety like the original book? Susan looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin, why are you laughing? Shouldn't Lin Feng go out for a trip and go crazy? A good friend is not alive or well now, yet he can still laugh out loud. Lin Feng waved his hand. Tony is fine, he is still alive. You know. Susan froze for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. He knew that Lin Feng had supervision and super hearing, but she blushed when she first learned that Lin Feng could see through. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I know. Lin Feng thought of the Mark 85 armor in his own space, and had an idea in his mind. I'm out to meet Tony. Be right back. Hearing this, Susan pouted. She hadn't seen her for 2 months, and she just came back and was about to leave. But Susan also knew that the business was important, so she didn't stop her. In this way, Lin Feng, who had just returned home and had no time to rest, embarked on a journey again. In the middle of the night, on a quiet road, a high-speed black Audi suddenly stopped by the side of the road. Tony held the steering wheel, feeling an inexplicable palpitation, and he took uncontrollable gulps of breath. What's wrong with the power supply? Tony got emotional. This is my battlesuit. I can't. God, here we go again. Tony pushed open the car door and slumped on the ground. This symptom is not the first time. When he learned that the battlesuit could not be used, a kind of panic broke out uncontrollably. Anxiety neurosis? Anxiety for short? This symptom has appeared since the Chidori War. Unknown threats make Tony feel insecure all the time. At the slightest hint of something wrong, even the mention of the Chidori, the waist twister, Tony would have a fit. Now, he was going to Miami to find the Mandarin who ruined his villa, but was told that the armor might not be activated. Panic struck and Tony felt short of breath. Tony. Harry's voice came from the phone. Are you having a seizure again? I didn't mention the twister. Tony's eyes widened, and his breathing became even more rapid. Yes, you just said it. You said it when you didn't mention it. Well. Harry was a little embarrassed. Oh God, Tony panted violently. His brain was a little dizzy. What should I do? Take a deep breath? Tony, take a deep breath. Harry tried to guide Tony into relief. You're a mechanic, aren't you? Yeah, I'm a mechanic. Tony replied breathlessly, as he'd said when he was introduced to the brat. Harry's voice came again. Then why don't you build something? One sentence made Tony stunned for a moment, and then his heart moved. Correct. He calls himself a mechanic and is proficient in mechanical production. In a seemingly ordinary hardware store, Tony can combine countless weapons. Even without armor, he is not powerless to fight back. Why not build something against Mandarin? Thinking of this, Tony's symptoms gradually eased, his inexplicable panic gradually eased, and his breathing also stabilized. Tony nodded, his tone regained a little calm. Yeah, I'm a mechanic, maybe I should build something. But in the next second, watching the black figure flying from a distance, Tony suddenly had other thoughts. Okay, thanks a lot, little brat. Maybe I have a better way. Let's talk next time. After speaking, Tony cut off the communication, leaving Harry on the other end of the phone with a dazed expression. A better way? What's he talking about? Harry glanced at the Mark 42, which was charging. J.A.R.V.I.S. Do you know what he's talking about? I don't know. Lin Feng, wearing a black battlesuit, landed in front of Tony. He saw Tony's attack from a distance, and he was a little puzzled. With his existence, the Chidori invasion was almost resolved at the lowest cost. Without the nuclear bomb, Tony did not fly out of the wormhole. How could he suffer from anxiety? Hey, Tony. Lin Feng suppressed the doubts in his heart, and was about to make a side note. Christmas, why don't you have a party with Pepper, and run to this wilderness by yourself? Looking at Tony's miserable appearance from top to bottom, Lin Feng's tone was very joking. Could it be possible to make Xiao Jiao angry again? Even the sofa won't let you sleep. Deliberately throwing down a few sentences, Tony instantly forgot about the embarrassment just now. Exactly. Pepper didn't like my Christmas presents and kicked me out of the house. As you can see, I can only run to this wilderness now. With all the troubles piled up recently, Tony is too lazy to break up with Lin Feng. What did you send? That rabbit with a big bear? Lin Feng asked. He remembered that in the original book Tony gave a big, tall, ridiculously bear doll rabbit. Pepper was speechless for a while. Did Tony think she was too small? Tony was puzzled for a moment. How do you know? Liangzi is speechless. It really is that big bear rabbit. Who would like this ghost thing? Except Tony? Okay, it's useless not to talk about it. I saw the news. Lin Feng said, your house has been fired. What else popped up? Mandarin. You are also a talent, and you directly announced your address to the world. Hearing this, Tony sighed. He definitely knew that he was on the news, and his information was published in all the newspapers. I also regret it now. The news is about to give me a funeral. It's not a big problem, just don't be so impulsive next time. Lin Feng smacked his lips. He also knew that Tony had a lot of troubles recently, and most of them were caused by anxiety attacks. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng took out 2 small square boxes from the system space. It was bought by him on the way here. He handed one of them to Tony. Here. Tony took it subconsciously. What is this? A Christmas present. With that said, Tony opened the box. Tony smiled when he saw what was in the box. It's a cheeseburger? Well, this might be the best gift I've ever received this Christmas. After speaking, Tony sat down on the floor again and gnawed on the hamburger in his hand. Lin Feng is not a hypocritical person. He sat next to Tony with a hamburger, ate it, and then asked his own question a little casually. Tell me, how did you suffer from anxiety? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Tony paused as he ate his hamburger. How do you know everything? Hi. Lin Feng didn't answer either, just stared at Tony, eating his burger. The two just sat on the ground and ate, while Lin Feng looked at Tony, waiting for him to speak. The silence was long and uncomfortable. After a while, Tony felt uncomfortable, and the hamburger in his hand was no longer delicious. Okay. Tony took a deep breath. He didn't intend to say it. After all, it was a bit embarrassing. I don't know what to say. You may not know, the last time the waist twister fought. It's that alien bastard named Chidori. Tony stretched out his hand and gestured. Although I don't want to admit it, he left a deep impression on me. Tony had a complicated expression. He calmed down and continued to talk. Lin Feng, you know I don't have your inhuman strength. I don't even know if my armor can withstand the next invasion. What if one day they come back and you're not around? I'm a little, well, I really don't want to admit it. It's a bit embarrassing. I'm terrified. After speaking, Tony let out a long breath, as if the whole person relaxed. These words, he only mentioned a few words in front of Zai Ali. Speaking to Lin Feng now, there is a feeling of relaxation. There's no shame in sharing your fears with your Superman friends. Lin Feng nodded seriously, not kidding Tony. If Lin Feng didn't have this Superman template, he would also be terrified of it. After a little thought, Lin Feng uttered a sage saying. I can understand what you said. There is a good saying. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. The way you look now looks like a lack of firepower phobia. Seeing Lin Feng's serious look, Tony was taken aback for a moment, thinking about what Lin Feng said. What he said makes sense. The watch is good, it suits you very well. Lin Feng joked, breaking away from this heavy topic. Tony's wearing a kid's watch from Harry the Kid. Seriously, Tony, do you need my help this time? You know, I can easily take care of that. What Mandarin? Lin Feng did not choose to help Tony directly. Tony is conceited and has a strong self-esteem. The so-called Mandarin belongs to Tony. He respects Tony as a friend, and if Tony really needs it, he will ask. No. Tony was silent for a while, but refused. I'm going to do it myself, twist that Mandarin's head off myself, and let him know that I'm not easy to mess with. When he first saw Lin Feng flying over, Tony planned to seek his help. However, after some conversation, Tony had a new idea, and he decided to face all this with strength. Definitely, Lin Feng is used as a backup plan. After expressing his heart, Tony also relaxed his mind. His friend can easily solve the current predicament. It's just that he doesn't want to seek Lin Feng's help too much. Tell me about you, what has you missed for 2 months? Tony brought up a new topic. Exactly 2 months have passed since Lin Feng left last time. Before leaving, Lin Feng entrusted Tony to take care of his little girlfriend. Lin Feng looked up at the sky, thinking of his experiences in the past few days, and suddenly laughed. Are you sure you want to know? Tony wondered, is there anything I can't know? Okay, you may not believe it if you tell me. Lin Feng sat on the ground, tapping his fingers on his knees, wanting to tell the truth, but he was a bit hesitant. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng still decided to speak out. After all, one of the reasons for bringing Mark 85 back was to let Tony quickly master the technology and reproduce it. The Mark 85 is a big toy to Lin Feng, but no man can resist this cool friendless thing. After Tony finished his research, let him make a set for Susan. After all, platinum kryptonite is so overkill to deal with some daily threats, and platinum kryptonite is not cheap. Although he could afford it, Lin Feng was unwilling to waste it. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Feng said slowly, I went to the future in the past 2 months, and I saw you in the future. These words were like thunder, making Tony feel that Lin Feng was swearing. Tony sat back and looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a mentally retarded, with a very speechless expression. Is this some kind of fairy tale? Perhaps you can tell Susan. Maybe. Lin Feng touched his nose, took out his phone, and searched for pictures. He knows that Tony is a scientific research madman, time travel, or something. It's hard to be convincing without evidence. Look at this, you'll never guess who she is. Lin Feng found a photo and handed the phone to Tony. What is it? Tony took the phone and looked over. Bright lights radiate from the screen of the phone, and a clear photo is in the center of the screen. On the screen, Lin Feng is holding a little girl with long brown hair. The little girl happily compares the scissors hands to the camera. Looking at the picture of the little girl, Tony's brows gradually knit together. Suddenly, a strange feeling came to his heart. Tony felt an inexplicable affinity for the little girl. He patted his head. He didn't understand why he felt this way. She was just an ordinary little girl. Tony didn't quite understand why Lin Feng showed him this. Could it be Lin Feng's illegitimate daughter? Who is this? Is this your illegitimate daughter? Tony raised his eyebrows and attacked mercilessly. Does Susan know? As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Good guy, when you say this, you regret it. This is not my daughter. Lin Feng replied with a strange expression, and then threw out 5 big characters like thunder. This is your daughter. Tony leaned back tactically, plucked his ears, his forehead was full of question marks. My daughter. Christmas isn't April Fool's Day, man. Tony was speechless. He felt that Lin Feng was revenge for what he just said. You don't believe it. Seeing that Tony didn't believe it, Lin Feng laughed out loud. You said that. Tony rolled his eyes, not believing Lin Feng's nonsense. Okay. Lin Feng stretched out his fingers to turn the pages of the photos, revealing a piece of evidence that Tony could not refute. The next photo is still the little girl with brown hair, but the person holding her has become Tony. WTF. Tony's eyes widened, looking at the bearded hippie in the photo in surprise. Is that me? Tony Stark looks older and more composed, a future version of himself. Seeing Lin Feng's solemn nod, Tony took a deep breath, and said to Lin Feng seriously, Lin, tell me this is your forged picture. Seeing that Tony still didn't want to believe it, Lin Feng shook his head. He slid his finger on the screen constantly, and photos about the future appeared in front of the two of them. The familiar Avengers, Steve, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and so on. It's just that the difference from now is that the characters in the photos have a more sophisticated temperament, and there is a trace of vicissitudes on their cheeks that they don't have now. This is indeed you, just you in 2023. Lin Feng affirmed. I did take a trip to the future, a future in a parallel universe. Looking at the photos, Tony shouted in his heart that it was unscientific. He didn't want to believe it, but the facts were in front of him. Although traveling through the future sounds ridiculous, even current science cannot explain this phenomenon. But in Tony's heart, Lin Feng has already gone beyond the scope of scientific explanation. His intuition told him constantly that all this was true. Looking at the photo, Tony took a deep breath and was silent for a while. Well, this is really incredible. Tony shifted his gaze to Lin Feng's face, with a look of curiosity. Have you broken the barrier of time? Not really, it involves a lot of things, it's very complicated. Lin Feng didn't intend to explain too much, but it would take too long to talk about it. Tony shook his head. He knew that Lin Feng had no reason to tease himself at this time. He looked at himself in the photo, hugging the little girl with a doting expression on his face. Is this really my daughter? Tony's eyes flickered, and he kept zooming in and out of the photo with 2 fingers. The little girl who used to be a bit ordinary suddenly became beautiful and cute. This is his Tony Stark's daughter. So cute. After watching for a while, Tony suddenly thought of a question. With whom? With Peppers. Lin Feng's answer reassured Tony. The little girl's innocent face made Tony's heart calm like never before. Wow, can't believe it. How is it? Are you feeling better? Tony shook his head, then nodded again, almost. I can't believe it, you went to the future. It's totally unscientific. Lin Feng laughed, pointed to himself, and said, "There are too many unscientific ones. Do you think I am scientific? You are the most unscientific thing I've ever seen." Tony stared at Lin Feng, whose physical fitness completely violated what Tony had learned all his life. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "That's it?" Tony stretched out his fingers to touch the screen, as if he wanted to touch the little girl's hair from the air. "You shouldn't have told me this, Lin." His face was a little serious. "I shouldn't know this. This may cause an unpredictable butterfly effect." Tony's worries are not unfounded. Knowing the future in advance will change the future. Tony couldn't imagine how he would feel if something went wrong and his daughter was lost. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Isn't this to treat your anxiety disorder? For Pepper, for your daughter Morgan, you have to overcome anxiety too. Besides, the matter is not as serious as you imagined. Morgan is the daughter of you and Pepper, no one can change this fact." Lin Feng said indifferently. Even if the relationship between Tony and Pepper really deviated, they would come together again because of various things. After all, this is not the blue star outside the fourth wall, there is such a thing as a script here. Simply put, it is the correction from the world line. Even if something goes wrong, Lin Feng can use the mind gem to make Tony forget about the future. "Her name is Morgan? Little Morgan?" Tony put aside his worries for a while and asked curiously. Morgan Stark." Tony showed an old father's smile, and praised, "What a good name." Lin Feng's face darkened. How could this stinking shameless brag about himself? Should he be called Tony Stark? Pulling back the phone, Lin Feng stood up and stretched. "Okay, I'm going back. Go and solve that Mandarin yourself." Seeing that the phone was taken away, Tony opened his eyes. "Don't, I haven't seen enough. I'll send it to your mailbox later. Remember not to show it to others." As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a triangular glowing object from his backpack and stuffed it into Tony's hand. "I didn't want to give you this thing, but your armor seems to be offline. It relieves your underfire phobia. Take it to your Mandarin." Tony took it subconsciously, with some doubts. "What is this?" A not-so-thick piece of metal. The triangular glowing object is exactly the same as his small arc reactor. "Oh right? I just remembered that you probably don't know how to use it now. Come on. I'll teach you how to use it." Lin Feng took the triangle back, pressed it on Tony's chest, and tapped the reactor twice. In the next second, countless nanoparticles surged out like a swarm of insects, which shocked Tony. Whoa, what is this?" Tony looked at the change in his body in surprise. The silver bug swarm was fast, climbing constantly along Tony's limbs. "Nanotechnology? Tony, remember to return it to me when you run out." Throwing a word, Lin Feng floated into the air, patted his buttocks and flew away. "I haven't seen you for 2 months, and Lin Feng is still waiting to go back and have an in-depth exchange with Susan. With this nano battlesuit, Tony's safety and revenge plans are completely within the reach." In a short while, the nanoparticles spread all over Tony's body, and his appearance changed into gold and red. A futuristic battlesuit full of sci-fi and muscularity appeared for the first time in an era that did not belong to it. Iron Man's exclusive gold-red color scheme and smoother muscle lines highlight the combination of strength and technology. Base. The light on the outer armor and the inside of the visor light up continuously, the rows of data start to scroll, and the battlesuit starts to start a self-test. "Sir, I'm plugged in." Before Tony could respond, a voice came from inside the battlesuit. J.A.R.V.I.S. "It's me, sir." J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, and the moment the nano battlesuit took shape, J.A.R.V.I.S. plugged in. "Checking battlesuit data, sir." As soon as J.A.R.V.I.S. went live, it started loading battlesuit data without Tony's instructions. The stream of data constantly flashes across the visor, and Tony observes his arms covered with the battlesuit through the visor. The familiar gold and red pairing is his style. Compared with Tony's current armor, the curve of the arm is smoother and stronger. Tony lifted his foot and tried to walk a couple of steps. "The first thing I feel is extremely smooth, light and flexible. This alone is incomparable to all his battlesuits so far. Could it be a battlesuit made by my future self?" Tony's eyes flickered, and a light flashed in his heart, waiting patiently for the data detection of JARVIS. It was only a few seconds, but Tony felt that it was extremely long. The self-test was soon over, and the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. sounded again, a completely incredible masterpiece. "How did you make it?" As the rows of data were sorted out, even J.A.R.V.I.S., an artificial intelligence, was amazed, and its signature comes from a familiar line of English. "Tony Stark." Tony also saw his name, and his heart beat uncontrollably with excitement. "Release the battlesuit data first," Tony ordered, calming down. At this moment, Tony is extremely curious about the functions of this battlesuit. Data has been updated, battlesuit codename, Mark 85. Tony's heart moved. This number once again verified what he thought in his heart. This battlesuit was made by himself in the future. This battlesuit adopts nanotechnology, supplemented by spare nanoparticles, which can make the battlesuit self-repair when it is partially damaged. It is equipped with conventional weapons such as arm missiles and shoulder missiles. Possess a field energy augmented proton cannon, hand impact beam augmentation device, impact pile, laser cutting device, nanoalloy shield, energy shield. Random shape-shifting nanomaterials can form synthesis melee weapons. Even loaded with med spray and emergency repair filler, sir. Tony was short of breath. Rows of data are listed inside the visor. Technologies that currently only exist in theory are integrated into the battlesuit. It simply blows away all the steel battle suits he has so far. Mark 42 is not fragrant in an instant. Flight ability that is several times faster than the speed of sound, and even has the ability to fight in space. Incredible destructive power and defensive performance. There is also ease of use and multifunction, and perfect battery life. J.A.R.V.I.S continued. The technology it possesses does not belong to the present, sir. I believe that this is a device made by you in the future. After all, the serial number it displays is K85. That's right, I now completely believe that Lin Feng really took a trip to the future. Tony murmured as he looked at the scary armor data in front of him. This battlesuit is too sci-fi to the point that Tony feels like he's dreaming. But thinking that this nano battlesuit was built by his future self, Tony's blood boiled again. As expected of me, this battlesuit combines all his ideas. Simply perfect. J.A.R.V.I.S. Include all Mark 85 technologies in the new battlesuit plan. Reverse engineer all the technology and make the nanoparticles first. Now, let's talk to Mandarin first. After the excitement, Tony rushed to the sky wearing a brand new nano battlesuit and flew in the direction of Miami. At the moment, his self-confidence in revenge comes from the technology he developed in 2023. In this era, there is only one term to describe it, and that is crushing. With the blessing of Mark 85, Mandarin, including Killian behind him, will no longer be a deadly threat. Lin Feng also knew this, so after throwing the Mark 85 to Tony, he quickly ran home and got tired of Susan. I haven't seen you for 2 months. Lin Feng is almost exhausted. On a dark and stormy night, some people are walking on the road of revenge, and some people are exploring the long-lost mystery. But the happy Lin Feng at the moment didn't know that in other places, there was also a person whose face had turned black from the suffocation. On the space carrier, the black marinated egg looked at the reports one by one with a serious expression. Another day of working overtime, sir. Hill pushed open the door and came in, a new document in his hand. We observed that Lin Feng has returned to Blue Star. Do you need to contact him? Hill asked, putting down the folder in his hand. This is based on the investigation of the information revealed by Lin Feng some time ago, the details about Hydra. Nick Fury put down the file in his hand and didn't look at the new file. As he tapped the table with his fingers constantly, the heart of Black Braised Egg was very agitated. Contacting him is useless. Take down all the remaining Hydra bases first. Let Steve, Natasha Romanoff, and Kaylin Te go. By the way, put Bruce Banner on standby, and hope we don't need his wrath this time. Hearing this, Hill nodded, and then thought of something. Do you need to call Tony Stark? Nick Fury waved his hand. Not for now. His ass is on fire now, let him fix his own problems first. All superhero recent situation, Nick Fury has continuous monitoring. Tony's primary goal now is to solve the recent uproar. Mandarin. Hill nodded and took the order to back out. Nick Fury picked up the document that Hill had just sent over and scanned it. On the data, several newly discovered Hydra bases are marked. Squeezing the space between his eyebrows, Rodden only felt a big pain in his head. After Lin Feng told himself the existence of Hydra, Nick Fury took it to heart and constantly investigated. Originally, he treated it with a dubious mentality, but this investigation directly caused his blood pressure to soar, and he continued to scold him. He didn't expect that Hydra really didn't perish, and was still secretly accumulating its own power. It even jumped back and forth right under my nose. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a fishing net full of holes. During this period of time alone, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., many loyal dogs of Hydra were found. He was so headache that he was about to fall asleep with the help of sleeping pills. I'm afraid he's not the stupidest director of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for what else Lin Feng knows, it's not important anymore. That kid won't reveal too much information. The most important thing now is to destroy all the found Hydra bases. Otherwise, the stewed eggs will not sleep well. Hill conveyed exactly what Nick Fury meant. A series of orders were passed on quickly, and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were on standby. Large-scale bases will wait and see for the time being, and detailed plans need to be formulated. Small bases are handed over to some agents with outstanding abilities, and the medium-sized base is solved by the Avengers led by Steve. With the dispatch of agents constantly, a wave of cleaning procedures aimed at the Hydra base began. The actionability of all the agents is quite gratifying to Black Braised Egg. Overnight, 2 Hydra bases were destroyed under his hands. In the next few days, news of victory and purges came every day. This made Nick Fury's old face black for several days, and finally eased. And with the passing of information layer by layer, more Hydra bases will face a devastating blow. The news that many bases were taken away quickly spread to a Hydra fortress in Eastern Europe. Sitting at the fortress is one of the heads of Hydra, Baron Strucker. Baron Strucker and Steve had been enemies since World War II. The Hydra fortress he is in charge of now has top-notch configurations in defense ability and combat ability that other bases cannot match. Top fighters, top scientific researchers, top intelligence personnel. But now Baron Strucker, staring at the news from his subordinates, has a headache. The cleansing operation from S.H.I.E.L.D. has already started, and some bases have been destroyed as soon as they send out a distress message. The Avengers' artillery fire has begun to spread, but his research has hit a bottleneck. An intelligence officer ran over with a piece of paper in his hand. Sir, the medium-sized base in the west of Berlin has fallen, and it's the Avengers who shot. Strak frowned tightly, mixed with a trace of irritability. He took the document without even looking at it, and threw it into a trash can in a ball. Seeing this, the intelligence agent shivered and retreated in despair. Any fool could tell that the Baron was in a bad mood, and no one dared to touch him at this moment. Strak tapped his fingers on the table. The movement was exactly the same as Nick Fury. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, Strak turned his head and told the guard beside him, "Call the twins over." "Forget it, just bring the girl over." After hesitation, Strak changed his order. He had a plan, and the odds of success were terribly low, but he had to try. The research has been stuck for a long time, but the bad news came constantly. He needs that kind of thing very much now to change the current situation. The strength of the Avengers is too strong, and under his command, there is almost no existence that can counter the Avengers. If the plan is successful, the strength of his subordinates will increase significantly, and he can clearly compete with the superheroes of SHIELD. So no matter how low the probability is, he still has to give it a go. "Sir," a Hydra scientist said cautiously after a slight hesitation. Her ability cannot meet the mission requirements, and the plan is almost impossible to succeed. As one of Strucker's confidant scientists, they are extremely smart. They had discussed that matter countless times very early on, so they naturally knew what Baron Strucker probably thought about it. Its ability to control the mind alone has made the eyes of many scientific research madmen shine. After our tests, she can only temporarily control others. That's why we need the yellow gem, don't we? Strak asked rhetorically. The twins were the only two who survived the experiment. In Strucker's research experiment, a small number of rare materials were used to bestow the two people with weak super ability. It may not be rigorous enough to say that it is bestowed, because Strak is not sure whether the two originally have the potential of super ability. After all, apart from the twins, the other experimental subjects have died. Now as long as he got that gem, Strucker could proceed to the next step of the experiment. At that time, it might be possible to mass-produce those with super abilities. At this point in his thoughts, Baron Strucker became more and more sure of the thoughts in his heart. According to its data, it can at least increase the ability of mind control several times. It's worth the risk. Seeing Strak's determination, the scientist sighed. He understood Strak's thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he still opened his mouth to remind, "I know what you think, but the gem is now in the hands of that person." Before finishing speaking, Strak knocked on the table again irritably. "You think I'm willing to grab something from him?" Strak's expression was not good. He definitely knew who his men were talking about. Although that person is not an Avenger, his strength and the Avengers combined are not enough for him to fight. Strak would rather face S.H.I.E.L.D. than him. But in the current situation, there are not so many choices for him. It is better to take the initiative to try than to be beaten passively. Many bases have been destroyed, and there is not much time left for us. It's the only thing that can make us stronger now. We have no choice. Seeing this, the scientist stopped persuading him, and he also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although the super ability of the experimental subject is weak, but the short-term control of others gives Strucker some hope. While the two were talking, the door was pushed open. Soldiers who have just left walked in with a young woman. A red coat, with a black skirt. There are hints of dark red in the long black hair. The eye-catcher has an amazing bear size. It was the younger sister of the twins, Wanda. The next day, the sun was shining and the air was fresh. Susan went out early in the morning to buy daily necessities and would not be back until noon. Lin Feng didn't accompany her, and kept the house honestly by himself. He set up a deck chair by the swimming pool of the villa, basking in the sun leisurely. Lin Feng plans to finish this weekend before setting off to get back his Silver Superman template and evolve into a Silver Superman. As for this weekend, just enjoy the holidays. Procrastination is committed. Lin Feng does not want to move. Xianyu's calculations sounded loud, but some people were unwilling to let him spend a safe vacation. Behind the huge villa, a shadowy dog suddenly appeared. The dog's figure has an astonishing bear size, and at the moment is crouching, approaching the villa cautiously. A small face is cautious, and the small head is constantly looking around, constantly exploring the terrain of the villa. It's Wanda on a mission? When she knew that the target was the Superman who appeared on TV from time to time, Wanda's heart was broken. But once Baron Strucker flicked it down, and promised Wanda to get the things, he would give her a super ability, and will help her get revenge against Iron Man Tony Stark. This made Wanda grit her teeth and decided to give it a try. If that Superman has no resistance to his ability, wouldn't everyone be happy? How to say that? I can only say that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. But Wanda is too naive. Although she attached great importance to Lin Feng's strength, even though she walked very carefully, she still did not escape Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng, who was basking in the sun, suddenly frowned slightly, and slowly opened a gap in his closed eyes. The sound of small footsteps came from the ears, the sound of shoes rubbing against the lawn. Very slight. Without Superman's ability, Lin Feng would not have heard this voice. In order to avoid alarming others, Lin Feng didn't get up immediately to check. He squinted his eyes, turned his head slightly, and glanced at the place where the sound came from out of the corner of his eye. Looking at the figure, it was a woman who was groping furtively from behind him. Is it the next door neighbor? As soon as the idea came up, Lin Feng denied it. This figure is like a dog, it doesn't look like it's holding back some good fart. When he moved his gaze to the figure's face, he froze for a moment, and then his expression became extremely exciting. Lin Feng called him a good guy in his heart, I read it right. Isn't this Scarlet Witch, the Wanda player? Why did you come to your own backyard? He also looks like a dog? The visitor is not good. Could it be that I was short of money and became Scarlet Witch and started stealing? Lin Feng was puzzled, and couldn't help recalling the plot about Wanda. He has seen a lot of Marvel movies and knows something about Wanda. According to the original plot, Wanda from at the moment and her big brother Pietro should belong to Hydra's Eastern European base, Baron Strucker. In the original, Strack uses the Mind Gem to activate and strengthen the twin siblings' abilities. But Lin Feng has never figured out whether Mind Gem inspires or endows ability. Before time travel, in order to understand this information, he searched various forums for a long time but to no avail. Now because of his own appearance, Hydra did not get the Mind Gem like in the original book. In a flash of inspiration, Lin Feng understood something. Could it be that Wanda was sent to steal her own Mind Gem? However, Wanda, whose ability has not been increased by Mind Gem, should have very low combat effectiveness. If Hydra wants Mind Gem, why not send stronger and more experienced combatants? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out, so he just lay there and didn't move. He sees what tricks Wanda is up to. Xiongda who can handle it easily, Lin Feng doesn't panic at all. Besides, Wanda, she tiptoed, has already quietly moved to the side of the pool. She kept her gaze on Lin Feng and dared not take it away. Fearing that Superman would find her, he jumped up and punched her. Then she sent it. Looking at Lin Feng, who was lying leisurely on the beach chair like an old man, he seemed to be asleep. Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, she seemed to have successfully invaded, and she was a little excited inside. Go back and brag with Pietro? When she got close to Lin Feng, she had already seen that shiny yellow gemstone on Lin Feng's left wrist, which was exactly her mission target. Wanda suppressed her excitement and slowly approached Lin Feng. She wants to use her super ability to make Lin Feng sleep a little deeper, to provide insurance for her next actions. Wanda's eyes lit up with excitement, and her little heart jumped up thumping uncontrollably. She quietly stretched out her hands, and gestured behind Lin Feng's head through the void. The red energy, which was so light that it was almost transparent, gushed out slowly with the movement. This action was extremely funny. Lin Feng turned his head slightly, and from the corner of his eye, he looked at Wanda performing himself there like a mentally retarded one. After deliberating for a long time, until Lin Feng was about to fall asleep, Wanda finally finished her preparations. She stretched her hands forward, and the energy slowly attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly felt a weak and pitiful breath attacking his brain. He was speechless, this strength was not even worthy of tickling himself. But Wanda didn't know this, she was still dancing her arms constantly. Because of ability's fragility, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The role of red energy is hypnotic ability and guide the fear in the subject's heart. This made Lin Feng feel as if there was a weak force trying to pull out the memory in his mind. He thought of the scene in the original book where Wanda used ability to let Tony see. I couldn't help but smile at the corner of my mouth, intending to tease this silly hat. The mind gem glowed faintly, but Wanda didn't notice it. Lin Feng intentionally moved some pictures to match Wanda's behavior. After some hesitation, Lin Feng selected a few scenes, and first had an appetizer under the scorching sun. With a thought, the black scene before Lin Feng's eyes changed suddenly. The images of past experiences pulled the two of them in like reality. As soon as the picture changed, Wanda's eyes widened, and her small mouth couldn't help but open. I saw an incomparably huge amounts of fixed star. It just appeared in front of the two of them. The surface of fixed star, which is constantly tumbling like magma, is constantly exploding and ejecting plasma. The fixed star was so close, the scorching breath instantly swept over the two of them. That's the sun. Wanda opened her small mouth, and she felt like a steak on a frying pan, bearing the scorching heat. In an instant, she was sweating profusely, and she was shocked by the scene in front of her like a shutdown. The dazzling light of the sun made her unable to close her eyes, and she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart that it was outrageous. Is this what happened to Superman? The sight in front of him shocked Wanda players. Lin Feng looked at Wanda's actions from the corner of his eye, and let out a smirk. Mr. Sun was just an appetizer. Next, let you see alien creatures. Lin Feng adjusted his face again, and the scene in front of him changed again. The dazzling light disappeared instantly. Feeling the darkness in front of her eyes, Wanda opened her eyes. The sun has disappeared. At the moment the two are on the battlefield. Like pressing play on a paused movie. The deafening shouts instantly drowned the two of them. The sound of shouting and killing and the collision of gold and iron rushed straight into the sky. Countless Avengers in different costumes and grotesque alien species collide on the battlefield. Wanda has never seen that strange appearance before. Cannon fire roared, slogans flew together, and the entire battlefield was filled with gunpowder smoke and blood and tears. The pungent burnt and bloody smell traveled down Wanda's nostrils and went straight to his brain. Wanda, who hadn't come out of the shock of the sun, was once again stunned by the sight in front of her. Eyes widened, Superman's experience was completely beyond her imagination. The war that was close at hand made her feel fear, and her body trembled involuntarily. For her, the space war that only existed in sci-fi movies and novels is now unfolding in front of her. She can't believe it. Aliens really exist? A mechanical shape-shifting hum came through the air, drawing Wanda's attention. She subconsciously turned her stiff neck and stared blankly into the air. Huge alien spaceship? Suspended above the sky. With a sound, the side plate armor of the spaceship opened. Then, shells roared down from the sky like a rain curtain and hit the ground directly. Boom, boom. The shells landed one after another, and an explosion like washing the ground happened in front of Wanda's eyes, setting off waves of hurricanes. The debris from the explosion brushed across her face. Wanda screamed and hurried to dodge. Her breath was short of breath, and she even forgot that this was just an illusion. The shell attack, regardless of enemy or friend, instantly blew up the ground troops and dyed the entire battlefield dark red. In front of his eyes, blood flowed like a river. In the ears, the wailing echoed. Scenes stimulated Wanda's brain, and she kept backing away in horror. The war was not over yet. Lin Feng in front of him suddenly moved. His eye sockets began to turn red rapidly, and a palpitating energy gathered in his eyes. As if the charging was over, an orange-red laser beam burst out from Lin Feng's eyes, heading straight for the spaceship in the sky. Boom! The orange-red laser pierced through the spaceship at the moment of contact. Under the laser sweep, the indestructible sky fortress in Wanda's eyes was as fragile as a piece of paper, and was directly cut in half. Explosions continued to occur at the breach of the spaceship, billowing black smoke, and two pieces of the spaceship smashed heavily in front of Wanda. With a sound of doom, the hurricane seemed to lift Wanda up. This smash seemed to hit Wanda's heart directly, making her tremble even more, and she screamed out. She now regrets to carry out this mission. The pictures Lin Feng brought to her were too shocking. Sun, universe, spaceship, war, blood, alien creatures. These existences constantly overturn Wanda's cognition and three views. And her mission target is even more terrifying, with a devastating laser beam appearing from her eyes. Is he still human? Not to mention fists. If Lin Feng shoots such a laser at her, she can directly say goodbye to Pietro. Wanda felt that she couldn't bear it any longer, and she retracted it with trembling hands, trying to stop the illusion. She wants to run away before Lin Feng wakes up. Stay far away from Lin Feng, the farther the better. I don't want to see Lin Feng again for the rest of my life. Lin Feng woke up. She was afraid of losing her life. Superman? That's horrible. However, before Wanda could take back the ability, a huge creature attacked in the sky, which made her slightly stunned, and the ability in her hand was not disconnected in time. An alien monster with huge amounts of incomparable size, covered with sharp-edged metal armor covered with spikes, kept roaring and flying towards her. Wanda's soul suddenly froze, her pupils trembling constantly in horror. She staggered back 2 steps, stumbled with her left foot and fell to the ground with her right foot. The huge mouth of the giant beast opened wide, revealing countless barbs and fangs, and the stench rushed towards him, swallowing Wanda in one gulp. What? Wanda screamed, and she watched the huge amounts of spikes piercing her body with her own eyes. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the body, and Wanda was stimulated by the injury as if it was real. The brain shuts down again protectively. The scenes that followed made her roll her eyes with a bang and fainted. It's so exciting. Wanda doesn't want to see this kind of scene again in this life. Wanda, who was unconscious, went limp and fell backwards. With a plop, it hit the swimming pool. Fortunately, there is water in the swimming pool, otherwise I would have to fall and bleed. At the end of the picture, Lin Feng stood up and stretched his waist with a lot of satisfaction. I have to say, this ability of Wanda is really easy to use. My own experience can actually present an extremely clear picture, which is much more exciting than any 5D 8D movie. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng cast his eyes on the swimming pool, looking a little speechless. Wanda, who fell into the pool, did not wake up, but gradually sank to the bottom, still spitting out bubbles. This is not enough. He still has more exciting pictures that haven't been released yet. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and could only jump down to fish it out. Flying up with Wanda in his arms, there was a light feeling in his arms. Lin Feng glanced at the majestic bear unconsciously. This child doesn't seem to be short of nutrition. How can he be so light? I really want to study it. After returning to the villa with Wanda in his arms, Lin Feng hesitated for a while before throwing her on the sofa. I wanted to throw it on the ground to finish the job, but Wanda is a girl after all, and Lin Feng has always given preferential treatment to beautiful young ladies. Due to falling into the water, Wanda was completely soaked, and the soaked clothes were tightly attached to the skin, making the proud bear more conspicuous. Lin Feng looked at the nose and the heart with his eyes, and kept silently chanting, "Do not see evil, do not see evil." Within 2 seconds, Lin Feng's eyes kept looking up uncontrollably. This guy chuckled, and suddenly thought, should I change Wanda's clothes? This is soaking wet, not good if you have a cold. Isn't that how it's done in TV shows? But after thinking for a long time, Lin Feng still decided to forget it. Don't ask why. God wants me to be a gentleman. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't get involved. Just when he was struggling, Susan came back with a lot of things. God knows how lucky Lin Feng is at the moment. However, when Susan saw the wet bear on the sofa, her complexion suddenly became brilliant. Forest. Susan pointed to Xiongda on the sofa, and stared at Lin Feng dumbfounded. In the eyes, there are 3 points of confusion, 3 points of surprise, 3 points of disbelief, and 1 point of stunned. That expression seemed to be questioning Lin Feng. Have you finally become an ancestor? Seeing Susan's expression, Lin Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly. He took the items purchased by Susan and put them aside, explaining, "This is just a little thief who came to our house, don't think too much." Susan tilted her head with a puzzled expression, apparently not believing Lin Feng's words. Miss Big Bear will come to be a thief? Lin Feng definitely knew what she was thinking. He raised his left hand and shook the wristband. Her target is probably this. This little girl comes from a relatively long-standing evil organization. You know who I am, don't you? Susan nodded half understanding. She also didn't believe that Lin Feng would do such a thing as abducting a woman from a good family. In fact, if you think about it carefully, if Lin Feng wants to do something bad, as long as he wants to, then he will never let Susan know. Superman's strength is beyond doubt. Besides, she knows Lin Feng's character very well, and her bear size is no worse than this little girl's. After thinking about it, Susan asked, "Do you want to call the police?" Lin Feng shook his head resolutely. "No need, this way, I'll wake her up and ask her a good question." The Waist Twister authorities can't help it. After all, Wanda is not an ordinary person, and they can't deal with Hydra. It's almost the same as handing it over to SHIELD. I don't know if the investigation of Hydra has any results. 2 days ago, Lin Feng was still wondering when to find Wanda. It turned out to be a good day today, and I delivered it to my door. For Wanda, Lin Feng has the idea of using it for himself, and he will definitely not let her be an Avenger like the original book. For now, just ask Wanda to see if things are going as he expected. Thinking so far, Lin Feng pointed at Wanda, mind gem lit up, an orange ray pierced into Wanda's head, and she woke up faintly. After waking up, Wanda shut down for 2 seconds, staring blankly at the scene in front of her. When she saw Lin Feng, she yelled and ran to the corner of the sofa, looking at Lin Feng as if she saw something terrible. Obviously, he remembered the extremely exciting scene just now. Susan looked at Lin Feng's eyes and changed again, becoming curious and scrutinizing. What did his big boy do to make a little girl so afraid of him? Lin Feng and Susan looked at each other helplessly, with an innocent expression. "I really didn't do anything?" After giving Susan a look to let her experience it, Lin Feng turned her attention to Wanda. "Wanda Django Maximov." Lin Feng directly said Wanda's name and caught Wanda by surprise. Sure enough, when Lin Feng called out her name directly, Wanda froze in panic. "How do you know?" Lin Feng smiled. "It's because I've seen your movie?" Ignoring Wanda's doubts, Lin Feng continued. "I also know that you have a big brother named Pietro." "How do you know?" Wanda exclaimed again. "Are you a repeater?" Lin Feng patted the sofa and sat down. Wanda shrank back in fright, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would hurt herself. Lin Feng's expression was a little playful. "Huh? Why don't you use those little tricks of yours?" Speaking, Lin Feng also imitated Wanda's wrist dance. The movie just now was exciting. Ability was exposed. Wanda blushed and lowered her head in shame. Why does Superman still have such a bad taste? Lin Feng didn't care what Wanda thought. He leaned back and crossed his legs. "Come on, tell me, what are you doing here?" As for Wanda's intentions, Lin Feng guessed all kinds of things. Now it's up to Wanda's answer to see if he can get it right. Besides Mind Gem, Lin Feng couldn't think of any other reason for Wanda's visit. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Wanda, who lowered her head, rolled her eyes and relieved her nervousness. She raised her head and tried to look innocent. "I'm sorry. I went to the wrong place. Can you let me go?" "Lin Feng?" He looked at Wanda with pity in his eyes, pity for a retarded person. Wanda also seemed to realize that her excuse was full of loopholes. Just now Lin Feng called her by her name. Obviously won't believe this bullshit excuse. Seeing Lin Feng's caring eyes for the mentally handicapped, Wanda forced out a smile in response with some embarrassment. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" "Contestant Wanda. I said your name. You think I'm going to believe you're in the wrong door?" Lin Feng stroked his chin. "Don't play tricks in front of Superman, Wanda." Wanda shrank her neck and bowed her head in silence. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lin Feng directly threw a bomb. "If you don't speak, I probably know why you are here. Baron Strucker sent you here." Hearing this, Wanda's pupils shrank, and her little heart was pounding. "How did you know?" "Good guy, I made a repeater again." Lin Feng smacked his lips, and it was exactly as he had guessed. "Superman knows far more than you think," Lin Feng said, pointing to the yellow gemstone on his wrist. Then his expression became serious, and along the way, he let out a little momentum and pushed towards Wanda. "The goal is this. Stop trying to lie to me again. As Superman, I have countless ways to get to the truth of things. Lin Feng's aura is not what the current Wanda can bear, even if there is only a trace. What Superman knows is completely beyond Wanda's expectations. It turns out once again just how powerful and tricky Superman really is. She knew early on that there was no way she could take advantage of Superman. Why struggle with that 1 in a billion chance? Wanda feels that she is like a side dish now, the kind that is delivered to the door by herself. Beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead, and Superman's aura made her heart beat uncontrollably. Yes. Under the coercion, Wanda felt a little difficult to breathe, and admitted it bravely. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Tell me in detail." I said. "Can you let me go?" Wanda asked cautiously. Lin Feng smacked his lips. Tell me first, if you haven't lied, I can consider letting you go. Let Wanda go? Lin Feng didn't have this plan. He planned to take Wanda directly for his own use. After all, with the blessing of origin magic power, even Thanos can't beat Wanda, who is still a little girl now. Even if the ability reaches a certain level, it can also alter reality. It is simply the existence of the cheating level. Okay. I only know some information. Many of our bases have been attacked recently. It seems to be an organization called SHIELD. Oh yes? And the Avengers. Stark seems to need your gem to improve the progress of the experiment. Wanda obediently told all she knew. She knew very little about S.H.I.E.L.D, and she only heard a few words in Strucker's inadvertent conversation with others. As for the Avengers who once made the TV news and newspaper headlines, Wanda is familiar with them. Oh? Hearing Lin Feng's heart skip a beat here, did the black stewed egg finally make a move? It's slower, but it's better than finding nothing. From this point of view, it should be that Baron Strucker felt threatened and wanted to obtain Mind Gem for experimentation, which makes sense. Wanda is still talking. Stark promises to enhance my ability after getting the gem. It's okay, to help me avenge. After hesitation, Wanda still said the words. Revenge. Lin Feng frowned. Is that Tony Stark? Wanda nodded silently, knowing everything about Lin Feng. She was no stranger to it. This Superman seems to know everything. Seeing Wanda's expression, Lin Feng nodded. What he wanted was this effect, to give Wanda a sense of omniscience. Wanda and Pietro's childhood was also quite miserable. That dud with Stark on it was a complete childhood shadow of the twins. It's just that the facts are not as the twins thought. That missile came from a KB attack and was aimed at the twins' neighbors. The missile was not sold by Tony, but by Obadiah's subordinates who had been punched to death by Lin Feng. Wanda and Pietro's nature is not bad, otherwise they would not join the Avengers plan later. For these two twins with outstanding abilities and good temperament, it is perfect to keep them for their own use. It's just that after I originally planned to evolve into Silver Superman, I went to find the two, but I didn't expect Wanda to come to my door. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Feng said slowly, in fact, things are quite different from what you imagined. He was going to pave the way for Wanda to tell the truth about some things, and gradually pulled Wanda into his camp. Forcing Wanda for his own use is not what Lin Feng wants to see, and Wanda will not be used by him sincerely. In the following time, Lin Feng's words completely overturned Wanda's cognition for so many years. He threw out the origin of Hydra and the goal of controlling the world, as well as Stark missiles. When it comes to the key points, some Chitauri's origins and some threats in the universe are mixed in to achieve a shocking effect. Lin Feng spit all over the place, and was stunned by the little girl's words. This world, or the universe, is far more complicated than she imagined. She didn't want to believe everything Lin Feng said, but her intuition told her that everything was true. Lin Feng is the much-anticipated Superman. There is no reason to lie to himself, a member of the organization who does not see the light. There is nothing worth coveting about myself. If Lin Feng knew that Wanda thought so, he would definitely jump out and shout, why not? While talking, Susan came over with 2 cups of hot cocoa. When the two started talking, she made 2 cups of hot cocoa. This little girl didn't look like a heinous person. Listening to Lin Feng's words, it is obviously very likely that he was misled by bad people. And her big boy obviously frightened the little girl. Hot cocoa can ease the mood of the little girl. This is how Lin Feng eased the fear in her heart before. Thanks. Wanda took the hot cocoa blankly, drank it in small sips, and her brain was constantly digesting the information Lin Feng said. I have remembered the hatred of Tony Stark for more than 10 years, but the enemy is not him. This runs counter to her goal of more than 10 years, and it cannot be relieved all at once. Wanda needs time. Lin Feng patted the sofa beside him, motioning for Susan to sit down and listen together. I know that you and Pietro are not born bad people, you are just misguided. Hydra is not for you, it is doomed. Lin Feng drank hot cocoa and guided Wanda step by step. If you want, I can arrange a place for you and Pietro, and I will also help you improve the corresponding abilities. And in terms of my application of gems, it will be safer and more efficient than Stark. Definitely, I'm not trying to avenge you by improving your abilities. Although Tony is my friend, what I just told you is not a lie. You are free to verify what I say. On Superman's credit. This made Wanda's heart skip a beat. Lin Feng's words are not groundless. His status and right to speak in the hearts of the citizens is even much higher than that of the Avengers. Main credit goes to Lin Feng for constantly addressing the disaster that occurred. In the Chitauri battle, Lin Feng went out of outer space and shot down the Chitauri mothership. Lin Feng's strength and actions have won the support of the public. To put it bluntly, Lin Feng's reputation has been endorsed by all the citizens. Seeing Wanda's movement, Lin Feng made a direct prediction. I think you just saw what I went through too, didn't you? As soon as these words came out, the fear in Wanda's heart was drawn out again, and her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. In Wanda's opinion, those pictures are too unbelievable. She swallowed her saliva. Those pictures, are they all real? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I have experienced those. True and authentic experience. In the universe, there are too many species that we have never seen, and there are countless threats that we don't know. Isn't the Chitauri invasion a good proof? Hearing what Lin Feng said, Wanda nodded subconsciously. Almost everyone was unaware of the Chitauri invasion. After all, the alien invasion is such a sci-fi event, how unforgettable it is after it actually happened. Seeing that the foreshadowing was almost done, Lin Feng euphemistically guided his thoughts. Blue Star will also experience these dangers in the future, or similar dangers. I will improve your ability, maybe you can fight side by side with me in the future to repel these invaders. I don't think you want to see countless wives and families being torn apart because of the war, right? Lin Feng is not alarmist. Although he can solve Thanos, there is no guarantee that the plot will be exactly the same as the original work, and there will be no threat from other cosmic powerhouses. These words reached Wanda's heart. She has a kind heart, and the despair she experienced in her childhood is shocking. She also does not want to see other innocent people go through this. Those words were like the straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Feng's meaning is very clear. Although you have experienced misfortune, you can help others to avoid repeated misfortunes. Can I? Think about it. The large amount of information received at once made Wanda's mind a little confused. Although her heart was agitated, she also needed to calm down. Lin Feng nodded, no problem. Seeing what someone said, Wanda's heart is destined to have a high probability that she will not refuse Lin Feng's proposal. Lin Feng patted Susan who was sitting next to her. Susan, take her upstairs to take a hot bath, in case she catches a cold. Susan came back to her senses and nodded. Pulling up Wanda who was still bowing her head in thought, the two walked towards the second floor. Susan understood the conversation between the two of them. I also understand that Wanda was frightened into such a state after seeing the scene of Lin Feng's experience. Lin Feng never told her about these experiences, aliens, battles, Hydra, and future disasters. Probably because I was afraid that I was worried, so I didn't want to tell. She remembered Lin Feng's 2 outings. Those experiences should have happened during this period. Suddenly, Susan felt sorry for Lin Feng. Others at his age are enjoying life, nightclubs, parties, racing. But Lin Feng is going through one battle after another that ordinary people can't imagine. Fortunately, her little boyfriend is strong enough to deal with any difficulties she sees. Although I don't know what outstanding abilities Lin Feng said Wanda has, but Susan decides to persuade Wanda when she takes a bath. After the conversation, she also saw that Wanda seemed to be misled by some bad people, otherwise Lin Feng wouldn't have wasted so much talking to enlighten Wanda. Look at those bad guys before, Lin Feng wouldn't even say a word to them, just punched them to God. Seeing the two of them going upstairs, Lin Feng touched his chin. Susan's mood was also a little bit wrong, which should be caused by what he said. Susan must have a lot of doubts. However, during the conversation between the two, the little girlfriend did not interrupt their conversation once, which made Lin Feng very happy and very lucky. My little girlfriend is very sensible. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng pondered for a while, then suddenly took out his cell phone and dialed. Wanda joining his camp is a sure thing, and now he needs some evidence to act as a catalyst for Wanda to join his camp quickly. After all, he will set off to the universe again soon, as short as 2 months and as long as half a year. On the space carrier, Nick Fury took out the communicator and glanced at the incoming call on it. Lin Feng? Cyclops was a little puzzled. Since he gave Lin Feng his contact information, this was the first time Lin Feng contacted him. Lin Feng. Nick Fury answered the phone. Hi, Director Braised Egg. Nick Fury's face darkened instantly. What's the matter? Nick Fury directly ignored Lin Feng's kindly address to himself. I need some videos of Hydra. Video evidence of doing bad things. I know you have it. Send it to my mailbox. I want to use it. Nick Fury narrowed his one eye. What do you want this for? He didn't deny that he had these materials. Everyone is a smart person. Lin Feng's ability to call him this time proves that Lin Feng is sure that he has these materials. Instead of arguing with each other, it is better to open up and talk. Win over 2 superheroes. How about it? Oh, tell me in detail. Nick Fury frowned, interested. It's too troublesome to say. You send me some videos, and then I will give you a superhero. How about it? Lin Feng's words made Nick Fury narrow his eyes again. Lin Feng would be so kind. Make a deal. Nick Fury hung up the phone, constantly analyzing Lin Feng's intentions. Some of Hydra's illegal evidence is not classified, at least not among superheroes. If Lin Feng wants it, then give it to him. It's not a loss to S.H.I.E.L.D., is it? There are back and forth. Lin Feng asked for something this time. Next time he helps Lin Feng, there is a high probability that he will not refuse. This is the world of adults. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs the good fortune of Lin Feng. As for what Lin Feng said about assigning him a superhero, Nick Fury kept an eye out and waited to see what Lin Feng was going to do. Pressed the internal communicator, and after a while, Hill in a black uniform walked in. Director. Yeah. Black Braised Egg nodded. Send some information about Hydra to Lin Feng's mailbox. Also, find out what Lin Feng has been doing in the past 2 days since he came back. Yes. Hill nodded and went down. She didn't ask Nick Fury the reason. There was no need. Just follow the order. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. is very fast. Within 2 minutes, Lin Feng's mailbox was filled with a lot of information. Lin Feng opened the file and browsed it. It was for Wanda after taking a shower. Although these materials are optional, it will not have any effect on Wanda joining his camp. It's just that Lin Feng intends to assign Quicksilver to SHIELD. If he rashly arranges a superhero for Ludan, Ludan might think too much, thinking that Lin Feng has some conspiracy. Asking Nick Fury for these materials, in addition to giving Wanda an explanation, can justifiably return a superhero favor to SHIELD. As for Wanda, Lin Feng is going to keep her in his own home to live with Susan, so that Susan's safety factor will be raised to a higher level. In this phone call, Wanda's big brother was arranged, and a superhero was indirectly sold to SHIELD. To sum it up, this wave is a favor owed by S.H.I.E.L.D to Lin Feng. It's like killing a few birds with one arrow. Lin Feng couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. As for what the black stewed egg thinks, Lin Feng doesn't care. When Braised sees Quicksilver's ability, he will make the right choice, unless he is out of his mind. During the browse, Susan had already come down with Wanda showered. Wanda was wearing Susan's casual clothes, and her bear was about the same size as Susan's, but it didn't look stuffy. She sat on the sofa with a troubled expression. Although she already had the intention of submitting to Lin Feng, she felt that she should discuss it with the big brother. Lin Feng sensed Wanda's expression, and without further ado, he pushed the notebook in front of Wanda, and opened the Hydra file. Come on, let's see the information about Hydra that you and your big brother joined. The missiles and attacks you saw when you were young were caused by organizations like them. Human experimentation, organizational bombing, artillery trading, what bad things do. Here are the facts, documents, and videos right before our eyes. Wanda looked at the information with a complicated expression, but she was a little absent-minded. As Lin Feng thought, Wanda had already made a decision in her heart, and these documents were not too important bargaining chips in her opinion. Lin Feng didn't care, and he didn't rush. He was confident in handling this big bear. After a long time, Wanda, who read the information, sighed softly. Well, I am willing to believe part of the information you said, and I am willing to fight side by side with you. But you have to do what you said. Help us improve ability, and I also want to personally verify that the missile was sold by Tony Stark. After agreeing, Wanda suddenly felt relieved, as if she had let go of something heavy. Lin Feng was not surprised by Wanda's answer. Wanda is kind and not stupid. Superman and evil organizations, fools know how to choose? With a smile on his face, he got up and held out his right hand. Welcome to the party of justice, Wanda. Wanda stared at the big hand stretched out in a daze, then laughed lightly and held it together. Now that it's decided? Then without further ado, I'll go and pick up your big brother, and meet Baron Strucker for a while. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a map out of nowhere. Although usually lazy and even a bit salty, Lin Feng is a quick-tempered and action-oriented person. Once you have decided on something, you must do it immediately, otherwise Lin Feng will always have this matter in mind. Give me their addresses, Wanda. Wanda nodded, and after observing it, she stretched out her finger and pointed to a certain place on the map. She has no sense of belonging to Hydra, and joins only to gain power for revenge. Lin Feng's information made her see an ugly side that she had never seen before. My big brother is still in the organization. It would be great if Lin Feng took the initiative to take it over. As for what Lin Feng is going to do to Baron Strucker and the Hydra base, Wanda probably knows, but there is no psychological pressure. Lin Feng took a closer look at the location Wanda was pointing at, and it was indeed somewhere in Eastern Europe. After noting the coordinates, Lin Feng put away the map. After all this tossing and talking, it was getting late. The addition of Wanda made Lin Feng very happy. Susan, can we have a big dinner? I think we have another guest. Susan listened to the whole conversation between the two, and naturally knew who Lin Feng was talking about, and immediately responded with a smile. Definitely it's okay. I'm going to prepare now. Okay. Lin Feng laughed and said, then I'll pick up another guest. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng had a thought, and a blue portal appeared behind him. Eastern Europe, Hydra Fortress. Baron Strucker sat at the table, a little restlessly waiting for Wanda's news. It's been a day and a half since Wanda started his mission. How much he hoped to hear good news. However, since noon today, Wanda's communicator lost signal. According to reports, the fortress he is in has been exposed to the sight of SHIELD. The technology and defense strength of this Hydra fortress ranks among the best among all bases. Although the Avengers have not come to the door for the time being, the situation is not optimistic. S.H.I.E.L.D must be working out a detailed plan of attack. Strack had a clear mind. Stretching out his head was a stab, and retracting his head was also a stab. Even if you don't provoke Superman, the Avengers will constantly come to you. His men can't beat the Avengers with all kinds of abilities. With the Mind Gem, Strack has chips in hand. Without Mind Gem, it's either transfer or die. As time passed, Strack became even more irritable. However, this irritability did not last long. Just when Strucker wanted to try to contact Wanda again, a blue portal appeared in front of him. Alert! The guarding Hydra soldiers shouted the instant the portal appeared. A heavily armed squad quickly poured into the room, aiming their guns at the portal. The scientific researchers in the room were terrified and overwhelmed, and all retreated to the corner. The blue portal flowed like a water curtain, and a figure slowly walked out from behind it. When he saw the figure clearly, Strack gradually lost his expression. When Wanda lost contact, he was already mentally prepared, but before the dust settled, he still had a little bit of luck. And the appearance of this figure also means that he basically has no chance. The portal disappears, and Lin Feng has come to the Hydra fortress in Eastern Europe. As soon as he looked up, he saw dozens of guns pointing at him. Yo, such a big welcome team. Da-da-da-da-da. Lin Feng responded with bullets, and the smoke filled the room. Flames spewed from the muzzle of the gun, and the unarmed scientific research personnel crouched in the corner of the wall with their heads in their hands, trembling. The attack that wasn't even a tickle made Lin Feng a little speechless. Haven't these people on the street read their own news? Bullets can't even hurt their own hair? But even though it didn't hurt him, the overwhelming bullets were quite annoying. Lin Feng raised his left hand. Snapped. With a snap of the fingers, a light yellow shock wave spread out from the center of the fortress. The gunfire stopped suddenly. All Hydra members who touched the shock wave lost consciousness in an instant and collapsed to the ground. The whole fort stopped instantly and became extremely quiet, only the electric current sound of the machine running. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This is his newly researched use of gemstones. Use the characteristics of Mind Gem to output energy and generate shock waves, which can stun these cannon fodder in an instant. This is much faster than Loki poking one by one with the scepter. This skill makes up for Lin Feng's lack of group attack skills. With the file size of the energy output, the power of the shock wave will also increase from causing people to faint to directly smashing everything it touches. It is not very easy to use to clean up cannon fodder minions. He saw a bald man lying not far from him. Lin Feng stepped forward and turned him over with his toes. Monocle, is that a tattoo on the corner of the eye? It looks exactly like the Baron Strucker that Lin Feng saw in the movie. After thinking about it, Lin Feng picked up his mobile phone and called, "Hey Braised Egg." "Hey, Mr. Braised Egg, I've brought you the Hydra base in Eastern Europe." "That's right, it's the Hydra base you thought of. Don't thank me, send someone to clean up the mess." Throwing down a few sentences, Lin Feng, who found it bothersome, hung up the phone directly, without giving Black Braised a chance to ask questions. Done and called it a day? The black-corned egg that received the call was holding a meeting with Natasha Romanoff and Steve in a conference room. The content of the meeting was a combat meeting on the Hydra fortress in Eastern Europe. However, not long after the meeting, Lin Feng called and hung up after saying a few words. This raised the blood pressure of Black Braised Egg, and he couldn't help scolding Ms. Falk. "Director." Hill pushed the door and walked in with a serious expression. She handed over a tablet with a satellite image of the Hydra fortress in Eastern Europe. After discovering the Hydra fortress, Nick Fury ordered constant surveillance. Hill can rush in and interrupt the meeting while it is in progress. It should be that there is a serious problem. Just a minute ago, all Hydra members outside the base suddenly passed out. Passed out at the same time, Hill emphasized. Black Braised Dan looked at the content of the picture, and then looked at the phone that he hadn't put down yet. His heart suddenly moved, and he instantly understood the specific meaning of Lin Feng's two words. Although a little speechless, Lin Feng seems to have solved this big problem. After thinking about it for a moment, Potato knocked on the table and directly ordered, "Steve, you can lead the team directly to the Eastern European base. Bring back all the important people in the base." Steve was a little puzzled. "Don't we need to discuss it? Doesn't the data show that the Hydra base in Eastern Europe has a very strong defense force?" Blackie pushed the tablet that Hill had brought to Steve. "There's no need for any more planning, Captain. Superman has taken care of this Hydra den." After thinking for a while, Braised Egg ordered again, "Natasha Romanoff, Lin Te, you go together to prevent any fish from slipping through the net." Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to say for a while. 1 second, they were discussing the destruction plan of the fortress, but the next second they were told that they could go directly to receive the results of the battle. If Lin Feng knew what Braised Dan was thinking, he would have scoffed. With one snap of his fingers, these people would not wake up unless they were in a coma for 10 or 8 hours. Regardless of what the black-corned egg thinks, Lin Feng has already found Pietro who fell unconscious. This kid still has black hair now. I don't know if he dyed his hair in the original book, or the silver-white hair caused by the enhancement of ability. The toe touched Pietro, and a wave of energy was transmitted. Pietro woke up leisurely, looking around with some doubts. After seeing Lin Feng, his eyes widened instantly. A donkey rolled aside and stood up, making a defensive posture. "Who are you?" Lin Feng is too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and Pietro is not a young lady. He has no privileges. "Pietro, want to meet Wanda? Come with me." The blue portal reopened, and Lin Feng walked in first, without giving Pietro any time to react. "Hurry up, the portal will close soon." Pietro opened his mouth with a bewildered expression. He was a little puzzled by the behavior of the young man in front of him. However, after only a slight hesitation, Pietro gritted his teeth and followed Lin Feng into the portal. It has been nearly 2 days since Wanda went out to perform the task, and Pietro also knew that Wanda lost contact at noon, so why didn't he worry? The man called out his and Wanda's names exactly. Even if there is a trap, Pietro has to bite the bullet and drill into it. After all, Wanda is his only family. Following Lin Feng stepping into the portal, the scene before Pietro's eyes changed, and he came to a villa. He saw Wanda sitting on the sofa at a glance. "Pietro." Wanda also found Pietro and stepped forward to give him a comforting hug. "Thanks." This sentence was addressed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. "Tell Pietro about the current situation. I'll go see how the dinner preparations are going." He didn't want to spend more time talking. Let Wanda communicate with Pietro, the effect is better. Wanda nodded obediently, pulled Pietro, who was full of doubts, to sit on the sofa, and began to narrate slowly. Leaving space for the two siblings, Lin Feng walked straight to the kitchen. Susan at the moment is facing away from him, preparing to cook. Wow. Lin Feng glanced at the dinner, his eyes lit up. Barbecues, salads, seafood, and Lin Feng's favorite hometown dishes. It's so rich. Susan didn't look back, and continued to process the ingredients. Definitely rich. Congratulations on your 2 new brothers. Lin Feng smiled, scratched his head, and quietly watched Susan cooking. The tinkling sound continued, and Susan stopped talking. Outside the kitchen, the 2 siblings were talking quietly. In the kitchen, the 2 people who usually seemed to have endless topics to talk about were uncharacteristically. For some reason, the atmosphere became a little weird. Seeing that the vegetable was under Susan's knife, one section was long and the other section was short, Lin Feng felt that Susan seemed a little absent-minded. Oh, by the way, I will go to the universe again in 2 days, and this time it may take 2 or 3 months. Lin Feng took the initiative to speak, pretending to casually tell his itinerary. The kitchen knife paused in midair, Susan's shoulders trembled, and she didn't answer Lin Feng's words. After just 2 seconds of silence, Lin Feng, no matter how straight he is, could sense that something was wrong with Susan's mood. He took 2 steps forward, hugged her gently from behind, and said softly, "What's the matter, Susan?" Susan, who was hugged by him, trembled again, but sighed softly. She turned around and buried her little head in Lin Feng's chest, preventing Lin Feng from seeing her expression. "I'm a little worried about you, Linear." After Lin Feng left, she still couldn't help asking Wanda what scene she saw that made her so frightened. Wanda didn't think too much, and said it directly without adding hesitation. Huge amounts of spaceships, wars full of gunpowder and blood and tears, and tides of cosmic invaders. Wanda described the scene vividly, and Susan seemed to see the huge amounts of spaceship falling in front of her with her own eyes, which made her heart beat endlessly. She remembered Lin Feng leaving twice, and she knew in her heart that these experiences appeared at that time. She thought the Chitori's invasion was already the cruelest scene she could imagine, but in Lin Feng's experience, the Chitori, like a pre-dinner snack, was just the beginning. Sensing Susan's worry, Lin Feng smiled a little relieved. His girlfriend was concerned about him. He patted Susan on the back lightly, comforting him. "There are too many threats in the universe, and our guards are extremely weak. Some things have to be done, Susan." Susan was still nestled in his arms, her voice was a little dull. "Then why must it be you? Can you let others go?" Lin Feng smiled back and said a sentence familiar to countless Marvel fans: "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We need to gather all the energies that can be gathered to face possible dangers. Trust me, Susan, I can arrange this." Susan nodded silently, but the arms around Lin Feng's waist were even stronger. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded, but this feeling of being cared for by others still made him very happy. He continued to pat Susan on the back. Okay, I don't have any aliens to call me on this trip to the universe. I'm going to find something. Don't worry, there is no danger this time. You promise?" Susan said in a low voice. Lin Feng chuckled. "I definitely can guarantee it." With Lin Feng's assurance, Susan raised her little head, and Lin Feng saw that her eye sockets were a little red. Squeezing Susan's little face, Lin Feng gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'm Superman. What I'm looking for this time will make me stronger. By the way, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you." Lin Feng struck while the iron was hot, and quickly shifted this somewhat heavy topic. "I want Wanda to live in our home." Huh. Susan lost her worried mood in an instant, and her eyes became dangerous. "Let Wanda live in? Did you fall in love with her?" Lin Feng leaned back and reached out to pinch Susan's little face. "What are you thinking? Definitely not anymore. Wanda's ability is quite outstanding. With my help, she will become unexpectedly powerful. The main purpose of letting her live here is to protect you. As for his big brother Pietro, I have other arrangements." Pietro Lin Feng had planned it long ago. After strengthening, it would be fine to send it directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. and hand it over to Nick Fury's black stewed egg. Like Tony, he can only live in one man in his villa? Hearing this, Susan shook her head and held up the couple-style Superman wristbands. "I don't have this." Lin Feng smiled. "It's not just for this reason. Wanda's heart is kind, but she lacks a lot of life and social experience. To put it simply, it is easy to be deceived. I want you to guide her. Don't step into crooked ways, my little reporter." Lin Feng's words were not wrong, but Wanda seemed to be easy to deceive. In the movie, she was also deceived by Hydra and then by Ultron. Her second idiot, Big Brother, is not much better. Pietro can be handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D., but Wanda absolutely cannot. She must fight with herself. And as long as Wanda is here, no matter what S.H.I.E.L.D. does, Pietro's sense of belonging will be here. Susan pretended to be disappointed. "As expected, you still have your eyes on her." Immediately, Lin Feng's face twisted. Seeing Lin Feng's wonderful expression, Susan couldn't help laughing. Okay, I won't tease you. I agree that Wanda will stay here. It's just that Wanda lives here, and she's perfectly fine with that. First of all, Wanda is a woman, and it can be seen from the conversation that Wanda is not bad. Secondly, Lin Feng has been away for a few months, and it is unavoidably boring to guard such a big villa by himself. Her little best friend doesn't know what she's been up to recently, and she might not be able to contact her once a week. There is someone living with me, so the huge villa doesn't look deserted. Not long after, the four sat down around the dining table. Wanda and Pietro sat together, and the twins seemed a bit restrained. After all, after losing their parents, they hardly ate with others. Pietro, Wanda has already told you. Pietro nodded silently. Wanda told Pietro everything she knew, including their nemesis, Tony Stark. He knew that as Superman, Lin Feng should not lie to himself. But the truth that had been in his heart for more than 10 years was overturned in one day, which made him feel a lot of unreality. Seeing Pietro nodding, Lin Feng continued, "Then tell me your choice, Pietro." Pietro obviously had some hesitation, and Wanda on the side poked him quietly. "Wanda's choice is my choice, but there are some things that I want to verify myself," Pietro said. Lin Feng said it didn't matter. He probably knew what Pietro wanted to verify. It was nothing more than whether Tony Stark was his enemy or not. "Since you all agree, let me tell you about the arrangements for you. After dinner, I will help you improve your ability. Then, I will send Pietro to a place where you can earn a good income and have enough time and resources to investigate the authenticity of everything I said. But all this is not free. I think you should be able to understand," Lin Feng emphasized. "As a reward, Wanda will live in my villa and protect Susan. Definitely, this is not dangerous for you. If the time limit is tentative, it will be 1 year. During this period, I will pay you wages. That's all for now, do you agree?" The two brothers and sisters made eye contact and nodded, expressing that they had no objection. The Hydra base was taken over by Lin Feng, and the two brothers and sisters had nowhere to go, and neither of them liked the days of wandering. Besides, the conditions offered by Lin Feng were very generous, and the two had no reason to refuse. As for Wanda living in the villa, does Lin Feng have any other ideas? Pietro thinks it should be unlikely. One is because Lin Feng is Superman and a public figure. The second is that his girlfriend Susan also lives here. Even if Lin Feng has any ideas, Susan will stop him. If Lin Feng knew that he thought so, he would definitely laugh out loud. "Young man, too young?" Seeing that the two agreed, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Now that the agreement has been reached, they can have a happy meal. "Okay, let's eat first. After eating, I will help you improve your abilities." The twins couldn't wait to see the sumptuous dinner. Neither of them had much money, and Hydra's food was not very good. The brothers and sisters have been wandering for several years, and it is rare to see such an abundance of food. Not much to say at the moment. A sumptuous dinner, the two of them were satisfied. After dinner, Lin Feng arranged the two of them in the guest room. There are still quite a few rooms in his villa, but for the convenience of evolution, he first arranged the two brothers and sisters together. Pointing to the two single beds, Lin Feng said, "Lie down, one for each, and I will guide the energy in your body. You will fall into a coma, and when you wake up again, your ability will increase significantly." The twins nodded and lay down on the bed together. The two of them were like silly roe deer, not at all worried that Lin Feng would harm them. No wonder it was cheated in the original book. "Close your eyes," Lin Feng ordered. The two siblings obediently closed their eyes. Lin Feng raised his left hand, and the mind gem glowed yellow. The yellow light was like smoke, slowly drifting towards the twins' brains under the urging of Lin Feng. A burst of dizziness struck, and the twins soon lost consciousness and fell into a coma. "System, let's start." Lin Feng definitely doesn't know how to guide the abilities in the two, but isn't this a dog system? It's not for nothing, at most it's just spending some reputation points. With the help of the system, the energy of Mind Gem constantly lures the ability in the duo, constantly activates and strengthens. The output power varies from time to time, and the two brothers and sisters often frown subconsciously. After continuous output for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng cut off the transmission. All he has to do is to guide and strengthen and does not require much energy. And this is already the limit that the twins can bear at present, and now the abilities in their bodies are constantly changing. Everything is waiting for them to wake up, and then they can know how the effect is. But Lin Feng reckoned that it would be at least tomorrow when the two of them woke up. Close the door, Lin Feng is going to rest, another busy day for superhero. Nothing to say all night. The next day, the twins woke up earlier than Lin Feng expected. Early in the morning, Lin Feng was awakened by the sound of tinkling in the yard. Looking through the window, the two siblings are excitedly experimenting with their abilities in Lin Feng's yard. Wanda's poor red energy, which was originally thin, now surrounds his hands with a richness that is almost visible to the naked eye. Ability has been strengthened. Lin Feng is very pleased, but when he saw this chick's test subject, his face suddenly darkened. The red origin magic power slowly lifts up a very cool-looking car, floating up and down in the air constantly. That was the Lamborghini that Lin Feng had recently bought with a huge sum of money. Seemingly amazed by her own ability, Wanda's wrist dance is even more exciting than yesterday. Lin Feng's Lamborghini danced happily in the air. Pietro ran around in a circle in the yard at a fast speed, leaving only a slight silver trace in place. Lin Feng felt a little pain in his head. He walked out of the villa with a speechless expression on his face. The lawn of the villa was almost trampled bald by Pietro. These two, couldn't they still have the attributes of bear children? "Wanda!" Lin Feng called out angrily. The sudden sound startled Wanda, and the unskilled origin magic power instantly lost control. Bang! The Lamborghini hit the ground heavily, the window glass was immediately shattered, and the tires were flattened. Creak creak. The Lamborghini's alarm screamed aggrievedly, as if complaining to Lin Feng about Wanda's cruel methods. Wanda shrank her neck, her ability was strengthened, and she was too excited for a while. "Hold, sorry." The shy Wanda apologized softly. Pietro also ran over, looked at the Lamborghini, then at the lawn he had damaged, and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Mr. Superman. I will work part-time to compensate you. Lin Feng pinched the center of his eyebrows, speechless and having a headache. Forget it, come in and have breakfast. After I finish eating, I will send Pietro to the place where you go to work. He decided to take Pietro to S.H.I.E.L.D. after breakfast. After breakfast, Susan took Wanda to go shopping again. Wanda and Pietro have also left Hydra without money, and even less luggage. Wanda needs to purchase some personal items and clothes for her stay. As for Lin Feng, he took Pietro directly to the space carrier. He wants to hurry up and arrange Pietro out. Same sex repels each other. On the deck of the helicarrier, Nick Fury received the two with a dark face as usual. This is the superhero you said. Black Braised Egg looked at Pietro with one eye. Simple tights, sneakers, put in the crowd is an ordinary person. There is nothing special about it. It is not prudent to say this, however, as Black Braised Eggs already know that Wanda and Pietro are the only two survivors of Hydra's inhuman experiments. But he doesn't understand why Lin Feng said he has the strength of a superhero. Hydra's data curry shows that neither of them has any outstanding ability. Lin Feng chuckled. The data of the corned egg had obviously expired, and his villa was not monitored by the corned egg whenever he wanted to. It would never have occurred to Lin Feng that Lin Feng could also strengthen the super abilities of the twins. Pointing to a small black spot in the distance, Lin Feng patted Pietro on the shoulder. Young man, show your future boss. Pietro nodded, then disappeared in front of the two with a whoosh. He also knows that to prove his worth, the more outstanding his ability is, the more attention he will receive. Before Black Braised Egg could respond, Pietro ran back with a whoosh, still carrying a man on his shoulder. A bewildered Phil Coulson. In the last second, Phil Coulson was still holding the file, talking to the data, and suddenly his eyes went dark, and he was inexplicably carried in front of his own director. The high-speed movement made Phil Coulson's brain a little dizzy. Black Braised Egg ignored him, but looked at Pietro with interest. How did you do it? Black Braised Egg asked aloud. He just felt a gust of wind blowing, and the young man disappeared. In less than a second, he brought Phil Coulson to himself. Super speed. Lin Feng replied, a speed that cannot be captured by the naked eye. Definitely, it's not very fast now. After training, he will be faster. How? The stewed egg sticks out a thumbs up. Yes, it is indeed good. I've accepted this man. Thanks to our Mr. Superman. But, do you really have no conspiracy? Black Braised Egg changed the subject, but couldn't help asking Lin Feng again. Mainly because of the ability shown by Pietro, Lin Feng will give such a superhero to himself for free? Maybe there are other thoughts secretly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at this. Nick Fury has asked himself 3 times. You think everyone is as dark as you? Hearing what Lin Feng said, Ludan chuckled, but was not annoyed. The ability shown by Pietro is of great help to SHIELD. Who doesn't want this kind of ability? But Potato suspected that Lin Feng had other ideas, so he had to be more cautious. But the Braised Egg is not too worried. The professional team within S.H.I.E.L.D. has already established Lin Feng's personal model. The final evaluation given is, although a little lazy, but the 3 views are correct. The heart is sunny, has a sense of justice, and can stick to one's heart. That's right, if he can't stick to his heart, Lin Feng might have turned into an ancestor long ago. After all, if an ordinary person possesses Superman's ability, the dark side and desires in his heart will be magnified without limit. Black Braised Egg was very satisfied with Pietro's first display of ability, and after repeatedly confirming that Lin Feng had no conspiracy, he asked Phil Coulson to take Pietro down to test his personal data. He should have a younger sister. After arranging for Pietro, Black Braised Egg pretended to mention it inadvertently. Does his sister have any special abilities? As soon as the Braised Egg opened his mouth, Lin Feng knew that he didn't hold his fart well. One Pietro was not enough, and he still wanted to get Wanda's idea? Don't even think about it, Wanda, I'll take that little girl myself. Lin Feng's refusal made Black Braised Dan raise his eyebrows, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Could it be that Wanda's ability is stronger than Pietro? After thinking about it for a while, Marinate poured out bad water with a playful look on his face. You take someone else's little girl, can Susan agree? Why don't you leave it to me, and I'll help you train and train. Climb. Lin Feng resolutely refused, wanting his own Wanda, to be your dream of spring and autumn. There was nothing to talk about with this black corned egg. After arranging for Pietro, Lin Feng patted his ass and left. It is worth mentioning that Braised Dan originally wanted to invite Lin Feng to visit his helicarrier, but Lin Feng refused without even thinking about it. He has no interest in the space carrier, and he is afraid that it is not the time to visit, and the black marinated egg will play tricks to join the Avengers. Still the same sentence, Lin Feng does not want to be controlled by others, and wants to join the Avengers by himself, in the next life. Lin Feng's refusal was also expected by Marinated. He had seen a long time ago that this kid was not good at eating. Shaking his head, Marinate walked towards the office, quietly waiting for Phil Coulson's test report. Pietro quickly completed the preliminary ability model, followed by the screening tests of the 3 perspectives and personality. Not long after, his data was placed in front of the marinated egg. ability, xinxing, experience, family background and so on. Looking at the rows of data, Marinate kept nodding. If you want to join Avengers, you must have a heart and a sense of responsibility. If these two items fail, then you can only be an ordinary agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. at most. Fortunately, the data shows that Petro's trainability is very good. After thinking about it, Marinate called Steve, who was doing physical training. Petro's temperament is not bad, his ability is very outstanding, and the test data clearly shows that he is a superhero-level Avenger. He wasn't very old, and Marin planned to let Steve take him personally, and instill some positive thoughts on Pietro by the way. As for the relative shown in Petro's information, Wanda, it's a pity that I couldn't get it. Braised Dan secretly felt sad, and Lin Feng flew to Tony Stark's new villa. The Marbury villa was bombed, but who is Tony, the rich man? The villa is not just a set. After the Iron Man 3 plot ended, Tony moved to other villas. As for the Marbury set, Tony probably won't live there again. After all, the address has been exposed to the whole world. Tony wasn't afraid of KB attacks, but he couldn't stand people coming to his door every few days, which would really make him irritated. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is here. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. rang out in the workshop. Tony raised his head and narrowed his eyes. He was still studying Mark 85. Let him in. What's the progress of the reverse push? Close to 20, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. words made Tony frown, and the progress was slower than he expected. Although there are ready-made technologies for him to reverse, some technologies are still in theory in the current time period. If you can't fully analyze the technology, the finished product is not as simple as a star and a half. Hey, Tony, is the battlesuit useful? Lin Feng walked in with a smile. Tony praised without any hesitation. It's easy to use, definitely easy to use. This battlesuit combines almost all my ideas and inspirations. It is perfect. As expected of me, only I can create such a perfect battlesuit. Tony was amazed as he spoke. Right now, Tony Stark's technology is ahead of the entire world, and the Mark 85 brought to him by Lin Feng was made by him 10 years later. The technology contained in it is scary. Okay, I'm not here to hear you brag about yourself. How is the research progress? The two had communicated on the phone 2 days ago. Tony wanted to study the technology inside, so he couldn't return the battlesuit for the time being. But Lin Feng said that it doesn't matter. The purpose of bringing it back is to allow Tony to develop and reproduce it as soon as possible. It would be great if he could create a more advanced Mark model. About 20, mainly because the time is too short, and some technologies require a lot of deduction and testing. Tony explained. Lin Feng nodded. It was only a few days before the battlesuit was in Tony's hands. No matter how powerful Tony was, it was impossible to reproduce this thing in a few days. After all, Mark 85 is not a few years ahead of the world, but a few years ahead of Tony. Reproduce it as soon as possible, and give me and Susan a set when the time comes. Although this thing is not very useful to Lin Feng, but it can't stop him from looking handsome. Hearing this, Tony nodded. It's not a problem at all. All Mark 85s were brought back by Lin Feng from the future, so giving him 2 sets is no problem at all. Maybe it is wishful thinking for others to get Iron Man's battlesuit, and even Tony's friend Roddy only got a modified Mark II battlesuit. But Lin Feng is different. Lin Feng thought for a while, and said, I'm going out again tomorrow, and this time it will take at least 2 months to start. If the battlesuit is made, I will send a set to Susan first. Are you going out again? Are you going to the future again? Tony subconsciously glanced at the wallpaper on the display in front of him, and it had been replaced with a picture of little Morgan. However, this photo will only be displayed when he is around. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he didn't mention it to Little Pepper. After hesitation, Tony asked, Can you take me with you this time? If convenient. Since knowing that he will have a daughter named Morgan in the future, Tony often smiles at Morgan's photos. God knows how much he wants to see his little daughter with his own eyes, even if it's just from a distance. Lin Feng shook his head and refused. I can't take it with me. I'm not going to the future this time, but just looking for something in the universe. If you're in a hurry, go find Pepper to make a man. Calculate the time, it's only been a few years. That is to say, but with the revision of the world line, it will be difficult for Tony to give birth to little Morgan before the time. It is impossible to go to the future. If there is a chance, Lin Feng would like to take Tony for a walk in 1970. After all, according to my own plan, the plot of Avengers Alliance 4 will basically not happen, and Tony will not see his father like in the original book. Lin Feng felt that would be a pity. All right. Hearing that Lin Feng is not going to the future, Tony is a little disappointed, but not too disappointed. After all, little Morgan is his daughter after all, she just needs to be reborn in the future, and she will see her sooner or later. Next time you go to the future, if it's convenient, remember to take me with you. No problem, I will take you there when I have a chance. Lin Feng nodded, writing a bad check without any pressure. After chatting casually with Tony for a while, Lin Feng glanced at the sky outside, and it was already evening. With a move in my heart, it's time to go home. The happy weekend vacation is over, and tomorrow we are going to go to space. Lin Feng plans to get ready to spend time with Susan tonight. It's also a pain for Susan. Other people's young couple get tired of being together every day, but Lin Feng runs around the universe for several months. So one of the reasons why Lin Feng let Wanda stay here is to have someone to accompany Susan when he is not around. Definitely, it must be a woman. Early the next morning, during the farewell between Susan and Wanda, Lin Feng flew out of the atmosphere. Looking at the sun in the distance, Lin Feng sighed a little. I didn't evolve successfully last time. I hope there will be no problems this time. If it doesn't work, I will go to another world to evolve by myself. System. Lin Feng shouted, floating in his mind, give me the coordinates of the Superman template. The system jumped out and transmitted a line of coordinates. The delivery coordinates have been marked. The host, just go directly to this area. Lin Feng nodded, looked at the coordinates sent by the system, and opened the portal with the space gem. According to the system, the location of the launch is a planet with intelligent life. If this was placed before Lin Feng's time travel, it would probably cause a sensation. The world before the time travel spent so much energy and time searching for alien life, but there was no trace of it. However, there are aliens on the blue planet Marvel, and aliens are not a rare species for Marvel. The blue portal brought Lin Feng to a dark red planet. This is a planet transformed into a relay station, which is very common in the Marvel universe, and a large number of transactions are facilitated on this planet. There is a protective cover outside the planet's atmosphere, which can resist energy attacks. On the outer layer of the protective cover, there are many spaceships suspended, with large file sizes and small sizes, constantly docking and leaving the shore, mostly for shopping or supplies. The portal opened directly on the surface of the planet, a mechanical city with a cyberpunk style. Wow. Once out of the portal, Lin Feng frowned. The scene in front of him was unexpected. Originally, I thought that the living planet mentioned by the system was like a primitive forest, with at most 2 alien savages, but I didn't expect it to be a city with a cyberpunk style. The creatures passing by Lin Feng from time to time are even more strange. There are oddly shaped flipper fish heads, giant octopuses with blue tentacles, creatures that look like standing elephants, and even some that look like Lin Feng, but in a variety of colors. The strange alien creature took no surprise at Lin Feng's portal, just glanced at him and continued on his way. Lin Feng looked at the city curiously. The neon lights on both sides of the street are flickering, and the main color of the buildings is all gaudy metal wind. The shops on the side of the street sold some things that Lin Feng couldn't understand, and he didn't know what they were selling. The whole street was endless, filled with noisy conversations and dynamic music. Lin Feng couldn't understand a word. The shops are crowded together and there is no space at all. Some shops are even suspended in midair. Huge amounts of Ferris wheel, alien-style retro suspension bridge, blue-black liquid flowing under the bridge. The whole city is covered with metal and mechanical gears. Boy, what an eye-opener. When Lin Feng retires, develop this place into tourism, interstellar tourism? Absolutely earn a lot of money. In order to facilitate things, Lin Feng exchanged 10,000 reputation points for the common language, and the noisy conversation that he couldn't understand just now was automatically converted into a meaning that Lin Feng could understand in a second. Much more convenient than learning with Superman ability. System, where is the template? After a little tour, Lin Feng got down to business. Although the city scenery is novel, he didn't come to enjoy the scenery. The position of the template has been marked. The system replied. In the next second, a circular electronic map appeared in the upper left corner of Lin Feng's line of sight, like a radar, with a red dot above it constantly flashing. However, the red dot has been moving slowly, which should be similar to the system's speculation. The box of the Superman template was probably picked up by other beings. It's so convenient. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, whistled, and walked in the direction of the red dot, but he was thinking about how to return the box. The red dot walked straight ahead, as if it had a purpose. Lin Feng followed behind the red dot unhurriedly. As he thought, after a while, the red dot stopped and stopped moving. Lin Feng, who followed closely, looked up, as if he had stopped at a cyberpunk nightclub. The bright light tube signboard, 2 blue monsters with huge heads but bodies like speakers are standing by the door. The belly speakers are constantly vibrating, and they are constantly outputting dynamic music. Strange creatures in 2s and 3s constantly come in and out, hugging each other. Star Out Bar. Lin Feng read the lamp signboard. It turned out to be a bar. Lin Feng looked at the red dot again and confirmed that he was in the bar. He lifted his foot and walked in, but the big sound at the door did not stop him. As soon as I entered the door, the light dimmed, and the overwhelming colorful lasers danced in the air, and the deafening music sounded, and I didn't know what the smell was. It seemed to be perfume, which was strange. It looks the same as Blue Star's bar, except that the pole dancers on it are not human beings. It looks like a hippopotamus without its skin. It has a good figure, but it's too weird for Lin Feng to appreciate. Following the red dot, Lin Feng shuttled through the crowd, and soon saw a creature with a highlighted mark. The system thoughtfully drew a red border on the outline of the entire creature for him. Host, the Superman template is on him. The system prompted. Lin Feng looked in the direction guided by the system. Dude, a raccoon? Wearing a tactical vest with a big gun on his back, he looked extremely familiar. Experimental Subject 89P13 is the real name of the rocket. Highly genetically modified and mechanically modified biochemical animals from half the world. It is said that neural machinery is implanted in the body. I don't know if it is because of this reason that the rocket's mechanical modification and production technology is very superb, even comparable to Tony Stark, who is cursed by knowledge. He is athletic, proficient in various weapons, and takes growth as a bounty hunter in the universe. Lin Feng saw this product in the time and space of Avengers Alliance 4. But I didn't say a few words to this guy. In the bar, Rocket was sitting in front of a table, with his short legs kicking in the air, looking around, as if he was waiting for someone. It seems a little careless, but the Rocket is constantly observing the surrounding situation. He is an experienced bounty hunter, always pay attention to the troubles around him. After thinking about it, Lin Feng walked over directly, sat opposite Rocket, and stared at him. Hey man, what are you looking at me for? Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Rocket bared his teeth and screamed fiercely. There are already people here, buddy, want to have fun and go somewhere else. Rocket's temper is very irritable, with a bad personality. Rocket. Lin Feng called out his name directly. Oh, Rocket was taken aback. You know my name. The raccoon's eyes rolled. Are you a buyer? No, you are not a buyer. Could it be my admirer? Ha 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 ha, is this uncle already so famous in the universe? Rocket laughed, and suddenly his face changed, and he took out a cannon and pointed it at Lin Feng. No matter who you are, don't hinder my business, hurry up and get out. Before my uncle gets angry. Facing Rocket's face-changing performance, Lin Feng said it was wonderful. Did this go to the east to study? I have something to do with you. Lin Feng glanced at Rocket's hand cannon, and his tone was still calm, making Rocket feel like he was holding a fire stick in his hand. Oh, there are a lot of people looking for me, but I don't have that much free time. Didn't I make it clear? Do you want to taste the power of the weapon I transformed? Rocket held up the hand cannon and threatened, did you see this? This is a weapon, an energy weapon? One shot can blow your head off. Lin Feng shook his head, took out a picture and pushed it to Rocket, getting straight to the point. You have this thing on you, right? In the picture, there is a cuboid metal box with a diamond outline on it, and a shape-shifting S logo inside. Oh, Rocket recognized the thing. He picked up this thing from this planet a few months ago. But no matter what method the Rocket used, it failed to open this thing. Rocket was not discouraged by this. He couldn't open this thing with his mechanical understanding and means, which was enough to prove that there was something priceless in the box. The pointed head was running extremely fast, and the Rocket said, do you know what this is? He didn't deny that he had this thing. The other party obviously came prepared, and he called out his name in one breath, which proved that this person knew him at least a little bit. I definitely know, because this is what I lost. Lin Feng nodded and said, I hope you give it back to me. What the hell? Rocket stretched out his little finger and plucked his ears, then his expression became disbelieving, and finally he burst out laughing. He jumped onto the table and moved the hand cannon up and down towards Lin Feng unscrupulously. Your things. Has he written your name on it? Oh, I don't think so. Even if there is a name, it must be the name of my Uncle Rocket. Everything that comes into my hand is mine. Now say it again. Whose is this? Rocket pointed his gun at Lin Feng's forehead, screaming arrogantly. Lin Feng pinched the center of his brows, his eyes turned cold. Mada, it's so cheap, I want to punch him into a meatloaf, what should I do? He remembered that in the original book, Rocket was not so arrogant even though his mouth was cheap. The raccoon in Avengers Alliance 4 is obviously quieter, but it was so skinny a few years ago. Originally, Lin Feng planned to solve the problem peacefully, but this brat didn't seem to give him a chance. When super speed started, Lin Feng grabbed the Rocket's hand cannon and squeezed it down with a click. The Rocket's carefully improved mechanical energy hand cannon was pinched into a ball without holding it for a second. Karma's Rocket's eyes widened, and quickly took 2 steps back, but he didn't see Lin Feng's movements clearly, and the hand cannon had already been reduced to crumbs. His heart skipped a beat, he kicked the iron board. Hey, buddy, I'm kidding you. Seeing that Lin Feng's face turned cold, Rocket smiled apologetically, and once again performed his trick of changing his face. As expected of a seasoned bounty hunter, Mr. Rocket. He backed away slowly, constantly pressing down with one hand, and slowly touched the weapon behind him with the other. But such a small move cannot escape Lin Feng's sight. Without waiting for the Rocket to react, Lin Feng lifted him up. In front of Superman's speed, the mere raccoon couldn't hide. This is not the place to talk. After finishing speaking, a portal appeared behind Lin Feng. He walked in with the Rocket in one hand. Seeing that the two left with the portal open, the bar was still full of singing and dancing, what scene they had never seen before. Just don't bother them to have fun. Lin Feng teleported into an alley with the Rocket. Before going to the bar, Lin Feng noticed this alley. It was simply the first choice for robbing houses. Wow, dude, you have your own teleportation device. Rocket saw that Lin Feng was able to teleport himself, and his interest overwhelmed his fear. In his impression, there is no such convenient transmission device. He has been to so many places in the universe, and he has never seen such a simple and convenient teleportation device, not even one. Immediately, the Rocket became interested in what Lin Feng used to teleport. Lin Feng didn't intend to talk too much nonsense with the Rocket. This thing is just an annoying little thing, and it's not cheap. This little thing is also full of tricks, and normally it doesn't make sense at all, so it can only be forced by force to avoid long nights and dreams. Listen, Rocket, that box is indeed mine, and I think you can return it to me. As he spoke, Lin Feng's eyes gradually glowed red. Trust me, you don't want me to use violence to solve the problem. A palpitating energy began to surge, Rocket's heart thumped again, and his eyes kept spinning. Okay, man, I do have this thing. Rocket fumbled the cuboid box out of nowhere. But according to the rules, whoever finds it will belong to him, right? Rocket said tentatively. I think you should pay me. At least I should be paid for storage? I snatched this from the mouth of an alien crocodile. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak, Rocket scratched his ass and continued to die. Why don't you just use your teleportation device in exchange? Base? A red laser brushed the rocket's scalp and hit the ground, and a big hole was blown out in the ground. Rocket was so frightened that the souls of the dead froze. This unknown creature was so terrifying that it could emit laser light from its eyes. For a while, the Rockets didn't have the courage to bargain with Lin Feng anymore. At the beginning, Lin Feng had a kind face. Rocket thought he was some kind of character to be bullied, but he didn't expect him to be an immovable iron plate. Money and life, the Rockets chose the latter without any hesitation. He threw the cuboid to Lin Feng. Okay buddy, I'll give it back to you. After Lin Feng got the box, he glanced at Rocket, turned his head and left. He didn't really want to kill Rocket, he was just intimidating. Otherwise, this leather goods will not hand over things easily. Watching Lin Feng leave, Rocket heaved a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that his life was saved. It's just that although my life was saved, the things agreed to be traded were taken away. In this wave of blood loss, the shrewd Rocket lost the room to resist in the face of absolute power. Not to mention the money-making things, even the hand cannon was crushed by Lin Feng. Rocket felt a little aggrieved, but he couldn't help it. He was proficient in mechanics and knew the power of Lin Feng's heat ray. Can't stop it? Can't beat it? Rocket lowered his head, a little dejected, and kicked the pebbles at his feet violently. Still muttering in his mouth, what a pity. What's the bad luck? The sudden sound startled Rocket. He looked up, and saw that human being floated in midair just now and flew back. Why are you back again? I don't have anything of value on me. Rocket stared at Lin Feng vigilantly and took 2 steps back. Could this person be trying to steal something from him? Lin Feng shook his head amusedly, took out a triangular piece of metal and threw it at the Rocket. This is for you. Not as Rocket thought, Lin Feng not only didn't rob Rocket, but threw him something. The Rocket took it subconsciously. A gray sheet of metal with a raised button embossed with the S-shaped logo, the same shape as the cuboid he gave back to Lin Feng. This is a rescue device, little raccoon. If you are in danger, press the S sign on it, and I will arrive in time to save your life. Just treat it as compensation for me breaking your weapon. After speaking, Lin Feng quickly flew into the sky and left here. Although what the Rockets usually do is a bit cheap, but the nature of the Rockets is not bad, all this is due to his experience. To be honest, although the Rocket is indeed cheap, Lin Feng knows that it is just the protective color of the Rocket camouflage. He doesn't hate this little raccoon, he can help if he can. Rocket looked at the sky where Lin Feng disappeared, and then at the triangular sheet in his hand. Raccoon, what's that? Leaving the transit star, Lin Feng floated in the universe and talked with the system. Before setting off, Lin Feng had an idea. He wants to go to other universes to start evolution after getting the template. After all, Lin Feng was unconscious during the evolution period. If he was attacked again, Lin Feng would probably vomit blood from anger. Evolving in other universes should not be considered by the exiles. Even if they really thought about it, it would be too late when they found themselves. System, come out. Lin Feng called out. Is there a way to go to other universes? He himself does not have the means to go to other universes, nor does he take the space-time navigation shuttle in the Avengers Alliance 4. After much deliberation, I can only ask the dog system. If not, you can only take risks and evolve in the main universe. Host, didn't you have a master key for the reward you got last time? The system quickly gave an answer. This sentence reminded Lin Feng that among the rewards of the Avengers Alliance 4 event, there is indeed a reward for a master key. Lin Feng found the golden key from his backpack. Universal key, used 3 times it can open the cosmic portal with coordinates. A simple line of words, very easy to understand. But Lin Feng frowned a little. He didn't have the coordinates of other universes, so how could he use this key? System, do you have the coordinates of other universes? Lin Feng continued to ask. He didn't, maybe there would be in the system. Currently there is only one DC universe coordinate, which is the DC universe that the last mission arrived at. The system's voice sounded, however, I don't recommend that the host return to the DC universe. It would be a waste to use the times in the DC universe. With the help of the system, the master key can open the teleportation of the random universe. Generally, there will be system tasks after teleportation, so it is recommended that the host use random teleportation. Anyway, you have to use the master key once. Why don't you go to a new universe, not to mention getting new coordinates, but also doing missions to earn a fortune? After the system finished speaking, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the master key to be used like this. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed more cost-effective to go to a brand new universe, and new tasks represent new opportunities and rewards. And as far as the current situation is concerned, there should be no disasters that require his action in the DC universe for the time being. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to open the random universe according to what the system said. Is the random universe or the parallel Marvel universe? Lin Feng asked. If possible, he would like to go to some anime universe or other movie universe. There are more or less what he needs in those universes. For example, some strengthening serums, strange props, and so on. Although he can't use it himself, he can use it for those around him. It would be really great if he could go to Fatty Blue's universe. The things in the blue fat man's dimensional pocket are tyrannical and unreasonable. But Lin Feng didn't have much hope for this, and his intuition told him that it was unlikely. The probability of random teleportation is 99 for random Marvel parallel universes, and 1 for other random universes. The system's answer verified Lin Feng's intuition. Lin Feng frowned. Is there a probability of only 1 other random universes? That basically bid farewell to Fatty Blue's universe, and the chances of randomly entering Fatty Blue's universe from the universe of 1 are too small. Is there any problem? If there is no problem, I will help you cross, the system urged. No more, let's start, Lin Feng replied. It's only 2 months, it's safer to go to other universes to evolve than the main universe. Evolving here, if the same fucking situation as last time happens, it will be over. The system's actions were extremely fast, just as Lin Feng agreed, a portal suddenly opened in front of him. At the same time, a reminder sounded in my mind. The number of times the master key is used, 1, this time travels to an extra numbered universe Venom. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Venom? That Venom from a D block? What do you mean by an unnumbered universe? Lin Feng asked as he stepped into the portal. The universe outside the number is a parallel universe that was accidentally born due to the main characters. To put it simply, in Avengers Alliance 4, the past that Tony returns to is not his own past, but another parallel universe. The system made an analogy, and Lin Feng instantly understood the meaning. He nodded. Sure enough, it was still the Marvel universe, but he didn't know which universe this unnumbered Venom belonged to. Is it the Marvel universe with Spider-Man, or the Marvel Sony universe starring Thug Hardy? Stepping out of the portal, Lin Feng came to the non-numbered Venom universe. He is still floating in the universe, and it doesn't feel much different from the main universe. The azure blue star is on the left, and the hot yellow dwarf is on the right. Lin Feng didn't intend to go to Blue Star first, nor did he ask if the system had any missions, but with a thought, he opened a portal on the surface of the yellow dwarf star. No problem, infinite gems can still be used in numbered universes. Plunging into the sun, just like the last time, Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, feeling the hot temperature of the sun. System, start evolution. Lin Feng ordered. Now that the decision is made, hurry up to evolve, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Even if the system task is triggered, you have to wait until your own evolution is complete. Silver Superman template, evolution has been activated. Estimated evolution time this time, 60 days. The formulaic voice of the system came, followed by a sense of drowsiness sweeping through Lin Feng's brain. Same evolution process as last time. I hope there won't be any accidents this time. After muttering something, Lin Feng slowly fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng evolved comfortably lying in the sun. But I don't know that the blue star in this universe is suffering terribly. In the southeast of the United States, Garcia City, fictional, covers an area of 916 square kilometers and has a permanent population of about 4 million. As a coastal tourist city, it has beautiful scenery and a huge luxury shopping mall. Tens of millions of tourists are received every year, and the annual GDP is as high as hundreds of billions of dollars. The hot summer is the peak season for tourism. At this time in the past, Garcia City was full of people and bustling. However, at this moment, the city center, which should be crowded with people, was uncharacteristically quiet at the moment. The streets that were carefully cleaned in the past have become overgrown with weeds and filled with smoke and dust. The buildings full of regional styles on both sides have also become dilapidated, and the ruins left by the destruction are scattered everywhere. Upon closer inspection, there are terrifying claw marks all over the ruined wall, deep and large, as if attacked by an unknown beast. The whole city seemed to have lost the breath of life, not even a bird's song, and the silence was so quiet that it made the scalp tingle. It's like the zombie apocalypse scene shown in the movie. The sound of the car engine starting suddenly came, which was particularly ear-piercing in this silent city. Roar. As if startled by the sound of the engine, beast-like howls came from all around the street, the eardrums heard so sharply. In the middle of the street, a badly damaged black Chevrolet drove out of the city like crazy. He kept bumping into obstacles along the way, but he didn't dare to stop at all. Behind the vehicle, 3 huge amounts of monsters were chasing after him. The monster is huge in size and strong in skill. Under the human-like appearance is a pair of huge pale eyes, and a big mouth full of fangs, with a big python-like tongue from time to time. It has sharp claws hidden in its inexplicably swollen muscles, and it constantly destroys the hard asphalt road while running. Running at extreme speed, the 3 monsters gradually caught up with Chevrolet. The purple monster running in the front jumped onto the roof of the moving car with a strong leap of its thick thighs. Stab it! The black sharp claws gleaming with cold light inserted into the roof of the car effortlessly, and lifted it flying. However, without waiting for the monster to make the next move, a sharp knife with red veins all over the car suddenly stretched out, and quickly chopped off the purple monster's head. Base? This cut directly cut off half of the monster's head. The purple monster instantly lost its strength and fell. The sharp claws protruding from the car did not withdraw immediately, but like plasticine, transformed into countless tentacles, grabbed the gravel and other objects on both sides of the road, and threw them at the other 2 monsters that were still chasing. After chasing and smashing, the speed of the 2 monsters gradually slowed down. In the end, I could only watch the vehicle drive further and further away. Roar. The monster roared unwillingly, and then spit out human words. Traitor? Another traitor. The sound was extremely unpleasant and harsh, like the sound of glass balls scratching on a blackboard. It's okay, the leader will not let her go. Behind the two monsters, the purple monster whose head had been chopped off has recovered to its original state, as if it wasn't him who had been chopped off. The three monsters looked at each other, licked their eyes with their python-like tongues, and walked back tacitly. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely recognize these three monsters. Quantum Ma is Venom's symbiote fellow. Nearly half of the blue star in the Venom universe outside the number has been occupied by symbiotes. Edith Locke didn't stop the riots as successfully as in the movie. This allowed Dr. Drake, who was possessed by the riot, to successfully drive the spaceship to his home planet. Months later, Riot returned to Blue Star with countless symbiotes. An overwhelming disaster swept across. Symbiotes aggressively possess and devour humans. In the initial period, humans had little power to fight back against the symbionts. It can't be broken by a knife, it can't be killed by a gun, and the monster's arms can also transform into various weapons, which can kill human beings with a single blow. The bewildered humans ran away in a hurry. The smart symbiont seized the opportunity and reproduced without restraint, and the number of them once exploded in a blowout. It took only a few months for the disaster to spread around the world. Human beings were once reduced to tools and food. In a word, I was miserable and tired of running for my life. Humanity is not completely hopeless, however. Very quickly, various countries conveniently discovered the weakness of the symbiote's fear of specific frequency sound waves and flames. A counterattack against the symbiont began. After several months of tug-of-war, humans and symbiotes almost shared half of the Blue Star. Humans gathered in the main city to build fortresses, surrounded by huge amounts of loudspeakers and flamethrowers, repelling the attacks of the symbiotes time and time again. I thought that accumulating enough power could completely wipe out the symbiosis. However, the development of things is hopeless. Among the symbionts, a small part has evolved, or mutated. Some of the newly born symbionts are no longer afraid of flames and sound waves, which makes human beings have to use heavy weapons or exchange the lives of soldiers for each such symbiont eliminated. This situation did not gradually turn around until a month ago. The symbiont can amplify the evil in the human heart, but if the parasitic human has more righteousness than evil, then there is a high probability of assimilating the symbiont. In this way, the combination led by Etta Block and Venom joined the human camp. Afterwards, symbionts and hosts who maintained their sanity continued to join the human camp. The symbionts that are not afraid of sound waves and flames were solved by them, greatly reducing human casualties. Human beings are plotting how to eliminate the symbiont. And the symbiont is also constantly planning how to break through the human fortress. A bunch of trash. In a villa in the city of Garcia, the rioters sat on the throne and yelled. Kneeling under the stage were three shivering symbiotes. Boss, her ability is very powerful. We can't stop her. Base? The talking symbiote had its head cut off. Coincidentally, this purple symbiote had its head cut off just once. Excuses are all excuses. Riot roared angrily. Pain, bastard, go after her? Go and bite her head off. The betrayal from around him made Riot furious, and sent two subordinates with superior abilities one after another. Yes. Beside Riot, the two crimson symbiotes looked at each other, and quickly rushed towards the only interstate highway outside the city. Apart from the airport, there is only one interstate highway connecting Garcia to the outside world. If the traitor escapes, he must pass through this long interstate highway. The two symbiotes guessed right. On weekdays, there is only a bald black Chevrolet driving on the interstate highway, which is full of traffic. Inside the car was a beautiful woman with short hair. It was Gwen Stacy who escaped from Garcia City. A big red head protruded from her shoulder. It looked similar to the three monsters who had chased them just now, except that it looked smaller. Gwen, where are we going next? A shrill female voice sounded. All the way to the north, to the gathering place of Huajianzhou, A violent red sports car drove out of Garcia City and moved forward along the interstate highway at an extremely fast speed. The symbiont that came out to look for food just took a look and retracted its head. Sitting in the car is the leader's right-hand man, suffering and hybrid, not something they can provoke. The sports car shuttled on the road like lightning, with a speed approaching 300 kilometers per hour. The painful big tongue in the co-pilot licked his eyes, very perverted. Hurry up, I want to taste her head. Payne still felt that the speed of the car was not fast enough, so he urged. The hybrid drove the vehicle and gave her a cold look. Du Yan's head is mine. These words made the howls of pain and arrogance pause, and turned to meet the gloomy eyes of the upper bastard. You want to grab her head with me? No, your speed is not fast enough. Payne screamed. Her speed was among the best among all symbiotes, and the hybrid wants to grab her head. I'm afraid there is no chance. Roar. The hybrid twisted its head irritably, its python-like tongue stuck out and fluttered constantly in the air. The ability of the poisonous flame can be obtained by devouring the poisonous flame, and the two symbionts are very greedy for the ability of the poisonous flame. You want to grab Du Yan's head from me? I don't mind twisting your head off first. As an appetizer. The threat of the hybrid made Payne narrow his eyes. Catch up with her first. You know the consequences of mission failure. As for her head, each depends on his ability. The hybrid roared, but didn't refute, and stepped on the accelerator even faster. To be honest, the threat of a hybrid made Pain recoil a bit. Hybrids are composed of 4 symbiotes with superior abilities, possessing the composite abilities of many brothers and sisters. Hybrids in the comics consist of Riot, Whip, Pain, and Devour, and the symbiosis in this world has obviously deviated from the original work. Although the hybrid speed is not as fast as Pain, but the killing ability is above her. If they want to get Du Yan's head, they will inevitably have to fight. The interstate stretches far to the north and connects a huge amounts of agglomeration. The Huajazhu gathering place is one of the 5 human gathering places established after the symbiosis invaded. A towering metal fence encloses the entire city. There are more than 20 million internal residents. About 1 million of them are combat units. Eda Block and Venom are stationed in this gathering place. He has a team completely composed of symbiotes. The number is about 500. Normally, the symbiote is hidden under the skin of human beings, and only when fighting will it turn into a hideous and terrifying monster. At the moment, Eda Block was standing on the metal fence with several uniformed humans, looking into the distance. "Eddie, how's it going?" The person who spoke was a man with a serious face, about 30 years old. He was wearing a camouflage uniform with a conspicuous title on his shoulder. For Du Yan to join the human camp, the above means that he attaches great importance to it. Symbionts also have strengths and weaknesses. As of now, the threat posed by ordinary symbionts to humans has been greatly reduced. What needs attention is those symbiote elites with extreme titles, such as Massacre, Instruments of Torture, Screaming, etc. Their abilities emerge in endlessly. As the elites of the new generation, they are no longer afraid of flames and sound waves. Every time these elite symbionts make a move, they will cause large-scale casualties to the human camp. The total number of symbionts in the human line of defense is less than 2,000. In the symbiont camp, there are no less than 20,000 new generation aggregates that are not afraid of sound waves and flames. Humanity once fell into a bitter battle. If it were not for the existence of heavy weapons such as missiles, the human gathering place would have been completely wiped out. This time, the messenger wants to join their poisonous flame. They are the elites of the new generation of elites. They are not afraid of flames and sound waves, and they can manipulate flames. Ordinary symbiotes are completely a piece of cake in front of her. And according to the data, the parasitic human being of Du Yan was the Spider Woman who had the title of Good Neighbor before the symbiote invaded. No one has ever seen what Spider Woman looks like. She always appears in dangerous places wearing a leather jacket. The only thing that is known is that she is a young woman. The stronger the carrier of the symbiont, the stronger the symbiont will be. The poisonous flame that is not afraid of flames and sound waves, coupled with the combination of the spider hostess, is a trump card in both the symbiont and the human camp. So it is conceivable why the higher authorities pay attention to this newly added symbiont. To put it bluntly, this pair is likely to become the backbone of the fight against extreme symbionts. Hearing the man's question, Eddie fiddled with the signal receiving device in his hand. "Officer Hawk, after the poisonous flame left Garcia City, there was no signal. I think the signal receiver has been destroyed. If all goes well, she will arrive at the gathering place in a week." Chief Hawk looked serious, nodded silently, and after a moment of contemplation, ordered, "You continue to try to contact Poison Flame. The higher authorities attach great importance to this poisonous flame, and I will apply for a satellite to observe the situation. Do you want me to help?" Eddie asked. They know that Pyro's ability is very powerful, as does Riot, the leader of the symbiote. Definitely. Eddie worries that Riot will send a powerful symbiote to hunt Flame down. Hawk thought for a moment, then shook his head. "You can't go. The symbiote led by Massacre is still wandering 50 kilometers away. We can't take any chances." Eddie nodded, quite helplessly. "Okay, I understand." Hawk patted Eddie on the shoulder and left. He is going to apply for the right to use the satellite. When the Riot entered the Earth, most of the satellites were consciously destroyed. Now there are only 2 observation satellites that can be used by the United States, and all of them have small damages, and the signal is often interrupted. This poses a great obstacle to observing the actions of the symbiont. Don't think that symbiotes are idiots, there are not a few of them who are smart. The officer had a hunch that this was a protracted battle. Humanity's protracted war against alien parasites. Fortunately, the right to use satellites was quickly approved. After Hawk waited anxiously, an instant video appeared on the screen. On the straight interstate highway, there are 2 cars driving, one black and one red. The speed of the black vehicle is not fast, and the red vehicle is constantly approaching. Hawk's face became ugly. Sure enough, the riots would not allow Du Yan to leave easily. After weighing it over and over for a while, Hawk pressed the red button on the console, turned around and gave a few instructions to his subordinates. The underground launch base, a missile, entered the trajectory. Hum. On the interstate, an extremely slight hum came to Gwen's ears. It's the sound of an engine running? Gwen could tell the sound didn't belong to the car she was driving. The scalp suddenly felt tight and painful, and spider telepathy was telling her that there was danger. A large amount of red liquid came out of Gwen's back, forming a big head in an instant, which was a poisonous flame. "Gwen, danger is approaching." "Well, I've noticed it." Gwen stepped on the accelerator hard, but the speed of the damaged Chevrolet had reached the upper limit. "Get ready to fight, Poison Flame." After the words fell, the red liquid continued to ooze out of the package from the surface of Gwen's body, and within a moment, a light red monster appeared, with an explosive body curve, a ferocious head, and red lines all over its body, faintly shining. The sound of the engine behind him grew louder, and a red sports car gradually appeared in Chevrolet's rearview mirror. Yahoo! Painful and excited, he jumped to the roof of the car. Catch up, catch up. The two cars got closer and closer, roared in pain and excitement, jumped hard on their strong legs, and flew towards Chevrolet in the air. Seeing that the visitor was not kind, several sharp spikes condensed from the back of the poisonous flame and shot at the Pain at a high speed. The Pain seemed to have been prepared long ago. His arms suddenly formed a thick shield to block the spikes. She rolled in the air and successfully jumped onto the Chevrolet. Little Du Yan, where do you want to go? Laughing wildly in pain, his right hand condensed into huge amounts of spikes and violently poked down. The sharp venomous thorns pierced through the bottom of the car and directly embedded in the hard road surface, drawing a deep ravine. Chevrolet was forced to stop. Du Yan didn't say anything else. His fist as big as a sandbag, wrapped in hot flames, slammed towards the painful face. One blow blasted the pain away. It is the ability to control fire. Poison flame can manipulate flames, and even create flames by itself. Punching the pain away, Du Yan jumped out of the car. The Chevrolet was punctured in pain and clearly unusable again. Du Yan looked coldly at the two of the same kind who came after him. It's hybrid and pain. Things are not going well. Pain is comparable to her strength, but the hybrid's ability is changeable, and her strength can overwhelm her. Singled out, she has a chance. Two symbiotes, she can only find a chance to escape. It's a mixed race, Gwen, the situation is a bit bad. Huo said in a low voice. Unlike other brothers and sisters, her strange character is not at all Zhongyang and ferocious. On the contrary, it is like a human being who is calm all the time. Fight calmly. Gwen's voice sounded. Don't worry, the humans they parasitize are far less powerful than me. We have a chance. During the conversation, the Pain of falling to the ground stood up like a normal person, and the big tongue danced in the air excitedly. Little Du Yan, have you forgotten? My sister is the same as you, not afraid of flames. The hybrid also stepped out of the sports car, and his right hand conjured a sharp bayonet. Betrayer, I'm here to harvest your head. Be the first to attack. Du Yan didn't say a word of nonsense, and took the lead in attacking. She swung her hands violently, condensing several terrifying red spikes, and piercing towards the hybrid with a howl. I want my head. See if you have that ability. The hybrid turned his head slightly, dodging several poisonous thorns, and the start of the battle made him feel excited. One blow failed. Du Yan exerted force under her feet, trampled on the hard asphalt road with huge amounts of force, and shot her towards the hybrid with a powerful thrust. The hybrid howled, his arms turned into flesh and blades, and he faced the poisonous flame without fear. Death. Du Yan roared, jumped up out of thin air, and his right hand turned into a sharp blade of flesh and blood, slashing towards the hybrid mixed with flames ferociously. The two symbiotes fought together in an instant, and the sharp claw blades were constantly drawing after images in the air. The poison flame's biological blade is covered with black veins. It is poison? Even the symbionts can't resist the poison? This is another ability of poison flame. Known well by the terrifying hybrid of toxin, he flew up with a pair of blades dancing, constantly colliding with it. After a few tricks, the hybrids gained the upper hand. The hybrid composed of 4 symbionts is obviously stronger than poison flame in terms of combat power. In a short while, Du Yan's body was plowed into dozens of wounds, and the speed of swinging the sharp blade in his hand was also constantly slowing down. Seeing that Du Yan seemed to be unable to hold on anymore, the hybrid roared happily, and there was a flaw in his hand movements. Du Yan, now is the time. Gwen gave an order, and Du Yan instantly gave up control of his body. In a matter of milliseconds, Gwen took over the body and slashed horizontally. The hybrid was unprepared and frantically blocked the attack with a sharp blade, but was forced back a few steps by the tyrannical force. Base? A black venomous thorn arrived instantly, sinking into the hybrid's shoulder in an instant. A sense of powerlessness struck, and the hybrid staggered. Got it? Du Yan's eyes lit up, and the flesh and blood blade swept out again, rushing towards the hybrid's thick neck. Boom! A dark red afterimage sprang out from the oblique stab, and collided with the poisonous flame, making the knife miss. It was Pain. Pain saved the hybrid. Don't underestimate her, idiot. Have you forgotten who her host is? Pain yelled at the hybrid. You don't need to remind me. The hybrid gave Pain a cold look, and then pulled out the sharp poisonous thorn. The wound healed quickly. There was not much toxin on the thorn, and the hybrid successfully dissolved the toxin. Painfully licking his hideous face. Shoot together, you know what will happen if you fail. The hybrid snorted coldly, with a fierce and cruel gleam in his terrifying eyes, but he didn't refute the Pain. The two symbiotes shifted their sights to Du Yan tacitly. The wound on Du Yan's body also healed during the conversation between the two, and he was staring at the Pain and the hybrid with vigilance. A gust of wind blew by, and the 3 symbiotes charged at the same time. Sharp blades made of flesh and blood were flying all over the sky, and the 3 symbiotes collided constantly. For a moment, gravel flew across, and blade shadows made chaos. But in the end, 2 fists were no match for 4 feet. After some fighting, Du Yan's body was continuously scratched with wounds, and the healing speed was greatly slowed down. Painful Swipn opened his mouth wide, revealing countless fangs, and attacked Du Yan's head. Du Yan retreated one after another, knocking it flying with Feng Xiao's punch, but there was a gap in his chest, and the hybrid seized the opportunity to stab it with a knife. Roar! Du Yan screamed in pain. The hybrid picked Poison Flame into the air, opened its mouth wide, and bit down on Poison Flame's head without any hesitation. Poison Flame, use Poison Mist! Gwen yelled. Hearing the shout, Du Yan immediately opened his mouth wide, and sprayed out a highly poisonous black mist, immediately enveloping the hybrid. The hybrid was hit, and he swung the Poisonous Flame's broadsword, throwing the poisonous flame out, and coughed constantly. The body surface exposed to the poisonous mist actually began to melt slightly. That poisonous mist is corrosive? Don't stop, continue to use the poisonous fog to cover them. Enduring the piercing pain, Du Yan opened his mouth again, and the black mist spewed out like money, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. Now, use the flame to ignite the poisonous mist. Gwen kept directing the poisonous flame's movements. Du Yan's ability is very powerful, but she is still too young after all, and her combat awareness and accomplishment have not fully developed. At this time, Gwen played a crucial role. The dark red lines on Du Yan's body lit up, and a flame rushed towards the poisonous mist. Boom! At the moment of contact with the poisonous mist, the flame directly detonated it. The poisonous mist exploded violently like natural gas. Go! Gwen yelled, go in their car. Du Yan resolutely jumped onto the vehicle brought by the hybrid, kicked the accelerator and ran away again. The smoke and dust from the explosion slowly dissipated, revealing the two symbiotes inside. The symbiont looked miserable, it had been blown out of shape, and its plasticine-like tentacles danced angrily in the air. After dancing for a while, it returned to its original shape. The explosion did them no small damage. When the hybrid looked up, he could only see the red buttocks of a file-size sesame. Damn it, the hybrid roared, and then looked at the Pain fiercely. What are you looking at me for? Chase. Pain roared fearlessly. Can you catch up with the sports car? The hybrid's tone was cold, suppressing extreme anger. Their running speed can catch up with the car in a short period of time, but this state cannot last for too long, and running at extreme speed consumes a lot of energy. Tongue stuck out in pain. Don't worry, that car doesn't have much fuel. It won't go very far. After finishing speaking, regardless of what the hybrid thought, he fell to the ground in pain and quickly chased towards Du Yan. Seeing this, the hybrid roared angrily, and ran after the Pain. Du Yan must die, otherwise they will face the punishment of rioting. The confrontation between this wave of symbionts was completely recorded by the satellite. Hawk, who watched the whole process, was slightly relieved. Things are getting a little better, but not quite out of the woods yet. The poisonous flame is running continuously, and the two symbiotes are constantly chasing it. Originally thought that the task would be completed soon, but the hybrid and the Pain still underestimated the ability of Poison Flame. To be precise, it should have underestimated Gwen's wisdom. As the sun rose and set, the red sports car had already been abandoned on the road. The big hole in his chest had healed, and Gwen luckily found an abandoned underground gas pipeline, and immediately hid in it. However, the hybrid and painful detection abilities were not covered, and Gwen was soon found hiding in the gas pipeline. Relying on the intricate gas pipeline, Gwen and the two symbiotes fought a guerrilla war. On the second day after chasing Gwen arranged a large amount of poisonous mist, which directly sent another wave of big explosions to the two symbiotes, and the hybrid and Pain felt unprecedented pain and anger. On the third day of chasing Gwen, the human gathering place sent 2 helicopters to meet Gwen, but they were all bombed by hybrids with long-range spike weapons, and Gwen had to hide in the gas pipeline again. On the 5th day of chasing Gwen was unable to dodge and was injured again. However, the two symbiotes were not much better, and both suffered injuries of varying severity. On the 7th day of chasing Gwen, the restless riot sent Strangle and Scream for reinforcements. On the same day, the human camp sent helicopters again, but failed to respond to the mission. After chasing and fleeing, it took almost half a month. It's not that the human camp is unwilling to support. Massacre is stationed less than 100 kilometers outside the city with thousands of symbiotes. The human camp cannot go south at all, unless heavy weapons such as missiles are used. Let's send Venom. It's not enough to fight the 4 elite symbiotes chasing Gwen. It's not bad if Venom can fight even one of them. It's all about delivering food. 2 or 3 armed helicopters were sent to respond, all of which were bombed by the symbiosis. In desperation, Hawk wanted to use missiles, but there was strong opposition from one of the above, saying that resources should not be wasted for a symbiont who really believes in it. This made Hawk's teeth itch. A fat-headed idiot can't understand the importance of poisonous flames at all. But I have to say that the hybrids are really too tenacious. The food on his body has been eaten up long ago, so he catches small animals in the wild to satisfy his hunger. It was even worse for Gwen, who could only sneak out to catch 2 small animals while the symbiote was resting late at night. What a crime? Gwen was extremely speechless. Originally, I was able to get to the Warden Continent gathering place in a week, but now it took almost 2 weeks, and I only walked 2/3 of the way in hiding. It can't be done, Gwen, I have no energy, Du Yan said in a weak voice. The 2 of them are in a pipe at the moment, and there is no light. The long-term hunger made the poisonous flame unable to exert any strength. Gwen also felt weak, and there was dust all over her face and clothes. The daily tense nerves made her feel extremely mentally exhausted, that is, her Spider-Woman's physique was supporting her. If it was a normal person, she would have already passed out from exhaustion. Can I spray some more poisonous mist? Gwen asked weakly. Those bastards are not much better. They haven't given up after chasing them for so many days. Spray some more poisonous mist tomorrow, and give them another explosion. Okay. Du Yan's voice was full of sleepiness. Before that, let me sleep for a while. After speaking, Du Yan fell silent. As night fell, several symbiotes took a rest at the same time. In the distant universe, the center of the sun, at the moment slowly opened a pair of eyes. With the focus of sight, a cold mechanical sound sounded. Ding, the Silver Superman template is loaded. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving. Ding, start the world mission and eliminate the symbiote camp headed by Riot. Mission Reward 1, 20 million reputation points. Mission Reward 2, a perfect symbiosis, unconscious. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Feng gradually came to his senses. He moved slightly, trying to fly away from the sun. The newly upgraded ability allows him to eject at an extremely fast speed, more than twice as fast as the Man of Steel. Lin Feng, who came back to his senses, stopped his figure, and the black battlesuit wrapped his whole body again. That's it, done? Lin Feng shook his hands suspiciously. With the clenched fists, an indescribably powerful force burst out, and every cell output strong energy like a nuclear explosion. Good guy? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It really succeeded? This feeling is far beyond what Man of Steel can match. With the blessing of this kind of power, Lin Feng felt that he could smash the sun with one punch. He looked back at the sun, his eyes flickered a little. Maybe he could really explode with one punch. This is only the initial strength. As time grows, Lin Feng can grow stronger almost without a limit. With a thought in his mind, Lin Feng quickly shuttled through the universe, at such a speed that he could easily slam the Man of Steel by a block. He cheered excitedly, but unfortunately there was no sound in the universe, unable to convey his excitement. Heat ray, frozen breath, super speed, super strength, and other abilities are continuously used, and the strength has been greatly improved. Even when the interest came, Lin Feng even pushed Mars around. At this moment, Lin Feng was as happy as a Suhai. As if feeling Lin Feng's joy, the dog system jumped out to congratulate. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving Silver Superman. Yo, dog system. Lin Feng was delighted, and the words of the system once again confirmed that he is now a Silver Superman. Fortunately, there was no accident this time, otherwise Lin Feng would have vomited 3 liters of blood. Sure enough, it was right to choose to evolve in other universes. System, I just heard that there is a mission. Lin Feng, who was in high spirits, suddenly remembered that he heard a mission when he just woke up. That's right, the host of this mission is to eliminate the symbiote camp led by Riot. The system replied. Please refer to the Deadliest Guardian for the specific plot, but the difference in this world is that Eddie and Venom failed to stop the Riot, and the Riot brought the symbiote back to Earth. Now the symbiotes and humans occupy half of the country on the Blue Star. What the host has to do is to clear the symbiote camp. Lin Feng nodded. He has seen the movie Venom, and he probably understands the plot. He himself had imagined that he could have a symbiote as powerful as Venom. After all, the transformation of Venom, in his opinion, is not only not very scary, but also full of violent aesthetics. But now, Silver Superman is more fragrant? And thinking of the venom penetrating into his body, Lin Feng couldn't help shivering, feeling a little unbearable. System, can I be possessed by Venom? Lin Feng said as he flipped through the task information. Definitely can, as long as you want. However, the symbiont will not increase your ability much, the system said. Isn't the symbiote rewarded by the mission useless? Lin Feng frowned. Why was he rewarded with something useless? This is not in line with the style of the system. The host is wrong. The symbiont rewarded this time is almost perfect. You can think of it as a large nano battlesuit. It has no self-awareness, and is completely controlled by the host's behavior and thoughts. It can even copy your ability and transform into another you to assist in combat. Definitely, the copied ability is not as powerful as the host. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the symbiosis characteristics of the reward. If this is the case, it is not impossible to possess a body. How much power can you possibly have? Between 50-60. Lin Feng jumped straight to the earth without any hesitation. Good guy? Then what are you waiting for? Let's do the task. 50 Silver Superman's ability is also stronger than Man of Steel, okay? This is totally giving Lin Feng a little helper for Man of Steel. Without opening the portal with Mind Gem, Lin Feng wants to experience the flight speed of Silver Superman. Even without the Mind Gem boost, Lin Feng's speed is already close to the sublight speed. If the Mind Gem is used, Lin Feng should be able to break through the speed of light. I just don't know if I can go back to the past after breaking through the speed of light. After Lin Feng's test, Infinite Gems still has the effect of increasing the body of the current Silver Superman. It is worthy of Infinite Gems. It took less than 10 minutes to fly from Mars to Earth, and Lin Feng arrived there without enough experience. After entering the atmosphere, Lin Feng was suspended at high altitude and did not reach the ground immediately. Super hearing and supervision cover the whole world, understanding the general situation of Blue Star. After some observations, Lin Feng found that the current Blue Star is indeed as the system said, and the symbiosis occupies almost half of the Earth's land. Under supervision, Lin Feng observed the existence of gathering places, and also saw countless human beings being raised as tools and food by the symbionts. This made Lin Feng a little angry. He is also considered human, and this sight makes him feel a little uncomfortable. In any case, they are his own compatriots. Even if there is no system task, Lin Feng will not let him go. The line of sight kept shifting, and Lin Feng saw at a block. That familiar appearance, as he thought in his heart, was the thug Hardy. He also observed that some symbiotes joined the human camp, and it seemed that the situation was not too bad. This part of the symbiont, Lin Feng can let them go. However, from a rough look, the number of symbionts is very large. How to eliminate them all is a problem. Lin Feng can punch a symbiote with one punch, which is not difficult. But if you hit them one by one, you don't know if you will fight until the year of the monkey. He kept thinking about whether Silver Superman had any group attack skills. Using mind gems? There are too many, and even if they pass out, there is not much point. Still have to kill one by one. Now if only 6 infinite gems are gathered together, it will be solved with a snap of the fingers. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, feeling a little melancholy. For him now, destroying Blue Star is easy, but saving Blue Star is somewhat difficult. The current Blue Star is like a dragon fruit. It is very easy to eat it in one bite, but you have to tell him to pick out all the black spots. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw an interesting picture, which interrupted his thinking. On a straight road, several colorful symbiotes wrestled together. What Lin Feng is interested in is not the symbiote fighting, but one of the symbiotes with female characteristics who can spit cobweb. Isn't that Spider-Man's skill? There is still Spider-Man in this world? Oh no! Lin Feng watched the cobweb symbiote continuously shoot out from his wrist, the protrusion on his chest. It should be called Spider-Woman. Observe carefully, the posture, the movement, and the silk spinning skills of the wrist. Sure enough, it should be Spider-Woman, and she is also a Spider-Woman parasitized by a symbiote? Spider-Woman at the moment is fighting with 4 symbiotes. Lin Feng doesn't know what they are called. After all, there is only one Venom and one Riot in the movie. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng flew straight down. He became interested in Spider-Women. According to his memory, there are many Spider-Women in Marvel, such as Jessica, Julia, Gwen, and even a version of Aunt May who became Spider-Woman. I just don't know which one this Spider-Woman is. Lin Feng's flight was so fast, he arrived at the fighting scene in a short while, and he smashed the ground with a beautiful superhero style. The tearing air sounds startled a few symbiotes who were fighting, and their huge ferocious eyes looked at the person coming. Who is it? The mixed race uttered sharply. He had never seen a flying human being. Licking her big tongue in pain, she looked at the person vigilantly. Why does she keep sticking her tongue out? And Scream stared at Lin Feng closely, as if there was light shining in his eyes. The symbiont can feel the strength of human beings. The flying human being in front of him is so powerful that he trembles with excitement. I want to change the host, screamed and stuck out his big tongue, shaking his head excitedly. This human is stronger than all the humans I have ever seen. After finishing speaking, screaming, and rushing towards Lin Feng without any hesitation, he wants to strike first and parasitize this powerful human being first. He didn't notice that they didn't have the slightest intention of robbing him. If he turned his head, he would definitely be able to see the human contempt in the pained eyes. Idiot! Could it be that they couldn't feel the power of Lin Feng, that aura as huge as a planet? If they act rashly before finding out the depth, there will be no good results. It's a pity that although Scream is very powerful in their family, their heads are not very easy to use. To put it simply, it is a missing string. Seeing the rushing Screams, Lin Feng calmly threw a punch. Boom! There was a strong vibration, and an unskilled punch directly hit the sonic boom circle, plowing out a semicircular depression on the asphalt road, extending for tens of meters. The whole ground seemed to be rubbed by a laser cannon. The Scream turned into powder without any reaction under this punch. Seeing this terrifying scene, the tigers of the symbiotes were shocked. Without the slightest hesitation, the mixed race ran away in pain. The aura exuded by Lin Feng had already made them retreat, and no one had the confidence to withstand a fist as big as the casserole. Run if you can't fight. After all, life is important. No, this is not called escaping. This is called tactical retreat. Save your life, don't shudder. Want to run? Lin Feng raised his brows, and heat ray threw it directly. The extremely tyrannical heat ray hit the 3 symbiotes in an instant, and before they could even let out a scream, they were crushed into powder by the majestic energy. Nice? Much stronger than the Man of Steel? Still no effect under the blessing of Mind Gem. Before changing it, the heat ray of the Man of Steel can at most give the symbiote a double punch. In less than a minute, the 4 elite symbiotes were reduced to dust. Lin Feng is very satisfied with his current strength. Patting the dust that didn't exist, he turned his head to look at the symbiote who knew Spider-Man skills. Wow, another bear with an explosive figure. But not as majestic as Wanda. Spider-Woman is indeed Spider-Woman. She won't run away when she sees how powerful she is. What's your name? Lin Feng asked aloud. The symbiote was taken aback, and the poisonous flames on his body faded away like a tide, revealing a woman with a dirty body. My name is Gwen. After finishing speaking, the woman rolled her eyes, fainted, and fell straight to the ground. Well, it turned out that it wasn't that I didn't want to run, but that I didn't have the strength to run. There was a woman's faint heartbeat in his ear, and Lin Feng knew it clearly. It seems that this guy has been on the run for a while, and the white clothes on his body are almost stained black. What did she just say her name was? Gwen? Lin Feng touched his chin, short blonde hair, and his name was Gwen. It seems that this version of Spider-Woman should be Gwen Stacy. Hey, wake up. Lin Feng kicked Gwen's thigh slightly, but there was no response. Gollum. What sound? Lin Feng looked at Gwen's lower abdomen. Good guy, it's not because of starvation. Lin Feng was speechless, he didn't bring any food with him. Forget it, let's send it to the gathering place first. He made a gesture, and originally wanted to carry Gwen on his shoulders, but this guy was so dirty, Lin Feng felt a little disgusted. Just keep it in your hand. The Wharton Continent gathering place, above the metal fence. Eddie is in a venomous state, leading a group of symbiotes for combat training. Most of the hosts of this group of symbiotes are civilians, and the control of power can almost be said to be a mess. Not to mention combat awareness and literacy, that is not at all. Rely on these symbiotes to counter the riot camp. Eddie feels tired just thinking about it. Hey, ring bell. A short whistle sounded. Venom looked up at the setting sun. He took 2 steps forward and clapped his hands. Okay, it's time for dinner. Today's training is here. Disband. Yahoo! Hearing the order to disband, the symbiote cheered and roared. If there's anything that can make a symbiote happy, other than wringing something's head off, then it's time to cook. In a blink of an eye, Eddie and Venom were left on the training ground. Let's go cook too. Venom danced with his tongue excitedly. At this moment, a blue oval water curtain suddenly appeared on the training ground, which attracted Venom's attention. What is this? Venom wondered. The next second, a human in black tights came out of the water curtain carrying a fainted woman. Venom took a careful look at the man who walked out of the portal, and then his body shook, and he let out a loud cry. It quickly retracted into Eddie's body as if seeing some great horror. What's wrong with you? Eddie was inexplicable and puzzled. Run, Eddie. Venom's sharp and thick voice came. This man? I can twist my head off with my feet. What? Eddie had a black question mark on his face, and he could turn Venom's head away with his feet? He looked at the man and woman in front of him in surprise. No, it can't be, isn't this obviously a human being? Venom. Venom directly came to play dead, completely ignoring Eddie. It was the first time he saw Venom so cowardly. Even when facing the riots, I never saw him so cowardly. A D block. The man who walked out of the portal spoke. Eddie was taken aback. You know me. Lin Feng nodded, and threw Gwen in his right hand to the ground. Is there anything to eat? Gwen seems to be fainting from hunger. Yes, definitely yes. Eddie replied subconsciously. Wait, you said her name was Gwen. Well, if I remember correctly, it should be Gwen Stacy. Lin Feng pointed to Gwen who was lying on the ground with her buttocks sticking out. On the way here, I saw that she was hungry and fainted, so I brought it along. Eddie, a little lost. When he came back to his senses, Eddie had brought Lin Feng to the cafeteria, and beside him sat Chief Hawk who had heard the news. Hearing that someone had brought Gwen was one of the few pieces of good news right now. Hawk rushed to the scene immediately and saw the young man who brought Gwen back. Strong, easygoing, and indifferent expression gives people a very strong sense of oppression. Lin Feng didn't care about Hawk's feelings. He was watching the performance from Spider-Woman. Gwen at the moment eyes closed, snoring. Behind her, 2 red tentacles kept grabbing the chocolates and other food on the table, stuffing them into their mouths. Lin Feng was amazed to see it, and even took out his mobile phone to take a video. Good guy, unique skill. Seeing how delicious she was eating, Lin Feng also took a piece of chocolate and gnawed on it. The symbiont eats chocolate mainly to supplement phenylethylamine, which is found in the human head and chocolate. If you don't eat your head, you can only eat more chocolate or live seafood. Therefore, what the cafeteria prepares for the symbionts are basically fresh seafood and a lot of chocolate. As for Lin Feng, he can eat or not, as long as he basks in the sun. Eddie, eat hard. Venom urged, seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to have any intention of hurting him. This guy also jumped out. Eddie nodded helplessly, grabbed a live lobster and began to chew on it. Hawk pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, the lenses reflected light under the light, and he was examining Lin Feng. Global Statistics Curry could not find any information related to him. This person seemed to appear out of nowhere. But he brought back Gwen Stacy, aka Toxic Flame. In addition, he is obviously a human being, so there should be no threat. After making a psychological analysis, Hawk asked, Young man, where are you from? Lin Feng glanced at him, thought about it for a while, and was about to speak, when the madly eating Venom suddenly popped up and bared its fangs at Hawk. Idiot! Pay attention to the way you speak. This human can kill you with his eyes. After speaking, Venom turned to look at Lin Feng, and immediately put on a fawning expression. Powerful humans? Do you need a symbiote? Maybe you don't know the benefits of the symbiote? He can strengthen your ability? How do you see me? Venom's self-introduction made Eda Block look black. Venom? You're saying this in front of me. Eddie scolded angrily, not eating the big lobster in his hand. Ugh, my poor little Eddie, you're so weak. You're as weak as a lobster in your hand. Get out, beep him beep. You beep 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 beep. Eddie slammed the plate and began to scold Venom. Lin Feng watched and shook his head. He didn't intend to let the Venom parasitize. A little nervous, he couldn't accept the sticky black liquid drilling into his body. Regardless of the two of them, Lin Feng answered Hawk's question. Where I come from, it's not convenient to say. But I am not your enemy, I will help you eliminate the symbiosis. Hawk was called by Eddie. The position of the logo on his shoulder should not be low. He looks like he is in his 30s, but his hair is a little gray. It is estimated that the symbiote is worried about it. At this moment, a soldier walked over with a mobile phone and whispered something in Hawk's ear. Hawk waved his hand to signal him to back off, and then looked at his phone. It didn't matter what he saw, and Hawk's jaw dropped in shock. The satellite monitor captured the footage of Lin Feng flight and the elimination of the symbiont. The satellite Hawk applied for has been shooting at the area where the poisonous flames are located. Lin Feng flew down from the universe, and the process of solving the symbiont with 3 punches and 2 kicks was completely recorded. It can fly, it flies extremely fast, and its strength is extremely strong. The wind of its fist can crush the symbiote into powder, and its eyes can also emit laser light. It's not like a normal human being at all. The video is very short. Hawk watched it 2 or 3 times, and finally pushed his glasses. His expression was unprecedentedly dignified. Are you an alien? It's no wonder that Hawk thinks too much. The symbiote is a creature from an alien, and it is completely reasonable for him to suspect that Lin Feng is an alien. Have you ever seen a human with 2 eyes that can shoot lasers? Hawk's question made Lin Feng pause with his hand holding the chocolate. If you want to think so, it should be about the same. Lin Feng's calm answer made Hawk's pupils shrink. Really aliens? Base? Hawk stood up and stood at attention, a little worried about what etiquette should be used to welcome alien friends. In the end, he could only bow down with a dignified expression, and then stretched out his right hand. Welcome to visit, alien friends. Lin Feng opened his mouth with a dull expression. Subconsciously shook hands with Hawk. Is it so formal? Mr. Lin Feng, please come with me. I think my superiors would be happy to see you. Hawk slightly bent down to invite. This video fully proves that Lin Feng is very likely to be an alien visitor. And unlike the symbiote, he currently has no malice towards Blue Star, or humans. Instead, he helped them eliminate the 3 symbiote elites as soon as they came. The ability shown by Lin Feng in the screen is completely a humanoid self-propelled missile, and it is unknown if Lin Feng has any companions. If there are multiple companions, then the symbiote will no longer be a threat to humans. Lin Feng waved his hand straight after hearing this. It's fine to see your superior. I'm only here to help you eliminate the symbiote. I have no interest in your superiors. This. Hawk showed an embarrassed expression. Lin Feng thought about it, and prevaricated. My race is not used to communication and communication. I will go back after helping you solve the symbiote. He wasn't interested in arguing with those C customers. If he hadn't seen Spider-Woman, and Spider-Woman had passed out, there was a high probability that he wouldn't have appeared at the gathering place. Hawk nodded. I understand. Then please stay here for a while. We will formulate a detailed battle plan. Now that Lin Feng has said so, Hawk feels that the customs of this alien should be respected, so as not to have a bad influence on alien friends. Lin Feng nodded and agreed to stay temporarily. He also needs time to think about how to wipe out the symbiote. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed, Hawk breathed a sigh of relief, expressed his apology and left quickly. He is going to report the current situation to his superiors? Lin Feng, on the other hand, was nibbling on chocolate, watching Gwen and Venom's performance board. Venom was still scolding Eddie, and the surrounding symbiotes buried their heads in their meals, not daring to look at them. If my host wasn't you, beep I would have been beep 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 swallowed their heads. I am the boss of the symbiosis. Lin Feng, who was watching a play, ate chocolate again. A flash of light flashed through his mind. Venom, will your symbiote become stronger by devouring your own kind? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Venom, who was still scolding Eddie, immediately changed his expression, looking like a Yes, Master Lin Feng. Venom already knew Lin Feng's name during the conversation. Although it is taboo for our symbiote to devour the same kind, but devouring the same kind can allow us to gain the ability of the devoured companion, and the strength will also increase. Snapped. Lin Feng slapped the table. I thought to myself, good guy, why did I forget the characteristic of symbiosis? That thing is not so simple? A super simple and practical plan appeared in Lin Feng's head. The venomous symbiote becomes stronger and gains a new ability. Then just grab a bunch of symbiotes and let the venom swallow them? Let him become the most powerful leader to replace the riot, wouldn't it be enough? This way, the symbiotes would all be at the beck and call of Venom without killing all the symbiotes. Wouldn't it be better to throw the remaining symbionts into social architecture? The power of the symbiont is so powerful, one can move bricks on the construction site worth 10, and the symbionts only need to eat chocolate, and they don't even need to be paid. Lin Feng stared straight at the venom. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became, and the scalp of the venom became numb. That, Master Lin Feng. Have you finished eating? Lin Feng interrupted. Have you finished your dinner yet? Eat? Finished eating. Venom drooled, glanced at the half-lobster in his hand, and said against his will. Enough eating. Lin Feng nodded happily. Venom. Transformation? Brother will take you to upgrade. Oh. Venom let out a roar full of vigor, and the black substance instantly wrapped Ed a block. Eddie, don't you even ask me what I want? As soon as Lin Feng's eyes lit up, the venom slowly floated up. Psychokinesis? Ability just developed by Lin Feng. He also couldn't understand why he suddenly understood how to use psychokinesis. Originally, this was not part of Superman's ability, but one of the characteristics of Silver Superman is that it can develop all kinds of weird abilities by itself according to its own needs. Even Silver Superman in the comics can turn himself into an ant-like file size. Speaking of which, the development of psychokinesis is thanks to Gwen. Lin Feng thought her clothes were dirty, so he didn't want to touch her, so he wondered if he could use psychokinesis to lift her up. Hey, guess what? Just learned it all of a sudden? Leaving Gwen alone to perform sleeping and eating, Lin Feng's psychokinesis was wrapped in venom and flew directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Venom? Show me the direction, I will take you to level 100 today. Venom's excited tongue was uncontrollable, and his sharp fingers formed a medium-sized gathering place, and then a man and a beast flew across the sky like cannonballs. The symbiont gathering place north of Huajiazhu ushered in an unprecedented disaster. A human wearing a black battle suit fell down while carrying one of their kind. I thought it was the food brought by the same kind, but as soon as the food landed, it turned out to be a big bee bag, and directly whipped an elite companion half to death. Then the elite was swallowed by their kind, and they licked their tongues. The symbionts who had never seen the world were stunned. In a panic, they could only launch a group attack on this ferocious food, but what made them feel cold was that the sharp claws, which are usually invincible, can't even pierce other people's clothes. The food is nothing like a human being. One after another big bee pockets, fanning the symbionts present are all chilling and fearful. Eat. Lin Feng ordered excitedly. Eat hard? Pick up elites to eat. While talking, Lin Feng picked out the powerful symbionts to attack. Those ordinary symbionts have no food value? Escaped. Lin Feng also counts on them to move bricks for urban construction in the future. With the help of Lin Feng, Venom turned on the self-help mode. Opening his bow left and right, he kept grabbing the elite symbiote fanned into tentacles and showing it to his mouth. Venom's eyes were red with excitement. When had he experienced such an exciting scene, and when had he been so majestic? At this moment, Venom is the most beautiful cub in the symbiosis. The poor ordinary symbiote lay on the ground trembling, daring to speak out. I can only watch the venom eating away at the same kind. But excitement comes and goes quickly. After dazzled a dozen symbiotes, Venom pulled. He thinks too highly of his cooking ability. When it reached the 7th and 8th, Venom's speed became slower and slower. Until a dozen elite symbionts ate it, the venom felt like it hit the throat. I couldn't help kneeling on the ground and retching. Lin Feng looked at Venom suspiciously at first, and finally turned to contempt. He saw it. The venom was eaten. Trash, just eat a few and it won't work. It's agreed to go up to level 100 today. Brother, I need to digest it. Venom panted heavily. A huge amount of energy was rushing through his body, and new skills were constantly appearing, which made Venom's brain a little confused, and he needed to sort it out. It's not his fault. He has never eaten so many symbionts at once. Who knew it would take some time to digest? Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and frowned. It stopped after eating a dozen or so, which was a bit difficult. Can you eat more than a dozen in a day? Then you have to eat it until the year of the monkey? Lin Feng looked around. No matter if it was an elite or an ordinary symbiote, they were all lying on the ground trembling, not even daring to run away. The last one who escaped was killed by this terrible devil with his eyes. Well, he's not human at all. He's scarier than the riot leader. At least the riot leader's eyes don't fire lasers. You wait here. Lin Feng ordered after a little thought. With that said, Lin Feng opened the portal, leading directly to the human gathering place. In the same small cafeteria, Gwen has already woken up, and Duhua kept eating while she was drowsy, replenishing a lot of lost physical strength, and now she is touching her slightly bulging belly with a look of satisfaction. Gwen. Huh. Gwen turned her head subconsciously when she heard someone calling herself. It's you? It's the man I saw during the day? According to Du Yan, he was the one who brought him to the gathering place. She was extremely impressed by Lin Feng's strength. The hybrids were as weak as an ant in Lin Feng's hands. It's a pity that I didn't live up to it, and passed out after reporting my name, which was really a bit embarrassing. Lin Feng hummed, and then asked, Are you full? Gwen touched her lower abdomen suspiciously. I'm full. Why do I ask this all of a sudden? It's good to be full. What about your symbiote? Call it out. There is something good. Lin Feng urged. As soon as the words fell, the red liquid oozed out, enveloping Gwen in an instant, and turning back into the poisonous flame that exploded in that figure during the day. Did you call me? Du Yan asked suspiciously. The strength of the human beings in front of her made her feel a little scared. She didn't know what he wanted from her. I hope it's not a bad thing. Du Yan couldn't help but think of Lin Feng's unilateral killing during the day. Oh, my symbiote grandma. Oh, I can't even take a punch from him? Come on. Brother will take you to upgrade. Lin Feng grabbed Du Yan and dragged her into the portal under her puzzled eyes. Line of sight conversion. Wow, it's a gathering place for symbiotes? Du Yan's pupils shrank, and doubts arose in his heart. After finally escaping from the gathering place, why did this human being bring himself back? But after a closer look, Du Yan discovered that the symbiotes here behaved strangely, all lying on the ground. Venom kneels in the middle of a symbiote, looking very weird. Everyone was lying on their stomachs, but he was the only one kneeling on the ground and retching non-stop. Venom? What's wrong with you? Du Yan asked suspiciously. Before Venom could answer, there was a loud bang in his ear, and Du Yan turned his head in fright, and saw Lin Feng punching an elite symbiote into a tentacled state. Come, eat. Lin Feng excitedly picked up the tentacles, opened Du Yan's big mouth and stuffed them in. Du Yan was stunned instantly, her tentacles kept bouncing on her fangs, she licked her tongue, and subconsciously swallowed it. For a moment, the symbiote was devoured, and new skills and powers burst out. Poisonous flame strengthening +1. Wow. Du Yan's eyes glowed, and he clenched his fists. I seem to have become stronger. For a moment, the blessing to the soul, Du Yan seemed to know what Lin Feng meant by the upgrade. Before Du Yan could express her thoughts, Lin Feng stuffed another symbiote into her mouth. Du Yan excitedly swallowed it again in one gulp, not feeling ashamed in the posture of being fed. But this kind of feeding soon made Du Yan feel a little bit wrong. The second, the third, the fourth, until the 12th. Du Yan, who had severe stomach discomfort, finally knew why Venom knelt on the ground and retched. Because she is doing the same thing now. It's really too full. I've never eaten so much. If you want to ask Du Yan what's on his mind at the moment, Du Yan will tell you that he is in pain and happy. So supportive, but so happy. After tossing and tossing until midnight, Lin Feng returned to the Wharton Island gathering place with two guys with round stomachs. It devoured too many of the same kind at once, and the power traveled around the body, causing big bubbles to pop up from time to time and then slowly disappearing. Throwing it to the logistics soldier, Lin Feng no longer cares about them. He went straight back to the room Hawk arranged for himself and went to sleep. The little brother and the little sister are not very good. They only ate less than 50 elite symbionts in one night, and each person ate 20 in total. Too slow, or too slow. Lin Feng clasped his fingernails. How about taking laxatives tomorrow? Early the next morning, Lin Feng met Eddie and Gwen again in the cafeteria. The two are enjoying breakfast happily. Although nearly half of the land is occupied by symbiotes, this is not the zombie apocalypse, and there will be no shortage of food and water. The supply of 3 meals a day in the base is sufficient and rich, and the standard of living remains the same as before. Taking something to eat casually, Lin Feng sat down between the two of them. Big brother. Eddie greeted with some awe. Venom, on the other hand, popped a head out from behind him generously, and greeted Lin Feng enthusiastically. Although he was full last night, one night was enough for Venom to integrate the new ability. After eating more than 20 elite symbiotes, it directly increased Venom's physical fitness by 2 or 3 times, and also mastered several new skills. It's really not too happy, Lin Feng? I didn't have time to say thank you to you yesterday. Thank you for saving me. Gwen was very polite, and by the way called Du Yan out to thank you. Lin Feng glanced at Gwen, and hummed, but his expression was a little strange. Eat more eggs. As Lin Feng said, he picked up an egg and put it on Gwen's plate. He couldn't understand why the bear shrank by half after Gwen returned from the symbiosis state. Can there be fakes of this thing? Lin Feng ate 2 eggs in a row, but he didn't understand. Forget it, don't think about it if you don't understand it. Looking at the dinner plates in front of Gwen and Eddie, they were basically empty. Lin Feng took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and said, "Are you all full?" The forks in their hands stopped, and they swallowed their saliva in unison. Cold sweat just flowed down uninvited. Big brother. Huh. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Today, can you eat slower? Gwen echoed from the side, nodding her head like a pounding garlic. What happened to me at the time? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. No problem. I have a whole day for you to eat today. Don't worry about eating bad stomachs. I prepared this for you. Lin Feng took out a big medicine bottle and slapped it on the table, with a big line on it in English, laxative. Gwen and Eddie both gasped for breath. Are you a devil? I've never seen a symbiote that can beep. It seems that today is another day of happy upgrade. But just as Lin Feng was about to open the portal, a voice stopped him. Mr. Lin Feng, please wait. Hawk took a document and found Lin Feng with dark circles under his eyes. It looked like he hadn't slept all night. We have formulated a preliminary specific attack plan based on your ability, Mr. Lin Feng. Hawk respectfully handed the document in his hand to Lin Feng. This was a preliminary plan that was formulated after a meeting held all night last night, and the meeting did not end until dawn. Take a look first. If you have other abilities, please let me know in time, so that we can adjust the plan. Hawk's tone is very polite. This is the thigh from the universe. If Lin Feng didn't want to meet his superiors, it is estimated that he would have been surrounded by a bunch of big bosses by now. Lin Feng casually took over the plan that was 1 centimeter thick. This thickness makes Lin Feng a little speechless. You call this a plan? I casually flipped through 2 pages, and sure enough, it was full of stinky and long nonsense, the kind that a dog would shake his head after reading it. Throwing the plan on the table, Lin Feng shook his head. I have a better plan. Oh. Hawk sat down upright, and made a serious gesture, all ears. They only have a video of Lin Feng's ability as a reference, and Lin Feng only appeared yesterday. Maybe Lin Feng has other unknown abilities that can wipe out the symbiote in a short time. Lin Feng peeled another egg, and slowly described the method he thought of last night. It is nothing more than supporting 2 symbiotes with superior force and making all other symbiotes surrender. In this way, the loss of human beings can be minimized, and a large number of muscular men who are beneficial to social construction can be harvested. It fully follows the reasonable recycling of resources, clean and cheap. As Lin Feng narrated, Hawk's eyes became brighter and brighter. He even clapped his hands when he heard the excitement. He didn't even expect that the symbiont had the ability to devour the evolution of the same family. Venom they haven't talked about at all. And according to Lin Feng's plan, as long as they have chocolate, the symbiont will be the cheapest and most powerful labor force. However, Hawk also has some doubts. Why didn't Lin Feng just let the venom swallow the riot, so that the venom would naturally become the new leader? Hawk asked the question in his heart, in exchange for Lin Feng's contemptuous look. Ability strengthening is not too much to swallow a riot. Lin Feng explained patiently. What I want is a symbiote that can fight 10,000. And if the riot is swallowed, the symbiont loses its leader, and there is a high possibility of riots when the dragons have no leader. At that time, you will attack the human gathering place desperately. Can you stand it? As soon as these words came out, Hawk broke into a cold sweat. Well, it was his lack of consideration. He is a general, he can fight, but when it comes to tactics, he is the kind of dog who looks at him and shakes his head. That's all up to you, Mr. Lin Feng. If you need anything, just mention it, we will fully cooperate with you. After finishing speaking, Hawk ran away with a blushing old face, shameful. After sending Hawk away, Lin Feng started the career of cooking up great again with 2 grievances, one in each hand. But when Lin Feng arrived at the symbiont gathering place last night, he realized that it was already deserted. The symbiote moved out overnight and moved to other gathering places. Lin Feng left an indelible psychological shadow on them. What a powerful race the symbiote is, when did it suffer such a big grievance? But this is not a problem for Lin Feng at all. There is no gathering place, so just go to the next gathering place. In this way, Lin Feng turned into a devil, constantly sweeping away the gathering places of symbiotes. Countless elite symbionts ushered in a devastating disaster. After eating for a few days, the statures of Venom and Duyan skyrocketed. This is the sequelae caused by the incomplete control of energy. It is estimated that after complete digestion, they can return to their previous statures. To Lin Feng's delight, with the enhancement of ability, the number of symbionts that Venom and Poison Flame can devour every day has skyrocketed. In a few days, the phagocytosis limit of the 2 symbionts directly exceeded 100 in a single day. Venom and Poison Flame have also received unprecedented strengthening, and now even if the riots come, they can't beat one of them. Sure enough, phagocytic evolution is the fastest way for symbiotes to become stronger. With the active attack of Lin Feng and his 2 younger brothers, the human gathering place ushered in victory after victory. With Lin Feng's consent, Hawk released some of Lin Feng's pictures. For a long time, the citizens in the gathering place have been living under mental pressure, and the threat from the symbiont has made countless people frown. Releasing these pictures will greatly enhance their self-confidence and help mobilize positive emotions. And Hawk's move had a great positive effect. On the screen, Lin Feng brings 2 symbiotes of the same camp, like a god descending to Earth, destroying one after another symbiote gathering place. All the heads of the leaders were bitten off, and the rest were all locked up together to wait for punishment. This is the first time that humans have such a powerful force that can almost crush the symbiosis. The symbiote camp retreated steadily, giving everyone hope. No one wants to hide in the high wall all day long and just get by, flirting with the sun. In the gathering place, people spontaneously printed a mugshot of Lin Feng, everyone sent one, and even called him a god descending to Earth. Even the materials are ready, just waiting for Lin Feng to kill the riot and build a statue for him. If it weren't for knowing that Lin Feng doesn't like to be disturbed, countless girls are already on their way to Lin Feng's room. However, Lin Feng was not aware of all that happened in the gathering place. He is currently taking his 2 younger brothers to eat this and that happily. If it is not necessary to digest, Lin Feng will not return to the base. He had a good time with his 2 younger brothers, but the riot side was already furious. With the disappearance of a large number of elite symbionts, the 2 big white eyeballs of the violent and angry eyes almost turned red. There are new surprises coming every day. His big silver head ached. I can't figure out where that human came from. He actually fed his people to those 2 traitors. According to the information sent back by the clansmen, the current strength of Venom and Duyan has far surpassed themselves. Not to mention the insane human with laser-emitting eyes. Let them eat it like this again, the face of the symbiote group will be completely lost. Riot drank away the left and right, and he was the only one left in Ruoda's space. According to the current situation, his plan to occupy Blue Star can almost be said to have failed. Lin Feng's strength is too strong, and his actions are extremely fast. Even if Lin Feng doesn't make a move now, just relying on the venom and poisonous flames, he can easily deter the symbiote group. It's time to use that thing. Riot took out a small transparent bottle. His big upside-down eyes were full of awe. Inside the bottle was a small puddle of black fluid. This is his whole card, which comes from his ancestors. The symbiote group, to be precise, was created by Nar. And Nar himself is the god of darkness. He possesses the ability to create, control and manipulate dark source symbiotes. When the universe was empty, Nar slept in darkness. It wasn't until the universe god group began to create everything that Nar was awakened. He questioned the celestial group and did not accept their so-called creation. Finally, Nar took out the black blade from the shadows and killed a celestial group. And that black rotten blade is the ancestor of all symbionts. The black decayed blade can gain powerful power through the blood of the gods, and can create countless duplications. And the small piece of black fluid that Riot took out came from a very small part of the black decaying blade. Just this very small part can increase the Riot's ability to an unprecedented level. Venom, poisonous flame, and that nasty food will all pay for it. Riot uncapped the bottle and took a gulp. In an instant, Countless black silk threads shot out from Riot's body, and he couldn't help but howl in pain. Black silk threads are constantly intertwined in the air, centering on the Riot, binding it layer by layer. Black mist filled the entire area, and after a short time, only a giant black cocoon was left in the place where the Riot was. The moment the black cocoon was formed, the black mist, accompanied by a palpitating and terrifying aura, enveloped the entire city of Garcia. Whether it is a human being in captivity or a symbiont, negative emotions such as fear and despair arise uncontrollably in the heart. The venom and the poisonous flame, which were thousands of miles away, stopped their feeding movements at the same time. Lin Feng noticed their anomaly. What's wrong? Why don't you eat? Brother, I can feel that the Riot is evolving. Du Yan agreed, and the evolution is extremely rapid. Venom and poison flame could feel the aura and strength of the Riot rising rapidly. The climbing speed is extremely terrifying, and he surpassed himself in just a few minutes. It's unbelievable. Huh. Lin Feng touched his chin. Could it be that the Riots have also begun to devour the same race? Du Yan shook his head and denied, impossible. It is impossible to achieve such a rapid evolution by devouring the same race. Venom said to Lin Feng with some concern, I can feel that the Riot has surpassed us, and it is constantly getting stronger. Brother, what should we do? Lin Feng didn't speak. Supervision passed countless buildings, and saw the dark and foggy city of Garcia. Even the black mist couldn't block Lin Feng's sight. In a short while, Lin Feng captured the huge amounts of black cocoon. It is the Riot that is evolving. The black cocoon seemed to block the line of sight, making it impossible for Lin Feng to see what was going on inside. Oh. Lin Feng felt very interesting, narrowed his eyes, and took a little seriously. The black cocoon immediately became translucent, and Lin Feng saw the Riot sleeping inside. Bloodshots were all over his body, as if the cocoon seeds were transmitting nutrients to him. After observing for a while, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze expressionlessly. Don't be afraid, keep eating and don't worry about the Riot. Lin Feng ordered. The two younger brothers were taken aback for a moment, hesitated for a while, and followed Lin Feng's order. Lin Feng's indifferent attitude made them a little worried. They have never seen Lin Feng's specific strength, and they don't know whether Lin Feng can stop the Riot. The only thing the two of them can do now is to eat hard and become stronger. Thinking of this, the eating speed of the two people's hands became faster, and they will eat 200 today. Lin Feng looked at this scene and nodded in relief. Indeed, the breath of Riots is constantly rising, and the speed and intensity have reached a frightening level. Even the breath of evolution enveloped and corroded the entire city of Garcia constantly. But Lin Feng wasn't worried at all that things would go out of his control. No matter how fast and powerful the Riot evolves, there is an upper limit. Unfortunately, Lin Feng felt this upper limit. Lin Feng could see clearly where the energy limit of the cocoon species was. It is estimated that it will take 2 days for the Riot to break out. As for the strength of the Riot after evolution, Lin Feng said hee. Is there any difference between ants and grasshoppers to humans? Didn't he step on it to death? Let the Riots enjoy themselves for a while. It would be almost enough for these two little brothers to eat a few hundred more. Just after eating, we went to clean up the Riots that had been evolved, and he could complete the task and go home to sleep. 2 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Feng did not take his two younger brothers out to eat and drink, but came to the outskirts of Garcia City. The two younger brothers swallowed thousands of elite symbiotes, and their strength has doubled. It's just that the current venom and poisonous flame are completely two fat balloons. There is too much energy accumulated, it cannot be digested, and it looks very bloated. Fortunately, Lin Feng has a complete set of weight loss plan, which can be implemented soon. The current venom and poisonous flames can resist missiles without any damage, and they can even chew and eat missiles. The next thing to do is to deal with the Riot, and then let venom or toxic flame become the leader of the symbiote. Garcia City is still shrouded in black fog, but unlike the previous 2 days, the black fog has become very thin. This phenomenon shows that the Riot is about to break out of its shell. Sure enough, the waiting time was not long, and the black mist suddenly gathered towards the city center at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng knew it in his heart. It seems that the evolution of the Riot is over. In the next second, there was a muffled bang in the city center, followed by a monstrous roar. Sharp, angry, and noisy, it brought the slightest vibration, shattered countless window glass, and shattered a large number of symbiote brothers. Without further ado, Lin Feng took the venom and the two of them directly teleported to a tall building in the city center. The Riot is just below this tall building. After the evolution of the Riot, its stature has increased several times, standing up to a height of 3 stories. The original silver appearance has also become black and red, 2 sharp spines have grown on the head, and the tongue has become thicker and longer. This brand new image makes Lin Feng very interesting to watch. It looks like a little monster in a special drama. Riot sensed Lin Feng's arrival. He turned his head and saw Lin Feng standing on the roof of a building and his 2 fellow clansmen. Traitor! Riot roared. His eyes flicked across the venom and poisonous flame, and finally settled on Lin Feng coldly. Although it was the first time they met, he recognized Lin Feng at a glance, and recognized that he was the culprit who caused the large reduction in the number of elites. The vaguely powerful aura on Lin Feng made him startled. Integrating a sliver of the ancestors' power, the Riot became extremely powerful, and even some could not control the powerful force overflowing at any time. But he still felt fear from Lin Feng. Human, why do you want to fight against our family? Riot asked sharply. A question mark appeared on Lin Feng's forehead. Against you. Lin almost laughed at this question. Didn't you come to Blue Star to try to occupy Blue Star? Have you evolved to destroy your IQ? You are only allowed to kill, and humans are not allowed to resist. I don't see that you are still an old double standard. Riot was silent for a second. This human being spoke so fast. Human beings are too weak? It is your honor to dedicate your life to the great symbiote family. It's an honor. What kind of bullshit theory? Lin Feng frowned at Riot's speech. He felt that he had nothing to say about the old double standards like Riot. Turning his head, Venom, you go? Wake him up with a big bee bag. Huh. Venom opened his mouth and pointed to his nose. Can I do it? The current Riot is full of terrifying aura, which is obviously not something he can deal with. You can do it, trust me. Lin Feng made a gesture of blinking, indicating something. Oh. Venom nodded thoughtfully, choosing to believe Lin Feng. With a howl, Venom rushed out. Although fat as a ball, the speed of the Venom is still several times faster than it was 3 days ago. Traitor. Looking at the coming Venom, he growled violently and angrily, and his arms turned into sharp barbs to meet the Venom. Reasonably speaking, due to a series of reasons such as gravity and air resistance, the larger the animal, the slower the movement. However, the Riot after evolution is contrary to common sense, and the speed is much faster than Venom. Pidgey, Riot's attack inexplicably stopped in midair. The Venom was smoothly pumped on Riot's face with a big bee bag. It's not painful, after all, after the Riot evolved, its defense and combat effectiveness soared. However, this big bee pocket is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Roar! Riot's expression was distorted, and he could feel his attack being forcibly fixed in midair. It's you? His eyes shot at Lin Feng. It must be the ghost of this human being? Lin Feng yawned, and admitted generously, that's right, it's me. You are really too weak, so weak that I can't arouse the slightest interest. But it's good for my 2 younger brothers to practice their hands. Having said that, the Riot almost exploded in anger. This human being? Even more arrogant than him? Human? Die. Riot rushed towards Lin Feng angrily, but in the next second, the entire huge body stopped in midair. The angry eyes gradually became puzzled, angry and stunned. He didn't understand, this human being was too weird. Without any movement, he was frozen in midair. Why, he has assimilated a trace of the power of the ancestor, but still can't see through the strength of this human being. Lin Feng laughed, and directed to Venom and Poison Flame beside him. Go, both of you go. I have eaten so much in the past few days, so I should digest my digestion skills and my understanding of strength. Don't worry, Big Brother has the bottom line, he can't hurt you. With that said, Lin Feng dismissed psychokinesis, letting Venom and Toxic Flame fight with Riot. This is the weight loss plan he made for the 2 boys with poisonous prefixes. Even after the evolution of the Riot, Lin Feng can be trampled to death, but if it is used to lose weight for the younger brother and use waste, isn't he good? In addition, Lin Feng has another plan. The symbiont only needs to split the body to reproduce offspring, as long as the split part is attached to other life forms. He wanted a spin-off of Venom, definitely, and a spin-off of Venom, too. Although he doesn't use it himself, he can bring it back for use by the Avengers Alliance or people around him. Lin Feng understands that there is never too much of a good thing. Definitely, this requires Venom and Poison Flame to fully digest energy and master the many skills acquired by integrate. Otherwise, Lin Feng thinks that the derivative body with split state is not good. It is estimated that there is nothing on the Blue Star that can suppress the existence of these 2 goods, and Lin Feng is too strong. After a comprehensive comparison, the Riot after evolution couldn't be more suitable. Lin Feng took out a set of small tables and chairs from nowhere, sat there, and drank green tea. From time to time, he looked at the 3 symbiotes fighting below, and psychokinesis uncomfortably helped the younger brother resist the fatal injury. It's like watching a 3D movie, so happy. This scene was sent to the conference room of the human gathering place by the satellite. There were constant discussions about Lin Feng in the conference room. Beside Hawk, a big guy turned to him and asked, is there really no problem with this alien? There was cold sweat on Hawk's head, and he couldn't understand Lin Feng's operation. Yes, it should be fine. Then what is he doing now? The boss asked, pointing at the screen. On the screen, Lin Feng is drinking tea leisurely with his legs crossed. Hawk chose to remain silent. In this situation, the human gathering place can only watch passively, and can't help much. In the center of Garcia, beast-like roars and the sound of smashing buildings were constantly heard. The 3 symbiotes have been fighting for an hour. The ordinary symbiont shrank in the building and shivered, not daring to go forward for fear of hurting the fish in the pond. Lin Feng's idea was right. After an hour of fighting, the bodies of Venom and Duyan had obviously lost a lot of weight. Energy is constantly absorbed and digested in actual combat. Not to mention anything else, the movements were a lot quicker. Looking back at the riots, this battle was extremely aggrieved, unprecedentedly aggrieved. He hadn't been so depressed since he was born. The 2 traitors in the clan constantly use themselves as training objects, and from time to time there is a devil-like human being who imprisons himself. The traitor, who could have been killed with 2 slaps, slapped himself alive for an hour. Roar! Riot roared unwillingly. Humiliation, 2 humiliation? Countless tentacles stretched out from his back, stabbing at the devil-like culprit like covering the sky. However, no surprise, all the attacks were blocked by an invisible film. This is not the first time the riots have attacked Lin Feng, and they failed without exception. Brother, I have no energy. Venom roared while fighting. He was extremely hungry after fighting for an hour, and his movements slowed down. One didn't pay attention, and was pierced by the riot again. Fortunately, the symbiote has the ability of self-healing. The self-healing ability of Venom and Poison Flame is even more powerful because it has swallowed too many symbiotes. Lin Feng glanced down. The two younger brothers were both out of breath, and their evasive movements were a little slow. Don't panic, you two come up and have a cup of tea. Lin Feng's psychokinesis imprisoned the riot again, then took out two 2-liter large teacups, and threw a few leaves of life. The Venom jumped up, grinned, and poured the leaves together. Oh, after drinking the tea, my physical strength recovered extremely quickly. I didn't expect that my elder brother would have such a good thing. Du Yan also poured a cup of tea, and his physical strength and energy recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the healing speed of the wound was doubled. Lin Feng looked at the two of them who had lost a lot of weight, and was very satisfied. Can't help but patted Du Yan's strong chest, shoulder. Lin Feng said, okay, continue to fight. It will be hard to find such a convenient partner in the future. Seize the opportunity and completely absorb the energy of devouring. Oh, Venom, Du Yan roared with vigor, jumped downstairs and continued to attack the riot. Lin Feng sat back on the stool again, just watching them fight in boredom. From morning to afternoon, from day to night. When you are tired, run up to have a cup of tea, and continue to fight the riots after drinking. With Lin Feng's supply of tea, his physical strength was fully guaranteed. Fighting until midnight, even the evolved riot felt exhausted. On the other hand, Venom and Poison Flame are still in high spirits. At the moment, their bodies have completely changed into another look. The huge size has shrunk by more than 2 times, and it is even thinner than before it devoured the same race. How to put it, it was like a coat on Eddie and Gwen. Yes, just like Spider-Man's battlesuit, it's very thin, but full of power. With a brand new form and brand new power, the two perfectly absorbed the expanding energy under the temper of the riot. Feeling almost absorbed, Lin Feng stood up and clapped his hands. Well, it seems that you have mastered a brand new energy. There is no need for riots anymore, you see who will swallow him up. Now that all the energy has been absorbed, there is no need for riots to exist. Not to mention that the riots just swallowed up a sliver of the ancestor's energy. Even if his ancestor came in person, he would still be a muggle when he saw Silver Superman. Venom and Du Yan looked at each other, and after a little exchange, they agreed to let Venom devour them. The overall strength of the evolved Poison Flame is much higher than that of Venom. After all, her host is Spider-Woman Gwen. As the host, it instantly killed almost all symbionts. Both knew that whoever devoured the riot was the leader of the symbiote. Gwen didn't have this idea, she just wanted to be a good neighbor quietly. Okay, you guys decide. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. For him, anyone can devour the riot, and it will not have the slightest impact on his mission. Psychokinesis descended on riot again. The figure of the riot stopped abruptly again, just like that. Listening to their conversation, Riot also knew that his life had come to an end. He stared at Lin Feng with incomparable viciousness and hatred. All the originally smooth invasion plans failed because of the appearance of this human being. Damn human, I want to curse you. Riot screamed horribly. I curse you, base? Before he could say a word, Riot's huge head was blasted to pieces by a laser beam. That's a lot of nonsense. Lin Feng smacked his lips, not planning to leave any last words for the riot. Controlling the frequency of the heat ray, it hit Riot's body constantly. In a short while, Riot's huge amounts of body had become only one person file size, and it had turned into a puddle of fluttering fluid. Even the human shape had been maintained. Can't stop. Venom, go. Lin Feng ordered. Oh. Venom rushed up excitedly, grabbed the muddy Riot and stuffed it into his mouth. The Riot after evolution can make Venom's ability climb to a new stage again. Although it is not enough for Lin Feng, it can be said that it is the strongest existence under the ancestor of the symbiosis. Swallowing the Riot whole, Venom's figure swelled up again, but it was still within the controllable range, and it didn't swell like a ball like before. The energy impacted Venom's body recklessly, forming a bulge on the surface of the body from time to time, and then dissipated. The devoured Riot will always exist in Venom's body in the form of energy, and will be slowly digested and integrated until it disappears completely. This time will not be too long. And the Riot's death was perceived by all the Blue Star's symbionts in an instant. All of a sudden, all the symbiotes were in a mess, screaming non-stop. Seeing the situation, the Venom rushed straight up to the tall building, and drank it out with a roar. The invisible sound waves were quickly transmitted, and the restless symbionts gradually calmed down. This roar was mixed with a hint of information. A new leader appeared. His name is Venom, stronger than Riot. The riot is resolved, and the moon is already high in the sky. Lin Feng directly led the two younger brothers to open a portal and returned to the gathering place. Their return was met with enthusiastic cheers from the residents of the Enclave. When it was known that the symbiote leader Riot had been killed by the alien friends and Venom, even though it was midnight, there was still a shocking cheer from the gathering place. Hawk also burst into tears with excitement, welcoming Lin Feng and the others back. What a friendly, powerful alien friend! In just a few days, the disaster of invading Blue Star was resolved. The appearance of Lin Feng and the demise of the riots were like a dream. Before they had time to react, humans won. This kind of alien friend must hug his thigh tightly. Lin Feng's scalp felt numb when he saw the black crowd surrounding him. He pushed the venom and poisonous flame to the front, slipped directly into the room and locked the door. In the days that followed, there was nothing to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng lived quietly in the human gathering place for a few days. During this period, a large number of people gathered outside the residence every day, wanting to see Lin Feng's appearance, expressing their gratitude to this alien friend who saved mankind. Lin Feng could only pretend to be cold and thank guests behind closed doors. No one dared to offend the seemingly friendly and powerful alien friend. In desperation, they had no choice but to wander outside the door every day, hoping to be lucky enough to meet Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't leave immediately because the system sound for completing the task hadn't sounded yet. He speculated that the task should be completed after Venom has absorbed all the symbiotes. After all, the riot has been sent away now, and there are very few symbionts left in the riot camp. Things are just as Lin Feng imagined. In a few days, Venom and Toxic Flame kept wandering around the world, receiving and merging scattered symbionts. Some symbionts who are disobedient and do not accept the inclusion are swallowed directly. The strength of Venom is no longer something they can defeat together. For the incorporated symbionts, the human gathering place came up with a specific disposal plan, which is definitely similar to what Lin Feng talked with Hawk at that time. Humanized provides some positions for all symbionts. They can choose social buildings by themselves, or enter the army, and after training, they will be assigned to major banks, police superintendents, and other positions. The symbionts have chosen jobs that suit them one after another, and basically no symbionts will resist. Because as long as you work, there is unlimited supply of chocolate and fresh seafood. As the new leader, Venom will enter the United States parliamentary body to seek better development for all mankind. As for the poisonous flame, basically after the matter is over, it will become the Spider-Woman's good neighbor again. A few days later, all the symbionts were edited and recorded, and Lin Feng finally heard the system notification that the task was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the world mission and successfully eliminating the symbiote camp headed by Riot. Reward for this mission, 20 million reputation, 1 perfect symbiosis, unconscious. Because the way and results of the host's task are excellent, an additional reward, a summoning horn. The prestige value and the symbiote Lin Feng have known before. And the extra reward is because of Lin Feng's coquettish operation. Originally, Lin Feng was supposed to eliminate most of the symbionts in order to complete the system tasks. But Lin Feng did not do this. Instead, he eliminated the Riot and installed a new leader. According to the system, it is the symbiote camp headed by Elimination Riot. Then as long as Riot dies, the remaining symbiotes will belong to Venom, and the task will naturally be completed. Because of this, Blue Star, which was supposed to have only one faction, unexpectedly integrated 2 different races because of Lin Feng's operation. The original direction of the world's development was changed by Lin Feng, leading to an unknown path, so the system rewarded this special item. Lin Feng looked at the system warehouse. There was an additional vial containing black fluid, and a golden horn. No need to look at the vial, it should be the perfect symbiosis for the reward. Lin Feng took out a golden horn, which was about as long as Lin Feng's forearm. The golden light shimmers in the sun, which looks very extraordinary. Tap the horn, and the attributes immediately appeared in front of Lin Feng. Summoning Horn, Blue Star version. Blow the horn to summon any character in the Blue Star of the universe. The maximum number of single summons, 3. Summon cooldown, 24 hours. Note, the host needs to have cosmic coordinates to call, and the summoned person agrees to succeed. If they refuse, the call will fail and the cooling time will be reset. Lin Feng frowned and read the notes twice. Good thing, according to the description, it should be able to summon characters from other worlds to your own world. Definitely, it must be a universe that Lin Feng has personally visited, or has its coordinates. After pondering for a while, Lin Feng put the golden horn by his mouth and blew it softly. The mysterious tone soared to the sky, and the sound of the system rang in Lin Feng's ear. Ding! Do you want to summon the DC universe, Kryptonians, Carl? Really can? Lin Feng chose no. He just tested whether the horn functioned as he thought, but he didn't expect it to work. It really is a good thing? Lin Feng put the horn back into the system warehouse. 20 million prestige points have been successfully obtained, and there is also an unconscious black symbiont. It was also time for Lin Feng to leave. But before leaving, Lin Feng peeled off a small piece of derivative body from Venom and Duyan respectively. As long as they are attached to the living body, it will become a new symbiosis. If nothing else, the new symbiont will have a more powerful ability than Poison Flame and Venom. The human settlements have begun to disband, and a large number of symbionts have been put into the buildings, and the social order will soon return to normal. In order to commemorate Lin Feng, the friendly citizens really erected a statue for Lin Feng, which was placed in the center of Garcia. Beside him, there are statues of Venom and Poison Flame. This is the spontaneous behavior of the residents, because the actions of Lin Feng and Venom have been shown to all residents in the form of pictures. But Lin Feng doesn't know about all this anymore. He has already flown into space after getting the derived body, ready to return. The task has been completed, what you want has been obtained, and there is nothing left to do. With the opening of the flashy shuttle passage, Lin Feng stepped in and returned to his own universe. As soon as I returned to the universe, I heard the creaking sound constantly. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What's going on? When he took it out, he saw that the emergency call device was blinking continuously. Someone is asking Lin Feng for help.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.